Chapter 151, Thunderous Strike 7. She planned to organize things, to have a clear idea in her mind. At this moment, the 10 million in deposits on the books had dwindled to just over 7 million. Recently, she had purchased 5 storefront properties worth over $1 million. Each consisted of 4 bays, making the shops quite spacious. Some were 2-story buildings, others single-story bungalows. Currently, some locations were good, while others were quite poor. However, in the near future, all these storefronts would become prime locations. Additionally, she had transferred 1 million into Yun Jianjun's name to be used for repairing and restoring that 5-courtyard Sihiyuan. All the materials for the Sihiyuan restoration, bricks, tiles, wood, stone, needed to be specific. They also needed to hire staff knowledgeable in cultural relics to help with planning and design, and old craftsmen to carve the doors, windows, and railings in order to fully restore its original character. The cellar in the Sihiyuan, if they wanted to use it again, also needed repairs. The 1 million expenditure was just a conservative estimate. The reason she was in a hurry to do the repairs was that the quality of materials available now was excellent. In 10 or 20 years, not only would there be many cutting corners, but the quality of materials would also be completely incomparable to now. She would rather spend a bit more money to build a residence that she could feel at ease in. She had originally wanted to put those 5 storefront properties under Quan Shuang's name, but Quan Shuang disagreed, so they remained under Quan Shengnan's ownership. Counting these 5 storefronts, plus the 8 shops in the second-hand market, the neighboring Sihiyuan, and the large Sihiyuan about to be restored, the number of real estate properties under Quan Shengnan's name was quite substantial. Their total value currently already amounted to several million. Then there was the 1% stake in Tianxia Group, worth hundreds of millions, with dividends only starting at the end of the year. The jadeite and jadeite rough stones were currently only worth over $1 million, but given time, as jadeite prices rose and the rough stones were cut, their value would be inestimable. There were roughly over 1,000 antique items, their number and value both incalculable. The jewelry gifted by various people and what she herself had obtained from underground was also considerable in number and worth a lot of money, but unfortunately, it couldn't be touched. Real estate, jewelry, shares, and antiques, none of it could be touched. After carefully taking stock, Quan Shengnan felt a wave of frustration. Her assets were considerable, but after all the calculations, apart from the dividends only available at year-end, she was still living off her savings. Wait, rent. The rent from the storefronts also counted as income. That way, she wasn't exactly living off her savings, right? Quan Shengnan thought uncertainly. When Yun Jianjun found out, he laughed heartily. Quan Shengnan puffed out her cheeks in displeasure. She decided she must do more fortune-telling and divination for people. She absolutely could not live off her savings. After the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, she and Yun Jianjun had gone on a long trip, away for many days. People who came seeking divination didn't know they were back, so naturally, no one had come in the past few days. The fervor had greatly diminished compared to before their departure. If Quan Shengnan wanted to tell fortunes, she still had to wait for people to come to her. For now, she wasn't in a hurry, even though she expressed this to Yun Jianjun. Ding Huahua, however, was very anxious. Master, the Discipline Inspection Commission and those departments have all received your report letters. Why hasn't there been any movement? It's only been a day. What's the rush? Zhang Sun's official rank isn't small. They can't just investigate and deal with him immediately. Let's wait a couple more days and see. Quan Shengnan actually understood the approach of those departments. After receiving the report letters, they would definitely have meetings. Only after the meetings would they send people to conduct a thorough investigation, first suspending him, then investigating thoroughly. They couldn't just act without asking questions as soon as they received them. After hearing the explanation, Ding Huahua's worry lessened slightly. She paid close attention to the development of this matter, drifting around the Discipline Inspection Commission every day. Within a couple of days, she excitedly floated back to Chapter 152, Thunderous Strike 8. After receiving the anonymous tip-off letter, the detailed content and shocking nature of the events described were so unexpected that the Discipline Inspection Commission immediately convened a meeting. Soon, they discovered that identical tip-off letters had not only been sent to them. Zhang Sun's department, including the television station and another department somewhat related to it, had also received them. Not only that, but countless sheets of paper suddenly fluttered down onto the street outside the Discipline Inspection Commission's gates. The content on them was exactly the same tip-off letter. Many citizens who picked them up and read them were all shocked and horrified. Upon careful calculation, the amount of embezzled funds by Zhang Sun had already reached tens of millions, not even counting what his wife had embezzled. This particular tip-off letter was one that Quan Shengnan had casually thrown out on her way back after mailing the other letters to various departments. The wind blew, scattering them all. They filled the sky, dancing in the air. Each sheet contained records of Zhang Sun's violations of law and discipline. She acted very cautiously. Apart from Yun Jianjun and Ding Haihua, no one discovered it was her doing. Public opinion. What is public opinion? All the citizens who saw it expressed their own opinions and views, spreading the word from 10 to 100 until everyone was paying attention. This is called public opinion. With public opinion rising, the people demanded that the truth must be investigated. The authorities also had to give the people an explanation. Since ancient times, corrupt officials have been universally condemned. The Discipline Inspection Commission collected the scattered letters from the streets and those received by other departments to examine them, identical tip-off letters. 5 tip-off letters, all exactly the same. Clearly handwritten, yet they looked almost as if they had been printed from the same mold. Clear and detailed. Even if someone wanted to suppress this incident unfavorable to Zhang Sun, it was impossible to execute due to the sheer number of people who knew about it. Qin Wuji acted decisively and established a special investigation team. Zhang Sun's department simultaneously suspended his duties, ordering him to undergo investigation. To prevent Zhang Sun and Zhang Aizhen from escaping or transferring the embezzled funds, the Discipline Inspection Commission immediately detained them and dispatched personnel to search for the illicit money and goods at the addresses mentioned in the tip-off letters. The news quickly caused a huge uproar in the capital. From the high-ranking officials and nobles of the upper class to the common peddlers and laborers among the people, everyone was discussing it. Murder, embezzlement, concealment of illicit funds. Each charge was an unforgivable crime. Especially since the tip-off letter stated very clearly that Zhang Sun's original wife had not divorced him. She had come to find him, only to discover he had already married Lu Aizhen, and he then threw her off a building to her death. What a cruel nature this was. What ruthless methods. What malicious intent. How could such a person still hold office and manage people's livelihoods? How could anyone tolerate this? Just as public resentment was boiling and everyone was watching, the Discipline Inspection Commission had already located all the embezzled funds and goods according to the instructions in the tip-off letters. 300,000, 500,000, 1 million, 2 million. Different locations, different amounts, all in the same large denominations, bundles upon bundles of banknotes, either stored in clay jars or wooden boxes, all neatly arranged and clear at a glance. In addition, there were gold, jewelry, various property deeds, and so on. A pile of gold and jewelry almost dazzled the eyes of all the search personnel. Not counting the money Zhang Sun's family had previously spent, a huge sum of 17 million had already been recovered, with gold and jewelry too numerous to count. A shocking major case, a shocking major corruption case, alarmed the highest authorities. The higher-ups instructed that it must be dealt with severely. Because Zhang Sun was not only corrupt, but also involved in a human life, even though it was a matter from 10 years ago, it could not be ignored. Therefore, Zhou Aizhen from the criminal investigation aspect submitted a request upward, asking to investigate. Chapter 153, Turning the Tables 1. The situation unfolded exactly as Quan Shengnan had anticipated. She watched with satisfaction the storm she had stirred up, waiting for the day when Ding Haihua would exact her revenge. For the time being, she did not intervene further. This matter was no longer something anyone could control. Everyone was discussing the case of Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen. With relatively little entertainment in daily life, such a major incident involving officials naturally piqued everyone's curiosity. Who had shielded Zhang Sun, allowing him to marry Lu Aizhen without divorcing his first wife? Who had bribed the couple? Over 10 million in cash, countless gold, jewelry, and properties, not to mention the figures in their bank books and the money already squandered. What kind of wealthy individual could have such extravagant means? How many unconscionable deeds had Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen carried out for those people in exchange for the money? Who had been protecting them, ensuring that not even a whisper reached the Disciplinary Inspection Commission? How had they managed to deceive the public eye all this time? Wasn't the Disciplinary Inspection Commission responsible for such matters, overseeing the discipline of all officials? Why did they only become aware of this after someone sent an anonymous report and only then begin to address it? 10 years. This was not an overnight affair. Their corruption had not happened overnight. Over the course of a decade, had the Disciplinary Inspection Commission truly known nothing? What had they been doing all this time if not monitoring the actions of officials? Everyone was filled with doubts, even casting suspicion on the Disciplinary Inspection Commission, with all eyes now fixed on this case. The television stations, having suddenly obtained such major news, continued their coverage. As more and more people learned about it, it almost formed a massive storm, with its vortex centered in the capital. The impact of this incident grew increasingly significant, with the public voicing demands to uncover the truth at all costs. No one imagined that this was the work of a young girl. 5 identical anonymous reports had unleashed a hurricane that no one could control. She could not control it, nor could anyone else, because suppressing it would provoke immense public dissatisfaction and trigger a powerful backlash. One should not underestimate ordinary, powerless citizens. Once they rise up, no one can withstand their force. Qin Wuji was overwhelmed and wore a bitter smile. His elder brother and younger brother had truly landed him in a huge mess. However, while this incident had caused significant trouble for the Disciplinary Inspection Commission, it had also exposed a major parasite within the country. It was truly a mix of sorrow and joy. Gazing at the boxes of cash and piles of gold and jewelry before him, Qin Wuji was utterly astounded. Despite his uncle and younger brother being in business and the Qin family being a top-tier influential clan, their family certainly did not possess such wealth. The salaries of the three brothers, after deducting various expenses, were barely sufficient. There was also a significant portion of expenditure not accounted for. All four men in their family, father and sons, held high-ranking official positions and enjoyed various special subsidies from the state related to daily necessities, which substantially reduced their expenses. At the same time, their family's clothing, accessories, and other attire were largely provided by their uncle, aunt, and younger brother. If they had relied solely on their family salaries, it was evident they would have faced financial difficulties. If even their family was in such a situation, what about others? This was the excuse many corrupt officials used to justify their embezzlement. But how many years had Zhang Sun been working? 10 years. In 10 years of work, with several promotions, what had he relied on? Connections. Without connections or exceptional talent, reaching his current position had mostly depended on his connections. Embezzling over 10 million in a decade, averaging more than a million. Chapter 154. Turning the Tables 2. Qin Wuji decided that he would take full charge of this case himself and get to the bottom of it. That was also the intention from the higher-ups. The amount embezzled was simply too large, and what Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen had done was utterly despicable. To secure a conviction, gathering all the evidence would take a long time. The illicit money and goods had already been found, but they still needed to locate all the people who had bribed the couple according to the list and obtain their statements. Only with these witnesses could Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen be left speechless. It was just a pity that Ding Haihua's death was too long ago. Her body had long since vanished. The bodies used for autopsies at the hospital were basically all disposed of collectively by the hospital in the end, and Ding Haihua's remains were among them. Without a body and without her relatives coming forward, it was very difficult to uncover the truth of what happened back then. Zhou Aijing from the Criminal Police Brigade had already opened a case due to public pressure and was working hard to find witnesses from 10 years ago. The accusation letter stated very clearly that when Ding Haihua entered and started arguing back then, there were many onlookers. Later, when she was thrown to her death, the Zhang family told outsiders she had jumped to her death herself. Those outsiders were still alive today. Finding those people and obtaining their statements would also require a long time. Right at this moment, something happened that was completely beyond their expectations. This matter had an enormous impact on everyone connected to Zhang Sun and his wife. No one's mind was at ease, especially the Zhang and Lu families. Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen had committed murder, killing Zhang Sun's original wife. Even if the two of them didn't admit it, everyone outside believed it was true. Many valuables had been found during the search of the Zhang residence. Zhang Sun's parents immediately became headless flies, not knowing what to do. The Lu family, however, acted decisively and issued a solemn statement. They claimed they had no knowledge that Zhang Sun was married and were completely unaware of Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen's actions. They said that when they helped Zhang Sun process his divorce certificate back then, it was because he had brought a divorce agreement bearing Ding Haihua's fingerprint. They had not violated any regulations. Ding Haihua was a country woman, illiterate, so where a signature was required, she had used her fingerprint. They said Lu Aizhen was now a member of the Zhang family. The Zhang family was not the Lu family. Whatever she and Zhang Sun had done, their own family was completely unaware. The Lu family could not possibly interfere in any of the Zhang family's affairs. Therefore, they did not know whether Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen had embezzled or whether they had committed murder. The head of the Lu family, Lu Aigua, Lu Aizhen's brother, looked utterly sincere. He expressed deep apologies to everyone and vowed, "Failing to exercise proper oversight is my fault. It was I who failed to control my own sister and the affairs of our in-laws. Regarding this matter, I am willing to accept investigation from the authorities and will absolutely not show favoritism or cover up for anyone. If my sister and my brother-in-law have truly committed unforgivable crimes, I will never plead for leniency on their behalf. I believe the organization will certainly uncover the truth of the matter and clear our family's name. I also believe the final outcome of this matter will surely be made public." He was upright and unyielding, his entire demeanor radiating integrity. Judging solely by this appearance, anyone who saw him would think the Lu family had been deceived by Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen. A cold smile flickered at the corner of Quan Shengnan's mouth. "Trying to wash your hands of it? It won't be that easy. How much effort the Lu family had exerted in helping Zhang Sun process his divorce back then, how Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen had relied on the Lu family over the past 10 years to cover up the traces of Ding Haihua's murder, and how they had relied on the Lu family to commit wrongdoing. Quan Shengnan, Chapter 155, Turning the Tables 3. The Lu family's calculations were extremely shrewd, clattering away loudly. The most cunning of all was Lu Aigua, who was 15 years older than Lu Aizhen. It was true that they had not embezzled like the couple Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen, nor had they engaged in any illegal or disciplinary misconduct, appearing spotlessly clean. In reality, however, the money embezzled by Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen had been generously funneled to the Lu family. Counting just the cash alone, it already amounted to over $1 million, not to mention the many valuable gifts. The jewelry and fine clothes worn by the women of the Lu family, the luxury watches and expensive attire worn by Lu Aigua and his sons, the precious ornaments displayed in their home, the rare and expensive tonics they consumed. All such items were worth at least several million more. The Lu family lived such an easy, lavish life precisely because of these things. Otherwise, relying solely on their salaries, how could they enjoy such luxuries? Without the Lu family's protection, did anyone really think Zhang Sun, with just 10 years of work under his belt, had the capability to attract so much flattery and bribery? Those who manage to build a family fortune are all sharp-eyed and clear-minded. They bribed Zhang Sun precisely to reach the Lu family through the Zhang's hands, seeking the help they truly desired. The final outcome proved them right. Lu Aigua never personally engaged in illegal activities, yet he still enjoyed the money and fine things. Wasn't that exactly Lu Aigua's scheme? He was truly very shrewd. Even if his deeds were exposed one day, he could completely absolve himself of guilt. He claimed he knew nothing about the illicit money or goods and had never received any. What he accepted were merely gifts of respect from his sister and brother-in-law, and he had never suspected a thing. Never mind whether he truly never suspected, since he said so, no one could find fault with it. Ordinary people, after all, who would question where a relative's gifts came from? Quan Shengnan had already detailed all of this in the whistleblower letter. Even if the Lu family had luck on their side, they wouldn't escape unscathed. Since they had made use of Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen, they had to pay some price. Did they really think sacrificing Lu Aizhen alone would prove their innocence? Well, they had good reason to be confident. Both Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen were smart people. If they were clever, they should understand that dragging the Lu family down would do them no good. On the contrary, if the Lu family remained safe and sound, they might even be able to pull them out of trouble. A well-laid plan indeed. Unfortunately, they encountered her, Quan Shengnan. If she didn't uproot them entirely, how could she face the deceased Ding Haihua and the people whose wealth had been plundered? Quan Shengnan meticulously documented all the illegal and disciplinary misconduct the Lu family had ever committed. Among officials, 8 out of 10 cannot withstand scrutiny. If no one investigates, they might peacefully serve until retirement. But once someone digs into their affairs, none escape downfall. The Lu family was no exception. Nothing in this world could escape Quan Shengnan's notice. What she wrote down, even the Lu family themselves had likely almost forgotten. Thus, the Lu family's statement came across as laughable. The whistleblower letter laid everything out clearly and explicitly. Trying to distance themselves now was too late. Qin Wuji immediately took Lu Aigua away. You ask why? It was simple. Not only was it clearly stated in the whistleblower letter, but Lu Aigua himself had also expressed his willingness to cooperate with the investigation. Since he had said so himself, how could Qin Wuji disappoint his sincere intentions? With Lu Aigua taken away, the situation escalated rapidly, becoming unstoppable. Perhaps too aware of the reality of officials protecting one another, many demanded a public trial for this case. They wanted to know right from wrong, and whether Lu Aigua of the Lu family had colluded with the couple Zhang Sun. Chapter 156, Turning the Tables 4. Many people are paying attention to this matter now. I believe justice will ultimately be served for Ding Haihua. Yun Jianjun whispered to comfort Quan Shengnan. Quan Shengnan sighed, even so, what does it matter? The dead cannot be brought back to life. How can the lives of two villains, Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen, ever equal that of one good person like Ding Haihua? Not to mention the tragic separation of mother and child, a heartbreaking human drama. Yun Jianjun sighed, you're right about that. Quan Shengnan calculated the days and suddenly felt that this matter should be brought to a close. Today was already the 28th day of the first lunar month. In a few more days, it would be the second day of the second lunar month. The second day of the second lunar month was her birthday. It was also the day Yuan Wei would offer her blood to the Yuan family heirloom. In her previous life, the truth was revealed to the world on this day. In this life, because of her words at the department store, the truth had already surfaced ahead of time. So, what scene would unfold on the second day of the second lunar month this time? For her, this matter was more important, so the issue of Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen had to be resolved quickly. Quan Shengnan released her spiritual sense and indeed saw Lu Aigua's wife going to the Zhang family for help. And the Zhang family, at the moment, had its own hands full. Yuan Wei's origins were becoming increasingly clear. The only thing missing was the confirmation on the second day of the second lunar month when her name would be added to the family register. The Lin family and the three Yuan brothers, Yuan Ziyuan, Yuan Jigua, and Yuan Jitu, along with the families of Yuan Jigua and Yuan Jitu's wives, the Mo family, who suspected Yuan Jihong of having a child before marriage. Su Rant's natal family, the Su family, and her husband's family, the Zhou family, had joined forces. They had already mostly uncovered the events surrounding Yuan Jihong back then. Falling in love with a married man at 17. Even if the Zhang family prettied it up by calling it an unrequited love, it couldn't hide the fact that she had a child out of wedlock. Pregnant at 17 without being married, giving birth at 18. That in itself wasn't the worst of it. But sending her own daughter to the Yuan family, while letting the Yuan family's true daughter disappear without a trace, that was malicious. It must be known that, apart from the Mo family, the next generation of the Lin, Yuan, Zhou, Su families, and the families of Yuan Jigua and Yuan Jitu's wives all had only boys, no girls. Therefore, girls were considered exceptionally precious. They had always doted especially on Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue's daughter. The one they had always loved was Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue's daughter, not Yuan Wei as an individual. If Yuan Wei wasn't that daughter, they couldn't possibly continue to love her. If, before they began to love Yuan Wei, they had known she wasn't the biological daughter of Yuan Ziyuan and his wife, but was adopted, then perhaps even if Yuan Wei later revealed her origins as Yuan Jihong's child, they wouldn't have felt such disgust. Instead, they might have pitied her. But the problem was, they didn't know. They had all been deceived. No one could tolerate continuing to be deceived. Especially since their affection for Yuan Wei had always been because of her background, not because of who she was. So once she lost that background, everyone's fondness for her instantly vanished. In their anger, their dissatisfaction with Zhang Hui and her daughter Yuan Jihong was all vented on the Zhang family. Both in daily life and in official circles, the Zhang family was overwhelmed and struggling. With the Lu family and Zhang Sun in trouble, the Zhang family simply couldn't spare any effort to help them. Only Zhang Hui's brother, Zhang Jianjun, whispered, "Why come to me? This case is so big, can I intervene? Don't you know to just deny everything? Have someone quietly pass a message inside, tell them not to admit to anything. Even if there's evidence, a conviction might not be possible. When we have some free time, we'll help resolve this matter." Lu Aigua's wife meekly agreed. Chapter 157. Turning the Tables 5. In the past, Mrs. Lu could easily pull strings to get messages through to Lu Aigua and the couple Zhang Sun and his wife. Now? No way. Not even a door, not even a window. Because this case involved too much, huge sums of money, human lives, cover-ups, receiving illicit funds, and so on. Therefore, Lu Aigua and the couple Zhang Sun and his wife were being held under extremely tight security. Qin Wuji, entrusted by his elder brother and younger brother, took this matter very seriously. The influence of the Qin family was formidable. Stopping these people from interfering was effortless. He didn't know who the informant was, someone so remarkably powerful, seemingly omniscient. But he could hear the gravity in his brother's tone. What status did his elder brother hold? And what about his younger brother? One an official, the other a businessman, each held a pivotal position in their respective fields. With them taking it so seriously, how could he not be curious? Especially since the tip-off letter was incredibly detailed. Following its leads not only sped up the investigation, but also proved every piece of information accurate. As a result, their workload was significantly reduced. He guessed that this person's background and abilities were truly extraordinary. Holding the gathered evidence and everyone's testimonies, Qin Wuji walked toward the room where Zhang Sun was being interrogated. He was in charge of this case and also the lead investigator. Zhang Sun was now very uneasy, very fearful, restless, and terrified. In just a few days, he had aged considerably. With his refined and scholarly appearance, he already looked older than his years, but now he looked even more so. One might believe he was 50. In reality, his actual age was only 36. To this day, he still didn't understand how this had happened. So suddenly, so catching him off guard. It seemed as if, overnight, the world outside had changed. The onslaught was fierce. Yes, exactly fierce. Who was this person, so determined to drag him into hell? Since starting his job, although he had handled matters for others, embezzled a lot of public funds, and accepted numerous bribes, he had never offended anyone. Who was so meticulously plotting to ruin him? 10 years, his actions over the past decade, had actually been under this person's watch. How terrifying was that? Who was he? How had he hidden himself so well that Zhang Sun couldn't detect him? And how did he know about all those things Zhang Sun had done, the money he had received? After all, he had even kept it from Lu Aizhen. Seeing his face full of distress and fear, Ding Haihua, floating in midair, let out a cold laugh. She had been closely following the developments of this case. She knew this was her only chance for revenge. So, from the day Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen were detained, she had been drifting around them. She was waiting for the authorities to deal with them. She wanted them to be utterly disgraced. And she had waited, hadn't she? Look at that stern, upright middle-aged man who had come precisely for this case. She now knew Qin Wuji's identity and that he was the person Secretary Qin and Mr. Hua had contacted. He would surely get to the bottom of this and bring her justice, right? Sure enough, as soon as Qin Wuji sat down, he got straight to the point, pointing at the slogan on the wall, leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. He pointed at the slogan and said to Zhang Sun, as a public servant of the state, you should understand the meaning of these words. Don't try to deny anything now, we already have all the evidence. Zhang Sun was no stranger to such situations. He calmly Chapter 158, Turning the Tables 6. Denial. He actually denied it. The staff members present at the hearing, as well as Ding Haihua floating in midair, were all stunned. The accusation letter had been written in such detail, and after their investigation, the evidence was indeed conclusive. At this moment, he was completely denying it. Qin Wuji wasn't surprised at all. He had seen too many people making a last-ditch struggle. With a stern expression, he said, Zhang Sun, the evidence of your crimes is conclusive. You still won't admit it? On December 21st, 1977, Ding Haihua fell from the upstairs of your house. Why did you collude with Lu Aizhen to send her to the hospital for autopsy? Forging the donation consent form, forging the suicide scene, you won't admit it? When you were arguing, all the neighbors knew. They all knew it was the wife you first married in the countryside who had come looking for you. Although the original consent form was not obtained, we have obtained testimonies from hospital staff at the time, confirming this incident. Since you claim she committed suicide by jumping off a building, and the deceased was from the countryside, how would she have known about donating her body to the hospital? This matter has been taken over by the Criminal Police Brigade, so I will not handle it here for now. But don't harbor any illusions. The Criminal Police Brigade will restore the truth of that year, punish the criminals, and let the deceased rest in peace. Next, let's talk about the illegal and disciplinary violations you have committed. On December 20th, 1977, a person surnamed Wang sent gifts, and you accepted nearly 10,000 in huge sums. Testimonies have been obtained. You won't admit it? On March 7th, 1978, a person surnamed Do sent gifts, a pair of gold bricks weighing a total of 2 jin. You granted him great convenience, handled matters for him, violating national laws. Testimonies have been obtained. You won't admit that either? On April 6, 1978, a person surnamed Hong sent gifts, 30,000 in cash. Testimonies have been obtained. Do you still not admit the facts? On February 11, 1987, you accepted a bribe of 500,000 and agreed to process a business license for an unqualified merchant surnamed Zhang. Similarly, testimonies have been obtained, and the certificates you processed for him are all here. The evidence is conclusive. You won't admit it. Hundreds of instances, one after another. Sometimes, he accepted bribes from hundreds of people in a single year, granting them great convenience. Not to mention the valuable gifts he received every year during holidays and on his birthday. Everyone present found this shocking to hear. But when they looked at Zhang Sun, they found him exceptionally calm. Calm? With such conclusive evidence of his crimes, he could be this calm? Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. They only heard him say slowly, I really don't understand what you're talking about. I didn't do it, so how can I admit it? Stubborn as a dead duck was what everyone was thinking. Initially, they had worried that Zhang Sun wouldn't admit it, so they gathered evidence before interrogating him. They had underestimated this man's shamelessness. Faced with so many witnesses and material evidence, he still wouldn't admit it. No one was worried. Even if he didn't admit it, the final judgment would be based on the witnesses and evidence. He couldn't escape. Ding Haihua was so angry her face turned red. No wonder the expert had told her to watch and relay the scene to her at any time. She had said that Zhang Sun definitely wouldn't admit it straightforwardly. Just as the expert predicted. Zhang Sun shrugged. I really don't know why you're interrogating me. Haven't you ever considered that someone is framing me? Framing him? A look of disbelief flashed in everyone's eyes. What kind of thinking, what kind of logic was this? Even Quan Shengnan, who was watching this from her own home using her spiritual sense, was speechless. What did you say? Qin Wuji frowned deeply. Haven't you considered that someone is framing me? They deliberately hid the money in my house, and the witnesses are their own people. Chapter 159, Turning the Tables 7. Zhang Sun knew he absolutely must not admit to anything. Once he admitted it, the death penalty would be unavoidable. Embezzling tens of millions alone was enough to sentence him to death, let alone the matter of Ding Haihua's death. He was afraid of death. He did not want to die yet. He was only 36, in the prime of his life. However, Qin Wuxi did not follow his train of thought and said sternly, "Zhang Sun, do you know what you're saying?" This man was utterly shameless. No wonder he could accept so many bribes and handle so many matters for others. With this kind of nerve, he could truly act with an air of righteousness. Such a sense of entitlement, such righteous indignation, as if he were truly innocent. Actually, it was quite similar to Lu Aigua's approach. Wasn't this exactly how Lu Aigua had tried to wash his hands of the matter earlier? It's just that the whistleblower letter also contained his deeds, making him a laughingstock in everyone's eyes. Zhang Sun wore an expression of integrity, his posture upright and unyielding, his gaze steady and unwavering, calm and composed. I am very clear about what I am saying. I have stated it plainly. These things were not done by me. I know nothing about them. If this person weren't trying to frame me, how would he know such detailed information? It's too detailed, isn't it? So detailed it's as if he saw it with his own eyes, experienced it himself. Without seeing it firsthand, without experiencing it personally, how could he describe it so meticulously? And how could he orchestrate it so flawlessly? I don't know how such a large amount of money came to be hidden in my home, and I have never handled matters for anyone. I believe someone must have used my name to accept bribes and handle affairs, then framed me. You shouldn't be interrogating me. You should investigate the person who reported me. He is so resourceful. He must be the one behind all these things. For someone like him, framing me would be effortless. My position is not low in the eyes of the common people. But here in the capital, I am merely a low-level worker. I don't have the capability to do things that fall outside the scope of my duties. Therefore, I am innocent. I request that the higher-ups investigate the whistleblower and clear my name. By the end, Zhang Sun's voice grew louder and louder. He spoke all these words as if they were the absolute truth, without a single flaw. Everyone present was stunned upon hearing this. What is sophistry? This is it. What is a desperate struggle? This is it. To what extent has it come that he still dares to dream of turning the tables on the whistleblower? If every whistleblower were counter-accused by the person involved and then investigated by the disciplinary committee, who would ever dare to report anything again? What Zhang Sun said was truly a joke, an enormous joke. He claims he didn't do it? Who has such great ability to sneak into his home and hide illicit money and goods everywhere? In the toilet, in the bedroom, in the corners of the walls, even under the bed, in shoes, in socks, on top of cabinets. Who could achieve such a feat without the homeowner noticing anything amiss? Unless he had supernatural abilities, but who possesses those? Moreover, their investigation was very clear. The past approvals were all handwritten by Zhang Sun himself. His handwritten approvals, surely that couldn't be someone else framing him, could it? Qin Wuxi frowned and shouted sharply, "Zhang Sun, stop beating around the bush. The facts are before your eyes, the evidence is before your eyes, and you still want to deny it? You should know that even if you don't admit it, with such evidence, you cannot escape responsibility or guilt. You'd better confess truthfully and in full detail. Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist." Zhang Sun immediately fell. Chapter 160. Turning the Tables 8. Seeing that the case couldn't proceed with the interrogation, Ding Haihua angrily went to find Quan Shengnan and vented her frustrations. That despicable man is truly shameless. He refuses to admit what he did and even turn the tables on me. It's just a desperate struggle, a last-ditch effort to find a way out, Quan Shengnan replied calmly. Ding Haihua grew increasingly anxious. What should we do then? I'm just hoping for this case to conclude with a verdict, to finally get justice for me. Quan Shengnan smiled wryly. Faced with the possibility of a severe crime, and even a death sentence, anyone would struggle desperately. They would never admit to any charges until the very last moment. Zhang Sun was no exception. Don't be too impatient. Just wait. Given how things have developed, his denials won't save him. It doesn't matter if he doesn't admit it. The evidence is solid. With ironclad proof, if he isn't convicted, the public won't accept it, and the people won't be satisfied. If the people aren't satisfied, how could those in power ignore it? They will definitely use this matter to give everyone an explanation. Ding Haihua sighed. I've waited 10 years already. A little longer won't matter. Having fulfilled her wish to see her children, and knowing they would live well, most of her worries had already been laid to rest. Now, her desire for Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen was simply because she couldn't rest in peace without seeing them face the consequences they deserved. Quan Shengnan blinked and suddenly thought of others. Are Zhang Sun's parents still alive? Did they know when Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen killed you? If she remembered correctly, it was Zhang Sun's parents who had let Ding Haihua stay at their home, promising to give her an explanation. If it weren't for them, Ding Haihua might not have been thrown off the building while sleeping if she had stayed elsewhere. Ding Haihua was taken aback, then overwhelmed with resentment. How could they not know? Right, how did I forget about them? When I was thrown off the building, they stood by and watched coldly. Afterward, they even helped cover up the traces at the scene. How do you want to take revenge on them? After all, they were accomplices, weren't they? I don't know. I used to respect the elderly, but I never imagined they could be so heartless. Ding Haihua understood that as parents, they would always prioritize their own children, but to treat someone else's child so cruelly, were they even human? Actually, I think letting them live on is the greatest revenge on them, Quan Shengnan suddenly said. With their son and daughter-in-law likely facing the death penalty, their family assets confiscated, and only a granddaughter under 10 years old left, describing their situation as a fate worse than death couldn't be more fitting. Ding Haihua wholeheartedly agreed. You're right, master. A fate worse than death, that is the greatest punishment for them. Falling from the heights of status and privilege into the depths of hell, with their living conditions plummeting, for people like them, it truly was a fate worse than death. I can make you appear briefly. Do you want to go scare them? Scare Zhang Xin too. Let them live in endless fear forever. You can vent your anger and they can get their retribution. Once their spirits break, it might even bring unexpected benefits for the Disciplinary Inspection Commission. Frightened by a ghost, Zhang Sun would surely spill the truth. Wasn't that exactly what the Disciplinary Inspection Commission wanted? Quan Shengnan mischievously suggested this idea to Ding Haihua. She truly had mischievous intentions. Besides helping Ding Haihua vent her anger, she also wanted to test her newly cultivated skill. Previously, she couldn't make ghosts appear, but after returning from Yunnan, Chapter 161, Dust Settles 1. The only drawback was that she could only make the ghosts appear for 1 minute at a time, and no more than 5 times a day. It was even more impossible for her to freely command the ghosts to act in the mortal world. Moreover, she had to be very close to the location where the ghosts appeared in order to control their appearance for those few dozen seconds. After they appeared, they could not kill, harm, or take physical objects. They could only speak. Don't underestimate the ability to only speak. It was completely sufficient for ghosts to intimidate their mortal enemies or comfort their living loved ones. Not every ghost with lingering grievances wanted revenge. Many, like Cheng Kai-shao, were more concerned about their families. Therefore, Quan Shengnan was not greedy about this. Being able to manipulate ghosts to wander the mortal world was already an unexpected delight for her. Heaven has its own laws, and ghosts walking among the living already defied these laws. She, who controlled heaven and earth and understood the realms of yin and yang, had already received immense benefits and never thought of gaining more. She wasn't greedy, truly. Possessing her current abilities was enough for her to be grateful to her ancestors. She wondered what kind of extraordinary being the ancestors of the Yuan family were, to have left behind such a powerful legacy. The legacy encompassed everything: supernatural abilities, mystical arts, talisman techniques, cultivation methods, all were complete. Only the information about its origin and founder was extremely vague. It was as if, in the unseen workings of fate, the secrets of heaven had been concealed. The eye of heaven, the pupil of earth, all ghosts and deities were within them, yet the workings of heaven's laws remained unknown. The great Tao numbers 50, but heaven only unfolds 49. It could never be perfect. Quan Shengnan carefully explained all the constraints of ghost appearances to Ding Haihua. Whether she was willing or not was up to Ding Haihua. Ding Haihua was very willing. She had long wanted to appear before her enemies. As the saying goes, if you have a clear conscience, you need not fear a ghost knocking at your door. Nowadays, no one believed in ghosts or deities. Everyone said there were no such beings between heaven and earth, so they acted recklessly. If they knew that ghosts wandered the mortal world, especially those with lingering grievances, wouldn't they be afraid? By then, they would probably all start praying to gods and worshipping Buddhas. Master, if I appear and you are nearby, will you be discovered? If you might be discovered, then I won't appear. Quan Shengnan had already helped her find her children and avenge her grievances. She was very satisfied and didn't want to cause further trouble for Quan Shengnan. Being discovered would be no small matter. Don't worry, I won't be discovered. Deep dimples appeared on Quan Shengnan's face. Have you forgotten I'm just a 6 or 7-year-old girl? Who would suspect me? With such a big uproar now, aside from the few who know, so many people are speculating, but none would guess it's me. Just looking at the handwriting, who would believe it was written by a 6 or 7-year-old girl? When you appear, I'll just be passing by the Zhang family's door with Grandpa to check on our courtyard house. She had already planned the route and the reason for going out. Ding Haihua had a blind faith in her and was overjoyed upon hearing this. Action speaks louder than intention. Quan Shengnan immediately asked her grandfather to step in, and the grandfather-granddaughter duo, along with Ding Haihua, leisurely passed by the Zhang family's house. The reason for choosing daytime was precisely to make the storm even more intense. If it were at night, only the Zhang parents would be terrified, outsiders wouldn't know. As a ghost wandering the mortal world, Ding Haihua wasn't afraid of the sun during the day. If she feared sunlight, how could she have followed Zhang Sun and Lu Aijin to so many places? After all, going out mostly happened during the day. Therefore, she could appear during Chapter 162, Dust Settles 2. The Zhang family residence was not far from the courtyard house Quan Shengnan had bought, also located in the western part of the city. A large crowd had gathered at their gate. People stood at a distance, pointing and whispering about the Zhang family. The case of Zhang Sun and Lu Aijin's corruption and murder was too shocking. Anyone who knew their address came to watch the spectacle. More than that, they wanted to see what kind of parents could raise such cruel and greedy sons. If the son is untaught, the father is at fault, an eternal truth. When Quan Shengnan and Yun Jianjun arrived, the Zhang family's main gate was tightly shut. Even so, it couldn't stop the crowd fond of excitement from gathering nearby, whispering among themselves. The voices were hushed, but Quan Shengnan heard them clearly. When do you think someone from their family will come out? I don't know, what do you think? I guess they'll come out soon, most likely today. Why do you say that? Because I've been paying attention to their house for a while now. Apart from officials going in and out, no one from the family has stepped outside. This isn't the countryside. In rural areas, farmers store lots of grain, cabbage, radishes, and such. They can survive on pickles and steamed buns. But if their family runs out of food, how can they not come out to buy some? If they don't come out to buy food, the whole family will starve. 2 old folks and a child can't go for 10 days or half a month without replenishing their supplies. Their former nanny was taken away for investigation because of this case, so she won't be bringing them food. Their family used to be very particular, always buying fresh fruits and vegetables. Now they definitely won't be so particular. When they come out to shop, they'll surely buy enough food to last a long time. Someone immediately gave a thumbs up to this well-informed, plausible-guessing middle-aged woman. What you said makes sense. Right, very plausible. Then I'll wait and see. I just want to see what kind of people taught such a scoundrel of a son. Me too, me too. I really never imagined Zhang Sun and his wife were so vicious. Back when his first wife fell from the building, I truly thought she couldn't accept the truth and jumped to her death. Who would have known it was actually Zhang Sun and his wife who, in the middle of the night, threw her out of the window while she was asleep. Hearing this, many people looked over. Old brother, were you there 10 years ago? The man looked quite proud. Yes, I was. My house is 2 courtyards away from the Zhangs. Such a big incident stirred up the whole street. Quan Shengnan tilted her head slightly and asked Ding Haihua telepathically, was that man present at the time? Ding Haihua examined him carefully for a moment and nodded. Yes, I remember him. He loves to join in on the excitement. After hearing I had jumped, many people gathered at the Zhangs, and he was among them. He was particularly bold. Seeing me lying in a pool of blood, he even wanted to check my breath, but that vile man stopped him. Actually, right after being thrown from the building, she hadn't completely died. If someone had broken through Zhang Sun's defense line back then, checked her breath, realized she was still alive, and immediately sent her to the hospital, she might have been saved. Unfortunately, they were all blocked by the Zhang family members. When the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Criminal Police Brigade were investigating, before they even came looking, this man went on his own to give a statement, recounting what he saw and heard that day. I saw him there, so I remember very clearly. Ding Haihua added another sentence. Oh? Quan Shengnan looked at the man, a glint of sharp light flashing in her eyes. Judging by his facial features, this man's life is not long. Considering he took the initiative to testify and harbors good intentions, remind him when you appear. Tell him that 10 days from now, he must absolutely not go out in the middle of the night. He will be caught in a Chapter 163, Dust Settles 3. Ding Haihua trusted her completely. Thinking that although this person loved to join in the fun, her heart was indeed good, she immediately agreed. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Consider it accumulating some merit before my reincarnation. Having followed Quan Shengnan for a long time, Ding Haihua understood the benefits of merit. But then, she hesitated again. Master, I remember. So when is the best time for me to appear? Won't it scare the onlookers? No. Quan Shengnan smiled and explained to her, I am nearby. I can manipulate the yin and yang energies between heaven and earth. I will help you manifest, limiting it so that only Zhang's parents can see you. Others will not. But if I don't appear, how can I warn that person about his destined calamity? Ding Haihua suddenly said. Quan Shengnan slapped her forehead. I forgot about that point. She thought for a moment and said, all right, when you appear, make a gesture. I will control your voice to transmit a message to him alone, letting him hear your voice without seeing you manifest. That will also count as saving his life. Ding Haihua felt reassured and was even more amazed by Quan Shengnan's abilities. So when is the best time for me to appear? She remembered the most important question, which she had already asked once. Wait a bit. Wait until they appear in the courtyard. I will make the gate open by itself, and then you can manifest in front of them. This way, the crowd outside the gate could see their various expressions and hear their pleas for mercy. Ding Haihua was not in a hurry and waited patiently. Not long after, she heard Quan Shengnan say, "They've walked into the courtyard. It seems they don't plan to go out. If they wanted to go out to buy food, they definitely wouldn't go during broad daylight, but would choose the night." Quan Shengnan's fingertip moved slightly, and everyone at the Zhang family's gate immediately noticed something strange. The Zhang family's gate moved without wind and opened without anyone touching it. It just suddenly opened. The figures of Zhang's parents and their child, Zhang Yuanyuan, in the courtyard came into their view, still quite far from the gate. From this, it was absolutely clear that the Zhang family had not opened the door. None of them had approached, and the Zhang family hadn't opened it either, so how did the door open? Zhang's father and mother both looked at the gate in terror. They hadn't opened the door, so why did the bolt fall off by itself and the big lock drop on its own? As the door opened, a gust of wind passed. The people outside saw nothing, their mouths agape and eyes wide, staring at the miraculous event happening before them. But Zhang's father and mother saw a faint, flickering shadow. Broken limbs, severed head, body covered in blood. That appearance was unmistakably the deceased Ding Haihua. As soon as Ding Haihua saw their expressions, she knew she had manifested before them. Thinking of this, she grinned at Zhang's father and mother. Red lips and white teeth, her smile full of bloodlust and ferocity. Because she remembered that the children were not at fault, Ding Haihua had told Quan Shengnan in advance to only manifest before Zhang's parents. Zhang Xun's daughter, Zhang Yuanyuan, would not see Ding Haihua. She didn't know why her grandparents were making such expressions. She frowned in pain. "Grandma, you're hurting me." Zhang's father and mother snapped back to reality, grabbed Zhang Yuanyuan, and tried to run back into the house with lightning speed. However, before they could lift their feet, Ding Haihua's face appeared before them. No matter how fast their movements were, they couldn't outpace Ding Haihua, who was unburdened by a physical body and could drift at will. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, it's been 10 years since we parted. Do you still remember me?" Chapter 164. Dust Settles 4. "I've come for you. I've come for you. I've come for you." Her mournful and shrill voice echoed incessantly in the courtyard, filling the ears of Father Zhang and Mother Zhang. The echoes were unending, reverberating without cease. Prolonged like a death-hastening tune, it made hearts tremble and spirits quake. Mother Zhang was so terrified she scrambled backward, stumbled over her feet, and fell to the ground. Zhang Yuanyuan, whom she had been holding onto, also fell. "Grandma, it hurts." Mother Zhang had long since let go of Zhang Yuanyuan's hand. She waved her arms as if shooing something away, screaming, "Don't come near me. Don't come near me. Stay away. Get away. Get away." The people outside the gate watched the unfolding scene in astonishment. Why did Mother Zhang seem as if she had encountered a ghost? Encountered a ghost? At this thought, everyone shivered simultaneously, feeling a sudden chill. Although the weather at the end of the first lunar month was still very cold, now they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The hairpin in Mother Zhang's hair fell to the ground as if someone had pulled it out. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was covered in dust. Father Zhang wore the same expression, but he was much calmer. He quickly regained his composure and scolded his wife, "Woman, what nonsense are you talking? There's no one here. Get up and go inside quickly. Don't make a spectacle of yourself." What a shrewd, decisive old man. Faced with such a situation, his first thought after the initial fear was to prevent anyone from noticing anything amiss. Ding Haihua's head suddenly detached from her body. While her body remained before Mother Zhang, her head floated before her husband's eyes, her mouth opening and closing. Mother Zhang's eyes rolled back, and she immediately fainted from fright. Long ago, Ding Haihua had gained the ability to control her limbs and head to separate from her body. Because no one could see her, she had never done it before, and she was also afraid of frightening Quan Shengnan. She had heard Quan Shengnan say that her body had been autopsied in a hospital. Hospitals are places with the heaviest yin and malevolent energy. Unknowingly, she had absorbed a great deal of this yin and malevolent energy. Combined with her dying with grievances unresolved and her towering resentment, she had transformed into a vengeful ghost. After becoming a vengeful ghost, she could control her own spirit. Even so, she still could not manifest herself, could not harm or injure people, and could not touch anything in the mortal world. As her lips opened and closed, Father Zhang heard the most terrifying words of his life. "Father-in-law, are you afraid others will know you've seen a ghost? It's useless. I've returned for you. How could I not let people know?" Father Zhang remained silent. He feared that if he opened his mouth, he would reveal the fact that he had seen a ghost. If people found out, his son would be beyond saving. With connections to higher-ups, a charge of corruption and bribery might still result in a life sentence. But with a human life involved, death would be inevitable. Quan Shengnan's expression was serene and composed, but her spiritual consciousness condensed into a talisman, which she directed at Father Zhang, who was gritting his teeth and refusing to speak. Father Zhang found himself speaking involuntarily. He had completely lost control of his mouth. Ding Haiwa, you've been dead for 10 years. Why are you still haunting us? Others may fear ghosts and gods, but I do not. Who told you not to stay quietly in the countryside and insisted on disturbing Sooner and Aijin's new life? Our Zhang family is a century-old scholarly household. How could we marry a wife from a peasant background? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having a better status. The people outside the gate crowded by the entrance, peering inside. Hearing Father Zhang's words, they were horrified. So, the parents were fully— Chapter 165, Dust Settles 5. Father Zhang was secretly anxious, and for the moment, he couldn't care less about how others viewed him. Those words had always been thoughts in his heart. He had never intended to speak them aloud, let alone utter them in front of Ding Haiwa. What was going on? He had never encountered such a supernatural event before. Fortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, Father Zhang noticed that Ding Haiwa's head and body suddenly vanished without a trace. Before he could show any sign of relief, Ding Haiwa's head and body reappeared before him. She looked exactly the same as she had when she disappeared. She chuckled, her laughter eerily sinister. So this is why you shielded your son and daughter-in-law when they killed me? How innocent the first was. If your son hadn't been willing, how could I have married him? I bore children for the Zhang family, and this is the repayment you give me? A life for a life, a debt repaid with money. I've come back to claim what's owed. I've lingered here for 10 years, refusing to leave, just waiting for this day, waiting for someone to give me justice. I'm back, I've come to claim lives. You, wait for my revenge. Wait for it. Wait for it. At this moment, Mother Zhang, influenced by Quan Shengnan's subtle manipulation of yin and yang energy directed at her, involuntarily regained consciousness. Hearing these words, she was terrified out of her wits. Yet, no matter how much she wanted to faint, she couldn't. Overwhelmed with fear, she scrambled on all fours, trying to flee toward the crowd, but she couldn't shake off Ding Haiwa, who followed closely beside her. Don't follow me, Ding Haiwa. Don't follow me. Her mind shattered, and under Quan Shengnan's control, the truth poured out uncontrollably. If you want revenge, go find Aijin. Your death has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with me. It was Aijin. Lu Aijin. She was the one who took a liking to my son. She was the one who suggested divorcing you and Sinner. Your death was all because of her. When you showed up, she didn't want to lose face and be laughed at, so she came up with the idea to kill you. Go find her. Don't come after me, don't come after my son. Ding Haihua burst into laughter. Even now, they were pushing all the blame onto Lu Aijin to protect their son. Should she praise their parental devotion? Her time to manifest had ended once again. Ding Haihua could feel the difference between being visible and invisible. When she felt herself manifest again, she immediately said, "Every grievance has its source, every debt its debtor. I know exactly who the mastermind is and who the accomplices are. Your son is the chief culprit, and I will definitely go after him. Don't worry, since you've been able to see me, how could your son not? I've lingered here for 10 years, and I'll continue watching you from now on. Watching you. Of course, she wouldn't say that she would reincarnate after this matter was settled. Keeping Father and Mother Zhang trapped in endless fear was her greatest revenge against them. On one side, their status and life would plummet. On the other, they would live in constant fear of a ghost by their side. After speaking, Ding Haihua waved her hand, and her head flew back to her neck. Without another glance at the terrified expressions of Father and Mother Zhang, she turned and walked out the door. She estimated that she had little time left in this minute. Making a subtle gesture, she heard Quan Shengnan's telepathic message and immediately said to that person, 10 years ago, you tried to check my breath but couldn't. 10 years later, you were the first to step forward and testify. I am grateful for your sliver of kindness and have a piece of advice for you. As the person stared in stunned silence, Ding Haihua, running out of time, quickly added, 10 days from now, do not go out in the middle of the night, or you will be caught in a street brawl and lose your life on the spot. Chapter 166, Dust Settles 6. Time was up. Ding Haihua drifted back to Quan Shengnan's side. The remaining 2 chances to appear would be left for Zhang Sun, who was still in custody. She knew Quan Shengnan probably had other things to attend to, and she herself also hoped to resolve this quickly. As for Lu Aijin, they would deal with her later. There were so many people at the Zhang family's doorstep who had watched this grand spectacle. She believed that today, the words of Zhang's father and mother would definitely be spread by someone. Quan Shengnan noticed that people from the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Criminal Police Brigade were among the crowd, likely there to monitor the Zhang family's movements. Once the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Criminal Police Brigade found out, they would surely question Lu Aijin. How could someone as shrewd as Lu Aijin be willing to be the scapegoat? She didn't want to bear all the blame. Upon learning that her in-laws had pinned the title of chief culprit on her, would she keep her mouth shut? When dogs bite dogs, both end up with mouths full of fur. Quan Shengnan loved nothing more than seeing them tear each other apart. As they turned to leave, Zhang's mother was still shouting, "Ding Haiwa, if you have the guts, stay here. Don't go looking for my son." Looking for her son? Wasn't her son Zhang Sun? From her words, it seemed the ghost she saw had gone to find Zhang Sun. Was it really Ding Haiwa's vengeful spirit coming for revenge, or were they just unsettled and hallucinating? Everyone was filled with curiosity, and a good number of people ran toward the Discipline Inspection Commission compound to inquire about the latest news. Especially that young, strong man who had received Ding Haiwa's transmitted voice warning him to avoid a future fatal disaster. His feet flew as he ran. Anyway, whether others believed in ghosts or not, he did. Those transmitted words were definitely not fake. Just as Ding Haihua and Quan Shengnan had anticipated, both the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Criminal Police Brigade had obtained first-hand information. Zhang Sun and his wife were still with the Discipline Inspection Commission. They had not admitted to the crimes of corruption and bribery and had not yet been transferred to the Criminal Police Brigade. Meanwhile, the team sent by the Criminal Police Brigade to Yunnan to investigate Ding Haihua's trip to Beijing 10 years ago and her failure to return in the decade since had not yet come back. When Qin Wuji rushed to the room where Zhang Sun was being held, he found Zhang Sun in a state of frenzy, his hands flailing wildly, his face twisted with ferocity and fear. "Ding Haihua, get away. Get away from me. Don't come looking for me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. You're already dead. You're a corpse, a ghost. If you're a ghost, go to hell. Don't appear before me. Others might fear you, but I don't. I wasn't afraid of you when you were alive, and I'm even less afraid now that you're dead. The dead should go where the dead belong. Tell me, why have you come looking for me?" By the end, Zhang Sun was fiercely interrogating Ding Haihua, blaming her for daring to come find him even as a ghost. Like his calm and cunning father, Zhang Sun felt fear upon seeing Ding Haihua's ghost, but he didn't want to speak and let anyone know he had seen a ghost. Ghosts and gods fear the wicked. It has been so since ancient times. He had done all sorts of things. Why would he be afraid of Ding Haihua's spirit? If Ding Haihua's ghost could harm people, as she claimed she had been following him for 10 years, how could he have remained unharmed? Zhang Sun was certain that Ding Haihua, even as a vengeful ghost, could not harm him at all. But even though he didn't want to speak in his heart, didn't want to speak with his mouth, he always lost control of his own lips. It was as if he had become a puppet, controlled by someone else. Ding Haihua nearly laughed in anger. He was the one who had caused her death. She had died with grievances unresolved. Was she not supposed to come find him? He actually had the audacity to say she shouldn't have come looking for him. "Heh, Zhang Sun, why shouldn't I come find you? I've been watching you for a full 10 years. I know everything you've done clear as day. How could I not come find you? How could I not come find you?" Chapter 167, Dust Settles 7. Zhang Sun was stunned for a moment, then his eyes filled with a ferocious, hateful glare of accusation. "Was it you who told them everything about me?" "No, impossible. You're a ghost. How could you possibly write letters?" He involuntarily uttered these words that he had only dared think to himself, but never dared speak aloud. He had never been able to figure out who it was that knew everything he had done so clearly. Listening to Ding Haihua's words, if it was her, then it all made sense. A ghost, following him day and night, of course, nothing he did could be hidden from her. But she was a ghost. How could a ghost perform human actions? Writing letters, reporting someone, these required a person to do them, not a ghost who hadn't been able to act for 10 years. Zhang Sun couldn't suppress the horror rising within him. No one could stay calm knowing they had been watched by a ghost for 10 years. Ding Haihua's figure suddenly vanished. Zhang Sun abruptly let out a sigh of relief. Just then, the scene before his eyes suddenly changed. In the interrogation room, Captain Zhou Aizheng of the Criminal Police Brigade looked stern as he took out several gleaming surgical scalpels. Zhang Sun recognized them. They were the tools used to dissect and dismember Ding Haihua back then. The surgical scalpels had always belonged to Lu Aijin. She was a very famous surgeon and had her own specialized scalpels. Gleaming and sharp, they reflected faces pale with fear. "Zhang Sun, Lu Aijin has confessed. She said you were the mastermind behind Ding Haihua's death, that you came up with the plan and personally threw her down the stairs, then sent her to the hospital for dissection." Zhang Sun clenched his teeth, determined to say nothing. But just as he resolved to remain silent, Lu Aijin's face, crazed and filled with hatred, appeared before him. She laughed maniacally, laughed viciously. "I was such a fool to think you could share hardship with me. Of course, you were so ruthless to Ding Haihua. When it comes to life and death, how could you not push me out as the scapegoat? Zhang Sun, Don't you dare think you can pin all the blame on me like your parents did after seeing Ding Haihua's ghost. I've talked. I've told them everything. If you won't let me live well, I'll make sure you die a miserable death. I don't know the source of the huge sum of money you hid, but the amount I do know is not small. Several million. How you embezzled, how you did favors for people, I told them. How you killed Ding Haihua, how you used my surgical scalpels to do it, I told them everything. The scalpels used for the dissection back then are still here. This is the evidence. Betrayed by his wife, Zhang Sun's mind buzzed, and he nearly exploded with rage. Even so, he had no intention of speaking. To confess would mean certain death. But he completely lost control of his mouth. With reddened eyes, clutching his head, he roared hoarsely, Lu Aizhen, how dare you betray me? You'll die a miserable death. A miserable death. So, what if I embezzled? Do you think you spent little? Do you think your Lu family spent little? I was just an idiot, used as a tool by your Lu family. Hinting you'd be my backer, letting me embezzle to share the benefits, yet you all came out clean. No way. I won't let your Lu family off. I won't let you off. You know my affairs, and likewise, I know yours. Qin Wuji and the staff beside him watched in astonishment as Zhang Sun talked to himself, as if he had truly seen a ghost. But shouldn't the ghost he saw be Ding Haihua? Why was he now talking to Lu Aizhen? Regardless, this was a good opportunity. Zhang Sun lived up to expectations. He felt his knees and, weeping and sniveling, crawled on his knees to Qin Wuji. I confess. Chapter 168, Dust Settles 8. Although Zhang Sun had appeared somewhat crazed earlier, before the interrogation, after a thorough examination, he was found to be clear-minded, articulate, and free from any mental issues. This meant that his statements at this time would leave absolutely no room for later retraction. After Qin Wuji and the other staff received the relevant report and found nothing amiss, they felt reassured. Exchanging glances, they took their positions and began the interrogation. The focus was primarily on the sources of the illicit money and goods and what he had done, with the murder being addressed last. Once the murder was confirmed, he would be transferred to the Criminal Police Brigade. Criminal cases had never fallen under their jurisdiction. Only after the Criminal Police Brigade made their determination would the charges from both sides be combined, leading to Zhang Sun's formal sentencing. Zhang Sun answered whatever Qin Wuji asked. He was unbelievably compliant, disclosing all the bribes the Lu family had accepted and everything he knew about Lu Aizhen's actions. In truth, Zhang Sun did not want to speak. Even though he resented Lu Aizhen for betraying him, he had no intention of confessing. Once he confessed, there would be no turning back. How could he possibly drag himself down because of Lu Aizhen's betrayal? But he was powerless to control himself. Whatever was asked, he automatically answered, utterly unable to restrain his own mouth. If this were told to others, no one would believe it. He knew it must be Ding Haihua's doing, but he had no proof and couldn't say it, because clearly no one else had seen Ding Haihua's ghost. They all thought he was hallucinating. That wasn't a hallucination, Zhang Sun screamed inwardly. He realized it now. Seeing Lu Aizhen and hearing her speak might have been hallucinations, but seeing Ding Haihua definitely was not. He was suffering in silence, truly suffering in silence. Ding Haihua wore a cold smile. Realized it now? But it was too late. She knew a master had intervened. She had only appeared before Zhang Sun for 1 minute. From a distance, the master remotely controlled the Yinsha energy within her, invading Zhang Sun's mind and body, making him involuntarily fall into hallucinations. Whether it was hallucination or reality, Zhang Sun couldn't distinguish at all. By the time he confessed in reality and figured it out, everything was irreversible. She didn't need to waste her last chance to appear on Zhang Sun. After the interrogation here was over, she would go meet Lu Aizhen. Everyone else had seen her. How could Lu Aizhen be left out? Ding Haihua understood clearly that she didn't need to appear herself. With Zhang Sun's confession, Lu Aizhen's fate was sealed. But she still went. Qin Wuji and the others also pressed their advantage. Leaving Zhang Sun, they immediately brought Lu Aizhen in for questioning. Upon seeing Ding Haihua, Lu Aizhen was nearly scared out of her wits. Added to hearing Ding Haihua say that Zhang Sun had already confessed and, like his parents, was shifting all blame onto her, her hatred surged. When she saw Qin Wuji, she immediately spilled everything, recounting all events in detail. If you won't let me live well, I'll make sure you die a miserable death. The thinking of this couple was remarkably similar. Quan Shengnan, sensing everything happening inside, walked with light steps to inspect the materials already purchased for her Sihiyuan courtyard house. Fortunately, the Sihiyuan wasn't too far from the Discipline Inspection Commission compound, well within the range from which she could control Ding Haihua's appearances. She wasn't loitering outside the Discipline Inspection Commission gates. Besides her grandfather and Ding Haihua, many people believed Zhang Sun confessed because he was frightened by Ding Haihua's ghost. No one knew it was her doing. The Zhang-sun couple were soon transferred to the criminal police brigade, and their crimes were verified. The people sent to Yunnan had returned with solid evidence. With combined penalties for multiple crimes, Zhang-sun was sentenced to death, deprived of political rights for life. Lu Aizhen's crimes were slightly lesser, but she was also sentenced to death, deprived of political rights for life, with a 3-year reprieve. Of course, their party membership. Chapter 169, Plantain Leaves as a Gift 1. The Zhang-sun case began abruptly and ended swiftly. It was as if the incident occurred overnight and was settled just as quickly. From start to finish, it took no more than 10 days. Lu Aigui did not escape legal punishment either. He was expelled from the party, stripped of his public office, and sentenced to 5 years in prison. Their families also lost their previous comfortable lives. The benefits their families had gained from Zhang-sun and Lu Aizhen were clearly listed in the report letter, so the confiscation of their property and the imposition of fines were only natural. Not only that, but they would also be evicted from the family compound allocated through Lu Aigui's work. The once prominent Lu family, though not among the first or second-tier families in the city, was still considered third-tier, first-tier in the eyes of ordinary people, and had now suddenly fallen from grace. Pulling up a radish brings mud with it. None of the other members of the Lu family escaped investigation. As for their future fates, it would depend entirely on whether they had broken the law or violated regulations. The state has always been fair. Before the law, everyone is equal. This outcome was unexpected, yet it made perfect sense. They got what they deserved. That was everyone's thought. However, thoughts are one thing, but seeing the fates of the Lu and Zhang families inevitably evoked a sense of sorrow for their downfall. Are you satisfied with how things have turned out? Quan Shengnan asked Ding Haihua, tilting her head. Having witnessed Zhang-sun and Lu Aizhen being sentenced, heard the public's sympathy for her, and learned that her grievances had been acknowledged, Ding Haihua floated back to Quan Shengnan's side with tears streaming down her face. I am very satisfied, very content. My grievances have finally been recognized. I no longer have to die without anyone knowing the truth. Master, thank you. If I hadn't met you, I truly wouldn't have known when that despicable man would have faced retribution. Sigh. They say that good and evil will eventually be repaid, but after experiencing so much, I no longer really believe in that saying. Without you, Master, I would never have lived to see the day when good is rewarded and evil is punished. Ding Haihua was filled with emotion, and she understood even more deeply how difficult it is to live as a person. She truly hoped that the Master could forever uphold justice for people and spirits, ensuring that evildoers receive their due punishment. Hearing her thoughts, Quan Shengnan smiled faintly. The world is vast, and the number of people is immense. It is impossible to ensure that every good deed is rewarded and every evil deed is punished. Good people often die young, while villains live for 1,000 years. This saying is not just empty words from the past. Since ancient times, many villains have lived in glory their entire lives, with only a few meeting their deserved end, while good people often die prematurely. The only comfort people can give themselves is that in history books, villains are condemned for eternity, while good people are remembered for generations. But during my lifetime, I will dedicate myself to this cause. Whenever I encounter injustice, I will do my utmost to ensure that evildoers do not continue their wrongdoings, and that good people do not suffer unfairly. Yes, she knew. With her strength alone, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot or an ant trying to shake a tree. No matter how much effort she put in, she could not reverse the increasingly indifferent society and hearts of people 2 or 3 decades later. But if she did not try, there would be no hope at all. It was precisely because more and more people understood this truth that they became increasingly indifferent as human beings. To be human, one should strive for goodness, not descend into evil. Ding Haihua was deeply comforted. With such a master, many evildoers would surely be brought to justice, and many good people would have their wishes fulfilled. Master, I know of a place where nearly 1 million in cash and a lot of gold and jewelry are hidden. Go and retrieve it. Consider it my token of gratitude to you and as funds for your... Chapter 170, Plantain Leaf as a Gift 2. Do you know what you're saying? You should know that I do not accept things that already have an owner. Whether in her past life or this one, Quan Shengnan had indeed profited from many underground antique treasures, but that didn't mean she coveted things that already had owners. Ding Haihua quickly said, Rest assured, Master, it's not something with an owner. Hearing this, Quan Shengnan slightly relaxed. Although she had previously used her heavenly eye to probe Ding Haihua's past, she hadn't delved into some of the details. Therefore, she didn't know the location Ding Haihua was referring to. Her divine sense could cover the entire capital, and there were even signs of it continuing to expand, but aside from matters concerning the Yuan family and her parents, she rarely used her divine sense to such an extent. There were many things, people, and items in the capital that she was unaware of unless she used her heavenly eye to observe. If she were to use her heavenly eye for everything and at all times, life would be too dull and exhausting. The wealth I'm talking about was hidden by a corrupt official 7 years ago, its ill-gotten gains. When he hid this wealth, I was drifting right beside him. Apart from him and me, no one else knows about it. I remember that 5 years ago, he was sentenced to death, which was carried out that same year. At the time, he refused to admit to embezzlement and bribery and wouldn't reveal the whereabouts of the illicit money, so the authorities never found this wealth. As time passed, they stopped searching for it. There's 800,000 in cash, and I'm not quite sure about the amount of gold and jewelry, but there's definitely a lot. That person I warned about impending disaster, because of my warning, he no longer faces a threat to his life. Master, I'm the one who accumulated merit, but you're the one who revealed heavenly secrets and bore the karma, right? Master, having followed you for so long, I've come to understand the heavy karma one must bear for defying fate and changing destiny. Take this wealth and use it to accumulate as much merit as possible to offset the karma you've incurred. That way, I can leave this world with peace of mind. Hearing her words, Quan Shengnan was deeply moved. Despite experiencing the most tragic events in the world, Ding Haihua still maintained a kind-hearted nature. How rare was that? Malevolent spirits, malevolent spirits. How many of them actually possessed hearts kinder than those of the living? I understand. I won't use this money for myself. I'll use all of it for charitable deeds. You know, my current assets are quite substantial. Of the over 7 million in my personal accounts, I plan to keep some for expenses and use the rest to help others. Ding Haihua had no doubt about Quan Shengnan's character. If she wished, she could spend all her money on herself, and no one could say she was wrong. Although compared to the tens of millions she earned from selling jadeite, the 300,000 she donated seemed insignificant. However, 300,000 was by no means a small amount for their entire village. Nowadays, if an ordinary family had 10,000 yuan in savings, they could be considered a 10,000 yuan household, which was quite impressive and affluent. It's just that 300,000 paled in comparison to 10 million. No matter how insignificant it seemed, it couldn't hide the fact that 300,000 was a huge sum of money. Besides, doing charity didn't mean throwing millions around all at once. That would be foolish, not charitable. Charitable funds should be distributed gradually to truly help those in need. Following Ding Haihua's guidance, Quan Shengnan took advantage of an evening stroll and went with Yun Jianjun to the river behind Zhang Sun's house. The huge sum of money and the gold and jewelry were actually submerged in the water, wrapped layer upon layer. Chapter 171, Banana Leaf as a Gift 3. Leave it here for now. We'll come back another day to retrieve it. The Zhang family matter still has lingering ripples, and it's easy to be discovered. Quan Shengnan memorized the hiding spot of the huge sum of money and the gold and jewelry, while also casting a talisman upon it. This talisman could conceal these valuables, preventing others from finding them, waiting for her to personally retrieve them. It was best to retrieve them under the cover of night. Doing so during the day was too conspicuous. Yun Jianjun and Ding Haihua both agreed. As the two people and one ghost walked back, they suddenly saw a burst of flames ahead at a crossroads and faintly heard someone mention Ding Haihua's name. They couldn't help but stop in their tracks, listening intently. The result left them both amused and exasperated. It turned out that with the conclusion of Zhang Sun's case, public discussion had not ceased. There were many witnesses to the events that happened at the Zhang residence and to Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen. Consequently, countless rumors and gossip followed. There were many tales circulating about this incident, spreading like wildfire throughout the entire capital. The Zhang family's main gate had opened without any wind. On the same day, Zhang Sun's parents, along with Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen, all acted crazily, talking to empty space. Clearly, they had seen things others could not. Some said Ding Haihua's vengeful spirit lingered, haunting their family for 10 years, and had now come for revenge. Others said the Zhang family had done too many evil deeds, had guilty consciences, and couldn't withstand the increasingly tense external pressure, leading to a mental breakdown, hallucinations, and delirious ramblings. Some believed, some did not. Regardless of belief, the events had already happened and passed. Only the young man who had received Ding Haihua's warning particularly believed in ghosts and spirits. He secretly remembered the date Ding Haihua had mentioned, telling himself that no matter what happened, he absolutely must not go out in the middle of the night. He hadn't told anyone about this, not even his parents, wife, or children. He knew that even if he spoke out, people might not believe him. Keeping it from his family, he specifically went to buy a large bundle of joss paper and burned it at the crossroads at dusk. Sister Ding, I remembered your warning. On the night you mentioned, I stayed home to avoid getting killed by the fighting hoodlums you warned about. Others don't believe your vengeful spirit lingered, specifically seeking revenge on the Zhang family, but I do. That year, I was only focused on watching the commotion and didn't insist on going to see your remains. Otherwise, you wouldn't have died with grievances unresolved. I'm truly ashamed, especially since when you appeared, sister, you specifically warned me about the calamity 10 days later. You don't even have a cenotaph. I have nowhere to pay my respects. I can only burn some joss paper for you at the crossroads. I'm burning it for you. If it can't reach you, then come get it yourself and spend it in the underworld. Ding Haihua's fate was the most tragic. What use was Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen receiving the death penalty? A living person like her couldn't come back. Ding Haihua heard it very clearly and sighed to Quan Shengnan. Upon seeing me appear, not a single person from the Zhang family acted like this. Instead, it's someone unrelated to me who sends me money. As that person burned the joss paper, many banknotes materialized beside Ding Haihua out of thin air. They were hell banknotes. The money that person burned for her, she had received it all. No wonder burning joss paper and gold and silver ingots for ancestors was necessary. Could they really receive them? The mortal world needed money to spend, and the underworld also had expenses. Are you leaving? As she achieved her revenge, her baleful aura grew less day by day, now almost gone. Ding Haihua nodded slightly. Master, I should go. Thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for me. No need for thanks. By helping you. Chapter 172, Plantain Leaves as a Gift for. Ding Haihua, however, smiled. There were many ways to accumulate merit. Quan Shengnan had chosen to release these souls, not solely for the merit, but more so to allow these departed spirits to rest in peace. Even without the merit, Quan Shengnan would likely have released them anyway. She understood this. Master, please perform the rite. I truly have no regrets left. All right. After spending so many days together, Quan Shengnan felt a bit reluctant to part. But no matter how reluctant she was, she had to send her off into the cycle of reincarnation. Bringing her palms together, her 10 fingers forming a lotus shape, she chanted incantations. A door invisible to the ordinary eye opened behind Ding Haihua. She bowed to Quan Shengnan, then resolutely turned and stepped across the threshold. With the disappearance of Ding Haihua and the gate to the underworld, a slightly more concentrated golden light, compared to when she had released Chiang Kai-shao, fell upon Quan Shengnan. Then, it vanished without a trace. No one could see it. Only Yun Jianjun felt that Quan Shengnan's aura seemed even more transcendent and ethereal now. While Quan Shengnan was releasing Ding Haihua, few people noticed her. An old man and a young girl weren't particularly eye-catching. After all, no one could see Ding Haihua, nor the gate to the underworld or the golden light of merit. Instead, it was the person burning paper offerings by the roadside who drew more glances. Qin Wuji, passing by on his way home from work, heard the man continuing to murmur to himself, repeating the same words over and over. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Even ghosts could show deep feeling, while some people were heartless and ungrateful. He paid no attention at all to Yun Jianjun and Quan Shengnan, heading straight home. As soon as he entered the house, Qin Wuji heard his father and mother ask, "Is the Zhang family's ghost story true or false?" Qin Wuji opened his mouth, unsure how to answer. If he said it was true, he had never actually seen any ghosts or deities. If he said it was false, many people had witnessed the events at the Zhang house, and he himself had seen the state Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen were in. Whether it was true or false, he'd let the old folks decide for themselves. Having reasoned this out, Qin Wuji honestly told his parents everything he knew. Old Mrs. Qin let out a long sigh. Often, it's the humble butcher who shows true chivalry, while the heartless are frequently the scholars. Zhang Sun seemed so well-mannered and articulate. Who would have thought he was such a man? Only poor Ding Haihua is to be pitied. Perhaps there really are people in this world who die with grievances unredressed, turning into vengeful spirits. Believing or not believing depends entirely on how one thinks. By the way, third son, I remember hearing that after Ding Haihua married Zhang Sun, she had a son and a daughter? What happened to those children? Their father didn't want them, and their mother was dead. Relying solely on their maternal grandparents, unless they encountered exceptionally kind relatives, what kind of good life could they possibly have? Well, Qin Wuji pondered for a moment before saying, the 2 children were adopted separately 9 years ago. Later, the older brother found his sister, who had been taken in as a child bride and was suffering. They are both with his adoptive parents now. I heard from Aizheng that the people sent to Yunnan did not disturb the children. The reason was very simple. Village Chief Ding said the children were doing well and asked them not to go, fearing it would cause trouble for the kids. Even so, they took a discreet look. The family of 4 is indeed very happy. Old Mr. Qin interjected, as long as they are living well, that's what matters. You all did right to listen to that village chief. I'll remind Aizheng later, Qin Wuji said, agreeing with his father that they really shouldn't disturb the children. After that, he recounted what he had seen and heard on his way home from work today. Old Mr. Qin and old Mrs. Qin were both taken aback. You're saying you saw one of the witnesses burning paper offerings for Ding Haihua at the crossroads, thanking her for warning him about a great calamity. Chapter 173, Plantain Leaves as a Gift 5. Hearing the two elders ask in unison, Qin Wuji hurriedly replied, I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. The two elders couldn't help but fall into deep thought. So, it was quite possible that the Zhang family really did see ghosts. It was just that outsiders couldn't see them and didn't believe it. After a long while, the old master waved his hand. The master did not speak of uncanny forces, disorder, and spiritual beings. Let's not mention this matter again. Whether it was true or false, it was all in the past and had nothing to do with them. However, the old madam said, I'd like to see if there really will be people fighting and brawling a few nights from now. If it's true, then those who have committed countless evils should be made aware to do fewer bad deeds, lest one day ghosts come knocking at their door. Qin Wuji was helpless. The old madam's wish was simply impossible to fulfill. More people were like Zhang Sun, believing that ghosts and gods feared the wicked. All right, I'll have someone keep an eye out tomorrow and let you know if there's any news, Mom. It was a trivial matter and easy to inquire about. Satisfying her curiosity, Madame Qin no longer pestered her son. Seeing that the tea in front of the two elders had gone cold, Qin Wuji stood up to make them a fresh pot. He picked up the tea canister and looked inside. Only some tea dust remained. So, he opened the tea cabinet to look for an unopened pack of tea leaves. Their home had quite a variety of teas, but the old master exclusively loved Shifeng Longying and insisted on brewing it in a purple clay teapot, disliking all others. After searching back and forth for a long time, Qin Wuji couldn't find the Longying tea that the old master loved. Dad, Mom, I remember there was still one canister of Longying tea. Where did it go? It's not there? It was there just a few days ago. Madame Qin walked over to look, but couldn't find it either. How strange. Both mother and son were greatly puzzled. All the tea in their home was kept in the tea cabinet. Could it have grown wings and flown away? None of the other teas were missing, only the Shifeng Longying that the old master cherished. Knowing the old master's preference, their family rarely gave away Shifeng Longying as gifts. Xiaoyu, where did that canister of Longying tea go? Madame Qin called out loudly to her daughter-in-law, Ouyangyu, who was busy in the kitchen. Hearing her mother-in-law's call, Ouyangyu wiped her hands and came out. The Qin family was different from other households. The old master, nearly 70 years old and having endured many hardships, led a very simple daily life. Apart from fixed staff members who followed them, their family never hired any nannies or cleaners. Household chores like washing clothes, cooking, and cleaning had always been managed by Madame Qin together with her daughter-in-law. Despite Madame Qin's noble background and elegant demeanor, she had also experienced hardship and was skilled at washing clothes and cooking. In fact, the old madam was even adept at needlework. Tonight's dinner had been mostly prepared earlier, and Ouyangyu had finally managed to coax her mother-in-law out of the kitchen after much persuasion. Hearing her mother-in-law repeat the question about the whereabouts of the Longying tea, Ouyangyu thought for a moment and seemed to have some recollection. That canister of Longying tea? I saw Laosi give it to Secretary Chen. He specifically instructed Secretary Chen to deliver it personally. In other words, the canister of Longying tea that her mother-in-law and husband had been searching for had long been taken by her brother-in-law and given away. Qin Wuji's expression turned odd. That canister of tea was taken by Lao Si to give to someone? He took it personally. Ouyangyu nodded, not understanding her husband's reaction. What was so strange about taking tea from home to give as a gift? The tea their family received might not be obtainable even with money outside. At this, not only Madame Qin and Qin Wuji, but even the old master's face showed surprise. Lao Si has no shortage of fine things in his hands. Chapter 174, Plantain Leaves as a Gift 6. What they were most curious about was who had such great face that Old Fourth would gift them a canister of tea leaves. Don't be fooled by how their Old Fourth usually treated people with gentle warmth and kindness. Deep down, he was quite aloof. When it came to gift-giving, aside from putting a little thought into presents for family and close friends, gifts for everyone else were all prepared by Secretary Chen. He never laid a hand on them himself. Ouyangyu smiled and said, when Old Fourth returns, Dad and Mom can just ask him and find out. I'm not too clear on it. The Qin family's eldest son, Qin Fengji, held a position in the southwest. His wife, Qin Jing, was a middle school teacher and had transferred there with him. Qin Shiji served in the military, stationed in the southeastern military region. His wife, Ji Mingxin, was a military doctor and had also gone to the southeast with him. Qin Wuji, like his eldest brother, was in politics, but he worked in the capital. Therefore, the only ones living with the two elders were Qin Wuji and his wife, Ouyangyu. As for Hu Xuedong, he resided long-term in Hong Kong to accompany his elderly uncle and aunt, so he couldn't often stay with the two elders. His recent stay in the capital was because the old madam's birthday was approaching. When Ouyang Yu got married, Hua Xuedong was only 3 years old. Although he lived mostly in Hong Kong, she had watched him grow up. Their relationship was less like that of sister-in-law and brother-in-law, and more akin to that of mother and son. Hua Xuedong respected all his sisters-in-law greatly, especially the eldest, Qin Jing. That's fine. I also have something to ask Old Fourth. Qin Wuji suddenly remembered the matter his eldest brother and younger brother had entrusted to him. They had entrusted it to him with great seriousness. They must know who the whistleblower was. Upon hearing this, the two elders were secretly astonished by the whistleblower's capabilities. Presumably, everyone was very curious. Just who was it? Who had such great ability to investigate the affairs of Zhang Sun and his wife and Lu Aigua's family down to the smallest detail? What level of influence would it take to accomplish that? Yet, it was anonymous. No one could uncover the whistleblower's identity. Who would have thought that their own eldest and fourth sons actually knew? It really was worth asking who it was. Hua Xuedong was completely unaware of his family's thoughts, quietly handling official business at the branch company. After finishing a stretch of work, Hua Xuedong looked up and asked Secretary Chen, I remember that the second day of the second lunar month is also Little Nan's birthday? Little Nan naturally referred to Quan Shengnan. Hua Xuedong liked to have everything under his control. After the department store incident, he had sent people to discreetly inquire about Quan Shengnan's address and identity, down to the smallest detail. The Yun family hadn't hidden the backgrounds of the two children from the outside world, so he easily obtained what he wanted. Like Quan Aonan, Quan Shengnan was also a child adopted by the Yun family. Secretary Chen smiled and said, Yes, sir. It's the same day as the old madams, both are auspicious days. The second day of the second lunar month, the dragon raises its head. In many people's eyes, it truly was a very good birthday. Hua Xuedong said calmly, she was adopted. That birthday might not actually be her birthday. You're right, sir. Many orphans, after being adopted, use their adoption date as their birthday. Hua Xuedong rotated the Buddhist prayer beads on his wrist. Have the clothes I asked to be sent from Hong Kong arrived yet? They have. They just arrived this afternoon. All clothes personally designed and hand-sewn by designer Xue. Designer Xue Qing's name sounded somewhat feminine, but he was actually a young man in his 20s. He was one of Hong Kong's most renowned top designers, enjoying fame internationally. He greatly admired Hua Xuedong. If Hua Xuedong called him, he would drop everything to fulfill Hua Xuedong's requests. Hua Xuedong had contacted him when returning from Yunnan. Go to the Yun family and deliver the clothes to little Nan. Say they are a birthday gift from me. The second day of the second month is my mother's birthday celebration, so I won't be visiting the Yun family. Chapter 175, Plantain Leaf as a Gift 7. Saying this in the Yun family sounded as if he was waiting for Quan Shengnan to offer birthday congratulations to his mother. Offering birthday congratulations inevitably required preparing a birthday gift. The Yun family was not short of money, but there was no need for such extravagance either. Quan Shengnan was all-knowing. There was no hiding his mother's birthday from her, but not saying anything was still better than saying it. Yes, sir. So those clothes were for Quan Shengnan. Indeed, Quan Shengnan was beautiful and adorable, with a sweet and clever personality. Anyone who saw her would like her. Every time Secretary Chen saw Quan Shengnan, he would think of his own daughter far away in Hong Kong, and the smile on his face would inevitably widen. This time was no exception. Quan Shengnan opened her large, round eyes, bright as water, her whole person like a jade-carved little doll. It's just the birthday of a child like me. How could I trouble Mr. Hua to spend so much? Secretary Chen smiled. The designer is one of our own, so it's not an extravagance. Little girl, this is our sir's heartfelt intention. You're right. Then please thank Mr. Hua for me. As it was already late, Secretary Chen did not stay long. After delivering the gift to Quan Shengnan, he took his leave. Secretary Chen, wait a moment. Quan Shengnan lightly and quickly ran to her bedroom, emerging with a rosewood box in her hand. Standing on tiptoe, she placed the rosewood box in Secretary Chen's hand, deep dimples appearing on her cheeks. The second day of the second lunar month is also the old madam's birthday. A small token of my regard. Please pass it on to Mr. Hua, Secretary Chen. As expected, nothing could be hidden from this all-knowing little fortune-teller. Secretary Chen said as much when he handed it to Hua Xuedong. Hua Xuedong was helpless. He hadn't wanted Quan Shengnan to spend money, yet she had still sent a gift. Such poised and dignified grace, how could it be cultivated by an ordinary person? I wonder what the little girl sent. I mentioned my mother likes jadeite. She wouldn't have sent jadeite, would she? He gently opened the box. Upon opening, the contents completely surprised both Hua Xuedong and Secretary Chen. It was not jadeite. What the box contained was not jadeite, but an inkstone. This inkstone was exceptionally beautiful, like a plantain leaf unfurling before one's eyes, its color pure white with a tender, rippling green. The fiery red halos around it resembled the finest rouge, dewy and about to drip. "Sir, is this an inkstone?" "So beautiful," Secretary Chen exclaimed. Hua Xuedong's gaze deepened. If he was not mistaken, what Quan Shengnan had sent was a Duan inkstone, named Plantain Leaf White. Among the 4 famous inkstones, Duan inkstone ranked first. And Plantain Leaf White was the finest among Duan inkstones. This Plantain Leaf White inkstone was clearly an antique with some years to it. Hua Xuedong knew that over the years, the Yun family grandparents and grandchild had collected many varied antiques, either through purchase or as gifts. He just didn't understand the meaning behind Quan Shengnan sending this inkstone. She knew full well that his mother loved jadeite, and she herself had plenty of jadeite. Why hadn't she sent that instead? Unable to figure it out, Hua Xuedong went straight home and handed the rosewood box to his mother. "Dad, Mom, third brother, third sister-in-law, why aren't you all asleep yet?" Hua Xuedong glanced at his watch. It was already 9 o'clock. They would usually have retired by this time, but today they were all in the living room. "We have something to ask you," they said in unison. "What matter is worth everyone being here?" "The tea, who did you give that canister of longing tea to?" The old madam spoke first, not yet looking at the contents of the rosewood box. Had their youngest son found an elegant and gentle partner? An interest in tea clearly indicated a refined taste. Hua Xuedong said, "What are you all thinking? Is it so?" Chapter 176, Plantain Leaf as a Gift Date. It's not strange that you give tea leaves as a gift. What's strange is that you personally handled it and asked Secretary Chen to deliver it. The old lady's tone was already quite deep, and this time she emphasized it even more. "Quick, tell me, is she a pretty lovely girl?" Not missing the teasing looks from his elderly mother, father, brother, and sister-in-law, Hua Xuedong felt utterly helpless. She is a girl, a lovely, pretty girl. However, she is only 6 years old. Upon hearing the first few sentences, everyone was extremely excited. Finally, the 4th son was catching on. But then the words 6 years old slowly came out of his mouth, and they felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. 6 years old? What kind of romantic affair could possibly happen at that age? How can she only be 6? Not 16? 4th son. Maybe remembered her age wrong. The old lady muttered, unwilling to give up the last shred of hope she held. Hua Xuedong couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, I'm still young, and my mind works perfectly fine." So, there was no way he would misremember the child's age. He had just sent the birthday gift today. Even if he wanted to deceive himself, this wasn't the way to do it. Not wanting his family to continue questioning him, Hua Xuedong quickly said, "Mom, this little friend of mine shares the same birthday as you. I gave her a gift, and she also sent a gift for you in return. It's the box in your hands. See if you like it or not." A 6-year-old girl already knows how to return a gift? Wasn't it her family who helped? The old lady still couldn't believe that the girl Hua Xuedong mentioned was only 6 years old, so she immediately opened the box. The plantain leaf unfurled, filling the eyes with freshness. "This is..." The old lady suddenly became so emotional that she couldn't speak. "Mom, this is a top-grade plantain leaf white Duaning stone." "I know it's a plantain leaf white." The old lady interrupted her youngest son, her face full of excitement. "But do you know, 4th son, this is one of the old heirlooms passed down from the Hua family." "What? Passed down from the Hua family?" Hua Xuedong suddenly remembered that Quan Shengnan had sent an inkstone even though she knew his mother loved jade. Could it be that she knew the inkstone belonged to the Hua family? The old lady caressed the inkstone, taking a while to calm her emotions. "This inkstone was your maternal grandfather's most treasured possession. He usually wouldn't allow your uncle or me to touch it. Later, your grandfather gave it to me as part of my dowry, and I have always cherished it like a treasure. Unfortunately, it was lost during that turmoil. That catastrophe, you all know about it and have experienced it. Both the Qin and Hua families were once prominent families, and both were among those targeted. Fortunately, your father had served in the military for many years and held some status, so he managed to protect our family with great difficulty. But the Hua family was different. Your grandfather, uncle, and aunt were all in Hong Kong, and I grew up abroad when I was young, so my background was considered very problematic. The authorities once ordered your father to draw a clear line with me. The way to draw a clear line was to divorce. Your father refused. Because of this, he, a general, was sent down to the countryside. Xuedong definitely doesn't know about this. He wasn't born yet at that time. Wuji, you remember, don't you?" Wuji nodded. "I remember, how could I forget? Our home was turned upside down, many things were smashed or destroyed, and some were taken away. It was a complete mess, inside and out, truly a complete mess. The entire set of rosewood furniture that Mom brought as her dowry when she married was chopped up for firewood back then. I remember Mom was just pregnant with the 4th child at that time. My brothers and I were sent down to different places, none of us were by our parents' side. Our family lived in..." Chapter 177, Meeting the Parents for the First Time 1. Not only did Qin Wuji feel apprehensive, Ouyang also remembered that when she married him, many of her maternal relatives had opposed it. At that time, the Qin family's circumstances were indeed difficult. After marrying Qin Wuji, she lived through quite a period of fear and anxiety. Fortunately, thanks to the family of Chenhong, the sister-in-law of her elder brother's wife, who was also her old classmate Lin Xiaofeng's family, secretly helping them several times, the family managed to pull through. Hua Xuedong, who had just been born not long ago, also received their help and was sent early to the care of his uncle and aunt in Hong Kong. He only returned after the turmoil had ended. Had he stayed behind, it would have been difficult for him to live a stable and happy life during that upheaval. Old Mrs. Qin sighed and said, back then, countless relationships between teachers and students, husbands and wives, fathers and sons, mothers and daughters, turned into enmity. I was fortunate that your father never abandoned me. However, none of the dowry items I brought with me survived unscathed. This inkstone is one of them. I thought those things would never be found again. Who would have thought that in my lifetime I would see this inkstone once more? Old Fourth, your friend is truly very thoughtful. Mom, how do you know this is the heirloom inkstone from grandfather's family? There are many identical things in the world. Qin Wuji was very curious and couldn't help but ask. Old Mrs. Qin shot him a glance, turned the inkstone over, and showed it to everyone. On the back of the inkstone was carved, "May heaven protect and settle you, with nothing that does not flourish, like mountains and mounds, like ridges and hills, like rivers in full flow, arriving with nothing that does not increase. Like the constancy of the sun and moon, like the rising of the sun, like the longevity of the southern mountains, neither diminishing nor collapsing. Like the lushness of pine and cypress, there is nothing you do not uphold." Mid-Autumn Festival of the second year of Tianxi, inscribed by the recluse of Changshan, respectfully congratulating Elder Huafu on the joy of his rice longevity. Each character was vigorous, every stroke firm and strong. The entire inscription was in seal script, with 9 instances of the character, like, each with a distinct stroke structure and composition, revealing the profound skill of the calligrapher. After reading it once, Qin Wuji suddenly understood. Mom, is this an inkstone from the Song dynasty? It seems like it was personally inscribed by someone called the Recluse of Changshan as a birthday gift for the Hua family ancestor named Huafu. Exactly, it is indeed an inkstone from the northern Song dynasty. The Recluse of Changshan was a very famous folk calligrapher of that time. He was born in the hometown of Duan inkstones and was especially skilled in carving them. He was on very good terms with this Hua family ancestor and specially gifted this inkstone as a birthday present. Rice longevity refers to 88 years old. Not only back then, but even now, that is considered a ripe old age. At that time, even the reigning emperor specially bestowed gifts. The term refers to the emperor. Mentioning the Hua family's history from 1,000 years ago, a trace of shared pride appeared on old Mrs. Qin's face. So this inkstone was once used as a birthday gift. Old Fourth, your friend is indeed very thoughtful. Was it really her? Or was it prepared by her family? After hearing the origin of the inkstone, old Mr. Qin asked Hua Xuedong in his rough voice. Like the others, he found it hard to believe that a 6-year-old girl had given it. Little Nan and really is a 6-year-old girl. She is very clever, and in her family, she is the one in charge. Therefore, the gift was from her, definitely not prepared by Yun Jianjun. A faint smile appeared on Hua Xuedong's face, making those who saw it feel as if bathed in a spring breeze. Old Fourth, since your friend has given me such a precious gift on my birthday, invite her over as a guest. Old Mrs. Qin made the decision. After all, they couldn't accept someone's gift without inviting them over. The Qin family didn't plan to hold a big celebration, nor would they accept gifts. The eldest and second sons wouldn't be returning, so they would only Chapter 178, Meeting the Parents too. Mom, I've already said, that day was her birthday. She might not be willing to come. Hua Xuedong understood very well that although Quan Shengnan was young, her mind and abilities were not small. Forcing things was not in his nature. I don't care, I'm leaving it to you to invite her. The old lady winked at her husband, completely ignoring her youngest son. Qin Wuji and Ouyang pursed their lips beside them, trying hard to suppress the laughter in their throats. By the way, fourth brother, I have a very important matter to ask you. To avoid a mother-son argument, Qin Wuji quickly spoke up. He hadn't forgotten his original intention of wanting to ask his younger brother. It was about that highly capable informant. Third brother, you don't need to ask me. Since it was an anonymous report, you all should stop inquiring. Hua Xuedong saw through Qin Wuji's thoughts at a glance and stated it plainly. He had already told Qin Fengji that this matter was only for the two of them to know and should not be told to a third person. Old Master Qin lowered his voice. Fourth, really can't say? We're family, what's there to fear? Not only was third brother curious, he was also very curious. Hua Xuedong shook his head, his expression still gentle, yet very firm. The Qin residents had guards stationed inside and out. When talking about this matter, they all unconsciously lowered their voices. Fourth brother, tell me alone. I won't tell anyone else. Qin Wuji still refused to give up. Hua Xuedong paid him no mind. He bid his parents, brother, and sister-in-law good night and returned to his room to rest, leaving Qin Wuji standing in the living room, glaring helplessly. Staring at Hua Xuedong's retreating back, Qin Wuji complained, Dad, Mom, look at your youngest son, showing so little respect for his elder brother. Old Mrs. Qin ignored him and suddenly remembered something. Old man, I just remembered something. Old Master Qin asked curiously, what matter is worth you being so serious about? That little girl Fourth mentioned. Do you remember what happened at the department store around the beginning of the 12th lunar month? Nothing else. It was that little fortune teller who said Yuan Jihong and Yuan Wei were mother and daughter, and also said Fourth would face a calamity within a year. You couldn't have forgotten, right? She gave Fourth a string of Buddhist prayer beads, said they were for protection. Those beads were made of Chinon incense wood, the carving and engraving were extremely exquisite. Old Lin saw them, and was so enamored he offered a high price hoping Fourth would sell them to him. Fourth refused, and he almost snatched them right off Fourth. I remember afterwards, the He family matriarch from Tianxia Group came looking for her and actually got her wish fulfilled in the end, calling her a divine calculator. Someone in our compound inquired. Her name is Quan Shengnan, and her nickname seems to be Nan Nan. A while ago, she and her grandfather went traveling in Yunnan, leaving many people who sought her fortune-telling for their futures disappointed. When Fourth returned from Yunnan, he traveled back with a grandfather and granddaughter pair, right? That piece of imperial green jadeite he said he'd give me after it was carved was bought from them. Hearing this, not only old Master Qin, but also Qin Wuji and Ouyang remembered. Their information had always been well informed. The little fortune-teller Quan Shengnan, they had long heard of her reputation. Yan Xuelian was no ordinary person. Since entering the mainland, her every move had attracted considerable attention. Her seeking out Quan Shengnan to divine her daughter's whereabouts, and after finding her daughter, visiting again to express profound gratitude, none of this escaped the eyes of outsiders, who secretly investigated Quan Shengnan. When she said Quan Shengnan was a divine calculator, 9 out of 10 people believed it. Especially since Ouyang personally conducted blood tests for Yuan Wei and Lin Xiaoxue, Yuan Wei's parentage was practically brought to light. If it was her, then it made sense. When they first met, Quan Shengnan gave Hua Xuedong a string of protective Chinon incense prayer beads, so it wasn't strange that Hua Xuedong. Chapter 179, First Meeting with Parents 3. Old Mrs. Qin said, hearing you say that makes me even more eager to meet this little girl. The little girl, in Fourth Brother's mouth might not necessarily be the little fortune-teller we're talking about. Don't jump to conclusions. Old Mr. Qin had to speak up to dispel his wife's fantasy. He couldn't understand his wife's excitement. Her eyes were practically sparkling. Old Mrs. Qin shot him a glance, her charm from her youth undiminished despite being past 60. What do you know? If she really is a fortune-teller, I have many things I want to ask her. Their family owed the Lin family so many favors and kindnesses. Helping Lin Xiaoxue with a consultation was her duty. That's right, the Lin family she mentioned was the family of Chen Jing's brother-in-law, the eldest daughter-in-law, and also Ouyang Yu's old classmate. Chen Jing's brother-in-law and Ouyang Yu's old classmate were the same person Lin Xiaoxue's brother, Lin Xiaofeng. Early the next morning, Hua Xuedong listened to his mother's words and sighed slightly. He visited the Yun family and explained his purpose. Yun Jianjun and Yun Chunshi frowned slightly, unsure whether to agree or not. The Qin family was a top-tier household in the capital, and the Hua family was among the top 3 wealthy merchants in Hong Kong. The benefits of associating with them were obvious. In that case, agreeing would naturally be better. However, Yun Chunshi had lived there for several years before, and she didn't want to be discovered. In that case, it would naturally be more prudent not to agree. If you 2 elders are worried about Nanan, you can accompany her. Our humble home will be prepared and honored to receive you. Hua Xuedong, unaware of the elders' thoughts, assumed they were concerned about Quan Shengnan attending the banquet. Yun Chunshi hurriedly waved her hands in alarm. I won't go, I definitely won't go. I'm just an old woman from the countryside. I might embarrass everyone. Hua Xuedong was inwardly surprised, not understanding the source of her fear. Although she was indeed an old woman from the countryside, her conduct and behavior were neat and efficient, not appearing crude at all. Yun Jianjun comforted her a few words, then looked at Quan Shengnan and asked for her decision. Nan, are you willing to go? Quan Shengnan's heart was not at peace. She knew very well that at old Mrs. Qin's birthday banquet, the Lin family and Lin Xiaoxue would definitely be present. Was she ready to meet her biological parents? Her biological father, her biological mother. In her past life, they had searched for her their entire lives. Before her younger brother was born, She dared not acknowledge them. But, not acknowledging them yet meeting them, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to hold back, afraid she would tell them that she was their daughter. Seeing the confusion in Quan Shengnan's eyes, Yun Jianjun felt a pang of heartache and said gently, Nan Nan, go. It will be good for you. Meet your parents, ease the pain of longing. Even if you can't acknowledge them, seeing them is better than not seeing them at all. After saying this, he said to Hua Xuedong, Mr. Hua, her grandmother, and I won't go. Could you come pick up Nan Nan tomorrow? Without someone to lead the way, it was impossible to enter the compound with the red walls. He had only been there twice in his life, but his old superior and former comrades in arms were there. He didn't want to set foot there again. Not because he felt ashamed or afraid to see his old superior and comrades, but because he feared complications and the exposure of Yun Qinshi's identity. He didn't know if those investigating Quan Shengnan had discovered his identity. But the fact that no one had come to disturb them suggested they probably hadn't. As for Yun Qinshi and Quan Shuang, he had covered his tracks perfectly back then, and over 20 years had passed. The mother and daughter's appearances had changed greatly. Even if they investigated in detail, they might not be able to find out. Hua Xuedong nodded and said, rest assured, Elder Yun. I will personally... Chapter 180, Meeting the Parents for the First Time 4. Today was the first day of the second lunar month, and tomorrow would be the second. At the same time, the solar calendar date was March 1st. In her anxiety, Quan Shengnan suddenly felt as if each day lasted a year. Grandpa, Grandma, do you think Dad and Mom will like me when they see me? She had just finished selecting the clothes and accessories she would wear tomorrow and place them by the head of the king. Suddenly, she asked this. They will, Yun Jianjun and Yun Qinshe replied, trying to soothe her. Even though they don't know I'm their daughter, will they still like me? At this moment, she seemed exactly like a little child, showing no trace of her previous life where she had lived to the age of 36. They will, Yun Jianjun and Yun Qinshe responded again. Yun Qinshe held her close, her voice extremely gentle. Who wouldn't like a little girl as adorable and pretty as Nan Nan? Even Mrs. Chang and her sister liked Nan and the first time they saw her. How could Nan Nan's own parents not like her? Even if they don't know Nan Nan is their daughter, they will still like her. Of course, that kind of liking is different from loving a daughter. Nan Nan, let's not expect them to love you like a daughter right away, alright. Yun Jianjun said, Nan Nan, what are you afraid of? Keep a normal heart. A normal heart. You've always been calm and composed. You'll do just as well tomorrow. Since you've long since made up your mind, then move forward with determination. No regrets, no looking back. If you regret it, there's still time now. They've just found out that Yuan Wei is not their daughter, and they're looking for you. I don't regret it. Quan Shengnan blurted out. She did want to reunite with her parents, to be together as a family and to dutifully care for them. However, whenever she thought of her adorable, mischievous younger brother, she could only suppress this longing. How could she deprive her brother of his chance to be born just for her own sake? That was a life, a living person. Her expression gradually shifted from anxiety to calmness, then to firm resolve. Having made her decision, she would no longer dwell on this issue. She was Quan Shengnan, the all-capable Quan Shengnan from her past life. She could calmly face her parents and relatives who would not recognize her, waiting for the day they would know the truth. Using the pain of separation for a few years to exchange for her enemy's imprisonment and her brother's birth was worth it. Yet, she still hoped to gain her biological parents' affection during their first meeting. Therefore, early the next morning, she dressed with great care. The clothes were a gift from Hua Shetong. Since she was going to the Qin family, wearing clothes from Hua Shetong was a matter of courtesy. Xueqing truly lived up to her reputation as a top international designer. Considering mainland preferences, this outfit had a touch of classical style. Not wanting to outshine her hosts, she forewent most of her red clothes and chose a slightly lighter rose red, stand collar, diagonal frontline jacket. The fabric was brocade with a raised pattern of green calyx plum blossoms and branches, very three-dimensional, fastened with plum blossom buttons. The sleeves were half-length, and the hem reached her knees, somewhat resembling lotus leaf edges. The collar, front opening, cuffs, and hem edges were all trimmed with soft white fur, genuine fox fur. Underneath, she wore a black cashmere sweater and matching cashmere leggings similar to fitness pants. On her feet were rose-red lambskin boots, fur-lined throughout, with a band of white wool around the boot tops. The clothes were a matching set gifted by Hua Shetong. The lambskin boots, however, were not. They were brought back from abroad by Yen Xuelian, made by an Australian. In Quan Shengnan's words, they were what later... Chapter 181, First Meeting with the Parents 5. Yun Qinshe styled her hair into 2 buns, finally wrapping red hair ribbons into the shape of plum blossoms, without any floral ornaments. She didn't like children wearing many expensive accessories. A few simple pieces were fine. Quan Shengnan didn't like it either, as wearing too much jewelry to the Qin family banquet would seem ostentatious and nouveau riche. Therefore, apart from the silver bracelets, anklets, and necklace she wore as a child, she never wore more than 3 pieces of jewelry. Today, she wore the white jade gold cicada Su Ran had given her under her jacket. To complement the patterns on her clothes, she wore a white jade plum blossom bracelet strung on a red cord on her left wrist. The plum blossoms were tiny, with 18 on the string. However, Quan Shengnan's wrist was slender, so she wore it doubled over, with 9 blossoms on each layer. The red cord and white plum blossoms looked exceptionally beautiful. Like the white jade gold cicada, the white jade plum blossoms were also made of mutton vat jade, and of the finest quality. However, the bracelet was something she had picked up from a second-hand market. It was carved from old jade, with the jade skin left intact to form the stamens, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Unfortunately, out of the 18 white jade plum blossoms, she only had 17. The 18th plum blossom was carved by her from jadeite. A touch of emerald green adorned it, making it even more beautiful. When Secretary Chen accompanied Hua Xiuedong to pick her up, a flicker of admiration flashed in his eyes. Seeing Quan Shengnan carrying something in her hand, Secretary Chen quickly took it over. "Miss Quan, let me." The items weren't heavy, but he understood they must be gifts prepared by Quan Shengnan. "You've already given my mother a precious gift. There's no need to go to such expense again," Hua Xiuedong said, his brows slightly furrowed, yet his expression remained as gentle and graceful as ever. "It's only proper for a first visit. Besides, it's nothing too valuable," Quan Shengnan replied with a radiant smile. Secretary Chen suddenly noticed that her smile bore a striking resemblance to his boss's demeanor. The curve of her eyes and the corners of her mouth were almost identical to Hua Xiuedong's. Quan Shengnan was completely unaware of his thoughts. Upon arriving at the compound, they had to pass through multiple layers of inspection before being allowed inside. Even the gift box she brought was opened and carefully examined. Given the importance of this place, such measures were only natural. Quan Shengnan had visited here many times in her previous life and was already accustomed to it. Hua Xiuedong noticed that after entering, she kept her eyes fixed ahead, neither looking around nor showing any curiosity on her calm face. It was very unlike a child. How significant was this place? Those who entered from the outside were always filled with apprehension. If even adults felt this way, how much more so a 6- or 7-year-old child? Yet she showed no such unease. How could Hua Xiuedong not be surprised? But beyond the surprise, it also felt perfectly natural. It seemed fitting, as if it suited her perfectly. It also seemed as though she naturally belonged here, rather than being an outsider visiting for the first time. When they were still some distance from home, a few scattered snowflakes suddenly drifted down from the sky, like grains of salt. It was snowing, but they hadn't brought an umbrella. It was already spring, and no one had expected it to snow. Hua Xiuedong reached out and took Quan Shengnan's hand, hurrying toward home. By the time the salt-like grains turned into snowflakes, falling more and more densely, they were already breaking into a jog. When Ouyang came out with an umbrella to greet them, she felt as though she were witnessing the most beautiful scene in the world. A tall, elegant young man and a fair-skinned, smiling young girl, one big, one small, perfectly harmonious. Not only were they incredibly harmonious, but they also seemed naturally meant to be together. Third sister-in-law, Hua Xiuedong stopped, neither flushed nor out of breath. Ouyang handed an umbrella to him and gave the remaining one to Secretary Chen. Then, she turned to Quan Shengnan. Chapter 182, Meeting the Parents 6. When facing Quan Shengnan, she slightly bent over and looked directly into Quan Shengnan's eyes. Her expression was kind, and she did not neglect Quan Shengnan because of her young age. "Hello, I am Quan Shengnan." Quan Shengnan greeted politely with a bow. Her attire had a somewhat retro feel, and her bow carried an ancient elegance, which was pleasing to the eye. Quan Shengnan, of course, knew Ouyang's identity, but she still glanced up at Hua Xiuedong, waiting for him to introduce her. "This is my third sister-in-law. Her surname is Ouyang and her given name is Yu. You can call her third sister-in-law." Third sister-in-law? Quan Shengnan was a bit surprised. Well, she was indeed on equal footing with Hua Xiuedong, but Ouyang was nearly 40 years old. She wasn't much younger than her own mother, Quan Mama. A little girl calling a middle-aged beauty third sister-in-law sounded quite amusing no matter how you heard it. Didn't you see Secretary Chen behind them, trying hard not to laugh out loud? Ouyang, however, beamed with joy. "Yes, you should call me third sister-in-law. I hate being called auntie the most." "Wait, wouldn't calling me Sister Ouyang make me seem even younger? Such a pretty and adorable little girl calling me sister would instantly make me feel young and beautiful. Little girl, be good and call me sister." When Hua Xiuedong introduced her and asked her to call herself third sister-in-law, Ouyang understood how much Hua Xiuedong valued the little girl before her. It was no ordinary regard. When he introduced others, he had never asked them to call her third sister-in-law. Quan Shengnan readily complied. Hello, Sister Ouyang. After all, she never considered herself a child. In terms of mental age, she was almost the same as Ouyang Yu. Ouyang Yu led her inside, cheerfully introducing her to her parents-in-law and husband. Only a few of them were at home, with no outsiders around. As it wasn't the old lady's major birthday, Qin Fingji and Qin Shiji were away from the capital. Their wives and children were with them, and like her two sons studying abroad, they hadn't returned to Beijing, only sending gifts. It was still early, and relatives and friends hadn't arrived yet. When Madame Qin first saw Quan Shengnan, she felt an immediate and profound sense of closeness. Quan Shengnan had absorbed innate energy during her fetal stage and later devoted herself to cultivation. She was naturally surrounded by spiritual energy, which made people feel comfortable and particularly inclined to like her. This is commonly known as an aura. Those who cultivate merit can, at the highest level, even develop an aura similar to the one behind Buddha's head. This aura doesn't manifest visibly but appears only on the soul. Having such an aura brings many benefits, the greatest being the ability to make others feel favorably disposed toward you. Regardless of whether they like you or not, upon first meeting, they will feel you are a very good person. So this is the little girl Lao Si mentioned. She is indeed very adorable. We share the same birthday, you and I, and we even have a spiritual connection. Madame Qin had a lively personality and hadn't become reserved or taciturn with the passage of time. Today, she wore a black cashmere sweater with a bright red stand collar, front-opening jacket over it. Against her graying hair and rosy complexion, she appeared full of vitality and extraordinary elegance, without any of the weariness of old age. The jacket's fabric was also made of Yunjin Keisai, with plum blossom knot buttons. The difference was that the pattern featured 5 bats holding the character for longevity. Quan Shengnan looked at it and thought it was likely designed by Xueqing, just like her own outfit. Quan Shengnan politely greeted everyone and finally looked at Hua Xuedong, her eyes questioning. Facing such elderly people, she couldn't very well call them uncle and auntie, could she? Chapter 183, First Meeting with the Parents 7. Hua Xuedong remained calm and composed. Nan, call them uncle and auntie. I'm sure my mother will be very pleased. Being addressed in a way that makes one seem younger, isn't that a good thing? Once women reach a certain age, they long for everyone to address them with youthful terms. Well, since her son had said so, if she continued to hesitate, it wouldn't be like her. Uncle Qin, Auntie Qin, I'm Quan Shengnan. It's truly a disturbance to visit on the day of Auntie's birthday. This humble gift is but a small token of my respect. Quan Shengnan presented the gift box with both hands. Little Nan, why are you being so polite? The day before yesterday, you gave me such a precious inkstone. Its value is secondary. Its significance is what matters most. We invited you here to express our gratitude, but who needed go to such expense again? We're truly sorry. As Madame Qin spoke, her eyes held a smile. Everyone likes well-mannered children. Even if this gift had been prepared by Quan Shengnan's family, seeing it would have brought joy to her heart. Inside the gift box was an ordinary set of blue and white porcelain teaware from Jingdezhen, commonly found on the market and priced at only 20 or 30 yuan. 1 pot and 6 cups adorned with a pattern of pines and cranes symbolizing longevity. The gift itself was not expensive, but its sentiment was profound. What was most precious was its beautiful symbolism. Both Elder Qin and Madame Qin felt deeply comforted and immediately asked someone to put it away. Today was Madame Qin's birthday, so Elder Qin had invited a few orderlies and 2 chefs to help. After all, they couldn't let the birthday star cook for the guests. Ouyang Yu brewed tea and brought over 4 plates of exquisite, delicate pastries. Madame Qin pulled Quan Shengnan to sit beside her and said warmly, Little Nan, make yourself at home and don't stand on ceremony. I heard from Lao Si that you like Longding tea, so your uncle went to an old friend's place yesterday and brought back 2 cans. We live in a new era now and can't follow the old rule of serving tea to see guests off. Come, try this tea and see how you like it. If you enjoy it, we'll pack a can for you to take home. Quan Shengnan thanked her brightly, picked up the teacup, first smelled the aroma, and then took a sip. Her every movement carried the essence of tea appreciation. Madame Qin was even more satisfied and fond of her, imagining that her family must be extraordinary to have raised such a child. When they investigated Quan Shengnan, they hadn't delved into the privacy of her elders, focusing only on her own background. Born on the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, abandoned on the streets and adopted by the Yun family. The 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, Madame Qin couldn't help but think of Lin Xiaoxue. Her daughter was also born on the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month. She wondered if there was any connection between the two. Looking closely at Quan Shengnan's appearance, her face like fine jade, her eyes like clear springs, she bore no resemblance to Lin Xiaoxue whatsoever. In contrast, that Yuan Wei looked so much like Yuan Jihong, one could tell at a glance they were mother and daughter. In everyone's minds, it was almost certain that Yuan Wei was Yuan Jihong's biological daughter. Perhaps Quan Shengnan had no connection to Lin Xiaoxue. Madame Qin pondered uncertainly. If Quan Shengnan knew what Madame Qin was thinking, she would surely be astonished. The elders in these families, having experienced the ways of the world, were truly each incredibly astute. Hadn't her own grandparents seen through her origins back then? Indeed, although she had been reborn, she had only lived to 36 in her previous life. The experiences she had in the new society were far less than what these elders had endured in turbulent times. It was only natural that she couldn't compare to them. She accepted that she couldn't match them, but feeling inferior to Hu Xuedong was frustrating. Thinking of this, Quan Shengnan shot Hu Xuedong a dissatisfied glance. With her delicate beauty and lively eyes, others couldn't detect her displeasure. Chapter 184. First Meeting with the Parents 8. Although Quan Shengnan was young, she was very articulate and had a sweet voice. She could keep up with any topic of conversation. Thus, the discussion was pleasant, and the living room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. When Lin Xiaoxue and her husband arrived, this was the scene they witnessed. Inside and out, there was an air of happiness. Upon hearing that Lin Xiaoxue and Yuan Ziyuan had arrived, Quan Shengnan, who had been speaking with Madame Qin, stiffened momentarily. But she quickly regained her composure. She told herself that since she had made her decision, she should not regret it and must bravely move forward. Hu Xuedong sat beside her, his demeanor gentle, rarely interjecting. Seeing this, he narrowed his eyes, a flicker of suspicion passing through them. Quan Shengnan shouldn't know Yuan Ziyuan and his wife, so where did that brief moment of composure loss come from? In such a public setting, Hu Xuedong didn't ask aloud, but kept it in mind. Ziyuan and Xiaoxue are here, come in and sit. Is the snow outside heavier now? I thought you'd arrive later. Madame Qin greeted them warmly. Yang quickly welcomed them in, and Hu Xuedong stood up as well. Seeing this, Quan Shengnan also rose. She wasn't the host, she was a guest. But as a junior, she couldn't remain seated when elders entered. She noticed Lin Xiaoxue looked somewhat weary, and Yuan Ziyuan was covered in the dust of travel. The former was due to matters concerning her daughter, the latter from returning to the capital from his post. Quan Shengnan felt a pang of heartache. To avoid letting others notice anything amiss, she pretended to be shy and lowered her head. Yang, you said, come, little Nan An, let me introduce you. These are from our family's longtime friends, Lin Xiaoxue and Yuan Ziyuan. You can call them Brother Yuan and Sister Lin. Since she called herself sister, she should call them the same. Quan Shengnan politely greeted them but, contrary to Yang Yu's suggestion, addressed them as uncle and auntie. Everyone found this puzzling. Little Nan An, you're making me a whole generation lower for no reason. That's so unfair. Madame Qin nodded, yes, unfair. Little Nan An, are you putting old uncle, old auntie on the same level as these two youngsters? Quan Shengnan smiled sweetly, linking arms with Madame Qin. Auntie, can't we each go by our own terms? Even though Uncle Yuan and Auntie Lin are much younger than Sister Yang, I just can't bring myself to call them that. They were her father and mother. Even if she couldn't acknowledge them, she couldn't treat them as peers. They were different from the Qin family. The Qin family had no blood relation to her. She could address them however she liked. Quan Shengnan was very firm on this point. Just as she constantly avoided using the characters Jianjun because her grandfather's name was Yun Jianjun, she could also insist on addressing them as elders, regardless of how others viewed it. Everyone was very perplexed and was about to inquire further when another guest arrived from outside, temporarily putting the topic aside. The newcomers were familiar faces. Not only familiar to the Qin and Lin families, but also to Quan Shengnan. Su Ran and her husband, Zhou Aizhong. It turned out she was actually Hu Xuedong's cousin's daughter-in-law, and Zhou Aizhong was the captain of the criminal police brigade who had previously helped Ding Haihua with her case. As soon as she entered, she was first surprised, then overjoyed. Little Nan An, what are you doing here? She rushed over, opening her arms to Quan Shengnan. With a coffee table in front of her, Quan Shengnan stood up with a smile and greeted Auntie. This tangled web of seniority made Quan Shengnan sigh. She was Hu Xuedong's cousin's daughter-in-law. Quan Shengnan called her auntie, yet she was on a first-name basis with Yang Yu and the others. This time, everyone was astonished. Hey Ran, you know Nan An? Of course I know her. We've known each other for many years. I never imagined little Nan An would become the little fortune-teller. Nan An, a few years ago, Aling's mother-in-law said a master had foreseen my aunt's great calamity. That, Chapter 185, Blood Test for Kinship 1. One should never underestimate anyone's intelligence. No one is a fool, especially those living in high society. The slightest clue can make them notice and then piece everything together. Fortunately, she had never considered others irredeemably stupid. Quan Shengnan sighed inwardly while pretending to be clueless on the surface. Auntie, what are you talking about? Not admitting it, so what? In the Qin family, Su Ran was a junior. She shared the same lively and straightforward temperament as old Lady Qin and her daughter-in-law, Ouyangyu. She walked around the coffee table, bent down, and tapped Quan Shengnan's nose. Little girl, don't play dumb with me. You can pretend, but I'm not foolish enough to fall for your innocent look. I remember back then, besides your mother, only you were around us. There was no one else. Not long after you left, Auntie Chang went out for a while and came back saying my aunt was facing a great calamity. How could it be such a coincidence that she would run into a master just by stepping out? And how did that master even see my aunt to read her fortune and tell her fate? The master Auntie Chang mentioned, none of us ever saw a trace of that person. We've been suspicious for a long time. She said the master had 2 children at home. Isn't it just you and your brother, Aonan, in your family? Tell me the truth, was it you? You were only 2 years old back then, right? To be so remarkable even then, no wonder you could see that Yuan Jihong and Yuan Wei were mother and daughter during New Year's. Everyone listened in confusion. A master? A divine fortune teller? Ran, what are you talking about? Did Aunt Su encounter a great calamity? Lin Xiaoxue asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. She seemed to recall that Yuan Wei's background was revealed by a little girl. Could it be the little girl right before her eyes? As for the Qin family, they wondered if Quan Shengnan could really read fortunes and tell fates at the age of 2? Could there truly be such a prodigious talent in this world? The authorities preach daily about cracking down on all feudal superstitions. Disbelief is one thing, but belief is another. If her predictions were inaccurate, everyone would just laugh it off as feudal superstition. But her predictions are accurate. Unbelievably accurate. So far, none of the few things she has predicted have been wrong. As for the rest, it's only because she hasn't predicted for others. Could an ordinary person possess such divine foresight? Calling it feudal superstition? Don't be ridiculous. Ran, hurry up and tell us, what exactly happened? Seeing everyone's curiosity, old Lady Qin grew anxious too and signaled Su Ran not to hold back just because it was her birthday. I forgot you all didn't know about this. Su Ran straightened up and quickly recounted the events from several years ago. Looking at everyone's incredulous expressions, Su Ran smiled. Don't doubt it, this is true. After hearing about how the little girl exposed the relationship between Yuan Jihong and Yuan Wei at the department store, my grandmother and my aunt guessed that the master Auntie Chang mentioned was likely our little girl here. Later, we inquired about it. That day, Auntie Chang went out, just took a short walk around, and came back without meeting anyone. Doesn't that explain everything? Oh, right, you might not know yet. This adorable little girl with exquisite features, an ethereal demeanor, and a kind heart is the little divine fortune teller Quan Shengnan, whom many in our compound have heard of. Whether others believed it or not, old Lady Qin didn't know, but she believed it. She already felt Quan Sheng and had remarkable abilities, and now this intuition grew even stronger. A flicker of excitement and longing suddenly flashed in Lin Xiaoxue's eyes. Quan Shengnan inwardly groaned. Would her mother ask her to divine her own whereabouts? She didn't want to reunite with them just yet. It wasn't that she didn't want to, Chapter 186. Blood Test for Kinship 2. Recognition would be easy, but once they acknowledged each other, her younger brother would never have a chance to be born. Even if she earned a lot of money in the future to pay the family planning fine, it wouldn't work. Leading by example, as state cadres, her father and mother had to lead by example. If they didn't lead by example, how could they command respect from others? As for having her mother give birth abroad or in Hong Kong, that was out of the question, absolutely impossible. Quan Shengnan looked pleadingly at Hua Shuetong. Hua Shuetong received her look, setting aside his temporary doubts, and interjected with a smile, Ran, are you so sure? Of course I'm sure. Nanan's fortune-telling skills were demonstrated with old Mrs. He. All the neighbors in their area know. Old Man Yun personally admitted that Nanan can read fortunes and tell fortunes. At first, I didn't have time to look for her. By the time I was free to visit, she had already gone traveling with her grandfather. Curiosity is a part of human nature. Su Ran was dying of curiosity, wishing she could immediately grab Quan Shengnan and ask for an explanation, but she was tied up with various matters and couldn't find the time. This time, seeing Quan Shengnan at the Qin family, Su Ran couldn't hold back any longer. Nanan, you tell me, can you read fortunes and tell fortunes? Everyone simultaneously turned their gaze to Quan Shengnan, holding their breath as they waited for her answer. She was determined to revive the name of the divine fortune teller and would face many clients seeking divination in the future, so she couldn't deny it. If nothing else, Hua Shuetong wouldn't believe it. She had read Hua Shuetong's fortune, told his fate, and also read Qin Fengji's fortune. Moreover, she had gifted Mrs. Qin with that inkstone lost by the Hua family, all demonstrating her extraordinary fortune-telling abilities. Quan Shengnan's cheeks flushed pink. I've only learned a tiny bit of the basics. She neither admitted nor denied it. Everyone understood. A tiny bit of the basics meant she indeed knew how to read fortunes and tell fortunes. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell. Fortunately, they were all well-mannered people and quickly regained their composure, though they couldn't hide the astonishment in their eyes. How about it? I wasn't wrong, was I? Su Ran said triumphantly. She reached out to pinch Quan Shengnan's tender cheek. Nan, it's really awful of you to hide such great skills from your auntie. Auntie needs compensation. Quan Shengnan dodged backward, hiding beside Mrs. Qin, who was closest to her. Living up to expectations, Mrs. Qin wrapped an arm around Quan Shengnan and stopped Su Ran. Ran, don't bully Nan. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Given her young age, hiding her abilities from outsiders was the right thing to do. Hearing this, Su Ran had no choice but to withdraw her hand. Quan Shengnan pretended to heave a sigh of relief and patted her chest, amusing everyone. Stopping Su Ran from bullying Quan Shengnan didn't mean everyone's curiosity had vanished. Mrs. Qin asked with great interest, Nan, you really can read fortunes and tell fortunes? Tell me, and I'll spread the word for you in the future, introducing you to lots of clients. Then I'll ask you to introduce clients to me in the future, Auntie. I'll definitely satisfy them. However, fortune-telling is meant to avert disasters and resolve difficulties. I don't predict futures, nor do I predict windfall gains. Those seeking career prospects or wealth need not apply. I won't entertain them. Quan Shengnan smiled faintly, displaying the composure of an adult. Yet, her earnest attempt to act like a grown-up was utterly charming. Mrs. Qin laughed. Right now, there's someone here who wants to consult you, not seeking career prospects or windfall gains. Can you help? Before she finished speaking, Quan Shengnan felt a shadow block her line of sight. Su Ran only saw a blur before her eyes, a figure flashing past. When she focused, Lin Xiaoxue was Chapter 187, Blood Test for Kinship 3. Across the tea table, she stared fixedly at Quan Shengnan. Her eyes were filled with hope. It was obvious to everyone that the person old Mrs. Qin mentioned was Lin Xiaoxue. She was searching for her daughter, a fact known to all. Nan, may I call you Nan, just like Aaron does? Of course you can. This was her birth mother. She longed for her mother to affectionately call her Nan. Nan, I'd like to ask you for a favor, is that okay? Hearing this, everyone sighed, knowing what she wanted to ask. Yuan Ziyuan's eyes were filled with pain. The daughter he had raised for 6 years was not his own. His biological daughter's whereabouts remained unknown to this day. Could anything in the world be more tragic than this? His wife was in pain, and was he not in pain too? They simply didn't know their daughter's whereabouts, whether she was alive or dead, or where she had ended up. Over these days, they had gathered information on all the abandoned infants from that day in the capital, but they didn't know which one was theirs. Without the blood drop on the Yuan family heirloom, relying only on blood type, Zheng Hui and Yuan Jihong remained stubbornly defiant, refusing to admit the evil deeds they had committed, let alone reveal where the daughter was abandoned or her condition at the time. He didn't even dare to think whether his daughter was abandoned by Zheng Hui or murdered. If she was killed by Zheng Hui, would he still have any chance of finding his daughter? No, not the slightest chance. Every time the thought of murder crossed his mind, he stopped himself from dwelling on it further. His wife, in her desperation, was trying any possible remedy, and he did not stop her. He truly hoped to hear from Quan Shengnan that their daughter was safe. I don't seek prospects, nor do I ask for unearned wealth. I only want to know my daughter's whereabouts. You should know who I am, right? The Yuan Jihong you met in the department store is my sister-in-law. Yuan Wei is the one who replaced my daughter, and we, these careless parents, were completely unaware. If not for you, we might have discovered Yuan Wei's identity later, but certainly not this early. Since you know Yuan Wei is Yuan Jihong's daughter, then, do you know where my daughter is? You helped old Mrs. He find her daughter, who had been separated for over half a century. Could you also help me find mine, who has been missing for 6 years? I will give you whatever divination fee you require, as long as you can find her. Please understand me as a mother and grant my request. Lin Xiaoxue's eyes were brimming with tears. Considering it was the old lady's birthday today, she forced herself not to let the tears fall. The more she held back, the more heartbreaking it seemed. The weariness on her face and the worry in her expression all stemmed from her daughter. A mother misses her daughter, but doesn't the daughter also ache for her mother? Quan Shengnan felt as if a knife were twisting in her heart, but she struggled to maintain a calm and composed demeanor on the surface. Seeing her mother like this, how could she not feel pain? She wanted so badly to tell her loudly that she was her daughter. But she couldn't. The enemies had not yet been punished, and her brother had not yet been born. She couldn't selfishly deprive her brother of his life. Nan, if you can, please help Aksu. Aksu has really had a hard time. Old Mrs. Qin gently patted Quan Shengnan's shoulder and spoke softly. This was also one of the reasons she had invited Quan Shengnan as a guest. Su Ran nodded vigorously. Yes, Nan, you know everything. Please help Aksu. You could tell that Yuan Wei is Yuan Jihong's daughter, so you must also be able to divine the whereabouts of Aksu's daughter, right? You helped old Mrs. He find her daughter, who had been separated for over half a century. Aksu has only been separated from her daughter for 6 years. Compared to the former, it should be easier to find. Chapter 188. Blood Test for Kinship 4. Quan Shengnan slowly shook her head, her expression resolute and unwavering. The others were puzzled. Was she refusing? Lin Xiaoxue's heart sank as if plunged into an icy abyss. She cried out in disbelief. Why? Is it because I didn't pay you for the divination? I'll give it to you right now. Frantically, she rummaged through her purse, laying out cash and bank books on the table in an instant, all amounting to substantial sums. Everyone else found it strange. Why wouldn't she perform the divination for Lin Xiaoxue? It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't, Quan Shengnan quickly explained, not wanting to be misunderstood by them. Can't. The group asked in unison, their faces filled with confusion. Why can't you? Can you explain it more clearly? As long as it wasn't that she didn't want to perform the divination, it was fine. Lin Xiaoxue also slowed her movements, waiting for a reasonable explanation. Seeing that they harbored no resentment toward her, Quan Shengnan felt slightly relieved and said softly, It's not that I don't want to, it's truly that I can't. I don't have the ability. Even before Auntie Qin and Auntie Lin spoke, I found it strange. I can divine the fates of many people, but I cannot divine the fate of Auntie Lin's daughter. I know Yuan Wei is Yuan Jihong's daughter. When I first met Uncle Yuan and Auntie Lin, I wanted to help them find their daughter. This is a good deed, not a bad one. Those who practice physiognomy and divination also need to accumulate merit, and doing good deeds is a way to cultivate merit. But I'm very sorry. I found that no matter how I tried to divine it, I couldn't. Why is that? Why can't you divine it? Lin Xiaoxue asked anxiously. Could it be that even heaven showed her no mercy? She only wanted to find her biological daughter. Why was it so difficult? The omniscient little fortune-teller, whom she had long noticed, actually couldn't divine her daughter's whereabouts? Yes, little fortune-teller, is there really no way to divine it? Yuan Ziyuan rarely spoke, but when it concerned his daughter, he couldn't help but speak up after his wife, his face filled with urgency. The others were also curious, and wanted to know the reason. Hua Xuedong came to her rescue, saying, Don't rush. Let Nan and explain slowly. Hearing this, everyone realized they had been too impatient and might have frightened Quan Shengnan. They quickly smiled apologetically at her. Quan Shengnan had long prepared a reason to prevent Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue from seeking her out for divination in the future. There is a type of person in this world who exists beyond the 5 elements. If I explain it in too much detail, you might not understand. Let me put it simply. The fates of such people cannot be divined because the secrets of their destiny are concealed by the laws of heaven. Whether through physiognomy or divination, even if their birth date and time are right in front of me, the final divination result will be blank. People with this kind of destiny, whether rich or poor, will achieve extraordinary things in the future. Uncle Yuan and Auntie Lin's daughter happens to have this kind of destiny, making it impossible for me to divine. These words were the truth, not a lie. If she hadn't been reborn, she would never have known she was the daughter of Yuan Ziyuan and his wife. In her previous life, she couldn't divine the fate of Lin Xiaoxue's daughter, nor could she divine her own fate. It was because of this inner demon affecting her cultivation that she reversed time and space at the cost of her merit. Apart from her grandfather and grandmother, she couldn't reveal the secret of her rebirth to anyone. What she said was the truth. As she explained, the room fell into silence. After a long while, Madame Qin broke the atmosphere, saying, I understand. You're saying that Ashue's daughter has a very noble destiny. Chapter 189. Blood Test for Kinship 5. That's right. This kind of fate is destined to be impossible for anyone in the world to divine. There were many capable feng shui masters and experts in the study of the Book of Changes in the world. Quan Shengnan never considered fortune-telling and divination to be her specialty, and had once humbly sought their guidance. Setting aside the saying that one cannot divine for oneself, her fate truly was something no one could deduce. She governed heaven and earth, understood the realms of yin and yang, and possessed various supernatural abilities gathered in one person. She had long transcended ordinary beings and was blessed by the heavenly way. In her previous life, she had sought out a truly capable master of the Book of Changes to divine for her, but ultimately gained nothing. Lin Xiaoxue's face seemed caught between crying and laughing, her expression shifting, causing great concern. Quan Shengnan turned her head away, unable to bear looking any longer, only the bare nails leaving several bloody marks in her palm. She suddenly felt very selfish. Knowing full well they were searching for her, she was being so heartless by not acknowledging them. It might have been better if she didn't know the truth, but she did. She was clear about everything. She was confused. She didn't know if what she was doing was right or not. She believed she was right. For the sake of her brother, she endured the pain of being separated from her parents. But would Mom and Dad think the same? Madame Qin thought she was feeling down because she couldn't divine the whereabouts of Lin Xiaoxue's daughter and quickly pulled her into her arms, comforting her in every way. Nan, it's not your fault. Quan Shengnan nodded slightly in her embrace, hiding the sudden glint of tears in her eyes. Facing each other, knowing yet not acknowledging, who should be blamed if not her? Not acknowledging them was her own decision. Nan, is there really no way at all to find her? Su Ran, unwilling to give up, hoped for a different answer this time. At least, I have no way. Quan Shengnan looked up, shook her head gently, then lowered her eyes and said no more. Two clear streams of tears flowed down Lin Xiaoxue's cheeks. She could no longer hold back and, forgetting she was in the Qin family home, burst into loud sobs. She had previously held a sliver of hope in the little fortune-teller. Now, she was almost on the verge of collapse. If even such a powerful fortune-teller couldn't find her, could she herself ever find her? Everyone comforted her in unison. Matters concerning flesh and blood were understandable, and no one blamed her for losing composure in the Qin home. Ah, Shui, Nanan said your daughter's fate is noble and she will achieve extraordinary things in the future. Presumably, she won't suffer too much hardship. Rather than being like this, why not ask Nan whether your daughter is alive or dead? Isn't that the most important thing? Even if you can't see her, knowing she is alive is something worth being happy about. Hearing old Mrs. Qin's advice, Lin Xiaoxue's tear-filled eyes turned to Quan Shengnan, filled with some urgency and anxiety. She was eager to know, yet worried the result would leave her utterly disappointed. Uncle Yuan and Auntie Lin show no signs of having lost a relative. Although I don't know where your daughter is, she is definitely alive. Hearing this news, everyone's expressions softened considerably. Alive. Being alive is good enough. Being alive means there is hope, giving them hope of finding her. Lin Xiaoxue suddenly grabbed Yuan's hand. Brother Yuan, I want to file a report. I want to open a case. I'll go tomorrow. Ah, Shui, don't get agitated. I'll go with you. Yuan held her hand in return, unconcerned about the repercussions of filing a report. The world believed family shame should not be aired in public. Everything should be resolved internally. Outsiders must never know. Brother Yuan, since the little fortune-teller can't divine our daughter's whereabouts, I'll search for her myself. I'll file a report, open a case, and by any means necessary, interrogate Zhang Hui to find out where my daughter was abandoned. I'll track down every orphan abandoned that day, one by one. I'll search the entire city. I refuse to. Chapter 190, Blood Test for Kinship 6. Getting such a result from Quan Shengnan left Yuan and Lin Xiaoxue disheartened and disinclined to stay any longer. After presenting their birthday gifts, they politely took their leave. The Qin family understood that they were worried their emotions might affect the festive atmosphere of the birthday banquet and immediately instructed Hu Xuedong to personally see them out. When Hu Xuedong returned from escorting them, he suddenly noticed Quan Shengnan's gaze fixed intently on the departing couple. A thought stirred in his mind, but just as he was about to speak, his father's good friend, Elder Zhao, arrived. Suppressing his questions, he accompanied his third brother to greet the guest. Holding an umbrella as they walked along the road, Yuan softly comforted his wife. Lin Xiaoxue choked back sobs. Brother Yuan, ever since I heard that old Mrs. he had found her daughter, I've been so happy inside. I thought we too could get accurate information from the little fortune-teller and then find our daughter. Who would have thought the result would be like this? If I report the case and file it, it will surely implicate our family's reputation. You won't blame me, will you? No, I won't, Yuan answered her straightforwardly. His relationship with his father was far from as good as it appeared to outsiders. When his mother and sister were killed, he was not very old, but he was already old enough to remember. He knew very well that it was Zhang Hui's intrusion that made his mother cry late at night, leading to him and his two brothers losing their mother. At the time, he didn't understand what a third party was, but he learned as he grew up. Having grown up in such a family and social circle, he was neither foolish nor naive. So, he secretly investigated the matter, and the result was as expected. Not only that, he had also been quietly searching for his mother and sister, and had never stopped. On the bronze mirror, his sister's name still flickered. He and his sister had dripped blood onto the bronze mirror on the same day. Later, when his two younger brothers did the same, he quietly paid attention. If his sister wasn't dead, then it was unlikely his mother was either. Knowing they weren't dead, yet his father had selfishly declared them killed back then, how could he not resent him? Therefore, he had long ago told his wife and two younger brothers the truth to prevent them from being harmed by Zhang Hui. Who could have imagined that despite all their precautions, they still failed to prevent it, and she had maliciously swapped their daughter. And his father actually shielded them, vigorously making excuses for them under the pretext that family scandals should not be aired in public. Unacceptable. Unforgivable. Even Buddhism has its wrathful deities, let alone him, a mere mortal? As a husband and a father, if he couldn't protect his wife and children, he didn't deserve to live in this world. He took out a handkerchief to wipe his wife's tears and said softly, "After today, I will submit a report to the higher-ups, requesting a thorough investigation into our daughter's case. I've already asked my superiors for half a month's leave and can stay in the capital temporarily." After handling this matter, he would return to work. "Brother Yuan, won't this affect your work? Knowing about our daughter's situation, how could I possibly focus on work? Although this is a private matter, it is of great significance. My superiors are very understanding." The higher-ups had already heard about the Yuan family's affairs. Seeing that Yuan Ziyuan couldn't concentrate on work, they simply approved his leave. In fact, several top officials had already been alerted. After all, this was a scandal. After hearing all this, Lin Xiaoxue nodded gently. Things had developed to this point. She was determined to get to the bottom of it, even if her father-in-law tried to stop her. Her Lin family was not to be bullied. After walking for a long time, Lin Xiaoxue leaned her head against her husband's arm and suddenly spoke softly, her voice filled with helplessness and sorrow. "Brother Yuan, why do you think our daughter's fate is so unusual that it cannot be divined? If only her fate weren't like this, how wonderful would that be? We could ask the little fortune-teller to divine her whereabouts, bring her home, and properly cherish her, love her, and make it up to her. A family of 3, living happily together." Yuan Ziyuan sighed and quietly told her about the extraordinary individuals. Chapter 191, Bloodline Verification 7. Lin Xiaoxue listened in a daze. "Yuan Go, you're saying that when Dad said verifying the bloodline meant dripping blood on the bronze mirror, it's because our family descends from extraordinary ancestors? As long as the name appears, it means the person isn't in mortal danger." Yuan Ziyuan nodded. "But, Yuan Go, how did you know? Didn't you say this secret is only passed down when the previous generation passes away?" If she remembered correctly, that's what Yuan Ziyuan had just said. Yuan Changde was still healthy and vigorous, so why had he told Yuan Ziyuan in advance? Yuan Ziyuan sneered, with things having developed to this point, in order to protect them and buy time, Dad told me. Had this incident not occurred, his father would definitely have waited until he was on the brink of death before letting him know this secret. It could be considered compensation, but he didn't care for this kind of compensation. Lin Xiaoxue immediately understood. After thinking for a moment, she sneered, "At this point, it's nothing more than a deathbed struggle. I want to see how Dad will explain himself after the blood test." The situation was already beyond anyone's control. Yuan Changde had originally wanted to use the delay to rearrange things, but his fantasy was shattered by the joint investigation of their families. A glint of cold light flashed in Yuan Ziyuan's eyes, almost akin to ice and snow. "I will definitely get justice for our daughter. Whoever harmed her will face punishment. Yuan Go, is it all right that you told me the secret? It's fine. I never hoped for our family to produce another extraordinary person. I'm thinking that perhaps our daughter's unusual fate is due to the Yuan family's ancestral heritage." Hearing him say this, Lin Xiaoxue instead grew to resent the Yuan family's hereditary bloodline. Without this bloodline, perhaps the little fortune-teller could have divined their daughter's whereabouts. She would rather not have any extraordinary bloodline if it meant having her daughter by her side, instead of that imposter Yuan Wei. Mentioning Yuan Wei doubled Lin Xiaoxue's hatred. She knew the child was innocent, and she told herself that. But whenever she thought about how Yuan Wei had taken everything that belonged to her daughter, she felt intense hatred. Hatred for Zhang Hui, hatred for Yuan Jihong, hatred for her. If Yuan Wei hadn't been born, how could she have lost her daughter? Weren't Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong just trying to give her, an illegitimate child, a legitimate and respectable identity? For the sake of her own daughter, what did it matter if she took her anger out on Yuan Wei? She wasn't a saint. Even saints say, if you repay kindness with kindness, what do you repay unkindness with? Repay unkindness with justice, and kindness with kindness. Hurrying home, Lin Xiaoxue demanded to be present during the blood test. Yuan Changde, Zhang Hui, and Yuan Wei were in the living room watching TV, chatting and laughing, a picture of deep affection between grandfather and granddaughter, full of joy. This cheerful atmosphere was shattered, and Yuan Changde's face immediately darkened. Zhang Hui pursed her lips, feeling very worried. If nothing was revealed, it would be fine, but if it was, how should she handle it? She was extremely annoyed. If she had known earlier that the Yuan family had such a method of bloodline verification, she would have planned more meticulously. It was all Yuan Chengde's fault for not telling her sooner. Zhang Hui glanced at Yuan Chengde. How much better it would have been if he hadn't mentioned the Yuan family having this method. He just had to let Yuan Ziyuan and the others know. At this moment, Zheng Hui completely failed to understand the importance of the Yuan family's rules. Yuan Ziyuan and his siblings had long since had their blood dripped and their names recorded in the family register. Even without Yuan Chengda telling them, they knew about this verification method. The reason Yuan Chengda brought this up was to buy time, hoping to resolve everything during this period. He just never expected Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue to be so stubborn, escalating the matter to Chapter 192, Bloodline Test 8. Unlike Zhang Hui's worry, Yuan Wei was as calm as usual. She stood up, a big smile spreading across her face. Dad, Mom, you're back. Before the word back could fully leave her lips, Lin Xiaoxue forcefully interrupted, her voice cold. Don't call me Mom. I am not your mother and you are not my daughter. If you want to call someone Mom and Dad, go find Yuan Jihong and the man she had an affair with to give birth to you. She already knew the whole story, yet she still pretended as if nothing had happened. She really is like her grandmother, like her mother. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wei looked timidly at Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue, tears welling up in her eyes, on the verge of falling, but not quite, appearing pitiful and delicate. Yuan Chengda was furious. Lin Xiaoxue, what kind of attitude is this? He tapped his cane on the ground, the sound as deafening as his voice. The guards stationed at the front and back of the house heard it clearly. Thinking of the mess within the Yuan family, none of the 5 guards had any intention of entering the house. Other people's family affairs were not their business, it was best to play deaf and dumb. Attitude? And what is Dad's attitude when it comes to the matter of my daughter being replaced, with conclusive evidence? Knowing full well my daughter is innocent, yet refusing to stand up for her, persistently protecting the culprit. Lin Xiaoxue had a fiery temper and spoke bluntly. Her eyes blazed with anger as she faced Yuan Chengda's dark expression, showing not a trace of fear. A mother's strength emerges for her child. She was not afraid of Yuan Chengda, nor was she afraid of being called an unfilial daughter-in-law. Yuan Chengda was left speechless. At this point, he had to give Yuan Ziyuan and his wife an explanation. He least wanted the Yuan family's scandal to spread, yet it seemed his wish would not be granted. With a long sigh, Yuan Chengda said, according to Yuan family rules, only direct descendants can be present. You're a daughter-in-law and cannot stay. Yuan Zigua and Yuan Jitu, along with their wives, hearing the commotion downstairs, came down one after another. Hearing this, Yuan Jitu said, sister-in-law, don't worry. Second brother, and I will watch carefully to prevent anyone from falsifying anything. Whether intentional or not, his gaze flickered toward his elderly father. Yuan Chengda, who had ordered Zhang Hui and her daughter-in-law to leave and had the bronze mirror brought, felt a sudden unease. Had his plan been seen through by his youngest son? Yuan Chengda was almost certain Yuan Wei was Yuan Jihong's daughter. But he had doted on Yuan Wei for so many years and was fond of Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong. He couldn't bear the thought of Yuan Wei falling from her high status as the Yuan family's young lady to becoming an illegitimate child. After proposing the bloodline test and failing to delay any longer, he had come up with another idea. Those not of the Yuan family's direct line could not have their blood absorbed by the bronze mirror. However, the mirror did not prevent a second drop of blood from a direct descendant. As long as they were children of the Yuan family's direct line, their blood would be absorbed by the mirror anytime, anywhere. Therefore, he planned to use his own blood in place of Yuan Wei's on the mirror, thus deceiving everyone. Although it was a pity that she wasn't his biological granddaughter and couldn't awaken the ancestral bloodline, she was still of his bloodline. He had told Yuan Ziyuan about the extraordinary ancestors of the Yuan family, but had not mentioned the distinction between gold names and red names, nor had he told him that a name would definitely appear when blood was dripped on it. Back then, he hadn't liked his wife, Zhao Yuzhen. When Yuan Ziyuan and his siblings dripped their blood and red names appeared, he hadn't told the truth. He had only told Yuan Ziyuan and his siblings that a gold name might appear on the mirror, a red name might appear, or nothing might appear at all. If something appeared, it was best, as it could indicate whether their lives were safe. If nothing appeared, there was no problem. They were still direct descendants of the Yuan family. He believed the honest and simple Zhao Yuzhen would surely forget this matter and not tell the brothers. He never expected that a moment of deception back then would give him an idea regarding Yuan Wei's situation today. Yuan Jitu acted very quickly. Grabbing Yuan Wei's hand, he pricked a hole in her left ring finger with a needle and dripped the blood. Chapter 193, Betrayed and Abandoned by All One. At the same time, Yuan Jigua took the bronze mirror from Yuan Chengda's hand and held it in his palm. The brothers Yuan Jigua and Yuan Jitu were essentially raised and educated single-handedly by Yuan Ziyuan. Whether it was due to a guilty conscience or because he had married a new wife, Yuan Chengda had, in any case, always provided for them without offering any real guidance. After Zhang Hui entered the household, they never lacked food, clothing, or tuition fees, but any additional benefits had always gone to Yuan Jihong. They never understood what paternal love was and had never experienced maternal affection. Fortunately, Zhang Hui gave birth to only one daughter, so these sons did not end up like neglected cabbages in the field. Only sons could carry on the family line. No matter how much Yuan Chengda doted on his wife and daughter, he could not abandon them. Even so, Yuan Chengda had always treated them quite coldly. Their achievements today were entirely due to their eldest brother. Without their eldest brother, who was a few years older, they would not have accomplished what they have. To them, Yuan Ziyuan was a brother, a teacher, and a parent all in one. From a young age, their elder brother had admonished them, saying that only by studying hard and acquiring enough knowledge would they have the ability to control their own destinies when they grew up, free from being manipulated by others and without having to beg for their charity. Houses, money, and even spouses could be taken away, but the knowledge in their minds could never be stolen. With knowledge, they would have everything. Their eldest brother's words were proven true. They succeeded in their studies one after another, entering politics or the military, all achieving remarkable success. Their eldest brother had now become the mayor of a provincial capital. Yuan Zhigua joined the military, and Yuan Zhitu entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Though not as accomplished as their eldest brother, they were both highly valued by their superiors. After reaching adulthood and learning about their biological mother and the fact that their eldest sister was still alive, they harbored a deep, unspoken wariness toward Yuan Chengda. Therefore, upon first hearing about Yuan Wei's background, they had already discussed and agreed on a plan. Among the three brothers in their family, there was only one child in the third generation. They were determined to seek justice for her. When brothers unite, their strength can cut through metal. Yuan Zhitu and Yuan Zhigua moved and acted so swiftly that Yuan Chengda had no time to react. By the time Yuan Chengda came to his senses, in front of everyone's eyes, that drop of blood had already fallen onto the bronze mirror. Under Yuan Chengda's look of dismay and Yuan Wei's tearful gaze, the drop of blood slowly slid off the bronze mirror. It did not soak in. The blood fell onto the carpet, blooming into a faint red flower. The outcome was entirely within the expectations of the three brothers, Yuan Ziyuan and his siblings, who let out an unsparing, cold laugh. "Dad, what do you have to say now?" Yuan Ziyuan took the bronze mirror and turned to face Yuan Chengda directly, his eyes filled with coldness. "I have nothing to say." At this point, Yuan Chengda was powerless to turn the situation around and did not know what to say. He had originally planned everything perfectly, even hiding the tool for drawing blood in his pocket. Who would have thought that Yuan Zhitu and Yuan Zhigua, despite their youth, would be so cautious and act in a way that completely caught him off guard? The bronze mirror was in their hands, too far from him, and Yuan Zhitu had personally drawn Yuan Wei's blood. Even if he had extraordinary abilities, there was no opportunity for him to tamper with anything. Yuan Wei did not understand what it meant for the blood to slide off the bronze mirror. She looked at Yuan Chengda pleadingly. "Grandpa, what does this mean? Are they saying I'm not mom and dad's daughter just because of a drop of blood?" Yuan Chengda sighed despondently, looking at Yuan Wei with affection. Even raising a cat or a dog for a long time fosters affection, let alone a person, especially his own biological granddaughter. Human hearts are warm. Yuan Wei had grown up before his eyes, and the bond they shared was naturally far deeper than with a granddaughter. Chapter 194, Betrayed and Abandoned 2. Yuan Wei was very clever, her heart icy cold. She let out a wail and began to cry. "I don't want to. Grandpa, I don't want to leave Mom and Dad. I am Mom and Dad's daughter, I always have been, and I should always be. Why are you doubting me just because of what a little girl says?" Which identity was better, being Yuan Ziyuan's daughter or Yuan Jihong's daughter? Yuan Wei understood better than anyone. One was the legitimate eldest daughter of the Yuan family, the other was the illegitimate daughter born to an unmarried mother. The status, position, and reputation were worlds apart. She looked very much like Yuan Jihong, but her demeanor was delicate and fragile, not domineering. Her choked, sobbing cries were particularly effective at evoking pity in others. Yuan Ziyuan's expression was calm, but his gaze was cold. He looked at Yuan Wei and said flatly, "Yuan Wei, this matter has dragged on for months. You understand the whole story. From the beginning, the blood test results told us you are not my daughter. Xiaoxue explained this to you very clearly. It was only because your grandfather insisted on protecting you that it was delayed until now, using the Yuan family's ancestral method to verify if you are of Yuan bloodline. The facts prove you are not. The original blood test results were correct. From now on, don't call me Dad, and don't call Xiaoxue Mom. You are not our daughter. You are still a child. We raised you, and I don't want to speak harshly to you. You also don't need to keep clinging, hoping we will still treat you as our biological daughter. Our own biological daughter remains missing to this day because of your grandmother and your birth mother. You asking this of us is too much. We are not saints. There's no need for us to pity you and let you replace our own daughter. At this point, I will soon transfer your household registration out. You are not our biological daughter. The registered relationship must be changed. You cannot remain under our name. Whether your birth mother raises you in the end, or your birth father raises you, we will not interfere. He spoke calmly and clearly, laying everything out. Every time he thought of his missing biological daughter, Yuan Ziyuan's heart ached unbearably. Naturally, he wanted to resolve this matter cleanly. How could Yuan Wei be willing? She least wanted to leave the Yuan family. Go to the Mo family? Go to her birth father's family? Impossible. Aunt Yuan Jihong had already given birth to a boy after marrying into the Mo family, and now the Mo family wanted to divorce her over this matter. Her birth father already had a wife and other children. She absolutely did not want to bear the brunt of his wife's anger. She wanted to stay in the Yuan family. I don't want to. Dad, please don't abandon me. I'll be good, I'll be very obedient. I'll leave the capital with you and Mom. Please don't throw me away. Yuan Wei cried bitterly, yet it was still a beautiful sight. Tears streamed down in lines, only sliding along her cheeks. There was no trace of a runny nose. Her whole face was like a lotus flower just emerged from water, the clear tears like dewdrops. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. Seeing her like this made people feel particularly sorry for her, a wave of pity rising spontaneously from their hearts. Unfortunately, the three Yuan brothers, having lived through the loss of their mother and sister and their father's indifference, had hearts as hard as stone and were not softened by this. Yuan Changde tapped his cane on the ground and pleaded earnestly, Ziyuan, Wei is crying so pitifully. Are you really going to be this heartless? Family scandals should not be aired in public. Do you really want our family to become the laughingstock of the compound? I'm old. Our family will eventually be handed over to you. What good is... Chapter 195, Betrayed by All Three. Yuan Changde appealed to emotion and reasoned with logic. Approaching 70, even though his complexion remained ruddy, his temples were now streaked with frost-white hair, and his face was covered with wrinkles. When he spoke these words, there was a particularly moving quality about him. Yuan Wei looked at Yuan Changde with emotion, her eyes filled with joy. Grandfather was the head of the family. With grandfather speaking up, she would definitely be able to stay in the Yuan family, with the status of the Yuan family's eldest young lady. Soon, Yuan Ziyuan shattered her fantasy. According to father's meaning, what should I do? Yuan Ziyuan asked with a half-smile, all the stormy emotions gathered in his eyes. Our family has reached such a high position, every move we make is watched by others. We absolutely cannot become a laughingstock. Ah Yuan, after all, you have raised Wei for several years. Let's just continue like this. Tell the outside world that the fortune teller made a mistake, that Wei is not Jihong's daughter. Jihong is, after all, your sister. You can't just stand by and watch her family fall apart. As long as none of us speak, no one will know the truth. Our Yuan family won't become a joke, Jihong won't get divorced, and our family will remain fine and harmonious. Yuan Changde envisioned a beautiful outcome. Faced with his eldest son's inquiry, he directly expressed his intention. He was the head of the family. He absolutely could not let the family's shame be exposed. After hearing this, Yuan Wei was overjoyed. What did staying in the Yuan family matter? The main thing was preserving the title of the Yuan family's eldest young lady. She didn't want to become the illegitimate child she once despised. She wanted to be the rightful Yuan family eldest young lady. Yuan Ziyuan was so angry he laughed. Listening to father, you want me to let the matter rest and keep the peace? It's best if you understand my intention. Ziyuan, with our family status, we must act carefully. Even at this point, Yuan Changde was still using the Yuan family's reputation as leverage. What about my daughter? My own biological daughter, your own biological granddaughter. What about her? It's been so many years. People say the bond of upbringing is greater than the bond of birth. In terms of feelings, can your bond with her surpass your years of affection for Wei? I don't stop you from looking for her. After you find her, we can bring her home under the pretense of adoption. Wei stays by your side, and you are also reunited with her. Isn't that the best of both worlds? People's hearts are made of flesh. Yuan Changde believed he understood his own son's character very well. He valued sentiment above all. A person who values sentiment naturally wouldn't shun an adopted daughter just because of external reasons. Yuan Ziyuan suddenly burst into loud laughter. The laughter carried outside, clearly heard by Zhang Hui and Lin Xiaoxue, the sisters-in-law. The latter three, of course, detected the disappointment and pain in Yuan Ziyuan's laughter. It seemed Yuan Changde was protecting Yuan Wei. Lin Xiaoxue's eyes widened, and she lifted her foot to go in. Yuan Jigua's wife, Ming Chuiying, and Yuan Jitu's wife, Xia Tingyin, both held her back. Sister-in-law, wait until big brother comes out. Without permission, going in would be their mistake. Lin Xiaoxue was worried about her husband and afraid her father-in-law would make things difficult for him. She initially didn't agree, but after Xia Tingyin whispered a few words in her ear, she immediately stopped and went with her two sisters-in-law to Xia Tingyi's room. Zhang Hui watched the three women's retreating figures, snorted through her nose, and paced back and forth, agitated. Suddenly seeing Yuan Wei come out, Zhang Hui hurried forward and said, Wei, why are you the only one who came out? Dad chased me out. Yuan Wei complained to her grandmother with grievance, and sure enough, she heard her grandmother in Chapter 196, betrayed by all four. After driving Yuan Wei out, Yuan Ziyuan looked up at Yuan Chengda. I won't agree. I refuse all of it. What did you say? Yuan filial son. Yuan Chengda flew into a rage, raising his cane to strike him. Yuan Zigua and Yuan Jitu simultaneously lifted their hands, blocking the cane's attack, and stared coldly at Yuan Chengda. The three brothers did not look very much alike, except for their eyes, which were identical. At that moment, their eyes gleamed coldly, like icy pools or frigid stars, causing Yuan Chengda to shiver with fear and apprehension. He understood very well that he could discipline his sons, but he had to be wary of the families of their wives behind them. Among the three brothers, Yuan Ziyuan was the most capable, and the Lin family had the highest status and power, but the Ming and Xia families were not far behind. The Lin family alone was enough to make the Yuan family wary, let alone all three. Yuan Chengda usually did not dare to order his three sons around precisely because they were deeply devoted to their wives and had excellent relationships with their in-laws' families. Yuan Ziyuan held the bronze mirror in one hand and patted his two brothers' shoulders with the other, signaling them to step aside. He himself walked up to Yuan Chengda. Dad wants me to let things slide for the sake of peace? Impossible. I don't care about the Yuan family's reputation. My achievements today, I must admit, are partly due to Dad's status, which made my life smooth. But more than that, it's because of my own efforts. Whether the Yuan family is good or bad, as long as I have a clear conscience before heaven, the nation, and the people, I can live with my head held high. I will search for my daughter. As for a daughter who isn't mine, don't even think about enjoying everything that belongs to my daughter. I will transfer Yuan Wei's household registration out tomorrow. My daughter was stolen, then swapped, and is now missing. I will pursue all of this to the end. No one can bully my daughter and get away with it unscathed. Yuan Chengda widened his eyes, filled with disbelief. You would disregard the Yuan family's dignity and insist on dragging its name through the mud? Dignity? Does the Yuan family still have any dignity left? Dad, you tell me to consider the Yuan family's dignity, but who will uphold justice for me and Xiaoxue? Who will uphold justice for my daughter? My daughter, so young, so innocent. When did she go missing? Where was she abandoned? How is she doing now? I know none of it. Why should she suffer such treatment? Why should she have a home she cannot return to and parents she cannot recognize? What is the Yuan family's dignity compared to her? At this point, Dad, you still only think about them, wanting to shield them. It truly breaks my heart. Those who kill must pay with their lives. Those who owe debts must repay them. That is the natural order. I don't want anything else. I just want to know my daughter's whereabouts, the time and place she was abandoned. Dad, if you won't stand up for me, I'll find someone who will stand up for the three of us. A filial son? If a father is not kind, how can he expect filial piety from his son? Yuan Ziyuan had never been a blindly filial person. Yuan Zigua and Yuan Jitu each took one of their elder brother's hands and said firmly, Big brother, we support you. The one they had always cherished was their biological niece, not Yuan Wei. Long ago, they had already asked their in-laws' families to help search for her. Yuan Chengda trembled with anger, but he didn't know what to say. Use his authority as a father to suppress them? It wouldn't work. Use his power? Each of his three sons had considerable influence and networks, and their in-laws' families were powerful too, so that wouldn't work either. He had originally wanted to move them with emotion, but who knew their hearts could be so ruthless? Hui is your mother, and Jihong is your sister. Are you really so? Chapter 197, Betrayed by All Five. To say he consistently protected Zhang Hui and her daughter solely out of love for his wife, doting on his daughter, and pity for his granddaughter wasn't entirely accurate. His primary concern was the Yuan family's reputation. He had strived for the Yuan family his entire life, sacrificing many things, and would absolutely not allow anyone to shake its foundations. Of course, there was also the factor that protecting Zhang Hui and her daughter had become a habit for him. She is not my mother. Yuan Ziyuan's voice was no softer, spoken coldly. He slowly walked up to Yuan Chengda, father and son now face to face. My mother's surname is Zhao. Her name is Zhao Yuzhen. She was an ordinary working woman. She was simple, kind, and absolutely not hypocritical. She gave birth to 4 children, eldest sister Lan Xiang, me, Jigua, and Jitu. Among them, there was definitely no Yuan Jihong. Such a vicious sister, I dare not acknowledge. To favor her own illegitimate daughter, she actually swapped someone else's child. Who in this world is more malicious than her? You won't let me investigate? Impossible. I truly intend to pursue this to the end. Even if you are my father, you cannot stop my resolve. He lifted the bronze mirror, his fingertip lightly tracing over the 3 blood-red characters Yuan Lanxiang, lowered his voice, and slowly said, Dad, you understand better than I do what it means for eldest sister's name to appear here. Over 20 years ago, before you married Zhang Hui, do I need to elaborate? Because mother and eldest sister disappeared, with only a pool of blood by the river, their death certificates were eventually successfully processed, allowing you, Dad, to marry Zhang Hui. You knew perfectly well eldest sister wasn't dead, and mother, who disappeared with her, likely also had a chance to survive, yet you pretended not to know. If this matter gets out, it won't just be the Yuan family, Zhang Hui, and Yuan Jihong whose reputations will be ruined. Yuan Chengda staggered back in horror, his face filled with shock. Yuan Ziyuan said coldly, yes, I remember it all. Back then, I was young and powerless, but that doesn't mean I didn't take it to heart. After growing up, I worked hard to uncover the truth. Although the era is distant, it's not without leaving some traces. Yuan Chengda's body trembled, and he collapsed into a chair in the hall. Yuan Ziyuan casually placed the bronze mirror on the table. Dad, I am not you. I don't mind letting the outside world know that the Yuan family once produced an extraordinary person. Even if this matter is too unbelievable, even if we can't find mother and eldest sister's whereabouts, it will ultimately attract much speculation. Such gossip, such strange looks, can you withstand them? Yuan Chengda remained silent. Yuan Ziyuan smiled mockingly. This was his father. When it concerned his own reputation and dignity, he immediately stopped caring about Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong. Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong would never compare to himself. Calling loudly for Zhang Hui and Lin Xiaoxue, the 3 sisters-in-law, to come in, the 3 brothers found that Yuan Chengda indeed offered no opposition. The 4 filed in, Zhang Hui holding Yuan Wei's hand. Yuan Ziyuan paid no mind and got straight to the point, asking Zhang Hui, after father's blood test, Yuan Wei is not my biological daughter. Tell me, how exactly did you take my daughter out, and where did you abandon her? Zhang Hui played dumb. I don't understand what you're saying. What does it have to do with me? The daughter you had in the hospital is A Wei. Even now, you stubbornly refuse to admit it. Lin Xiaoxue was furious, wishing she could devour her. I don't know means I don't know. What stubborn refusal? Is this how you treat your elders? She simply wouldn't admit. Chapter 198, Betrayed by All 6. Elder. Yuan Ziyuan sneered coldly, stepping forward and grabbing Zhang Hui's neck with one hand. What are you doing? Zhang Hui screamed in terror, letting go of Yuan Wei and desperately trying to pull Yuan Ziyuan's hand away. The physical strength of men and women is inherently different. Zhang Hui had lived a life of comfort and ease, while Yuan Ziyuan exercised regularly. His hand was like steel, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pry it open. A murderous glint flashed in Yuan Ziyuan's eyes. Are you going to talk or not? Chengda, save me. Call the guards quickly. My safety is being threatened. Panic-stricken, Zhang Hui hurriedly called out to Yuan Chengda for help. Yuan Ziyuan had always been gentle and refined. This was the first time Yuan Chengda realized that despite being in politics, he carried the fierce aura of the battlefield. He felt that if Zhang Hui didn't speak, Yuan Ziyuan would definitely kill her. Yuan Chengda wanted to help Zhang Hui break free from Yuan Ziyuan's grip on her neck, but his legs had no strength at all, and he couldn't stand up no matter how hard he tried. He could only sigh in resignation. Ah Hui, just tell him. Zhang Hui turned her head in disbelief, looking back at him. Yuan Chengda avoided her gaze and said, Yuan is determined to get to the bottom of this. I'm old, I can't control things anymore. His tone was full of helplessness. Zhang Hui wanted to say something but suddenly felt a tightness around her neck, almost suffocating her. Lin Xiaoxue stood watchfully nearby. Zhang Hui, are you going to talk or not? If not, I have ways to make you talk. The Lin family had never been weak. With their granddaughter suffering such persecution, the entire family had long accumulated a mountain of rage. Yuan Zigua and Yuan Jitu and their wives stood quietly by, their eyes conveying the same message. As for Yuan Wei, she was so frightened she had already hidden in Yuan Chengda's arms, afraid that if she didn't obey, the furious Yuan Ziyuan might kill her. Zhang Hui was now completely isolated and without support. Yuan Jihong was currently struggling to protect herself in the Mo family and naturally wouldn't come to the Yuan family to join the commotion. I'll talk, just let go. Zhang Hui felt it was getting harder and harder to breathe. How could she dare not speak? Yuan Ziyuan loosened his fingers slightly, but did not let go. At that moment, Xia Ting quietly slipped out. Zhang Hui was scared out of her wits, terrified he might suddenly snap her neck. Quan Shengnan, using her spiritual sense to monitor the Yuan family, heard up to this point. With a flick of her spiritual sense, she condensed a talisman and placed it on Zhang Hui. The nightmare talisman from back then had actually failed to torment Zhang Hui. Indeed, the hearts of the wicked were steadfast. Despite having frequent nightmares for 6 years, Zhang Hui still maintained her glamorous appearance. I used a food container to sneak away into the hospital, swapped her with the baby girl, then stripped the baby naked and left her by the roadside. As for where exactly, I don't remember. I just wandered randomly. As soon as the words left her mouth, the 3 Yuan brothers and their wives, Lin Xiaoxue and the other 2 sisters-in-law, were filled with fury, their eyes wide with rage. That day, it was snowing, and she actually stripped the baby naked and abandoned her by the roadside. How cruel and vicious must her heart be? What did you say? Say it again. Lin Xiaoxue's eyes were bloodshot, radiating murderous intent. Zhang Hui only felt her neck tighten again and hurriedly reached up to pry at Yuan Ziyuan's hand. At the same time, she couldn't understand why she was telling the truth. What she had wanted to say wasn't this. She had planned to fabricate some lies, to make them never find that baby girl who should have already died in the icy snow. Stripping the baby girl naked and abandoning her by the roadside. Zhang Hui certainly understood this was a more serious crime than simply abandoning her. You are so vicious, so cruel. She was just a baby, less than a day old, and you actually stripped her naked and threw her out in the snow. You intended for her to die, didn't you? After saying this, Lin Xiaoxue grabbed Zhang Hui's hair and began slap. Chapter 199, Deserted by All 7. Zhang Hui's cheeks immediately swelled and reddened, gradually turning purple. She had maintained her skin extremely well. It was fair, tender, and smooth. After being slapped by Lin Xiaoxue, her face instantly swelled up like a pig's head. By the time Lin Xiaoxue had exhausted all her strength, Ming Chueying and Xia Tingyin stepped forward to pull her away. Xia Tingyin had returned just after Lin Xiaoxue spoke, but before she started hitting. Both women wore stern expressions, equally filled with hatred. Sister-in-law, take legal action. We can't let the only child of our family suffer such persecution. That's right, sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law is correct. Let's sue her for stealing the baby, abandoning the baby, and attempting to murder the baby. Xia Tingyian's brother was in charge of this area. She refused to believe that with several families joining forces, they couldn't seek justice for their little niece. Even though the niece wasn't her biological child, neither she nor second sister-in-law had children of their own. How could they not cherish the only child of the Yuan family? Yuan Zigua and Yuan Jitu also pulled Yuan Ziyuan away. Big brother, don't dirty your hands for her. The moment Yuan Ziyuan released his grip, Zhang Hui immediately protected her neck and retreated to Yuan Chengda's side, coughing incessantly. Each cough tugged at the injuries on her face, causing her to gasp in pain repeatedly. Hearing that they intended to sue her, Zhang Hui finally felt fear. Chengda. She grabbed Yuan Chengda's hand. Chengda, save me. I don't want to be sued, I don't want to be arrested. I only wanted Jihong's child to have a good identity, to grow up legitimately. For the sake of your own granddaughter, you could persecute my daughter? Lin Xiaoxue gritted her teeth, her face filled with a cold sneer. How ridiculous, wasn't it? How could there be such a person in this world who saw persecuting others as a matter of course? Zhang Hui ignored her, tightly clutching Yuan Chengda. She knew only Yuan Chengda could save her. Once sued, she would truly never be able to hold her head up in the compound again. Not only that, she might even face a prison sentence. Having grown up in a prominent family, she wasn't an expert in law, but she understood the basics well enough. That's why she had always acted cautiously and meticulously, ensuring everything she did was well planned. She just never expected things to unfold so suddenly this time. First, there was the inexplicable prophecy from the fortune teller, then the joint investigation by several families, followed by Lin Xiaoxue checking blood types at the hospital, and now some testing method from the Yuan family. Each event had completely taken her by surprise. If not for the so-called fortune teller, none of this would have happened. If not for the Yuan family's testing method, Yuan Wei's true origins would never have been exposed. Heaven has no eyes to treat her, Zhang Hui, this way. She had been glorious before marriage, glorious after marriage, glorious her entire life, only to stumble over this matter. Yuan Chengda didn't push her hand away, but he didn't speak either. When he looked at Zhang Hui, his eyes were filled with disappointment. Hui, I never imagined you would do such a thing. Was even Yuan Chengda not going to help her? Zhang Hui panicked. Wei, quickly beg for mercy for grandma. Yuan Wei fearfully shrank back. No matter how clever she was still just a child. Her grandmother's ruthless methods frightened her. When it snowed in winter, she felt cold without wearing cotton clothes. A child even younger than her, stripped naked and abandoned in the icy snow, would only meet one fate: death. Death. She didn't understand what death was, but she knew it must be agonizing and terribly cold. This time, Yuan Changde pushed her away, slowly stood up, took the bronze mirror and led Yuan Wei upstairs. Regarding this matter, he was powerless. Zhang Hui slumped dazedly in the living room. Her husband had left, her granddaughter had left, her daughter wasn't there, and her stepsons and their wives were all looking at her coldly before leaving the Yuan house one after another. Chapter 200, Betrayed by All Eight. Quan Shengnan withdrew her divine sense with satisfaction, smiling as she watched the lively scene in the Qin family's living room. This matter was quite different from her previous life. In her past life, before the blood test, aside from Zhang Hui and her daughter Yuan Jihong, no one knew that Yuan Wei was not a direct descendant of the Yuan family. Therefore, in her past life, there was no incident of Yuan Changde preparing to deceive everyone. Quan Shengnan's divine sense had long since detected the tools in Yuan Changde's pocket and had seen through his intentions. Moreover, in her past life, Zhang Hui never mentioned the fact that she had stripped the baby naked and abandoned her. Instead, she claimed to have casually discarded her by the roadside, not knowing the exact location. Now that she had told the truth, her crime would likely be more severe, right? Stripping a baby naked and abandoning her in the snow was clearly intentional murder. The talisman she had placed would ensure Zhang Hui also told the truth during interrogation. However, the incident where her father threatened Yuan Changde using her grandmother and Mother Quan had occurred in both her past and present lives. In her past life, he had also used this point to threaten Yuan Changde, successfully sending Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong to prison. Compared to his own mother and son, Yuan Changde indeed favored Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong more. But when compared to Yuan Changde himself, Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong became insignificant. He truly lived up to being her father. Resolute and decisive. Clear about gratitude and grudges, wise and intelligent. Her aunt was also very clever, deserving of praise. The three sisters-in-law had managed to deceive Zhang Hui and Yuan Changde, but they hadn't deceived her. Xia Tingyin had stepped out midway to turn on the recorder, and had turned it off before Lin Xiaoxue took action. The timing was just right. She hadn't recorded her father's threatening words to Zhang Hui, nor Zhang Hui's pleas for mercy, nor the sounds of her mother hitting Zhang Hui. What she recorded was only their questioning and Zhang Hui's answers. It wasn't long, but it was enough. With many people in the living room and no violation of Zhang Hui's privacy, this recording could serve as evidence in court. Having such parents and such uncles and aunts was truly a blessing. Quan Shengnan's eyes curved into crescents, deep dimples appearing on her cheeks, sweet enough to be intoxicating. Nan, come quickly to make a wish and blow out the candles. Ah, coming. Hearing Grandma Qin's call, Quan Shengnan ran over lightly. The Qin family had prepared 2 cakes, one large and one small. The small one belonged to her, adorned with 6 beautiful candles, their flames flickering. Quan Shengnan closed her eyes and silently made a wish in her heart. I hope there can be a solution that satisfies both sides in this matter, allowing me to reunite with my father and mother without depriving my younger brother of his life. She had just seen her father and mother leaving the Yuan family's gate, her mother holding her father and crying her heart out. Her always steady and strong father had tears in his eyes. In the swirling heavy snow, her uncles and aunts also had red-rimmed eyes. Quan Shengnan felt somewhat uncertain about her own resolve. Opening her eyes, she blew out the candles in one breath, and everyone applauded thunderously. Su Ren asked with a smile, Nan, what wish did you make? Tell your auntie, and your auntie will secretly help you make it come true. Quan Shengnan blinked her big eyes, shaking her little head repeatedly. I can't say. If I say it, it won't come true. Everyone laughed kindly. Since Grandma Qin was celebrating her birthday with a little girl, everyone more or less dared not look down on her. When the cake was cut, Quan Shengnan noticed that Zhao Xingyang, the grandson of old Master Zhao who had arrived after the Yuan Ziyuan couple left, ate the most. He was very fat, super fat. He was about the same age as Hua Xuedong, but his size was easily twice that of Hua Xuedong. His eyes were squeezed into slits, and he weighed at least 280 to 290 pounds. A female ghost followed Zhao Xingyang. With her heavenly eye, Chapter 201, Shocking Revelation 1. It was the female ghostly Yuxian, whom Cheng Kai-shao had asked her to help several years ago. Cheng Kai-shao said that Li Yuxian's fate was even more tragic than his own and begged Quan Shengnan to help her. No wonder she hadn't been able to find or encounter her all these years. It turned out she was wandering within the compound. The high-walled compound had always been a place Quan Shengnan was unwilling to pry into. Li Yuxian was extremely beautiful, with snow-white skin, flower-like features, willow leaf eyebrows, and cherry lips. Her figure was as slender as a willow, ethereal and fairy-like. Among the people Quan Shengnan had met, only Xiao Mingwei could rival her beauty. She was the kind of elegant, classical, and graceful lady from a prominent family, her demeanor exceptionally striking. She must have died in the prime of her youth. The bloody wound on her head and her slightly twisted neck, broken and bent, did nothing to diminish her beauty. She remained breathtakingly gorgeous. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Zhao Zhengyang was filled with tenderness and pity. At the same time, there was a faint trace of anxiety and worry. She reached out to snatch the cake Zhao Zhengyang was happily eating, but her hand always passed right through his body, leaving her empty-handed. Even so, she refused to give up. She kept trying to grab it, to take it away, as if tireless or perhaps hoping she might succeed. Yang Ong, stop eating. Please don't eat anymore. Yang Ong, eating too much will make you sick. Yang Ong. Yang Ong, when will you ever listen to what Mom says? Stop overeating. Yang Ong, seeing you like this breaks my heart. It truly does. Yang Ong. Li Yuxian wept, her tears falling like rain, utterly heartbroken. Quan Shengnan's brows furrowed slightly. So, she was Zhao Zhengyang's mother, who had passed away many years ago. Of course, who else but a birth mother would care so deeply about the young, overweight man before her? Hadn't she noticed that most of the young people in the hall looked at him with disdain? Even his own grandfather was deeply embarrassed and ashamed to see him looking so foolish and pig-like. Feeling a surge of pity, Quan Shengnan was about to speak when she was suddenly interrupted by the ringing of a telephone. Hello. Yang Yu answered the call and soon said to Lin Xiaofeng, Lin Xiaofeng, Elder Lin is asking you and Chen Hong to return home immediately. The Qin and Lin families were on very good terms, and today Lin Xiaofeng and Chen Hong had come as representatives of the Lin family to offer birthday congratulations. Hearing this, Lin Xiaofeng and Chen Hong knew the matter was serious and hurriedly stood up. Lin Xiaofeng apologized to the elders of the Qin family, while Chen Hong asked Yang Yu, Xiaoyu, has something happened at home? Everyone else in the hall stopped their conversations, listening intently. They were extremely curious about the Yuan family's affairs. After listening to the person on the other end of the line and repeatedly acknowledging, Yang Yu hung up and answered Chen Hong. They didn't specify what happened, only said that your Xiaoxue and the Yuan brothers have all gone over, and you need to return home quickly to discuss important matters. Hearing this, Lin Xiaofeng and Chen Hong understood. It must be related to Lin Xiaoxue and Yuan's daughter. There was probably a result now. After the two took their leave, the hall fell silent for a moment before bustling with activity again as everyone chattered and speculated. Has the Yuan family matter been resolved? Right, I remember old man Yuan solemnly promising Xiaoxue that on February 2nd, there was some ancestral method to verify Yuan Wei's lineage, and there would be no mistake. This was spoken by Elder Zhao. Today is February 2nd, so there should be a result. There should have been a result long ago. Who among us doesn't know that? Chapter 202, Shocking News 2. Yuan Chengda's past actions being less than honorable was one thing. Such things happened frequently back then, and everyone tacitly understood. But now, Zheng Hui and her daughter Yuan Jihong had done something like this, and everyone looked down on them for it. How could an innocent little baby be at fault? They had actually exchanged their own flesh and blood for her, and to this day, her fate remained unknown. It was truly vicious. About 90% of those on good terms with the Qin family were also close with the Lin family. In private, they were all discussing this matter. Swapping the real for the fake? An illegitimate daughter replacing the young lady of the Yuan family? It was even more dramatic than a stage play. And then there was that little fortune teller with the ironclad predictions, full of legendary color. Old Master Qin said loudly, all right, old man Lin will sooner or later seek justice for his granddaughter. We just have to wait for the outcome. Today is my wife's and little Nanan's birthday. Let's not talk about such upsetting matters. It was indeed upsetting. He was on good terms with old man Lin and had always doted on Yuan Wei, though he never quite liked her temperament. Who would have thought she was an imposter? Hearing this, everyone promptly and tactfully changed the subject. They were burning with curiosity, feeling as if 100 claws were scratching at their hearts, wishing they could immediately go out and gather some information. Only Zhao Zhengyang looked up at everyone, then continued stuffing cake into his mouth. Quan Shengnan watched, finding it truly a sorry sight. A handsome young man or a beautiful girl eating cake like this would create an aesthetically pleasing picture. Even if they ate a lot, their tall and slender or delicate figures made eating seem like an enjoyment. As for Zhao Zhengyang, already quite plump, continuing to eat and drink like this would only invite more ridicule. Having observed all kinds of people, Quan Shengnan naturally wouldn't look down on Zhao Zhengyang because of his weight like others might. So what if he was fat? All beings are equal. Fat people are human too. Why should they endure strange looks from others? Many overweight people suffered from deep insecurities precisely because they constantly faced disdainful, mocking looks and comments from others. After the cake, Madame Qin personally performed a gongfu tea ceremony for everyone, her movements flowing like clouds and water. Even though she was advanced in years with silver hair, her hands were slender, her movements elegant, beautiful as a poem or painting. Quan Shengnan held a small carved lacquer tea tray, serving tea to everyone. Dressed in bright clothes with her hair in two buns, she looked exactly like a clever and charming little maid from ancient times. Thanks to Madame Qin, she had received many red envelopes today and was happy to play the role of a maid to please the elders. With her rosy cheeks, apricot eyes, and cherry lips, she resembled a fresh flower budding in the spring breeze. Her words were sweet, and her manners were thorough. In just this short time, she had already won everyone's affection. As she served tea, auspicious phrases flowed from her lips one after another, like pearls falling onto a jade plate, crisp and pleasant to the ear. Everyone smiled from ear to ear, praising her repeatedly. Of course, this was mainly because Madame Qin had personally introduced her and kept her by her side, treating her like her own grandchild. "Brother Zhengyang, please have some tea." Quan Shengnan finally stood before the youngest Zhao Zhengyang, smiling as she offered the tea with both hands. Zhao Zhengyang was startled. He looked up, dumbfounded, at the little porcelain doll before him. Her eyes were like clear springs, clearly reflecting his own image. Deep dimples graced her cheeks, like flowers just beginning to bloom. Her expression was calm and natural, no mockery, no disdain, no look as if she were staring at a pig. Okay, tea. Zhao Ziyang put down the cake and reached out to take the teacup. His body was bulky, and moving was strenuous, so he inevitably became a bit flustered. The more flustered he was, the more likely something would go wrong. He accidentally knocked over the cake, which fell by his feet. Chapter 203, Shocking News 3. Zhao Zhengyang's face flushed bright red, and he looked utterly flustered. Fortunately, Quan Shengnan was quick-eyed and swift-handed and hadn't placed the teacup in his hands. Otherwise, more than just the cake would have ended up on the floor at that moment. Old Mr. Zhao was extremely embarrassed. He said to old Mr. Qin and Mrs. Qin, "This child is so clumsy. I'm afraid he's made a fool of himself in front of you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengyang was so ashamed he wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground. He hung his head deeply, an aura of loneliness and vulnerability faintly surrounding him. Quan Shengnan frowned slightly. Before she could speak, she heard Mrs. Qin say, "What fool? Zhengyang is a good boy, whose child is perfect in every way. Zhengyang, don't listen to your grandfather." As she spoke, Mrs. Qin called an orderly to clean up the mess and brought a cloth to wipe his shoes. Zhao Zhengyang wanted to bend down and wipe them himself, but he simply couldn't bend over. He could only whisper his thanks. The orderly smiled at him and withdrew. Quan Shengnan placed the teacup on the coffee table in front of him and handed him a handkerchief. "Brother Zhengyang, wipe your sweat." Outside, heavy snow was falling, but the living room was crowded and lively. Zhao Zhengyang was rather overweight, and in his panic and embarrassment, he was sweating profusely from his head and face. His drenched, sweaty appearance made his face look even more oily and shiny. Zhao Zhengyang stammered as he took it. "Thank you, little sister." "I'm sorry, did I scare you?" Quan Shengnan shook her head and gave a sweet smile. "Seeing you like this, Brother Zhengyang, I know you must have really liked the tea I brought and were just too eager to take it, which led to the accident. I'm happy, not scared." Her words were entirely meant to save face for Zhao Zhengyang. Everyone present heard her and couldn't help but look at her with newfound respect. Even old Mr. Zhao's expression softened a little. The matter was quickly brushed aside. After serving the tea, Quan Shengnan returned to sit beside Mrs. Qin. The only one worthy of her attention was Li Yuxian. Li Yuxian looked gratefully at Quan Shengnan, thinking that even if Quan Shengnan couldn't see her, she still wanted to express her gratitude. At the same time, she felt Quan Shengnan's name sounded somewhat familiar. Unexpectedly, Quan Shengnan looked up and met her gaze, her eyes clear and bright as if with divine insight, startling Li Yuxian. Li Yuxian quickly regained her composure and cautiously probed, "Quan Shengnan, Nan, can you see me?" She noticed she was an empty space, with no one around her left, right, front, or back. Quan Shengnan could only be looking at her. "Yes, I can see you. Li Yuxian, so you're here. I've been looking for you for a long time. Who are you? How do you know my name? What do you want with me?" Li Yuxian immediately looked at Quan Shengnan warily, spreading her hands and floating forward to shield Zhao Zhengyang behind her. At the same time, she realized Quan Shengnan's lips hadn't moved, yet she had heard her words. This was too miraculous. Quan Shengnan quickly reassured her, "Don't be afraid. Do you remember Chang Kai-shao? Chang Kai-shao? Who's that?" A flicker of confusion passed through Li Yuxian's eyes. She clearly didn't remember. "An old ghost. A ghost who starved to death and lingered in his hometown, refusing to move on to reincarnation. He was actually only in his 40s. Li Yuxian immediately remembered. You mean Brother Chang? I haven't seen him for several years. How do you know him? Quan Shengnan said seriously. 4 or 5 years ago, after Chen Kaixiao's wish was fulfilled, I helped him pass on. Before I helped him move on, he said your suffering was even worse than his and asked me to help you if I ever saw you. Do you need my help now? If you do, just say so. Pay the price you need to pay. Chapter 204, Shocking News 4. Li Yuxian's eyes instantly lit up, her heart stirred with excitement. Unfortunately, before she could speak, old Master Zhao took Zhao Zhengyang and announced their departure. It seemed he felt Zhao Zhengyang had embarrassed himself too much here and didn't want to stay any longer. Zhao Zhengyang hung his head, walking alongside like a frostbitten eggplant, utterly listless and dispirited. Li Yuxian's heart ached for her son. She reached out to stroke his face, but didn't have time to say anything before the grandfather and grandson left. She seemed deeply worried about her son and immediately followed them. For a moment, she completely forgot about Quan Shengnan. Only after leaving the living room did she remember, then drifted back with a sincere expression. Can you really help me fulfill my wish? Only if you pay the price, Quan Shengnan replied, dividing her attention as she accompanied old lady Qin to see off the guests. All right. Li Yuxian agreed readily without even asking what the price was. Aren't you going to ask what you need to pay? Quan Shengnan found this somewhat strange. Li Yuxian smiled gently and gracefully. I've known for a long time that nothing in this world comes for free. You fulfill my wish, I pay the price. That's only natural, a fair exchange. Otherwise, I doubt your intentions toward me. As long as my wish can be fulfilled, I'm willing to pay any price. I'm just a ghost who's been dead for 20 years. Apart from my soul, I have nothing else to offer. Quite clever indeed. There truly are many clever people in the world. Hearing this, Quan Shengnan straightforwardly told her that the price she needed to pay was to be released from her earthly ties through her guidance. Upon hearing this, Li Yuxian fell silent. A look of reluctance appeared on her face. Clearly, she couldn't bear to leave her son, Zhao Zhengyang. But soon, she nodded. I agree. If I agree, you can fulfill my wish. Even if you can't fulfill it, just conveying my message to Yang would be enough to let me rest in peace. Please be sure to tell Yang not to overeat and to take care of his health. That woman provides him with unlimited amounts of fish and meat for every meal, and even serves braised pork and desserts as midnight snacks. This is ill-intentioned toward him. Who is that woman? Could it be Zhao Zhengyang's stepmother, Zhou Chunfang? Old Master Zhao had 3 sons and 1 daughter, Zhao Tianfu, Zhao Tianlu, Zhao Tianshou, and Zhao Tianxi. Zhao Zhengyang's father was the 3rd son, Zhao Tianshou. Unlike Old Master Zhao, who was one of the founding fathers, the Zhao children were average in ability. They didn't cause trouble, but also lacked remarkable talents. Though their status wasn't low, they were at the bottom among the outstanding youths in the compound, with little to boast about. Zhao Tianshou's first wife died early, leaving behind a son, Zhao Zhengyang. A few years later, he remarried his current wife, Zhou Chunfang. After marrying into the family, Zhou Chunfang gave birth to 2 daughters and a son, but their status in the Zhao family was far inferior to that of the first grandson, Zhao Zhengyang. After Zhao Tianfu and Zhao Tianlu married, they each had 3 daughters, but no sons, which destined Zhao Zhengyang to be the favorite. With more females than males in the family, before Zhou Chunfang gave birth to a son, Zhao Zhengyang was the Zhao family's only grandson. Zhou Chunfang. Li Yuxian gritted her teeth, as if wanting to chew apart this name she detested. Now, following Old Master Zhao's departure, the Qin family's guests gradually began to take their leave. Quan Shengnan accompanied old lady Qin to see off the guests and then also announced her departure. At the same time, she instructed Li Yuxian to leave with her and return to Zhao Zhengyang's side after her wish was fulfilled. Nanan, stay for a few days. It's snowing so heavily outside, how can you go out? I won't feel at ease. The others left because their homes are all within the compound. A short walk up. Chapter 205, Shocking News 5. After listening to old lady Qin's words, Quan Shengnan thought for a moment and agreed. She wanted to first know how her parents were handling the progress regarding Zheng Hui and her daughter, and she also wanted to hear Li Yuxian's wish before meeting Zhao Zhengyang again. Old lady Qin immediately instructed Hu Xuedong to call Yun Jianjun and the others to inform them. Shortly after returning from Yunnan, Yun Jianjun had spent money to install a telephone at home for easier contact with Hu Xuedong and others. At that time, installing a telephone was particularly expensive, which pained Yun Chunshi and Quan Shuang greatly. Hu Xuedong, gentle and refined, explained that Quan Shengnan would be staying overnight and then let Quan Shengnan speak with Yun Jianjun. Being at the Qin residence, Quan Shengnan didn't say much and kept it brief. After hanging up, Old Lady Qin personally directed Ouyangyu to prepare the guest room. Ouyangyu bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, this humble servant obeys." That one sentence made everyone collapse with laughter. The reason Old Lady Qin liked Quan Shengnan was very simple. She had read Hu Xuedong's fortune and gifted him a precious string of protective Buddhist beads. Even though they had never met before, she had shown such kindness. How could Old Lady Qin not like her? Her abilities were evident to all, and Old Lady Qin believed her words completely. Moreover, Hu Xuedong held her in high regard. Understanding this, Ouyangyu was especially kind and amiable toward Quan Shengnan, preparing the room with elegance and care. In the stillness of the night, alone with Quan Shengnan, Li Yuxian felt the desire to speak. She slowly began to tell her story. It turned out that Li Yuxian was indeed a lady from a prominent family, a daughter of nobility. Her ancestors were officials from the Qing dynasty. After the fall of the Qing, some joined the military to resist the Japanese, while others left their official posts to become merchants. During the Republican era, her family held considerable influence. Such heritage and status inevitably meant they would not find peace in the early days of the nation's establishment. My father said that most of those who rose to prominence came from common backgrounds. After the founding of the nation, although it wasn't a case of killing the hounds once the hares are caught, politics and the military were different, and there were significant conflicts between classes, inevitably leading to struggles for power. Our family had experienced too much and had no intention of getting involved. So, my father used all his connections and resources to relocate the entire family abroad. Our family was the last to leave. As the head of the Li clan, my father had to ensure all clan members were sent away before he could leave with peace of mind. He was unwilling to abandon any member of the Li clan. This sense of responsibility and integrity caused our departure to be delayed by one step. By the time the turmoil began, our family was already on the list to be denounced. Coming from a prominent family, with clan members overseas, our household was labeled as reactionaries. The ancestral home was reduced to ruins, the ancestral graves were dug up, coffins were smashed, and the bones of our ancestors were left exposed in the wilderness. Even so, my father still found an opportunity to leave. I couldn't bear to part with Zhao Tianshou and our newborn son, so I stubbornly stayed behind. My mother-in-law doted on me, and Zhao Tianshou treated me very well, never abandoning me because of external circumstances. But that didn't mean others would tolerate me. 3 months later, countless people stormed into the Zhao residence to arrest me. Recalling the events of 1968, Li Yuxian gave a bitter smile. She died a tragic death. Amid the struggle, she was pushed down the stairs, suffering a fatal head injury. At this point, she continued, "I don't hate Zhao Tianshou, truly. Compared to couples who turned against each other and separated during the turmoil, he remained by my side, never abandoning me. What I hate is Zhou Chunfang. I hate how she treated my Yangong." Chapter 206, Shocking Revelation 6. Quan Shengnan thought for a moment, recalling her earlier statement that Zhou Chunfang had ill intentions, preparing lavish meals of fish and meat for Zhao Zhengyang 3 times a day, and constantly serving braised pork and desserts as midnight snacks. She then said, force-feeding brother Zhengyang to make him fat, spoiling him to ruin? That should be it, right? Raising Zhao Zhengyang to be as stupid and lazy as a pig, making him disliked by everyone and unable to make friends. Having no friends meant no connections or relationships within their social circle. Indulging Zhao Zhengyang in eating, drinking, and having fun, allowing him to skip school and classes. Skipping school and classes meant Zhao Zhengyang would learn nothing and achieve nothing. Such a Zhao Zhengyang would disappoint the elders and lack the capability to inherit the Zhao family's legacy. Stupid as a pig, unlearned and unskilled. What family elder would feel at ease entrusting their family business to such a descendant? You really are clever, no wonder many people in the compound are talking about you, the divine fortune teller. A flash of admiration crossed Li Yuxian's eyes. As she wandered around the compound, she finally remembered why the name Quan Shengnan sounded so familiar to her. The little divine fortune teller with her accurate predictions. Many people were privately eager to seek her out for fortune-telling and divination. Quan Shengnan smiled faintly. This composed demeanor added 3 more points of trust in Li Yuxian's eyes. She said, "Everyone in this world has their own selfish motives. I don't blame Zhou Chunfang for being selfish and planning a future for her own children. But why did she have to harm my Yangong? The way to maintain health lies in a balanced diet of meat and vegetables, eating only until 70% full. What Zhou Chunfang did was clearly aimed at taking Yangzheng's life. Obese people are prone to illness, wheezing like an ox, and having difficulty moving. The more this happens, the less they want to move, and their health will only deteriorate day by day. It's highly likely they could suffocate and die suddenly. Such cases are not unheard of. There are several recorded in our Li family's history. At first, I thought Zhou Chunfang didn't understand these things and believed that feeding Yang well was for his benefit, because she usually treated Yang very well, showering him with care and affection, even more than a biological mother. When Yang was young, the Zhao family's living conditions weren't very good, and lard mixed with rice was considered quite rich. Gradually, I began to sense something was wrong. Feeding Yang like this every day was harming him. Once, I overheard her daughter and son complaining that she gave all the delicious food to Yang, always pampering him and allowing him to do whatever he wanted, while she was very strict in their upbringing. She said she didn't give them so much fish and meat for their own good. She said if Yang ate until he was as fat as a pig, no one would like him. She said only by studying hard and making progress every day could one truly gain skills, and they must never learn from Yang, who achieved nothing and was a bad student. With words like these, her own son could replace Yang as the #1 in the hearts of the old master and mistress. Quan Shengnan sighed. She succeeded, didn't she? Just in this one day at the Qin family, she could see that apart from the elders, the younger generation rarely interacted with Zhao Zhengyang. In their eyes, there was disdain, sarcasm, mockery, sympathy, and pity, everything but friendliness. If this continued, Zhao Zhengyang's future and life would be in grave danger. She had noticed it as early as when she first met Zhao Zhengyang. Zhao Zhengyang was destined to die young. Due to obesity and the various illnesses it caused, by the age of 25, his weight reached 400 pounds, and he died suddenly in his sleep. Hearing Zhao Zhengyang's future fate from Quan Shengnan's mouth, Li Yuxian wept bitterly. I knew it. If Yang continues like this, he will definitely be in great danger. Please, Master Quan, I beg you must save Yang. Chapter 207, Shocking News 7. Don't worry. Since I've encountered this, I will definitely save Zhengyang. Zhao Zhengyang was as fat as a pig and as foolish as a pig. Yet, his gaze was clear and upright, his heart kind and pure, like an innocent child. He was a good boy, a good person with a soul as white as snow. In his entire life, he had never done anything bad, never spoken ill of others, and never schemed against anyone. For such a good person, Quan Shengnan would never stand by and watch him be so thoroughly manipulated, losing his life and everything he had. Li Yuxian's sobbing stopped abruptly as she looked at Quan Shengnan with pleasant surprise. Quan Shengnan did not disappoint her, speaking again with utmost seriousness. Don't worry, I will help him. I will let you see with your own eyes him becoming healthy and motivated, and then willingly accept my deliverance. Wonderful. Finally, someone can help Yang. Li Yuxian exclaimed joyfully, dancing with an ethereal, fairy-like grace. You have no idea how many things I've tried to tell Yang, but he couldn't hear me, couldn't see me. Day and night, I prayed that one day he could hear my words and know that Zhou Chunfang harbored ill intentions toward him. Unfortunately, it was hard to get my wish. Now it's fine. As long as you tell him all about Zhou Chunfang's schemes in detail, he will definitely be on guard. However, Quan Shengnan just smiled faintly and shook her head. Li Yuxian was taken aback. Is that not possible? It's not that it's impossible. Don't you think it would be very difficult to implement? You should understand that Zhengyang trusts his stepmother very much. He has always believed that Zhou Chunfang has his best interests at heart, giving him the best food and clothes, always indulging his wishes. In his heart, he truly regards Zhou Chunfang as his own mother. If we suddenly tell him now that Zhou Chunfang is bad, do you think he would believe it? He might even say we have ulterior motives. Especially since Zhengyang's intellect has never matched that of a true 20-year-old. His mindset is too naive, his thinking too simple. He wouldn't think that complexly, nor would he suspect Zhou Chunfang's motives. Li Yuxian's face fell with dejection. Everyone in the Zhao family, including everyone in the compound, believed that Zhou Chunfang doted the most on Zhao Zhengyang, the stepson left by her husband's former wife. When it came to food and clothing, she always picked the best for Zhao Zhengyang first. When elders like Zhao Tianshou strictly disciplined Zhao Zhengyang, she was the only one who would protect him, always following Zhao Zhengyang's wishes. People often say stepmothers are cruel, but this stepmother had an excellent reputation. Because of this, many people associated with her, not caring about her humble origins or her status as a second wife. You're right. Then what should we do? Naturally, she already had a plan. Quan Shengnan was confident and assured. Regarding this matter, are you willing to let me take full charge? Of course I am. If she wasn't willing, no one could help her son. Good. Just watch. I will handle this matter very soon, to your satisfaction. At this point, Li Yuxian could only listen to her. Watching Quan Shengnan quietly fall asleep, Li Yuxian stared blankly, lost in thought. Her skin was smooth and lustrous, white as snow. When she opened her eyes, her pupils were clear and bright like stars in the sky, almost divine. So lovely, so beautiful. In her entire life, Li Yuxian had never seen such a beautiful and adorable little girl. Actually, before Zhou Chunfang entered the household, her son had also been a lovely, jade-like little golden boy. With delicate features, fair skin, red lips, he was extremely likable. Li Yuxian couldn't guess what method Quan Shengnan would use to help her son. After waiting with difficulty until the next day, she accompanied Madame Qin for meals and conversation, but there was no movement at all. Chapter 208, Shocking News 8. The entire compound was in turmoil and far from peaceful because of this incident. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue formally sued Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong. They sued Zhang Hui for baby theft, abandonment, and murder under the charge of intentional homicide. They sued Yuan Jihong as an accomplice for agreeing to swap the babies and also agreeing to abandon them. They did not conceal this matter from outsiders, but presented the complete truth for everyone to know. Of course, everyone referred to people within their circle, not outsiders. Stripping a baby naked and abandoning it on a snow-covered roadside. Such a cruel act was utterly shocking. After hearing the whole story, the entire compound immediately erupted in an uproar. The Mo family promptly divorced Yuan Jihong, and those engaged to daughters of the Zhang family successively called off their engagements. Everyone else closely followed the progress of the matter. A flicker of disgust flashed in old lady Qin's eyes. Before, I thought Zhang Hui merely had poor character. I never imagined she could be this wicked. She should be punished, and punished severely. Whose child isn't a piece of flesh from their own mother? How could she so casually swap them so brazenly? She was thinking of her own granddaughter, but couldn't she spare a thought for that poor child, abandoned naked in the snow? That would only lead to death. Killing her wouldn't even be enough to appease public anger. Old Lady Qin thought hatefully, her heart aching for Lin Xiaoxue, whom she regarded as her own daughter. Losing her daughter, how heartbroken and full of self-blame must she be? Yes, she should be punished severely. Quan Shengnan nodded in agreement. However, she didn't believe Zhang Hui merely had poor character. Her malice had existed over 20 years ago. Just to marry Yuan Chengda, she had sent people to pursue and kill Grandma and Mother Quan. At this time, the old master, Qin Wuji, and Yang Yu had already gone to work. Only Hua Xuedong and Quan Shengnan were at home to keep her company. Hua Xuedong wasn't idle. He was sitting in the living room handling documents brought by Secretary Chen. He remained steady and refined as ever, his posture almost picturesque. Hua Xuedong said calmly, the Lin family will definitely not let her off, and the authorities will absolutely not show her any leniency. This incident had caused a huge uproar and had a very negative impact. Early in the morning, the authorities had sent people to handle it strictly. As he spoke, he didn't miss the flicker of satisfaction in Quan Shengnan's eyes. Satisfaction? Why was she satisfied with such an outcome? Not only that, her behavior in front of Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue was also quite different. Before he could ponder further, he heard Quan Shengnan say, Auntie, could you help me arrange a meeting with Zheng Yang's grandmother? Why arrange a meeting with old Mrs. Zhao? Old Lady Qin and Hua Xuedong voiced their questions simultaneously. Quan Shengnan glanced around and, seeing that aside from the guard at the door, there was no one else in the house, she lowered her voice and spoke. Yesterday, when I observed Zheng Yang's facial features, I found that if we don't find a solution, he won't live past 5 years. Li Yuqian hadn't left the Qin family yesterday. Hearing this, she felt very puzzled. Why was Quan Shengnan speaking so bluntly? Old Lady Qin, however, was startled. Is that true? Quan Shengnan nodded emphatically. It's true. When I read faces and tell fortunes, I never make mistakes. After all, Zhao Zhengyang was one of the children old Lady Qin had watched grow up. Hearing such news, she was alarmed and anxious. What should we do? What should we do? Zhengyang is a good person, and I don't want anything to happen to him. But I can't tell Zhengyang directly. If I went up to him and told him he won't live past 5 years, he'd definitely think I'm strange and might not believe me. So, to save Zhengyang, we need to find someone who can help him. Old Mrs. Zhao is probably the best choice. From Zhengyang's facial features, I can see that the person in his family. Chapter 209, A Startling Statement 1. Old Lady Qin deeply believed in Quan Shengnan's words. Many things had proven her ability of divine foresight. Those in the compound who called it feudal superstition were, in their hearts, more convinced than anyone else. Today, when she introduced Quan Shengnan, she hadn't mentioned her identity as a divine fortune-teller at all. Yet, some people, upon hearing her name, asked her if Quan Shengnan was the legendary young fortune-teller known for her accurate predictions. When she said yes, their eyes lit up. She nodded repeatedly, saying, right, we should go find Sister Wei. Sister Wei has experienced many things. No matter what she encounters, she remains calm and composed. I admire her the most. Zhengyang is young and can't handle things well. If he heard what you said, he'd be scared out of his wits. How could he possibly think about defying fate? From her tone, it was clear she had an excellent relationship with Zhao Zhengyang's grandmother. At the same time, Li Yuxian also reacted. That's right, the one in the Zhao family who doted on Yang the most was her mother-in-law, Wei Danny. Besides Zhou Chenfang, Yang listened to her mother-in-law the most. Starting with her mother-in-law, they could completely change Yang's fate. Moreover, Quan Shengnan's reputation as a divine fortune-teller was deeply ingrained. It should certainly draw her mother-in-law's attention. Her mother-in-law was a firm believer in gods and spirits, often going to temples to burn incense and pray to Buddha. For decades, she had never stopped. Even during that turbulent period, she found ways to avoid others and burn her own incense, pray to her own Buddha, and recite her own scriptures. Li Yuxian immediately told Quan Shengnan this. I understand. I will make good use of this, Quan Shengnan replied telepathically. When facing Zhao Zhengyang, she had lightly opened her heavenly eye and learned about the significant role old lady Zhao played in Zhao Zhengyang's life. A rural woman with a similar background to her own grandmother, yet due to wisdom and character, their fates were completely different. Li Yuxian felt a sense of relief. Old Lady Qin said, Nan, since you changed Auntie Heiress's fate, you can definitely help Zhengyang defy fate and change it, right? I can help, but what? Just say it directly. Old Lady Qin disliked it most when people beat around the bush. Because it involves defying fate, first, I require the corresponding divination fee before I will act. Second, it requires Old Lady Zhao to personally take action. Unrelated to karma, she could do it without charging a penny. Defying fate was not included in that. She wouldn't go to the trouble for no reason. Otherwise, it would only make people push their luck. A little kindness is appreciated. Too much breeds resentment. Such things happened quite often. Old Lady Qin, experienced in worldly affairs, understood the meaning perfectly well. She smiled and said, Don't worry. When it comes to Zhengyang's life, Sister Wei will definitely not treat you unfairly. Old Lady Qin put a scarf, hat, and gloves on Quan Shengnan, dressed herself similarly, informed Hu Xuedong, and then led Quan Shengnan towards the Zhao family's direction. One old, one young, dressed very similarly. Those who didn't know might truly think they were family. The heavy snow had stopped last night. When Quan Shengnan opened the window in the morning, the accumulated snow was over half a foot thick. The roads were wet, the snow already cleared away. After Yuan Wei's background was exposed, many people in the compound have been talking about you. Li Yuxian floated around beside Quan Shengnan, suddenly in a gossipy mood. More than that, she wanted Quan Shengnan to understand that her reputation had long spread throughout the compound. It couldn't be called famous, but it could be said that everyone knew about her. They say you're a divine fortune-teller. I don't think you're just a simple fortune-teller. Master Quan, what kind of being are you exactly? You can see ghosts and also perform deliverance rituals. Chapter 210, a startling remark too. Of course I'm not simple. If I were simple, how could I read fortunes and tell fortunes, and how could I see you? What a clever woman. It's a pity she passed away so young. No. That's not what I meant, Master Quan. I think, Master Quan, your abilities are far more impressive than what I had heard. By the way, Master Quan, since you can see ghosts and perform deliverance rituals, might you attract unwanted attention and get yourself into trouble? Li Yuxian suddenly grew worried. What happened 20 years ago still left her with lingering fear. She had originally wanted to ask Quan Shengnan if she could let her send a dream to her son or allow her son to see her once. But now, thinking of this point, she suddenly dismissed the idea. Forget it. Being able to save Yang, ensuring his health and preventing him from living in a daze, that would be enough to satisfy her. As a person, no, as a ghost, one shouldn't be so insatiably greedy. Quan Shengnan smiled faintly. Nothing in this world is absolute. Whether the secret of my ghost-seeing and deliverance rituals will be leaked, or whether it will attract attention, I don't know. I can only act cautiously and live prudently. Afterwards, she would quietly place a talisman on those who knew the secret and had sworn to keep it confidential. Her grandparents had it, old Mrs. Cheng had it, and Yan Xuelian had it too. This talisman did not harm the body or one's hidden virtue. On the contrary, it greatly benefited the body by gathering spiritual energy from heaven and earth to temper it, which could be considered a form of compensation. It wasn't that she didn't trust people, but she felt it was better to be cautious. Her abilities were different from ordinary people's, so she had to take precautions everywhere. Many people in the world promise to keep secrets, but out of 10, at least 8 can't help but tell others. 1 tells 10, 10 tell 100, that's how many widely known secrets get leaked. So even though she saw Li Yuxian's contentment, she didn't tell her that she could make her soul appear before Zhao Zhengyang. Master Quan has such great abilities, so of course you already have a plan. I was worrying for nothing. Li Yuxian looked at Quan Shengnan's calm and composed demeanor, her steady bearing without any intention to boast, and laughed at herself mockingly. Seeing her like this, Quan Shengnan sighed inwardly and changed the subject, talking about other matters. Can you tell me about the personality and character of Zhang Yang's grandmother? After I know, I'll think about how to broach the subject appropriately. My mother-in-law, she's formidable. Mentioning Wei Dainio, Li Yuxian became animated, her eyes full of admiration. Don't look at my mother-in-law's background as a rural woman who can't read a single character. In the Zhao family, I admire her the most. She is very shrewd, very decisive, and very sharp. Whether crude or shrewish, nothing can hide the fact that she is a formidable person. Quan Shengnan immediately grew somewhat curious. When she used her heavenly eye to see Zhao Zhengyang's past and future, she did not attach herself to Wei Dainio to pry into her privacy. Hearing Li Yuxian say this, she asked, "Are there any great achievements that I could admire?" Li Yuxian said proudly, "I'll just mention one thing, Master Quan, and you'll understand my mother-in-law's character. Of course, this is also something I heard. I wasn't born yet at that time and didn't witness it myself. I only heard about it from my mother after I married Zhao Tianshou. About 40-some years ago, because my father-in-law gained the admiration of a female university student who served the wife of his superior, he couldn't help but become somewhat carried away and started thinking about divorcing and remarrying." Chapter 211, A Startling Remark 3. Oh, looking at old Zhao's righteous aura, it turns out there's such a past. How did she do it? Quan Shengnan suddenly became interested. Her grandmother had experienced this kind of thing, and she really wanted to know how Wei Dainui had defended her family. The mistress who remained in the Zhao family now was Wei Dainui, which meant she hadn't been defeated by the other woman. Seeing her curiosity, Li Yuxian was happy to tell the story and said with a smile, "It was very simple. My mother-in-law's methods were straightforward, decisive, simple, and brutal. She worked on the farm and had a lot of strength. No, not just a lot of strength, she was incredibly strong. My mother-in-law was the kind of person born with extraordinary strength, easily able to lift objects weighing over 200 pounds. So, she went to the female college student's residence, dragged her out, and gave her a severe beating, turning her face into a swollen mess. After beating her, she dragged the female college student to the doorstep of my father-in-law's superior's wife. According to my mother, she really stopped right at the main gate, on the roadside, where people were coming and going. This was before the founding of the nation, and they hadn't yet moved into this compound. My mother-in-law sat at the main gate and cried. My father-in-law, after all, held some status, and the guards couldn't drive her away, nor dared to lay a hand on her, especially with so many people coming and going, under everyone's watchful eyes. My mother-in-law cried so loudly it shook the heavens, weeping while recounting her grievances. While telling her story, she never forgot to keep slapping the female college student's face. Of course, my mother-in-law knew it was my father-in-law who was at fault. When my father-in-law heard about it later and tried to persuade her to leave, she also beat him into a swollen mess. I heard she even knocked him unconscious. But that woman was no good either. The female college student was an alumna of my father-in-law's superior's wife. Somehow, she had curried favor with the superior's wife and was very much in her good graces. Seeing that my father-in-law held a decent official position and wasn't bad-looking, she wanted to reap the rewards without effort and become an official's wife directly. Young and beautiful, educated and literate, she easily won my father-in-law's heart. So, my father-in-law's superior's wife stepped in as a matchmaker, promising to marry the female college student to him as long as he divorced. That wife, by the way, had also schemed her way into becoming an official's wife by ousting the superior's original spouse. Probably all crows are black under the sky. After becoming an official's wife, she became particularly enthusiastic about matchmaking for the officers under her husband's command. Regardless of whether those officers were already married with children or had existing engagements, she would introduce her alumni or female college students she knew to them. Countless original spouses were abandoned by their husbands because of her. Oh, all under the pretext of emotional incompatibility, mismatched interests, breaking free from feudal arranged marriages, and pursuing freedom, among others. My mother-in-law made such a huge scene that the wife, too embarrassed to show her face, sent her maid out to persuade my mother-in-law. The maid said things like this was a feudal remnant, an arranged marriage, and that if they were emotionally incompatible, they shouldn't hold each other back. Finally, she even said my mother-in-law was illiterate and couldn't understand my father-in-law's ambitions, so she should let him go and find someone who understood him to accompany him. Really, how shameless. My mother-in-law spat right in the maid's face, pointed at the gate, and cursed. What a load of dog shit. Feudal remnant? Why didn't he say it was a parent-arranged marriage when he married me in a formal ceremony? If he felt his parents were restricting his freedom, couldn't he have opposed it? If he didn't even dare to resist, what kind of man is he? I was the belle of the village, sought after by at least 10 families, if not 100. I didn't have to marry him. Emotionally incompatible? If we were emotionally incompatible, how could we have given birth to 3 chubby sons? How could I have an— Chapter 212, A Startling Remark 4. As for saying that this old lady doesn't understand his ambitions, pa. That's even more laughable, simply nonsense, talking recklessly. If this old lady didn't understand him, could she have managed the household chores on her own, taken care of his parents, and let him fight at the front with peace of mind? You people, for all your education, are utterly shameless. One plays the fox spirit, drives away the original wife who shared hardships to become an official's wife, and 10 others follow suit. Is being a fox spirit so easy? Aren't you afraid your stench will choke people to death? If you want to break up other couples, just say it outright. Don't use these excuses to cover up your own filth. You can break up other couples, this old lady can't control that. But dare to set your sights on this old lady's man, and this old lady can slap you dead with one hand. No matter how flawed this old lady's man is, he's still this old lady's man. Whether he lives or dies, whether his future is good or bad, that's for this old lady to decide. If I find out you still want my man to divorce me and marry someone else, I won't be as polite as I am today. Upon hearing this, Quan Shengnan was utterly impressed, filled with admiration. She really wanted to meet this formidable old lady. Those words were truly sharp in their accusation. To be fair, in the late feudal society, arranged marriages by parents did indeed create many marital tragedies. But among the men who later achieved success and immediately divorced to remarry, very few did so for that reason. Instead, they used it as an excuse to cover up their own selfish desires. Some despised their original wives for aging and losing their looks. Some felt their status was extraordinary and wanted to find someone more educated and socially adept, looking down on their original wives as unfit for public appearances. Those who truly divorced due to marital tragedies caused by arranged marriages were few and far between. Facing similar third-party interference and husbands changing hearts, her own grandmother didn't have the capability of this old lady. Even if things couldn't go on, she could at least vent her anger. Different people, with different personalities, led to entirely different outcomes under the same circumstances. Quan Shengnan sighed inwardly. A capable woman, whether literate or not, educated or not, would never allow herself to be wronged. What happened next? What happened afterward? Quan Shengnan pressed. Afterward, it was simple. My mother-in-law stirred up a huge fuss. Many original wives echoed her sentiments, and plenty of onlookers among the common folk joined in. My father-in-law's superior had no choice but to intervene personally, apologizing, giving assurances, and didn't pursue the matter of my mother-in-law hitting anyone. Only then was my mother-in-law satisfied. What about your father-in-law? Did the old lady teach Jiao Lao a lesson afterward? Mentioning this, Li Yuxian laughed. As women, they naturally shared the same indignation and felt a bit of schadenfreude. She did, and she taught him a severe lesson. In the end, in front of his superiors and subordinates, my father-in-law knelt and apologized, giving his word before the matter was settled. Although my mother-in-law beat up that female college student, the one she truly resented was my father-in-law. It takes two to tango. If he hadn't had those thoughts, would he have wanted to divorce and remarry? My mother-in-law later told me that if she hadn't been concerned about the country still being at war and the front lines needing my father-in-law, she would have broken his legs to see if he still wanted to divorce and remarry. My mother-in-law also said, you haven't even washed the mud off your feet yet, and you're already thinking about taking concubines and mistresses. Have you ever considered whether you have the fortune to enjoy such things? As they spoke, they had already arrived at the Zhao family's doorstep. A white-haired old lady came out to greet them, laughing heartily. Well, Sister Hua. Chapter 213, A Startling Remark 5. She was thin and wiry, with dark skin, slightly triangular eyes, upward slanting eyebrows, high cheekbones, and a face full of wrinkles and age spots. She looked very old, not at all attractive, and one could even say her features were somewhat fierce. Many people said that triangular eyes meant viciousness, high cheekbones meant meanness. Yet, her gaze was very gentle, radiating kindness. Fierce in appearance, but kind at heart, that described her perfectly. Old Mrs. Zhao wore a black, diagonally fastened homespun gown over her thick padded jacket, looking nothing like a general's wife. It was hard to tell that this old lady was the formidable figure Li Yuxian had spoken of. Li Yuxian's eyes were as soft as water, filled with admiration and respect. This is my mother-in-law. Her surname is Wei, and her given name is Danny. Wei Danny? The name fit the era and her background perfectly. We have serious business with you. Aren't you going to invite us in first? Old Mrs. Qin got straight to the point without any pretense. Seeing her grave expression, Wei Danny felt a jolt of alarm and quickly invited them inside. As soon as they entered the hall, Zhao Zhengyang, who had been watching TV, stood up, his eyes sparkling with delight. Grandma Qin, Nan, you're here. Although he had only met Quan Shengnan once, he had sensed her kindness. Such kindness was rare in his life. Because it was rare, he cherished it all the more. Zhao Xingyang greeted them warmly, then brought out his favorite sweets and snacks to treat them, covering the coffee table in the living room. Sesame candy, haw flakes, chocolate, sunflower seeds, sausages, instant noodles, popcorn, all high-calorie, high-fat foods. Thank you, Xiaoyang brother. Quan Shengnan smiled sweetly. Not only that, he tugged at Wei Danny and said, Grandma, this is the little Nan and I told you about. Little Nan is so nice. So this is little Nan? How pretty. Wei Danny's smile widened. She beckoned Quan Shengnan over for a closer look, then took a thick red envelope from inside her gown and pressed it into her hand. I heard from Yang Ong about what happened yesterday. He likes you a lot, and Grandma likes you too. Take this red envelope and buy some candy. Wei Danny loved the crow for the sake of its nest. Since the child didn't look down on Zhao Xingyang, of course she liked her. Nowadays, children were all clever and quick-witted. Even if they behaved well in front of her, behind her back they would call Yang Ong a fatty. Quan Shengnan thanked her politely and looked at old Mrs. Qin. Old Mrs. Qin smiled and said, Nan, take it. This is from your Auntie Zhao. Wei Danny's eyes widened. Sister Hua, I'm an 80-year-old woman. How could I possibly be reduced to Auntie? Little Nan was only 7, called her grandson brother, and should call her grandma. Old Mrs. Qin laughed heartily. Nan, tell your Auntie Zhao what you call me. Auntie. Quan Shengnan also found it amusing. The generational titles were truly confusing. Hey, it must be your 4th son dragging things down again. Wei Danny muttered discontentedly but didn't say anything more. As for Quan Shengnan calling her grandson brother and herself auntie, Wei Danny didn't mind at all. In the Qin family, it had happened many times that she called Qin Fengji's 3 brothers uncle and Hua Xiuedong brother. Sister Hua, you said you had something to discuss with me. What is it? Wei Danny understood perfectly well that one didn't visit the temple without a reason. Old Mrs. Qin glanced at Zhao Xingyang, a hint of hesitation appearing on her face. Could Zhao Xingyang not know? Wei Danny caught on and turned to Zhao Xingyang. Yang, didn't your mom just buy you some imported model from abroad? Why don't you take your little sister to play with it for a while? Okay. Nan, come. Chapter 214, A Startling Statement 6. As soon as Zhao Xingyang and Quan Shengnan left, old lady Qin quickly and clearly explained the purpose of their visit. Wei Danny, who hadn't paid much attention at first, grew increasingly pale, her face turning a frightening shade of white as she listened to the matter. Once old lady Qin finished speaking, Wei Danny immediately grabbed her hand and said urgently, yesterday, when I heard Yang Ong mention Nan, I knew she was that little fortune teller. I planned to visit you today, but who knew you would come instead? Little sister, you said Yang Ong will face a great calamity in 5 years. Did Nanan mention any way to overcome it? He's my only grandson. You must save him. That's why we're here. If I didn't want to save Xingyang, I wouldn't have brought Nanan with me. After saying this, old lady Qin carefully relayed Quan Shengnan's words to her. Wei Danny patted her chest and declared, the divination fee is not an issue. As long as my grandson is safe and sound, I'll give her all my life savings. I've heard from Old Fourth about this. Nanan charges divination fees mainly to fund charitable deeds. To defy fate and alter destiny, she bears a heavy karmic burden, so she needs funds to accumulate virtue through good deeds. For ordinary fortune-telling and divination, she charges very little, sometimes almost nothing at all. Old lady Qin hurriedly explained, fearing Wei Danny might think Quan Shengnan was being greedy by asking for money. Wei Danny didn't mind. Even burning incense at a temple requires an offering, not to mention interpreting fortune sticks. She's reading my grandson's fortune and helping him overcome a calamity. Charging a fee is something I'm only grateful for. Fortune-telling to avert disaster and defying fate to change destiny, not everyone has such an opportunity. If their family hadn't been on good terms with the Qin family, they wouldn't have attended the banquet yesterday. If they hadn't attended, Zhao Xingyang wouldn't have met Quan Shengnan. If he hadn't met her, she wouldn't have discerned his calamity and subsequently visited their home. So, you see, this is fate. It's good that you understand. This was precisely why old lady Qin and Wei Danny were such close friends. In the compound, only Wei Danny and old lady Lin were truly old lady Qin's confidants, with whom she could share everything. Did she say how to help my grandson overcome the calamity? Wei Danny asked, voicing her greatest concern. She didn't mention that. We'll have to call her down and ask. Just make sure Yang Ong doesn't hear when we do. Simple, leave it to me. Wei Danny stood at the staircase and called out loudly, Yang Ong, Grandma is out of soy sauce for cooking. Go buy a bottle for me. Zhao Xingyang came downstairs, slightly out of breath, and cheerfully agreed. Quan Shengnan, having sensed everything with her spiritual awareness, followed him down. Grandma, I'll go buy it. Make sure to take good care of Nanan. Zhao Xingyang stubbornly waited for his grandmother's nod before leaving. Those left behind exchanged knowing smiles. Your son is very filial, Quan Shengnan communicated to Li Yuxian through her spiritual awareness. Of course, my son has always been a good child. With a son, all is well. Li Yuxian straightened her posture, her face filled with pride. Quan Shengnan chuckled softly and returned to the living room. Under Wei Danny's earnest gaze, old lady Qin posed the question. Quan Shengnan thought for a moment and said, to help brother Zhengyang overcome this calamity, it's neither too difficult nor too simple. What should we do then? Nanan, no, Master Quan, you must save Yang, Wei Danny pleaded urgently. The divination fee is no issue. I'll give you whatever you ask. Quan Shengnan smiled faintly. The divination fee is merely a formality. Even if you don't pay it, Auntie, if you often take brother Xingyang to do good deeds and accumulate virtue, it can indirectly help offset the karmic burden I bear. Charging a divination fee. Chapter 215, A Startling Statement 7. Wei Danyue nodded vigorously, repeating her question once more. Quan Shengnan carefully explained Zhao Zhengyang's physical condition to the two elders. The dangers of overeating, the hazards of rapid weight gain, the risks of not exercising, and so on. The consequences of obesity are very serious. If brother Zhengyang continues eating like this, many illnesses will come for him. The divination I saw shows that brother Zhengyang's weight increases to 400 gene in 5 years, and he dies suddenly in his sleep. Heart problems, respiratory issues, insufficient blood supply to the brain. These are all problems caused by obesity and lack of exercise. To save brother Zhengyang, we must change his eating habits and supervise him to exercise gradually. She did not tell Wei Danyue about Zhou Chuanfang's schemes, only explained Zhao Zhengyang's current situation from an observer's perspective. After hearing this, Wei Danyue's expression turned extremely grim. Old lady Qin was also astonished. So being fat not only affects appearance, but is also very harmful to the body. No wonder our families taught us from childhood that the way to nurture life is to eat only 70% full at meals. Have a balanced mix of meat and vegetables, and dinner should be light. It seems the wisdom of the elders holds true. Quan Shengnan smiled and nodded. In ancient times, people actually ate 2 meals a day, breakfast and lunch. Dinner did not exist. While this was partly due to the poverty of common households not wanting to waste food, there was also the principle of nurturing life, allowing the stomach and intestines to rest appropriately at night. Even the emperors of the Qing dynasty only ate morning and evening meals, the evening meal being lunch, eaten around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Of course, they were wealthy and had additional late-night snacks and pastries. Eating 3 meals a day is acceptable, but dinner should be light rather than meaty, as meat is hard to digest and staying in the body burdens the stomach and intestines. Quan Shengnan explained this to them. Unexpectedly, old lady Qin nodded in agreement, but Wei Danyue's expression grew even more unpleasant. Sister Wei, what's wrong? Wei Danyue said resentfully, I wondered why that woman was so kind-hearted. So this is the reason. Old lady Qin was puzzled, but Quan Shengnan understood. She must be referring to Zhou Chunfang. Someone as shrewd as Wei Danyue, who has lived a lifetime of experience, could easily see through the issue based on these clues. This was precisely why Quan Shengnan hadn't told her about Zhou Chuanfang's schemes. Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Their life experiences have accumulated a wealth of wisdom far beyond that of younger generations. All my life, I've heard people say that being able to eat is a blessing. Being fat is a sign of prosperity and good fortune. So when Yang ate a lot, I was actually happy. A good appetite means good health. But now, hearing Nanan say this, I immediately understand what I couldn't figure out before. That woman Zhou Chunfang, what kind of good stepmother is she? No wonder she and her children have well-balanced meals with meat and vegetables, while dinner is just porridge, noodles, or vegetable soup and stir-fried greens. I thought she was saving the good food for Yang, but now it's clear she had malicious intentions. She studied something like nutrition in university, what's good for the body, what's bad, and I remember there were also some medical courses. I refuse to believe she didn't know the food Yang was eating was harmful to his health. Quan Shengnan suddenly realized that Zhou Chunfang had studied such subjects. Did universities offer such majors back then? Li Yuxian replied, there was no such major, but it was included in the Chapter 216, A Startling Statement 8. That explained it. That explained why Zhou Chunfang would use such a method to scheme against Zhao Zhengyang. It was truly killing without shedding blood. Wei Danyue was filled with hatred and cursed up a storm. Fortunately, aside from her and Zhao Zhengyang, everyone else in the Wei family was either at work or at school, so no one else was home. Nanan, thank you for reminding me. If a few more years had passed, I really would have been sending off the black-haired with my white hair. I've already sent off Yang mother. I can't lose Yang too. Li Yuxian's eyes reddened, deeply moved. Auntie, there's no need to thank me. Brother Zhengyang is a good person, and I'm very happy to help him. Wei Danyue was extremely grateful. I can't read a single character and don't understand anything about nutrition or diet. Nanan, what should I do to save Yangong? It's very simple, but it requires a long time and absolute perseverance. A long time is no problem. I'll accompany Yangong through it. You tell me, and I'll find a way to make Yangong follow it. Brother Xingyang is too overweight right now. He can't go on a diet or start exercising abruptly. That would be very inappropriate. Auntie, I suggest you do this. For the 3 daily meals, prepare some nutritious, but not greasy food for Brother Xingyang in the morning. For example, eggs, soy milk, fruit, vegetables, and so on. You can vary what you make for Brother Xingyang. Congee, steamed sweet potatoes, vegetable soup, steamed buns, etc. are all fine. But he shouldn't eat too many eggs, a maximum of 2 per day. Lunch can be more flexible. It's best to have both meat and vegetables. Have a bowl of vegetable soup before the meal, then eat the vegetables first and the meat afterward. Chicken and fish are more suitable than braised pork, but he shouldn't eat until he's overly full. As for dinner, finish it before 6 o'clock, and it's best to keep it light. No late-night snacks, absolutely none. If Brother Xingyang gets hungry at other times, don't give him sweet snacks or meat. They're very bad for his health. Replace them with fruit instead. Cucumbers, apples, tomatoes, etc. are all fine. You can have appropriate snacks at 10 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, using fruit or a handful of nuts instead of junk food. These were all excellent weight loss strategies from decades later, absolutely effective. Wei Dania carefully memorized them, asking for clarification on anything she didn't understand. Finally, regarding exercise, Quan Shengnan said, walking. Have Brother Xingyang walk slowly. Every time after a meal, Auntie, don't let Brother Xingyang sit down immediately. Have him stand or wander around the house for a while. Every morning and 1 hour after dinner each evening, have Brother Xingyang go out for a slow, 1-hour walk. Progress gradually like this. Given time, his physical condition will definitely improve. Once Brother Xingyang's weight drops to around 170 or 180 pounds, you can add slightly more vigorous exercise. These were all healthy ways to lose weight. Changing dietary habits, not dieting, walking for exercise, getting moving, the weight loss wouldn't be too rapid and wouldn't affect his health at all. Alright, I understand. I'll supervise Xingyang. This concerned his life, so Wei Dania didn't dare be the slightest bit careless. Just as they finished speaking, Zhao Zhengyang returned, sweating profusely and carrying a soy sauce bottle. They immediately fell silent. After playing at the Zhao house a while longer, Madame Qin and Quan Shengnan said their goodbyes. Wei Daniu, holding Zhao Zhengyang's hand, saw them out, before realizing it accompanying them all the way to the Qin family's gate. Wei Dania quietly asked Madame Qin when would be a good time to give the divination fee. She didn't have much cash on hand and needed to withdraw money. Seeing Zhao Zhengyang sweating but unaware he had already walked a considerable distance, Madame Qin gave her an appreciative look and smiled, saying, "No hurry. It's fine to wait until there are results." Wei Dania felt relieved. She watched them enter the house before leading Zhao Zhengyang home. "Yangang, do you like Nanan, your little sister?" "Yes, I do. Little sister Nanan is really nice. Then in the future, Grandma will often take you to play with little sister Nanan, okay?" "Okay, that's great." Zhao Zhengyang was so happy he danced around. Quan Shengnan was completely unaware that Wei Daniu had already found a way to have Zhao Zhengyang exercise by walking. Returning to the Qin house, she announced her departure. Madame Qin tried her best to persuade her to stay but couldn't, so she had Hu Xuedong take her home. Food, drinks, and the red envelopes and gifts Quan Shengnan had received were all packed up for them to take. This time, it wasn't the driver but Hu Xuedong himself who drove. He didn't bring anyone else. After the car left the compound, he suddenly spoke up, "Nanan, you're the..." Chapter 217. The person involved is bewildered one. "Mr. Hua, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Quan Shengnan's heart was roiled by stormy waves, and she immediately denied it. What was he saying? How could he know? She had kept it hidden very well. In this world, aside from herself and her grandparents, there absolutely was no fourth person who knew about her origins. This incident hadn't happened long ago. Even the couple, Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue, hadn't found her yet. How did he know? When she said she couldn't divine it, everyone believed her. Was he asking this because he suspected her? From the divination yesterday to the lawsuit today, only 1 day had passed. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue were busy with the lawsuit against Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong and couldn't spare the time to investigate yet. What could he possibly have found out in just 1 day? No, he couldn't know. She hadn't left any clues, right? Hu Xuedong said very naturally, "You're so smart. How could you not understand what I mean? The daughter that brother Yuan and sister Xiaoxue are looking for, the one who was switched and abandoned by Zhang Hui, is you." "No," Quan Shengnan denied again. Swiftly and decisively, without a hint of hesitation. She couldn't admit it. She had already made up her mind. She must not admit it. "You are. You absolutely are." Turning his head to see Quan Shengnan's calm expression, Xuedong smiled instead. He knew his guess was correct. He hadn't been sure initially, but the coincidence was too great. He had harbored significant doubts, hence this probe. He never believed in the word coincidence. The facts proved his intuition was not wrong. The exquisitely beautiful little girl before him was indeed the long-lost biological daughter of Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue. I called the Lin family today and obtained all the information they had gathered. I said I wanted to help find the child, and they readily gave me the materials. In Beijing, there were 9 infant girls abandoned and officially registered in early February. Among them, 2 were around 2 months old, 2 were around 3 months old. Of the remaining 5, 1 was at least over 10 days old. That left 4 who were born around early February. And you are one of those 4. You are the only infant girl abandoned on the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month. Strangely, you weren't sent for registration immediately but were registered several days later, and were adopted by the Yun family at the same time. The registration states you were abandoned in the snow on the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, wearing old clothes of a poor family, and in very poor health. Isn't that very strange? Quan Shengnan said calmly, what's strange about that? Isn't that perfectly normal? Xuedong slowly shook his head and simultaneously pulled the car over to the side of the road. It seemed he intended to get things clear before arriving at the Yun residence. Of course it's strange. Why are the location of your abandonment and the description of your clothing vague, yet the date is so clear? It's very simple. My grandfather and grandmother didn't know the exact location name and couldn't describe the clothes I was wearing at the time, so some details were unclear when they went to register. But it didn't snow on the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month that year. The snowflakes only started falling in the early hours of the 3rd day of the 2nd lunar month. This was the biggest flaw. If it didn't snow on the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, how could the Yun family have found an abandoned infant in the snow? Boom. Quan Shengnan's mind felt like it was about to explode. She remembered now it really didn't snow on the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month. It snowed the next day. The 3rd day of the 2nd lunar month. So, a careful person could completely expose the lie her grandfather told at the time. My grandfather and grandmother took me for registration several days later. It's possible they remembered wrong. Mr. Hua, I simply cannot divine the whereabouts of the Yuan family's young lady. If I were her, why would I hide it? That's exactly what I want to ask you. Since you clearly are. Chapter 218, the person involved is bewildered too. Xuedong half turned his body, one hand resting on the steering wheel as he looked at Quan Shengnan in the passenger seat. His posture was extremely composed and elegant. A faint smile graced his face and his gaze was as gentle as ever, yet in Quan Shengnan's eyes at this moment, it seemed utterly detestable. Quan Shengnan desperately suppressed the panic in her heart, striving to maintain a calm exterior to avoid losing her composure. A tiny flaw that even the 3 Yuan brothers and the Lin family hadn't noticed had been caught by Xuedong. He had discovered it so early, so quickly. Should she say it was no wonder he was Xuedong, the business magnate who would dominate the commercial world decades later with no one to rival him? He was so sharp that it caught her completely off guard. Mr. Hua, you keep insisting that I am. But based on this alone, isn't it a bit too arbitrary? There were 4 baby girls, anyone could be the one. Wasn't there also one abandoned on the 3rd day of the 2nd lunar month? Why not suspect that baby girl abandoned on the 3rd day of the 2nd month, and instead come to suspect me? Yes, why not suspect others and instead think it's you? Probably because you're the most likely candidate. Xuedong said casually, and only when he received Quan Shengnan's furious glare did he wipe the smile from his face, fixing her with a deep, penetrating stare. Quan Shengnan felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze, shifting restlessly in her seat. Mr. Hua. Had she left him speechless with her words? Should she feel relieved now? Soon, Quan Shengnan realized she had let her guard down too early. Someone like Xuedong would not rest until he got to the bottom of things. Call me 4th brother. You already changed how you addressed me yesterday, so don't switch back. Xuedong patted the top of her head. 4th brother, Quan Shengnan reluctantly corrected herself with a bitter smile. I really am not. Can you please stop suspecting me? Whether you are or not isn't for you to decide. Little Nan, haven't you noticed it yourself? You're full of flaws, every one of them revealing that you know about your own origins. Impossible. She didn't believe it. Xuedong, I'd like to hear what flaws you think you've spotted. Xuedong chuckled softly. It seemed she wouldn't admit it unless he spelled it out clearly. Addressing. Let's start with how you address people. At my home, because of me, you address my parents as if they were a generation older, and your way of addressing others is also quite inconsistent. But the one thing you insist on is how you address brother Yuan and sister Xiaoxue. You insist on calling them uncle and auntie. Why? Unless you know there's a blood relationship between you, and you absolutely cannot cross that generational boundary. Xuedong had noticed long ago that Quan Shengnan was very particular about this point. Because his grandfather's given name was Jianjun, she never uttered those two characters and rarely spoke the characters shu, ing, yu, shui, yuan, ji, feng, or yu. Yesterday, due to Ouyang Yu's insistence, she called his third brother Wuji and also called Zhao Zhengyang brother Zhengyang. When addressing others, she prefixed brother or sister with their given names, but when addressing him, it was simply fourth brother. At the time, someone even joked that she truly seemed like part of their circle, as many people a generation younger than him called him fourth uncle. Not only that, at the banquet, there was a girl named Dang Li Xue. Quan Shengnan addressed her as sisterly, not sisterly Xue. Why? The reason was simple. She was deliberately avoiding the character shui. This indicated that among her elders, there must be someone whose given name contained the character shui. However, as far as he knew, neither Yun Jianjun, Yun Chenshi, Quan Shuang, nor Yun Zhaoyu had shui in their names. Moreover, there was a young man named Shui Ziyuan, whom she addressed as brother Shui, not brother Ziyuan. Once might be a coincidence. Chapter 219. The person involved is bewildered. 3. Yun Jianjun had the demeanor of an ancient gentleman, and Quan Shengnan did as well. She subconsciously avoided these words, unless it was absolutely unavoidable, in which case that was a different matter. After listening to him finish, Quan Shengnan's heart was immediately shaken. Attentive, perceptive, extremely intelligent. These words were not enough to describe Hu Xuedong's wisdom. Intelligence bordering on the supernatural would be more fitting for him, right? Hu Xuedong, as cunning as a fox, was more meticulous in his thinking than anyone else, skilled at uncovering the truth from the slightest clues. Ordinary people would never have noticed this point, but he did. What did this represent? Quan Shengnan remained silent, unsure of what words to use to refute Hu Xuedong. She knew that the evidence in Hu Xuedong's hands certainly did not stop at just this one piece. In her previous life, she had not been particularly brilliant. At best, she achieved good grades that made her stand out in school, but she was not outstanding in other areas. Much of her artistic cultivation was achieved only after she became famous and hired renowned teachers to instruct her, leading to modest accomplishments. Her IQ had not become higher because of her rebirth. She had not become a genius. She still did not understand the ways of business, nor had she suddenly become erudite and talented. What she possessed was merely the experience and insights from over 30 years of her previous life. Compared to the future Hong Kong tycoon, even though he was only 21 years old this year, he was still far more cunning than she was. Hu Xuedong looked at her speechless expression with satisfaction. No words now? Having nothing to say meant that all his speculations were correct. He gently delivered the final blow. My mother dismissed her initial suspicions about you because your appearance doesn't resemble brother Yuan and sister Xiaoxue, but I am different. Appearance alone cannot explain everything. There are countless people in the world who look alike without any blood relation. I have seen a photo of Grandma Lin from her youth at my uncle's house. The Grandma Lin I'm referring to is sister Xiaoxue's grandmother. Grandma Lin's maiden family and my uncle's family have been close friends for generations, and they once took a photo together with my uncle. There is only one copy of that photo. After the turmoil of war and upheaval, even the Lin family might not have seen this photo. Grandma Lin was the #1 socialite of Jiang and, during the Republic of China era. In her youth, she was peerlessly elegant and breathtakingly beautiful. That kind of beauty was stunningly captivating. It could be seen even from the thin photograph, making viewers hold their breath involuntarily. You look very much like her. Your facial features are at least 80% similar. If it had been Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin who came yesterday, instead of Brother Lin and sister-in-law Lin, they would definitely have noticed something amiss. Although their family doesn't have the photo, as her son and daughter-in-law, the elderly couple served the old lady for over 20 years and are naturally extremely familiar with her appearance. With all these coincidences coming together, he immediately grew suspicious of Quan Shengnan's origins. However, he did not understand why Quan Shengnan, whose fortune-telling and divination were so remarkably accurate, would not acknowledge her parents. Her mother's grandmother? She truly had never met her. Quan Shengnan sighed softly and no longer continued to deny it. In her previous life, when she first met Lin Xiaoxue, both Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin had already passed away. Otherwise, upon seeing her, the Lin family would certainly have had their suspicions. Fourth brother, you've seen a photo of the Lin family's old lady. Could it be that no one else in the Lin family has seen it? In terms of age, Lin Xiaofeng and his wife, Chen Hong, were over 10 or 20 years older than him. Could they not have seen their own grandmother, who passed away only in her late 60s or early 70s? Don't forget, you are still young, while she was already over 60. Even if the facial features are similar, it's hard to notice without careful observation. Hu Xuedong smiled and then added, it was only because of my earlier suspicions that I remembered this matter. They never noticed the flaws you revealed, and what they saw was their grandmother in her later year. Chapter 220. The person involved is lost for. Quan Shengnan gave a bitter smile. So it was like that? Even though there were many coincidences, only someone exceptionally attentive would have noticed. Fourth brother, have I ever told you that you are especially smart and that I admire you greatly? No, you haven't. Hua Xuedong smiled slightly, his smile as refined and elegant as ever. It's not too late for you to say it now. He reached out and touched the fluffy hat on Quan Shengnan's head. Since you know about your own background, why are you unwilling to acknowledge them? Instead, you said you couldn't deduce the whereabouts of their daughter. He was very curious about this. Shouldn't most people immediately acknowledge their family upon learning they come from such a prestigious background? Even though she now possesses assets worth hundreds of millions, money can never be compared to power and influence. She is already very wealthy and capable. Having a good family background on top of that would be like adding flowers to brocade, making her future even brighter. What if I said I truly cannot deduce it? Would you believe me? Quan Shengnan looked directly into his eyes, holding her breath slightly. He probably wouldn't believe it, right? He must think that since she knows her own background, she must have deduced it. Unexpectedly, Hua Xuedong said, I believe you. Seeing Quan Shengnan's eyes widen suddenly, Hua Xuedong couldn't help but chuckle. The saying, a physician does not treat close relatives, a diviner does not read for oneself, has been passed down for so many years, and there must be a reason for it. Presumably, the reason you cannot deduce it is more because you are trying to divine for yourself, right? It might not be entirely due to your fate. However, I am a bit curious. If you cannot divine for yourself, how did you come to know your own background? After all, before this, Zheng Hui had not confessed to her crime, nor had she mentioned the location of the abandonment or the fact that she stripped off the clothes. Judging by her attitude, she clearly knew a long time ago. Hua Xuedong couldn't figure it out. How could he have imagined that Yun Jianjun had been monitoring Zheng Hui? And how could he know that Quan Shengnan was reborn? Without knowing these 2 points, of course, he couldn't guess how Quan Shengnan knew about her own background. No matter how smart he is, he would never think that Quan Shengnan's grandmother, Madame Yunqin, was the biological mother of Yuan Ziyuan and his 2 brothers. Quan Shengnan's finger unconsciously traced the car window. It was cold outside and warm inside, causing the glass to be foggy. With her tracing, several clear marks immediately appeared. Her gaze followed these marks to look outside. The air was biting cold, and pedestrians hurried by. Fourth brother, I'm sorry, but I cannot tell you the reason. I'll tell you when there's a chance in the future. It was already unexpected that he had seen through her background. How could she possibly reveal the entire story of her grandfather and grandmother? Seeing her slightly troubled expression, Hua Xuedong immediately stopped pressing further. I can refrain from asking about the reason, but can you tell me why you won't acknowledge your parents? You clearly know they blame themselves because of you, worry because of you, and everyone wants to find you and bring you back. Quan Shengnan hesitated for a moment, then spoke the truth. Just because I cannot divine my own fate doesn't mean I cannot divine theirs. I divine that because they cannot find me, with permission from above, they will have a boy in a few years. That boy is my younger brother. I don't want to be too selfish and cruelly deprive him of the chance to be born. Family planning is so strict now. If I don't acknowledge them, they can have a younger brother for me. If I go back, not only will my brother lose the chance to be born, but the crimes of Zheng Hui and her daughter will likely be somewhat mitigated because of my appearance. I hate them. I hate them for separating us to different corners. Chapter 221. The person involved is bewildered 5. You really are. Hua Xuedong sighed with a laugh, his face full of disapproval. Quan Shengnan pouted. She was already feeling quite distressed over this issue, so why was he laughing? Was it really that funny? Unable to help herself, Quan Shengnan shot him a glare, clearly displeased. I'm laughing at how silly you are, little girl. Huh? Laughing at her for being silly? Why? Quan Shengnan looked utterly confused. This expression finally made her seem like a child. Hua Xuedong reached out and flicked the pom-pom on top of her hat. Before this, her words and thoughts had been far too much like an adult's. Could it be that acting like an adult is also an innate skill for those who practice fortune-telling and divination? Innately more intelligent than others, innately more steady, innately more mature? The appearance of a 7-year-old, but the disposition of someone 17 or 27. Because of this, he had never treated her as a child. Reuniting with your parents and the birth of your younger brother are 2 things that are not contradictory at all. There are clearly ways to achieve both perfectly, so why did you choose the most foolish method? The most foolish method? Quan Shengnan suddenly began to parrot his words. Could it be that he had a way to achieve both? Quan Shengnan's eyes lit up, sparkling as she looked at Hua Xuedong. Perhaps, having accumulated merit, her character and luck in this life were very good, and heaven was willing to grant the wish she had only made yesterday? She could reunite with her parents without affecting her brother's birth. Achieving both would make her very happy. Hua Shuitong didn't answer directly but changed the subject. You once mentioned in the department store how rural families deal with family planning. Do you remember? I remember. Some families have a daughter as their first child, but still want a second or third. So, they send the first daughter to be raised by her maternal grandparents or give her away, then have the next child. Such things were very common and still happened frequently. Some people also hid far and wide to have a second or third child, only returning when the situation had calmed down and the family planning office could no longer pursue them. Your adoption procedures are also legal, right? Of course. After my grandpa found me back then, he registered me a few days later. Then, after the announcement period passed with no one coming to claim me, my grandpa formally adopted me through the proper procedures. Since you are nominally your adoptive mother's daughter and your household registration is under the Yun family, what are you worried about? Quan Shengnan was stunned, not reacting immediately. Hua Shuitong sighed and said, you went through legal adoption procedures and registered under the Yun family. Nominally, you are your adoptive mother's daughter. Even if the Yuan family recognizes you, you can choose not to transfer your household registration back. Whether your household registration is under your adoptive mother or your biological parents is not something you can decide on your own. Your adoption procedures are completely legal and registered with the relevant authorities. Even your biological parents cannot simply take you back, even if your abandonment was not their fault. If it came to a legal dispute, the law would award you to your adoptive parents, not your biological parents, unless you were being abused by your adoptive parents. You are so filial to Grandpa Yan and the others, you definitely wouldn't abandon them just because you reunited with your biological parents. So, what are you worried about? You can reunite with your parents, but because you are still Quan Shengnan and without permission from above, your parents can still have a second child. Looking at the stunned Quan Shengnan, her big eyes wide and her small mouth slightly agape, almost dumbfounded. Hua Shuitong shook his head and said, so, silly girl, your worries are completely unnecessary. You can reunite and be with your parents, and you can also wait for your younger. Chapter 222. The person involved is bewildered 6. At this point, he remembered Quan Shengnan had another concern and said, as for your worry that Zheng Hui and her daughter's punishment might be reduced, there's even less need to worry about that. He patiently explained, even if you are found and brought back, it cannot cover up Zheng Hui's crime of intentional murder. She will still receive the punishment she deserves. When you were abandoned in the snow, you were just a newborn baby, making her crime even more severe. Whether it's the Lin family or Brother Yuan and the others, they will definitely not go easy on her just because you've been found. When the case was initially prosecuted, the fact that your fate was unknown was already stated. This, of course, included the possibility that you might still be alive. Based on this, Zheng Hui's sentence will not be reduced in the slightest because of your arrival. Believe me, now that this matter has escalated to this point, the authorities will only impose severe punishment and will not show leniency. The dark clouds dispersed and the bright moons suddenly emerged. Quan Shengnan suddenly had this feeling, as if everything before her eyes had become clear. All her worries, all her pent-up frustration, all the gloom, vanished without a trace because of Hua Shuitong's words. That's right, from the very beginning, she had never intended to leave her grandfather, grandmother, mother, and brother. Her household registration was still under Mother Quan's name. Among the people she wanted to show filial piety to, her grandfather, grandmother, and mother were definitely at the top of the list, no less important than her biological parents. She had never considered transferring her household registration back to the Yuan family. Once transferred, she would truly have no connection left with her mother and brother. I'm so stupid. I really am hopelessly foolish. Quan Shengnan clenched her fist and lightly knocked her own forehead, her expression filled with extreme annoyance. How could I not have thought of this? Fourth brother, tell me, how could I not have thought of this? Is it because you're too smart, or am I just too dumb? Ever since I learned about my origins, I've been tangled up in this until now, facing a dilemma. Who would have thought you could resolve it with just a few words? You really are the king of the business world, the cunning fox. Just as the words reached the tip of her tongue, Quan Shengnan managed to rein them in at the last moment and didn't let them out. The king of the business world, the cunning fox, was the evaluation secretly given to him by people all over Hong Kong when the Hua Group replaced Tianxia Group as Hong Kong's new richest family. Really are what? Hua Shuitong had a feeling the next words were very important concerning him. Nothing. Quan Shengnan quickly waved her hands. The look on Hua Shuitong's face told her he clearly didn't believe her. Seeing Hua Shuitong like this, she immediately said without changing her expression, really are exceptionally brilliant. Yes, that's it, really exceptionally brilliant. Hua Shuitong found it amusing and rubbed her hair through her hat. Alright, now that it's all out in the open, what are your plans? With a solution in hand, she should probably acknowledge Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue as her parents, right? What a scene it would be in the compound, suddenly having such a clever little fortune teller appear. Quan Shengnan sighed, I don't know. You don't know? I've explained it so clearly, and you still can't decide whether to acknowledge your parents? Is it because of Elder Yun and the others? Quan Shengnan nodded, then shook her head. Nodding and shaking her head, what did that mean? Hu Xuedong gave her a suspicious glance, unable to figure out what was going on in her little head again. Fourth brother, you wouldn't understand. Acknowledging them is easy, but can she guarantee that her grandmother and Mother Quan won't be exposed in front of others? Acknowledging her parents requires considering every aspect thoroughly. She wasn't sure if her grandmother was willing to acknowledge her father and uncle, nor was she sure. Chapter 223, The person involved is lost 7. Quan Shengnan slumped listlessly in her seat, sighing deeply. Hu Xuedong found it amusing. I don't understand, but you can explain it to me so I can. Quan Shengnan kept her mouth tightly shut, not uttering a word. The life stories and fates of Yun Chinshi and Quan Shuang were different from her own. They were not something she could discuss with others. After Hu Xuedong's guidance, Quan Shengnan suddenly thought of many things. Even if her grandmother and Mother Quan's backgrounds were exposed, they and her grandfather could remain safe and sound. Amnesia, a new identity. With these 2 points, no one could convict her grandmother of bigamy. When grandmother married grandfather, she had a new identity after losing her memory. Whether it was the records from the relevant departments, the prescriptions from the doctors for her and Mother Quan at the time, or the witnesses, all still existed. In fact, grandmother could even pretend to suddenly regain her memory, then explain her background and sue Zhonghui for hiring assassins to kill. She possessed the heavenly eye. While others might not be able to find the assassins from back then, she could. Those people were still alive. After finding them, she could use her spiritual consciousness to form talismans and compel them to tell the truth. That way, Zhang Hui's crimes would be even more severe. Of course, Mother Quan truly had amnesia, but grandmother's was feigned. However, grandmother had never harmed anyone. Her lie was well-intentioned, forgivable, completely forgivable. Quan Shengnan admitted this was an excuse she made for her own grandmother, but so what? She wasn't a saint. Of course, she had her own selfish motives. The only thing worth worrying about now was whether, after exposure, she could protect her family. She probably could, right? Quan Shengnan thought uncertainly. Dad and her uncles would definitely protect grandmother and Mother Quan. Loving the house extends to the crow, grandfather was their savior, and her brother was their nephew. They would surely protect grandfather and her brother just the same. If they couldn't withstand Yuan Changde and the Zhang family alone, what about the Lin family? Besides the Lin family, wouldn't the Su, Chang, Zhao, Qin families and others she had helped just stand by and watch? Her abilities destined her to have many connections. All those people would owe her favors. Compared to defying fate, a mere divination fee was far too insignificant, completely unable to offset the kindness she had shown them. Fourth brother, let's go home, go home. I need to discuss this with my grandparents first. It was good that she had made a decision. Hu Xuedong restarted the car and drove toward the Yun family home. It seemed the root of this matter still lay with old man Yun and the others. To allow Quan Shengnan to reunite with the Yuan family without any worries, they had to start from old man Yun's side. The Qin family was on good terms with the Lin family, and the Lin and Hu families were old friends. When Hu Xuedong requested the information, he had promised to help Yuanzi Yuan and his wife find their daughter, so he would definitely keep his word. He wouldn't stop helping just because he had achieved his own goal. As for why Quan Shengnan still didn't know whether to acknowledge them or not after resolving this worry, he felt he needed to figure it out. Perhaps this was the reason she already knew her identity before Zhang Hui had even admitted it. When they arrived at the Yun family home, Quan Shuang and Quan Aonan were, as usual, not at home. The former was busy with the bun shop business, the latter with school. Yun Jianjun and Yun Chenshi had missed their granddaughter terribly after just one day apart. Of course, they weren't afraid of Quan Shengnan being impolite in front of others. After all, she was the 30-something-year-old Quan Shengnan. But what about in front of Yuanzi Yuan and Lin Xiaoxue? Would they see through it? Hearing the familiar sound of a car, they hurried out to open the gate and indeed saw Hu Xuedong and Quan Shengnan. Chapter 224. The ones involved are lost 8. After moving the gifts inside, they invited him to sit down in the room. Upon hearing that Hu Xuedong had already discerned Quan Shengnan's true origins, both Yun Jianjun and Yun Chinshi were utterly astonished. This man was so clever. With just a few tiny clues, he had managed to piece everything together. The ones involved are lost, while the onlookers see clearly. This phrase described them perfectly. After hearing everything, they fell silent in unison. Unlike Hu Xuedong, they naturally understood the reason behind Quan Shengnan's final indecision. Hu Xuedong felt suspicious. Could it be that the elderly couple truly had something difficult to speak of? Something that would affect Quan Shengnan's reunion with Yuan Ziyuan and his wife? Elder Yun, brother Yuan and sister Xiaoxue are in great pain right now. They are heartbroken over their daughter's unknown fate, and they blame themselves for their carelessness, which allowed the wicked to succeed. They are currently busy prosecuting Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong and cannot spare the time. Once this matter is concluded, without a goal and still unable to find their daughter, they will surely be overwhelmed with anguish. Nanan's reunion with them won't affect anyone or anything. I believe brother Yuan and sister Xiaoxue are understanding people. They would never take Nanan away from you just because they've been reunited. Earlier, I mentioned that if you two still have any concerns, please feel free to tell me. Perhaps they can be resolved. Yun Jianjun smiled faintly. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Hua, but it's not necessary for now. Hearing this, Hua Xuedong was not discouraged. In 2 days, I will fly back to Hong Kong. Nanan has all my contact information. If you need any help, you can contact me directly. Although I won't be in Beijing, my home is here, and I can still offer what little assistance I can. Knowing his background, Yun Jianjun and Yun Chunshi thanked him together. Considering they likely had things to discuss, Hua Xuedong sat for a while longer before taking his leave. Before leaving, he said, "For now, I won't intervene in this matter. However, if after I return from Hong Kong, Nanan still hasn't reunited with brother Yuan and sister Xiaoxue, I might say a few more words." The relationship between his family and the Lin family meant he could not simply stand by. Yun Chunshi suddenly spoke up, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Hua, but there's no need for you to intervene in this matter. I believe that by the time you return, Nanan will already have been reunited with her parents. That would be good. Brother Yuan and sister Xiaoxue have searched for their child with great hardship. I don't want them to lose all hope." Hua Xuedong nodded to the 3 grandparents and grandchild. "Please, no need to see me out." Yun Jianjun, his wife, and Quan Shengnan watched him get into the car and drive away before holding hands and returning to the house, locking the front door behind them. "Dear, what did you mean by what you just said to Mr. Hua?" Yun Jianjun asked eagerly. Quan Shengnan looked at her grandmother with a hint of worry in her eyes. With tears in her eyes, Yun Chunshi said, "Let Nanan reunite with Ziyuan and them." "I've decided. Let Nanan reunite with Ziyuan and them. Since Nanan can't decide, I'll decide. Don't worry about Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong receiving lighter punishment. Don't worry about depriving Nanan's brother of his chance to be born. Just let them reunite. I understand the pain parents feel when they can't find their child. Even if I end up bearing the blame myself, I am willing. I believe Ziyuan, them, and the Lin family." Chapter 225. Parents arrive when. Those who needed to be reunited were no longer just Quan Shengnan and the couple Yuan Ziyuan, but also Yun Chunshi and Yuan Ziyuan's brothers. Only after Yun Chunshi and Yuan Ziyuan's brothers were reunited could they explain to Hua Xuedong how Quan Shengnan knew the mystery of her own origins even before Zhang Hui confessed to the crime and after she was unable to divine her own fate. Yun Jianjun calmly planned the upcoming events, explaining everything to Yun Chunshi in detail to avoid any mistakes. How to reunite with Yuan Ziyuan, how to face outsiders, how to reveal her identity, how to restore her status, and how to complete the divorce procedures with Yuan Chongda were all part of his plan. After listening, Yun Chunshi trembled with excitement. I can reunite with Ziyuan and the others? She couldn't believe that in her lifetime, she would actually be able to reunite with her son. This was something she hadn't even dared to think about before. Over 20 years, nearly 30 years, more than 10,000 days and nights, she had longed for a mother-son reunion every single moment. Yun Jianjun said softly, "The secret of Nanan's rebirth should remain between the two of us. It must never be known by a 4th person. If we don't want to reveal Nanan's secret, we can only use ourselves as the reason to explain. That Hua Xuedong is too clever. If we don't give him a reason, he will definitely keep investigating. In the past, we hid among the common people because we were ordinary folks, unable to contend with the Yuan and Zhang families. Now it's different. Not to mention Nanan's extensive connections, even the Lin family alone is enough to overpower the Yuan and Zhang families. We're old now, with 1 foot already in the grave. I don't want you to spend your whole life bearing the name Yun Chunshi, unable to declare your true identity and real name to the world. It's time to seek justice for you." Yun Jianjun's eyes turned cold. Did Zhang Hui think this was her end? Don't even dream of it. Nanan was right, those who pursued Yun Chunshi and Quan Shuang were still alive. Since that was the case, they should be punished. Crime upon crime, they must strike Zhang Hui down so she could never rise again. Yun Chunshi covered her mouth, tears streaming as she nodded. As long as she could reunite with her son, she would do anything. When she moved to the city out of longing for her son, Yun Chunshi never expected to seek justice. Power was as vast as the heavens. Without power, how could Zhang Hui have been so brazen? Yun Jianjun let out a long sigh. Now we just wait for Ziyuan and the others to come. In other words, they didn't need to do anything for now. The reason Yuan Ziyuan and his wife Lin Xiaoxue hadn't come yet was because they were currently prosecuting Zheng Hui and Yuan Jihong. Once this matter was settled, they would surely visit based on the information they had. It would be both a visit and an investigation. Nan, will your father and mother come? Yun Chenshi couldn't help but worry. Nan had told her and Yun Jianjun everything that happened at the Qin family. Would Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue come? They will. Quan Shengnan nodded firmly. In her previous life, Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue had personally visited. However, at that time, her grandfather and grandmother had already passed away, and Mother Quan didn't know her own origins. She could only tell them what her grandfather and grandmother had said, that they had found and adopted her. In the end, the couple left dejectedly. Even though they left, they still fully covered her and her brother's tuition and living expenses. If Nanan said they would come, then they definitely would. Yun Chenshi felt relieved, but suddenly remembered something. Yesterday was your birthday. The Chang family sent you birthday gifts, and the Su family and the old lady who gifted you shares in some group also sent people over with presents. Chapter 226. Parents arrive too. As in previous years, the Chang family sent a set of gold jewelry and 2 sets of clothing, including shoes and socks. Not long after receiving 100 gold bricks, Su Ling, using them as capital, ventured into business. She fought alongside Su Ran in the commercial world and had now become a renowned businesswoman with personal assets exceeding $500 million. Her company primarily dealt in apparel, and Quan Shengnan's new clothes for all 4 seasons were basically provided by her. Yan Xuelian was very thoughtful. This time, the gift she sent was quite practical. It was a Patek Philippe ladies' watch. Platinum set with diamonds, exquisite and elegant, exuding an aristocratic aura. A world-renowned top brand, each watch was produced in limited quantities. Naturally, its price was extremely high, and only Yan Xuelian could afford such extravagance. She was still young and couldn't use it yet. However, watches from this brand never go out of style and keep accurate time forever, so it could be kept for her to wear when she grew up. As for the Su family, they probably guessed that the master who resolved the calamity back then was her, so they specially sent a gift. The gift was very practical and also quite valuable. It wasn't gold jewelry or a diamond watch, but a set of high-quality 4 treasures of the study. Huzhou brush, Huizhou ink, Xian paper, and Duan inkstone. Even if they weren't antiques, they were still extremely precious. They probably learned from Su Ling or Su Ran that she had a deep passion for calligraphy. The only thing Yun Jianjun could teach her was calligraphy, and she had practiced diligently for several years. Chang Feng and Chang Ling often saw this when they came to her house to play. Quan Shengnan placed the 4 treasures of the study on the large desk in her room, while the other items were sorted and stored away one by one, along with the red envelopes and gifts she received at the Qin family yesterday. Yun Jianjun and Yun Chenshi knew she was no ordinary child and trusted her to keep her own belongings. When she opened the red envelopes, the smallest contained a 10 yuan bill, while the largest had 10 bills. Quan Shengnan carefully counted and found she had received over 2,000 yuan in red envelopes. In addition, Madame Qin gave her a string of 18 jadeite beads as a meeting gift and a jadeite pendant as a birthday present. Old Master Qin, Qin Wuji, and Ouyang Yu gave red envelopes as meeting gifts and later sent birthday presents as well, all small and practical items not worth detailing. After tidying up, Quan Shengnan calmed her mind to practice calligraphy. Since making her new decision, she found that the future had changed accordingly. She still couldn't glimpse her own future, but from Yun Jianjun and Yun Chenshi, she saw their futures and those of others. In the past, the future she saw from the elderly couple was one where she didn't reunite with her parents until she saved her brother's life, as genetic testing cases had emerged by then. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue discovered she was their daughter through this method. Now, it had changed. She would soon reunite with her parents, and her family would be together, awaiting the birth of her brother. Isn't that wonderful? Quan Shengnan smiled, but her smile soon froze. Thinking of the future she had seen before, she suddenly remembered something very important. Genetic testing. DNA database. More than a decade later, the Ministry of Public Security established a DNA database, and about 10 years after that, a DNA database for combating child trafficking was created, which helped many abducted children find their families. In her search for her parents, she had her DNA sample collected by relevant departments early on, and the data was entered into the database. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue also had their DNA samples collected, and all their data was entered into the DNA database, solely to find their daughter. She remembered clearly that she had seen the scene in the past of Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue. Lin Xiaoxue also knew her DNA data was in the database. Because of this, they never suspected that the other was the person they'd been. Chapter 227. Parents arrive 3. Their DNA samples were in the database, so why was there no result? Logically, as close blood relatives, their DNA samples should have long since confirmed their familial relationship. Thinking of this, Quan Shengnan immediately recalled other matters. In her previous life, in 1992, Lin Xiaoxue heard about a highly publicized genetic testing case and immediately took action. Most of the baby girls abandoned around the second day of the second lunar month in 1981 had their blood samples collected. They had all received Lin Xiaoxue's financial support and naturally hoped she would find her daughter. Many more hoped they themselves were that lucky child, so none refused. The final result disappointed Lin Xiaoxue. This was the first time she and her parents missed each other. The second time was naturally many years later with the DNA database. It wasn't detected the first time, so was it also not detected the second time? Impossible. If she hadn't been reborn and known for certain that she was their daughter, she might have doubted her own identity. But she clearly was. Why did both DNA tests fail to detect their blood relationship? Quan Shengnan felt restless. She put down her brush and tugged at her own ear. Someone must have tampered with this. As for who, she didn't know. In her previous life, her heavenly eye could only glimpse the past and future of people she personally saw. She couldn't see the fates of others within those people's destinies. In other words, in her previous life, her abilities were not fully developed. Her psychic power hadn't advanced to a level where she could, like when helping Yan Xuelian find her daughter, attach her heavenly eye to Xiaoming and Hui within Yan Xuelian's past. If she had possessed that ability in her previous life, their family would have been reunited long ago, and she wouldn't have had to wait until her rebirth to learn the truth. Who was that person? Who exactly was it? To have hidden so deeply. Why did he sabotage Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue's search for her? Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue never discovered the DNA test tampering, even until their passing. If they had discovered it, she would have surely noticed something when glimpsing their future. Quan Shengnan originally thought that reuniting with her parents and having the family together would lead to a happy life. Now she realized it was all too early. With such a person existing, how could she feel at ease? She would not rest until he was exposed. There were no issues with the collection of her own DNA sample, so the problem must lie with Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue. Someone close to them must have swapped their DNA samples. It's unlikely it was just tampering with the report. The first test was private, and the second involved the Ministry of Public Security's DNA database. That person could have tampered with the private test report, but the latter might not have been so easy to manipulate. The latter was nationally managed, and the DNA database was official. Unless that person not only enjoyed deep trust from her parents, but also worked in the Ministry of Public Security, having both the opportunity and the duty to tamper. Given Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue's backgrounds, they were inevitably surrounded by many people in such fields. Zhou Aizheng was one, currently belonging to the Criminal Police Brigade. Quan Shengnan hadn't glimpsed their pasts or futures, so she couldn't guess who that person might be. Now their destinies had all changed. They wouldn't use genetic testing to confirm their relationship again, so naturally, the tampering incident wouldn't occur, and that person's fate would also change accordingly. Figuring out who that person is would be somewhat difficult. She couldn't foresee it, but she had suspects. Her first suspicion fell on the Chapter 228. Parents arrive for. Zhang Hui and her daughter Yuan Jihong were imprisoned. Not only that, but the Mo family also divorced Yuan Jihong, and Yuan Wei lost her status as the eldest daughter of the Yuan family. How could they not hate Yuan Ziyuan and his wife? Given their personalities, they would certainly not think it was their own fault, but would instead shift all the blame onto their parents. With Zhang Hui imprisoned, although the Zhang family showed signs of decline, they still retained some influence. Having fallen to such a state, they wished Yuan Ziyuan and his wife would never find their daughter. Thus, they had a strong motive. However, one point was worth noting. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue deeply hated everything about the Zhang family. How could they possibly trust someone employed by the Zhangs? They were meticulous and would thoroughly investigate anyone before employing them. Those they did not trust would never be kept close or entrusted with such important matters. She couldn't simply pin this on them just because they had a motive. It could also be someone else. Yuan Ziyuan was in politics and Lin Xiaoxue later entered business. It was impossible for them not to have enemies in both the political and business arenas. Quan Shengnan soon found herself tangled in a web of confusion. Her achievements in her previous life were all due to her inherited abilities. She was not adept at such schemes and intrigues. She racked her brains, but couldn't figure out how that person had managed to evade Yuan Ziyuan and his wife's notice to tamper with their DNA samples or the final report. Her rebirth indeed did not mean everything would go smoothly. Possessing the heavenly eye and earthly pupil did not mean she was truly omniscient or omnipotent. Quan Shengnan never forced herself. Since she couldn't solve this mystery for now, she set it aside temporarily. Of course, she would keep it in mind and pay attention to it after reuniting with her parents. Unknown enemies were always the most terrifying. Open enemies, on the other hand, were easier to deal with. Quan Shengnan initially wanted to ask He Xuedong, as he was most skilled in such matters. But she couldn't tell him her secret of rebirth. Better to forget it for now. She would ask him when the opportunity arose and she had a suitable reason. Although she was indeed not as capable as He Xuedong, she wasn't foolish. If she put her mind to it, she could still find a reason. Thinking of He Xuedong, Quan Shengnan remembered something else. She and Yun Jianjun took advantage of the cold night to go to the location of the large sum of money and gold beads mentioned by Ding Haihua. Quan Shengnan, who controlled heaven and earth and now commanded one of the 5 elements, water, found it effortless. Her hands moved swiftly, drawing talismans in the air. A leather bag containing the large sum of money and gold beads slowly surfaced. Yun Jianjun had already prepared the tools and quickly hooked the bag over, placing it into the sack he had brought. The leather bag was extremely large and heavy, indicating that the amount of cash and gold jewelry inside must be substantial. When they returned home and opened it, it was exactly as expected. The leather bag was tightly sealed, with 2 additional layers inside. The cash and gold jewelry were also wrapped tightly in leather. Not a drop of water had seeped in. Despite being submerged in water for years, the leather bag had not leaked. It showed that the quality of goods in this era was exceptionally good. The grandfather and granddaughter carefully counted everything under the lamp. The cash was all in 10 yuan bills, with 1 stack containing 1,000 bills. There were exactly 80 stacks. 10,000 yuan per stack. 80 stacks meant 800,000 yuan. No wonder it was so heavy and the bag so large. The amount of gold jewelry was even more considerable. While the jewelry was uncountable, the gold had weight. They weighed it on a scale. Various gold bricks, bars, and jewelry totaled 12 jin, 7 liang, and half a liang. Grandpa, how about using the wealth Ding Haihua discovered to support her hometown? What do you think? There are countless impoverished mountain villages in Yunnan, and Ding Haihua's hometown is just one of them. Building roads, constructing bridges, establishing schools, or funding poor students. Chapter 229, Parents Arrive 5. Yun Jianjun had no objections to Quan Shengnan's suggestion. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue had filed a lawsuit against Zhang Hui and her daughter. The authorities were currently reviewing the case, and both the review and the filing process required time. They wouldn't be showing up at the door anytime soon, so the Yun family naturally wouldn't just sit around doing nothing, waiting for their arrival. Moreover, they had already prepared their reasons and wording to avoid being flustered when the time came. After Madame Yun Chen's emotions had settled, she went back to helping Quan Shuang make and sell steamed buns as usual. She didn't put on airs or forget about the people and matters right in front of her just because she was about to be reunited with her son. Therefore, Quan Shengnan contacted Qin Fengji herself. Last time in Yunnan, Qin Fengji had left his contact information with her. She could tell that Qin Fengji was someone who genuinely worked for the people and wouldn't engage in corruption or bribery. Having him investigate the mountain villages in Yunnan in need of donations was trustworthy and reliable. The construction of Ding Haihua's hometown, the bridge, road, and school were already underway. Upon hearing that Quan Shengnan intended to donate again, Qin Fengji was indeed overjoyed and full of praise. With such a large sum of money, the tangible benefits for the common people would be substantial. Not only that, but he would also gain significant advantages. Merits. Since Quan Shengnan's donations mostly went through him, handled by the relevant department staff he assigned, the credit naturally fell to him. At this moment, he particularly admired Quan Shengnan. Not everyone was willing to take out such a large sum of money to help others for nothing. Sometimes, the richer people were, the stingier they became. Quan Shengnan smiled and said, "This fund is roughly around 1.3 to 1.4 million. It's impossible to help all the impoverished mountain villages immediately. So, Secretary Qin, please first identify the mountain villages most in need of road and bridge construction or school building for us. Of course, if it's not enough, I can add more funds later. For other villages in particularly dire need of support, Secretary Qin, you can also inform me of their situations. I will consider making donations to assist them in the future. This money is separate from the previous funds. Additionally, I will personally contribute another 500,000 to help the public prevent the disaster we discussed with Secretary Qin that day. Secretary Qin, with your busy schedule overseeing myriad affairs, you should know which prevention projects are needed. This money should be used for those projects. Although it's a bit late, and we don't know if it will ultimately fend off the mudslide disaster, prevention is still better than waiting, isn't it? As for the batch of jewelry in the leather bag, it wasn't easy to handle for the time being, not as readily sellable as gold, so it wasn't included in the calculation. There were still methods to prevent mudslide disasters, but these methods required money. Without money, prevention methods would remain empty words on paper. Quan Shengnan didn't want to see people displaced or suffering great disasters. Their living conditions were already poor enough. Suffering a disaster and then losing a large sum would only make their lives more difficult. Since she had the means to help them, why wouldn't she? Qin Fengji was overjoyed. He indeed had many impoverished mountain villages under his jurisdiction urgently in need of support. Nan, I am truly so grateful to you. You are right, prevention is better than waiting. I have already sent people to survey the local terrain and draft disaster prevention plans, but we were precisely short of funds. You should understand, this place is poor, funds aren't very abundant, and this isn't my personal fiefdom. Others simply wouldn't believe a disaster would occur there, let alone support me in allocating funds for prevention. Your money has come at just the right time. Nan, I won't say more words of thanks. The matters you entrusted to me, I will definitely have people handle them carefully for you, striving to ensure every cent of your donation. Chapter 230. Parents arrive 6. After resolving this matter, only Li Yuxian's affair remained. Quan Shengnan wanted to settle all pending matters before reuniting with her parents, but Zhao Zhengyang's weight loss was not something that could be achieved overnight. Even if Wei Danui helped him lose weight according to her suggestions, and provided he didn't slack off, it would still take about 3 years. This approach to weight loss was healthier and wouldn't lead to any adverse effects. Losing weight too quickly would put an unbearable strain on the body. Especially since Zhao Zhengyang, now in his 20s, had hardly ever exercised and was in very poor physical condition. Only when Zhao Zhengyang fully regained his health could she consider Li Yuxian's wish fulfilled. No rush, no rush. She could wait, and so should I. Quan Shengnan comforted herself. After reuniting with her parents, she wouldn't give up guiding spirits to the afterlife or helping them fulfill their wishes. Merely helping Zhao Zhengyang lose weight without exposing Zhou Chuanfang's dark deeds truly unsettled Quan Shengnan, who upheld justice. Zhou Chuanfang used the knowledge she had acquired to harm others, so why did she enjoy such a flawless reputation? She was skilled in social maneuvering within the compound, praised by everyone. Someone like her, who could harm Zhao Zhengyang, could also harm others. Those who commit evil, especially when it involves human lives, not by accident but with malicious intent, should not be forgiven. After all, Zhou Chunfang was Wei Danui's daughter-in-law, and Wei Danui would never reveal this matter to outsiders, except for her slip of the tongue in front of Madame Qin. If word got out about Zhou Chunfang's vicious nature, it would inevitably affect Zhao Tianshou. Such is the heart of a parent. Both her grandson and her son were equally important in Wei Danui's heart. When it came to matters involving her son, no matter how heartbroken Wei Danui felt, she had no choice but to let her grandson bear the injustice. Such is the heart of an elder. For a moment, Quan Shengnan hesitated about her own thoughts. But soon, a resolute expression appeared on her face. Many people in the world don't believe that good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished, all because of the tendency to tolerate wrongdoing. She could not tolerate anyone. Anyone who does wrong, as long as it is not unintentional, should be punished. Only in this way would people understand what it means for good to be rewarded and evil to be punished, and thus strive to do good. If evildoers don't receive due punishment, and good people don't receive due respect, who would be willing to do good in the future? In this case, Zhou Chuanfang's intentions had not been fatal after all. Legally, she couldn't be punished. Only morally could she be condemned. Quan Shengnan believed that the greatest punishment for Zhou Chuanfang was to let others know about her schemes against Zhao Zhengyang. In life, having selfish motives isn't scary. What is scary is using those motives to harm others with a sense of righteousness. Zhang Hui was like this, and so was Yuan Jihong. Just as Quan Shengnan was considering how to approach Zhou Chuanfang, the case of Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong was nearing its conclusion. Early on, when Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue filed the lawsuit, they had already transferred Yuan Wei's household registration out. Knowing that Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong had committed such cruel acts against their daughter, how could they not hate them? Naturally, they took their anger out on Yuan Wei. As a result, Yuan Wei's household registration had nowhere to go. With the disclosure of this matter, everyone also learned who her biological father was. Liang Dong, the son of General Liang. Unfortunately, after General Liang passed away, they moved out of the compound. 7 years ago, Yuan Jihong was only 18 when she gave birth. Liang Dong was married at the time, yet he caused Yuan Jihong to become pregnant and give birth out of wedlock. This was a matter of misconduct in personal life. Originally, he was supposed to be promoted, with a bright future ahead. After this incident came to light, the authorities immediately revoked the original decision, gave him a major demerit, and demoted him accordingly. That his position and party membership weren't completely stripped was only because the authorities showed leniency. Chapter 231. Parents arrive 7. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue directly handed Yuan Wei over to him. Since Yuan Wei was born to him and Yuan Jihong, it was their responsibility to raise her. Even if she was an illegitimate daughter, they still had an obligation. They just felt a bit sorry for Liang Dong's wife, Qi Hui, who was also Lin Xiaoxue's good friend. How embarrassing and agonizing must it be for a wife to face her husband's illegitimate daughter every day? For this reason, Lin Xiaoxue personally apologized to her. However, Qi Hui was very understanding and calm, saying, "Why blame you for a man's mistake? If he hadn't been willing, could Yuan Jihong have gotten pregnant? Yuan Jihong was only 17 when she got pregnant. How could he have done such a thing? The ones truly at fault are Liang Dong and Yuan Jihong. I don't blame Yuan Wei either. She couldn't choose her parents. Even if Liang Dong were willing to raise Yuan Wei, which he isn't, due to the disciplinary action against him, I wouldn't agree. Xiaoxue, I do not agree to have her registered under the Liang family." Lin Xiaoxue nodded. This was normal. If she had agreed, she wouldn't be Qi Hui. Her character was strong and resolute, quite similar to her own. Otherwise, they wouldn't have maintained such a close friendship over the years. Lin Xiaoxue agreed with her and was willing to consider her opinion, but not everyone else felt the same. The Liang family matriarch was still alive, and Qi Hui had several sisters-in-law. They, along with many others of the same social standing, urged Qi Hui to be magnanimous and accept Yuan Wei. Among them were also a few who took pleasure in her misfortune, saying, "Since it's your husband's wrongdoing, and husband and wife are one, you should clean up this mess for him. Are you really going to stand by and watch Yuan Wei have no one to rely on? That's too narrow-minded." Hearing their remarks, Qi Hui sneered and retorted sarcastically, "It's easy to talk big when you're not in my shoes. You're all so magnanimous. If you could calmly face your husbands having children with other women and then take those children in to raise yourselves, I'd admire you. Which one of you can do that? Step forward. If even one person steps forward, I'll immediately agree to have Yuan Wei registered under the Liang family. At worst, I Qi Hui will leave. Heaven never seals off all exits. Even if I leave the Liang family, I Qi Hui won't starve. If it weren't for my 2 sons and daughter still being minors, why would I stay in the Liang family facing that despicable Liang Dong?" Her words left everyone speechless. Ask yourself, what woman would want her husband to have an affair and then have children to humiliate her? They urged Qi Hui because they were gloating, because this wasn't happening to them. If it really were them, they would hardly be as calm as Qi Hui. They'd likely turn heaven and earth upside down with a scene. How could they possibly warmly and meticulously bring the child home to compete with their own children for all the family's resources? Even a fool wouldn't do that, right? Those who urge the legal wife to accept illegitimate children have never put themselves in the shoes of those wives. Do not impose on others what you yourself do not desire. Forget about Qi Hui, there was no reason for her to raise Yuan Wei. But Liang Dong, as her biological father, had the obligation to support her. He disagreed, so the relevant authorities went to persuade him. In the end, despite all the fine talk, he only compromised, agreeing to pay monthly child support but still refusing to take her home. Thus, Yuan Wei became a ball, kicked back and forth. Yuan Chengda felt sorry for her and soon stepped in, keeping Yuan Wei in the Yuan family, registering her under his name as his granddaughter. With Zheng Hui and Yuan Jihong prosecuted and a case already filed, only he could make decisions for Yuan Wei. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue made no comment on this. They simply and calmly moved their own household registration out. Yuan Jigua and Yuan Jitu, along with their wives, followed suit one by one. They were all married and could establish separate households. Chapter 232. The parents arrive 8. It is worth mentioning that after Yuan Jihong received the summons, Mo Sang from the Mo family immediately went through the divorce procedures with her. Few men could tolerate the fact that the wife they believed to be pure and chaste had actually been involved with a married man before marriage and even had a daughter with him. If she had explained it before marriage, it might have been different, but she had entered the marriage as a virgin. Who could willingly accept such humiliation? Yuan Jihong didn't want to? Fine. The Mo family would spare no effort to join forces with the Lin family and sue for divorce after she was imprisoned. Dealing with the Lin family alone was already overwhelming. Adding the Mo family would leave her with no way out. Yuan Jihong was ruthless toward Yuan Ziyuan and his wife's daughter, but she was very filial to her own mother and had no choice but to sign the divorce papers. As Zheng Hui and Yuan Jihong confessed to their actions, the case did not take too long. Zheng Hui was sentenced to 18 years in prison and Yuan Jihong to 6 years. No one knew that because she revealed the truth about abandoning the baby, Zheng Hui's punishment was heavier compared to her previous life. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue did not feel happy about this. What did it matter if Zheng Hui and Yuan Jihong were punished? Their daughter was still missing, suffering somewhere unknown. The couple took the information they had gathered and went door to door. Before visiting, they had already decided that even if the child was not their daughter, they would still support her education and livelihood. Determining blood relations by blood type was not feasible, as too many people shared the same blood type. They realized Yuan Wei was not their biological daughter for two reasons. First, Quan Shengnan's accurate prediction, and second, Yuan Wei's blood type did not match the genetic pattern. They wanted to use the bronze mirror in Yuan Chengda's possession to verify whether the baby girls were of Yuan family blood, but Yuan Chengda, resentful that their family scandal had been exposed, refused. Fortunately, among those baby girls, except for one still in the orphanage, the others had all been adopted. The first was an orphan from the orphanage, not her. The second, not her. The third, still not her. Only the last baby girl, found around early February, remained. Looking at the last piece of information belonging to Quan Shengnan, the couple gritted their teeth and went to the Yun family. Quan Shengnan couldn't calculate the whereabouts of their daughter because their daughter's fate was extraordinary. As a divine fortune teller, she should have known she was an orphan, but had not searched for her parents. Perhaps she couldn't calculate her own fate. The fact that she couldn't calculate it either strongly suggested it might be the same person. Holding on to this hope, the couple knocked on the door of the Yun family. Yun Jianjun had been waiting for them for a long time. With a little fortune teller at home, although she couldn't predict her own fate, she could deduce the future from her family members. "Come in, we've been waiting for you for a long time." Yun Jianjun opened the door and invited them inside. Waiting for us for a long time? What did that mean? Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue looked suspicious, but suddenly remembering Quan Shengnan's abilities, they couldn't help but smile wryly. Following Yun Jianjun into the house, only Quan Shengnan was in the living room. Meeting again inevitably evoked sighs of emotion. Lin Xiaoxue particularly hoped she was her daughter, and her expression was exceptionally gentle. After sitting down, Lin Xiaoxue hurriedly spoke, "Old Mr. Yun, with Nanan's divine calculations, you must know why we're here, right?" Yun Jianjun slowly nodded. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue were overjoyed and spoke in unison. "Can you tell us where you found Nanan? What was the situation when you found her?" The answer came not in words, but in a photo Yun Jianjun handed them. It was a family portrait taken at Yun Jianjun and Yun Chensher's wedding. It showed Yun Jianjun, Yun Chensher, Chapter 233, laying all the cards on the table. 1. Yun Jianjun married Yun Chensher several years after he saved Yun Chensher and her daughter. The appearances of the mother and daughter had not changed at all. Yun Chensher in her middle age and Quan Shuang in the prime of her youth. Apart from one having darker skin and the other fairer, the mother and daughter looked quite similar in their features and appearance. Lin Xiaoxue took the photo first and asked in confusion, "Old Mr. Yun, why are you giving us a photo?" After looking at it for a few moments and failing to see anything significant, she passed it to Yuan Ziyuan, who was sitting beside her. As the photo reached his hands and the figures came into view, Yuan Ziyuan abruptly stood up. He rose so quickly that he knocked over the chair behind him with a loud bang that echoed through the living room. "Brother Yuan, what's wrong? What could have caused him to lose his composure like this?" Lin Xiaoxue's question went unanswered. Yuan Ziyuan hurried forward, pointing at Yun Chensher and Quan Shuang in the photo, and urgently asked Yun Jianjun, "Where are they? Where are they? I've been searching for them for many years. How do you have a photo of my mother and my eldest sister?" His mother, his eldest sister, he had been searching for them for so many years. What? Mother and eldest sister? Lin Xiaoxue was instantly stunned. She certainly knew why her mother-in-law and sister-in-law had disappeared, and that they were likely still alive. But how could a photo of them be in Yun Jianjun's possession? Looking at the photo, the middle-aged man and the middle-aged woman were wearing red flowers on their chests, as if they had just gotten married. Although their clothes were simple, plain, and old, there was no hint of wedding joy about them. Yuan Ziyuan's face was full of urgency, leaving him no time to attend to his wife. Yun Jianjun, however, remained composed and waved his hand, saying, "Please, both of you, sit down. Let me explain slowly. I can't wait. Please, first tell me where my mother and eldest sister are. I desperately want to see them." Yuan Ziyuan pleaded urgently. Hearing this from the inner room, Yun Chensher, who had not yet come out, covered her mouth and wept silently. Her eyes held a mix of joy, sorrow, emotion, and relief. When she and her daughter were being pursued and unable to return, Ziyuan was still young. Yet, he actually remembered her and was still searching for her. Her son had not forgotten her. Her life, she felt, was truly worth it. Quan Shengnan walked over and gently pulled him to sit down. "This matter is a long story. If you can't calm your heart, how can Grandpa explain it?" Yuan Ziyuan looked at the beautiful and adorable girl before him. This child was very likely his daughter. He had come here with hope, but he couldn't help feeling afraid that he would ultimately be met with disappointment. Now, whether she was his daughter or not remained uncertain, but he had received news of his mother and sister. Yuan Ziyuan's hands trembled uncontrollably, a result of his overwhelming excitement. Lin Xiaoxue understood her husband's feelings all too well. Her husband's search for her mother-in-law and sister-in-law was just like her own search for her daughter. How could one remain calm and composed when it came to one's own flesh and blood? Old Mr. Yoon, please speak quickly. My husband truly wants to know whether my mother-in-law and sister-in-law are safe. Yoon Jianjun turned to Quan Shengnan and said, Nan, you tell them who the people in the photo are. Facing Yuan Ziyuan, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he had saved Yun Chinshi and Quan Shuang, but ended up marrying Yun Chinshi, even though he had been widowed for many years by then. By this calculation, Yuan Ziyuan could be considered his stepson. Quan Shengnan couldn't help but smile. Meeting her parents' earnest gazes, she said clearly, the ones wearing the red flowers are my grandpa and grandma. The ones without the red flowers are my father. Chapter 234, laying it all out too. Her grandfather and grandmother, her adoptive father and mother? Yuan Ziyuan struggled to recall the information about their family, but faced with this sudden surprise, his mind was a complete muddle, and he simply couldn't remember. Lin Xiaoxue saw the situation and understood immediately. She quickly said, Brother Yuan, have you forgotten? Nanan's paternal grandparents and adoptive parents are all alive. Apart from Nanan's adoptive father, Yun Zhaoyu, and adoptive mother who live in the countryside after their divorce, everyone else lives here. That is to say, Brother Yuan, your mother, and your elder sister are alive. They live together with Nanan. Yuan Ziyuan was stunned for a moment, and actually said foolishly, I distinctly remember Nanan's grandmother was Yun Chinshi, and her adoptive mother was Quan Shuang. Lin Xiaoxue looked at Yun Jianjun and his granddaughter. She also wanted to know why. If the names that appeared were Zhao Yuzhen and Yuan Lanxian, they would have come looking long ago. Yun Jianjun sighed and said, they changed their names long ago, so they didn't use their original names. Yuan Ziyuan had already regained his composure by now. Hearing this, his expression turned serious. Why? What reason forced them to change their names? He remembered now. According to the information, they had always lived in the capital or the countryside. They were actually right under his nose. Yuan Ziyuan's eyes, fierce as a tiger's, were filled with tears. This matter goes back a very long time. Yun Jianjun was not one to beat around the bush either, and laid out everything that happened back then. Yun Chinshi and Quan Shuang were being pursued. One had broken legs, the other a bleeding head, and they had no choice but to roll into the big river to escape. He saved them, but one was seriously injured, and the other had lost her memory. After recovering from their injuries, they went back to look for their husband and son, only to find Yuan Chengda was marrying Zhang Hui, with the murderer right beside him. The reason for the pursuit was obvious. They had no choice but to change their names, not even daring to register new identities as mother and daughter. Similarly, to make it easier to obtain identities, Yun Chinshi also claimed to have amnesia for the registration. Lin Xiaoxue covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes brimming with hot tears. She couldn't believe her mother-in-law and sister-in-law had encountered such a perilous ordeal. What kind of belief sustained these two weak women, a mother-in-law with broken legs holding her daughter as they jumped into the great river to escape? And what kind of belief drove the mother-in-law, after recovering, to make finding her husband and brother-in-law her first priority? It was the bond of flesh and blood, the bond of flesh and blood. It was a mother's heart. Suddenly, infinite hope welled up in her heart. Her husband had found his mother and elder sister. Did that mean she could also find her daughter? She looked at Quan Shengnan, her eyes bursting with astonishing light. She wasn't stupid. She wasn't foolish. Quan Shengnan's birthday was the second day of the second lunar month. She was adopted by her mother-in-law and her mother-in-law's husband. How could her origins be ordinary? The Yuan family produced extraordinary people. She could read faces and tell fortunes. She was also extraordinary. Two clear streams of tears flowed from Yuan Ziyuan's eyes. He stood up and punched the table, making the table legs tremble. It was actually Zhang Hui. It was she who pursued and tried to kill my mother and elder sister, and I actually faced the enemy for over 20 years without knowing. He strode forward, fell to his knees with a thud before Yun Jianjun, and kowed out heavily several times. Hey, don't do this. Yun Jianjun scrambled to his feet in a fluster. A man's knees are worth gold. How could he kowtow to him so easily? You deserve it. You saved my mother, you saved my sister, you took care of them for nearly 30 years. I am endlessly grateful. Even in terms of status, since you married my mother. Chapter 235, Revealing Everything 3. Nearly 30 years. There was both the grace of saving his life and the virtue of caring for him. Even though he had married his mother, Yuan Ziyuan harbored no resentment whatsoever. On the contrary, he fully approved. Why should his father, after achieving success and fame, marry an official's daughter, while his kind and gentle mother had to remain alone? In his heart, Yuan Ziyuan had already accepted Yun Jianjun, accepted this kind-hearted stepfather. Get up quickly, get up quickly. How could Yun Jianjun not see Yuan Ziyuan's sincerity? To be honest, he was very happy. With Yun Chenshi and Yuan Ziyuan reunited, his only worry was that his marriage to Yun Chenshi would not be accepted by them. Now it seemed, he had accepted it calmly and was pleased to see it happen. Yuan Ziyuan did not rise. He lifted his head and moved forward on his knees for 2 steps. Can I see my mother? For so many years, ever since I had the ability, I have been searching for them, but unfortunately found nothing. I urgently wish to see them immediately. Of course you can. She has also been looking forward to this day for a very, very long time. Yuan Jianjun turned to look at Quan Shengnan, who was wiping her tears. Nanan, go help your grandmother come out. Quan Shengnan agreed, but before she could lift her foot, she heard Lin Xiaoxue say, I'll go with you. I haven't met my mother-in-law yet. Yun Chenshi in the inner room was already weeping uncontrollably. Compared to the photo, she had aged considerably, but one could vaguely see the resemblance between the two. Lin Xiaoxue remembered her husband saying that her mother-in-law had a red birthmark on her left wrist. She didn't want her husband to have hope first and then be disappointed, so while helping Yun Chenshi to her feet, she took a careful look. There was a red birthmark. The birthmark was there, not bright red, but slightly dark. Although her skin had begun to sag, with some age spots, and the birthmark's color had also aged somewhat, the birthmark was very clear. It was her mother-in-law. She really was the mother her husband had been longing for in his heart. As Lin Xiaoxue helped her out, she introduced herself without any shyness. I am Ziyuan's wife. My name is Lin Xiaoxue. Yun Chenshi patted the back of her hand. I know, I recognize you. All these years, it's been thanks to you taking care of Ziyuan by his side. Yuan Ziyuan, unwilling to wait in the living room, had already gotten up and come this way. Hearing his old mother's words and seeing his wife nod slightly, Yuan Ziyuan could no longer hold back. He stepped forward and embraced Yun Chenshi. Mother! Mother! Ziyuan! My good son, my good son! Mother and son hugged each other and wept bitterly, while everyone around them secretly shed tears. Quan Shengnan sniffled. Grandma, there will be plenty of time to talk in the future. Let's sit and talk now. All right, we'll listen to Nanan. Yun Chenshi wiped her tears while holding Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue's hands, walking to the living room. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue didn't want to be too far away. They pulled over chairs and sat on either side of Yun Chenshi. Mother, your son is unfilial. All these years, you have suffered. Looking at the white hair at his old mother's temples and the wrinkles on her face, Yuan Ziyuan felt particularly distressed. Yun Chenshi shook her head. Your uncle Yun has taken very good care of me. I haven't suffered. It's you who are pitiful, losing your mother's care at such a young age and having to make a living under Zhang Hui's control. As she spoke, Yun Chenshi couldn't help but cry again. Having a stepmother is like having a stepfather. This situation clearly shows that. Yuan Chengda still favored Zhang Hui and her 3 generations. If Yuan Ziyuan hadn't threatened with the fact that he and his daughter were not dead, it probably wouldn't have. Chapter 236, laying it all out for. These matters, Yun Chenshi shouldn't have known about them. But who let her have a clever little granddaughter who could predict everything? She should be grateful that she gave birth to 3 sons, while Zhang Hui only bore a daughter. Otherwise, Yuan Ziyuan and his brothers would have truly suffered hardship. Yuan Ziyuan said with tears in his eyes, Jigua, Jitu, and I are doing quite well too. We don't lack food or clothing. Do you think not lacking food or clothing means you're doing well? That Zhang Hui, her heart is vicious and she is extremely harsh. With your father shielding her, how could you possibly be doing well? Under heaven, there is no one worse than Zhang Hui and no one more biased than Yuan Chengda. They truly are a match made in heaven. Yuan Ziyuan felt a bit embarrassed. Mother, you knew all this? How did you know? At the beginning, your uncle Yun and I lived in the countryside. About 10 years ago, I missed you all terribly. So, your uncle Yun bought this courtyard in the city and moved back with me. Even though we couldn't meet or acknowledge each other, being closer to you made my heart happy. I secretly watched you coming and going. Only when I saw you safe and sound could I feel at ease. When you and Xiaoxue got married, and when your 2 brothers got married, your uncle Yun accompanied me to the entrance of the compound. Unfortunately, you all lived inside the compound, and even the wedding processions were held there, so we couldn't see you at all. Fortunately, you often went out, so I could still see you. Yuan Ziyuan listened, feeling particularly heartbroken and distressed. As a mother, knowing her son was right there but unable to acknowledge him, unable to even receive the ceremonial respects at his wedding, how painful must that have been? A faint smile suddenly appeared on Yun Chenshi's face. Later, I didn't dare appear too frequently, so I had your uncle Yun do it for me. He often went over there, and he would also pay attention to your movements and tell me when he returned. That's how I managed to endure year after year. Mother, from now on, Ziyuan and I will take good care of you and look after big sister. As a mother herself, Lin Xiaoxue understood this pain all too well. She quickly expressed her filial intentions. Of course, it was also sincere. Husband and wife are one. Yuan Ziyuan's mother and elder sister were her mother and elder sister. They had suffered so much, they deserved to enjoy some peace and comfort. Big sister? Yuan Ziyuan looked around, but didn't see his elder sister, Yuan Lanxiang. Mother, where's big sister? There was an age gap of over 10 years between him and his elder sister. She had raised him since he was little. They were siblings in name, but it was more like a mother-son relationship. Yun Chenshi wiped her own tears, then wiped Yuan Ziyuan's, saying, your elder sister went to the shop. Since you investigated for the sake of your child, you should know your elder sister runs a steamed bun shop. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue nodded simultaneously. Indeed, after Quan Shengnan was born into the Yun family, they weren't short of money. Yet, Quan Shuang still ran her shop honestly and dutifully, which was admirable. Wait a minute. For the sake of the child. Yun Chenshi knew they had come to find their child. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue suddenly remembered that Yun Chenshi said General Yun often lingered near the compound. He paid attention to their movements. Could he have noticed Zhang Hui's movements? That poor child was abandoned by Zhang Hui's own hands. Mother, you know we came to find our child? Did Nanan tell you? Is she? Born on the second day of the second lunar month. She was born on the second day of the second lunar month. The couple's eyes were filled with hope, eagerly awaiting the answer. Yun Chenshi didn't keep them waiting long. She nodded and said, yes. Nanan is your daughter. Chapter 237, Revealing Everything 5. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue's tears instantly gushed forth. However, this time it wasn't from sorrow or grief, but from joy, tears of overwhelming happiness. For the past several months, they had been worried every single moment. Worried that their child had met with misfortune, worried that something had happened to her, worried that she wasn't eating well or dressing warmly. They had dealt with Zhang Hui's matter swiftly and decisively precisely to free up time to search for their daughter. And now, they had found her. She was actually the child they had already met. She was actually right by their old mother's side. Everything had unfolded so smoothly that Lin Xiaoxue almost thought it was an illusion. Tears in her eyes, she walked towards Quan Shengnan, looking at her carefully, gazing at her greedily. She was so foolish. This was her daughter. Why hadn't she realized it during their first meeting? Nanan. My daughter. Before Lin Xiaoxue could finish her sentence, a gentle breeze brushed her face, and a small figure was already in her arms. She couldn't help but immediately hold her tightly. Her daughter had finally returned to her embrace. Yuan Ziyuan opened his arms wide and embraced both his wife and daughter, his eyes brimming with hot tears. Dad, Mom. Quan Shengnan called out smoothly. How many years had she longed for this? Her previous life plus this one, 30 or 40 years. She had finally been reunited with her parents, finally found her birth parents. She was no longer an orphan who believed she had been abandoned. Yes, Lin Xiaoxue responded repeatedly, extremely moved. She called me Mom, she called out to me. She didn't blame me for my foolishness, my carelessness, for having lost her. After crying, Lin Xiaoxue soon remembered the previous doubts. Quan Shengnan knew about her own origins. She knew, so why had she said at the Qin family that she couldn't divine it? It had made Lin Xiaoxue so terribly sad. Yun Jianjun noticed this and immediately explained, Nanan didn't lie to you. She truly cannot divine her own fate. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue turned around simultaneously, both stunned. Yun Chenshi continued, what your uncle Yun said is correct. Nanan truly cannot divine it. A physician cannot treat their own kin, a diviner cannot read their own fate. Nanan can divine for anyone except herself. She has never been able to divine her own origins. Later, when she divined for you, it was indeed because the child's fate pattern was extraordinary and difficult to read. Nanan knew that the greater reason was actually herself. The divination result was completely blank from start to finish for only one person, herself. Because it was herself, that's why she couldn't divine it. At the Qin family, she didn't lie to you. It was only after she told us about the department store incident that we revealed the truth to her. However, in front of so many people, she couldn't say she was your daughter, afraid others would think she had ulterior motives. We couldn't enter the compound, so we couldn't tell you that Nanan was your daughter. Therefore, we have been waiting for you to come. This was the explanation Yun Jianjun and she had agreed upon. The secret of Quan Shengnan's rebirth must be firmly kept hidden. Lin Xiaoxue stroked Quan Shengnan's delicate little face, choking back sobs, Nanan, my Nanan. Quan Shengnan took out a handkerchief and obediently wiped her tears. Mom, don't cry. If you cry, I'll be sad too. We're reunited now, shouldn't we be happy? Yes, we should be happy. Only after finally calming their excited emotions did Yuan Ziyuan ask, Chapter 238, Laying it all out 6. Yun Jianjun said, thanks to your mother missing you all, she calculated the days and said Xiaoxue was about to give birth. She asked me to inquire whether the delivery was safe and if it was a boy or a girl. So, I lingered near the compound. Zhang Hui's ruthlessness is something both your mother and I have witnessed. I saw her sneaking around and was very worried, so I secretly followed her. Soon, I discovered Yuan Jihong's whereabouts and also uncovered her scheme. Do you know where she threw Nanan? Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue, recalling Zhang Hui's confession, said it was a remote alley where garbage was dumped. The exact location is unknown. Zhang Hui had wandered aimlessly, so of course she didn't remember the specific route. Yun Jianjun nodded. That's right, it was a remote alley for dumping garbage, so secluded that no one ever went there. On a snowy day, even fewer people would go. Fortunately, I was a scout by training and followed her carefully, which allowed me to save Nanan in time. You didn't see the scene back then. Tiny her, without any clothes or swaddling to cover her body, was frozen purple all over and nearly lost her life. Your mother and I went through great effort and barely managed to save her little life. We registered her only after several days. After learning that Quan Shengnan was reborn, they understood why she recovered so quickly despite being frozen so severely back then. So, this last statement was fabricated, as they couldn't raise too much suspicion. Besides, if Quan Shengnan hadn't been reborn and didn't possess her abilities, the baby girl they saved would surely have fallen seriously ill. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue were heartbroken and couldn't help cursing Zhang Hui a few times. So this was why Nanan couldn't divine her own fate but knew about her origins. While sitting on the chair, Lin Xiaoxue refused to let go of her daughter. Holding her, she blamed herself. It's all my fault for being too careless. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost Nanan. Uncle Yun, thank you for saving her little life. If it weren't for you back then, she would certainly have died and wouldn't have lived long enough for someone else to pick her up. From then on, she would take good care of the elderly couple, treating them as her own parents. The life-saving grace they showed was an immense kindness to her daughter. Yun Chunshir continued, at the time, we thought about sending her back. But we didn't dare. Zhang Hui was so ruthless, and Yuan Changda was so biased, he wouldn't help you. You were still young, how could you possibly contend with them? Yes, Xiaoxue had her maiden family behind her, but they couldn't interfere in the Yuan family's affairs, nor could they constantly oversee everything happening in the Yuan household. After all, Nanan would have to live in the Yuan family, and as a tiny child, she would have left too many opportunities for Zhang Hui to harm her. If Nanan hadn't now gained great abilities and had many people owing her favors, we still wouldn't dare to let you reunite with her. For this reason, we lied to the relevant authorities, claiming she was a child from a poor family. The location wasn't where your Uncle Yun found her, and we never mentioned that she was found without clothes. We also changed her birthday from the third day of the second lunar month to the second day, to set her birthday as the second day of the second lunar month. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue completely understood their thoughtful intentions. Indeed, if little Nanan had grown up in the Yuan family, it would have been too easy for someone to harm her. They were both young, and their cunning and methods were no match for Zhang Hui's. It would have been impossible to guard against every possibility. The slightest oversight could have invited Zhang Hui's vicious attacks. Mother, don't worry. Now that we've found Nanan, I won't take her back to the Yuan family. My brothers and I have already moved our household registrations out. I work in another location and can take you all with me, so we don't have to stay in the compound and endure my father's moods. You don't know how heartless father is. He clearly has the bronze mirror that can verify the Yuan family's bloodline, but he refused to give it. Chapter 239, laying all the cards on the table 7. Yun Chunshir sneered, that's just the kind of man he is. This matter made him lose face in the compound. He wouldn't hate the masterminds Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong, they are his precious darlings. He would only hate you. Hypocrite. Knowing full well that she and her daughter might still be alive, he went ahead and filed death registrations, then married Zhang Hui as a matter of course. Getting married over a year later? Don't make people laugh. Yun Jianjun, Yuan Ziyuan, and Lin Xiaoxue deeply agreed, let alone Quan Shengnan. After the reunion, many things could be spoken openly. When the matter of the bronze mirror was mentioned, since Yuan Ziyuan didn't care whether the Yuan family produced extraordinary individuals, Yun Chunshir told him the secret from back then. Yun Jianjun suddenly understood. No wonder she wasn't too worried about Quan Shengnan's abilities. As for Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue, they looked at each other and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. So, Yuan Changda had always kept things from and deceived Yuan Ziyuan. He didn't mention the difference between the gold name and the red name, instead saying that the Yuan family bloodline might have blood seep in without the name manifesting. No wonder he didn't seem too worried when testing Yuan Wei, only getting anxious after Yuan Jigua and Yuan Jitu took action. This point he concealed from Yuan Ziyuan precisely allowed him to manipulate things for Yuan Wei. It was finally decided to publicly claim that after Yun Chinshur saw Yuan Ziyuan, it was like a key opening a lock. She suddenly regained her memory. Then they recognized each other, followed by suing Zheng Hui. As for those who pursued and tried to kill them back then, Yuan Ziyuan would be responsible for finding them. They were lying, which was somewhat selfish, but this selfishness wouldn't harm anyone. It was a means of self-protection. As for Quan Shengnan's origins, Yun Jianjun would also handle that. The reason for lying during the registration with the relevant authorities was that the scene at the time was too horrifying. Yun Jianjun was afraid that certain interested parties, upon learning they had adopted the child, would continue to harm her. Who that interested party was didn't need them to say. Others would know. They just never expected that fate had its own plans. The child they adopted was Yuan Ziyuan's daughter, Yun Chinshur's granddaughter. If anyone doubted, they had their explanation. If they were lying and knew about Yun Chinshur and her daughter, and about Quan Shengnan's origins, would they have lived right under Zhang Hui's nose? Quan Shengnan's comings and goings from the compound and her interactions with those in the compound were never a secret. It was precisely because they didn't know these things that they fearlessly lived here. Having carefully thought through everything from the beginning, arranging all the details and possible eventualities, Quan Shengnan added a few more points, leaving no room for error. Only then did they separately contact Quan Shuang and the Yuan Jigua brothers. Previously, many things were kept from Quan Shuang, but now they couldn't continue hiding them. Even if she had amnesia, she had the right to know her own origins. The Yuan Zigua and Yuan Jitu brothers were adults, firm in character, and had even more right to know everything. Nearly 30 years had passed. It was time for Zhang Hui's actions from back then to be settled. Since they had all discussed and unanimously decided to keep the secret that Yun Chinshur never actually lost her memory, they also informed Yuan Jigua's wife, Ming Chueying, and Yuan Jitu's wife, Xia Tingyin. They were all family, they shouldn't be excluded. When they heard that their eldest brother and sister-in-law had found their little niece, they were both shocked and overjoyed. But had they found their mother and eldest sister? Their mother and eldest sister, whom they had no memory of for so long. In their urgency, they immediately dropped their work, asked for leave, and came over. Given it concerned their mother and sister who had been missing for many years, their superiors were very understanding and approved their leave. Most of their superiors came from compound backgrounds. The Yuan family's missing original wife and true eldest daughter, nearly 30 years had passed, but that didn't mean they hadn't heard of them. Except for Quan Aonan, who was at school, everyone. Chapter 240, Revealing Everything 8. Because of Yuan Ziyuan's teachings, they had never forgotten their mother and eldest sister who had gone missing. Suddenly seeing their white-haired old mother and their eldest sister, now middle-aged, they immediately burst into tears. A man does not shed tears lightly. It is only because he has not reached the point of deep sorrow. Madame Yunshin hugged her 2 younger sons and also wept bitterly. Recognition, crying, and storytelling, it was quite a chaotic scene. By the time everything calmed down, it was already close to evening. They had actually forgotten to eat lunch. Quan Shuang hurried to the kitchen to prepare a meal, and her 3 sisters-in-law came together to help. Eldest sister, let me, Chueying, and Tingyin help you, Lin Xiaoxue said warmly. She was immensely grateful to Quan Shuang. Although she was most grateful to the elderly couple, as Quan Shengnan's adoptive mother, Quan Shuang's love for Quan Shengnan was completely genuine. Xiaoxue, there's no need. I can manage on my own, Quan Shuang quickly waved her hand. After all, they were all officials' wives. She had never seen so many officials' wives before, let alone have them all come to help her cook. Quan Shuang felt as if she were dreaming. She had always thought she was an orphan, but who would have thought that her former mother-in-law was actually her birth mother? Nanan's parents were her younger brothers and sisters-in-law, and she still had family. All at once, she had gained many relatives who were officials, and they all looked at her warmly and affectionately, without a trace of disdain. She sighed. It was a pity she couldn't remember anything. Even after meeting her younger brothers, her memory stubbornly refused to cooperate. Lin Xiaoxue said, eldest sister, we are family. Don't be polite with us. In the past, it was you who supported Mother and Uncle Yun. From now on, you should enjoy some peace and comfort, and let us daughters-in-law do our part. Well then, you can help me pick the vegetables, the chives. Nanan loves chive boxes the most. Quan Shuang thoughtfully reminded her. After learning the truth, her greatest worry was that her daughter would be taken away and could no longer call her mom. She had raised her daughter for so many years, she couldn't bear to part with her. As it turned out, Quan Shengnan said she had 2 mothers, both were her mothers. She would not leave Quan Mama, and she would not transfer her household registration back because she wanted to wait for her younger brother to be born. Hearing this, Quan Shuang was of course overjoyed and couldn't help but let Lin Xiaoxue get to know her better. Her parents and younger brothers had all said that they would live together from now on, and it didn't matter under whose name Quan Shengnan was registered. After all, once it was announced to the world, they would all love and cherish her dearly. When the steaming hot chai boxes came out of the pan, filled with finely chopped eggs and glass noodles, Quan Shengnan indeed ate with great delight. Usually, she was mature and steady like an adult, but today, she was as happy as a little bee, buzzing around. One moment she was snuggling next to her grandparents, the next she was running to her parents' side, and she didn't forget her adoptive mother, uncles, and aunts either. Truly, she was busy beyond measure. Only then did she seem like a child. She was the only child of the Yuan family, who among those present didn't genuinely love her. Especially since she was so lovely, jade-like, and clever. She was vastly different from Yuan Wei, who was always crying and had a petty, narrow-minded air. This was truly a child of their Yuan family, magnanimous, graceful, composed, with the bearing of a distinguished scholar. When Wei Danja brought Zhao Zhengyang to visit on foot, it was Lin Xiaoxue who opened the door. Upon entering, they saw such a scene. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue, Yuan Jigua and Ming Chueying, Yuan Jitu and Xia Tingyin, they were all there, as if in their own home, and they were all revolving around Quan Shengnan, their faces full of love and affection. Ziyuan, Xiaoxue, have you found your daughter? Only this could explain everything before their eyes. Yuan Ziyuan beamed with joy. Auntie Zhao, you've come? We have not only found our daughter, but also my mother. Chapter 241, A Stir in the Compound 1. Mother? Eldest sister? Wasn't that Zhao Yuzhen and Yuan Lanxiang? Having once lived in the same compound, Wei Dania naturally recognized Zhao Yuzhen and Yuan Lanxiang, and she also knew that the two had been missing for nearly 30 years. Wei Dania's gaze immediately fell upon Yun Chenshi and Quan Shuang. Only these two matched the description. Yun Chenshi's hair was streaked with white, her face full of wrinkles. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely make out traces of her former appearance. Although Quan Shuang was already middle-aged, because her family's living conditions were favorable and she hadn't suffered from exposure to wind and sun in recent years, coupled with the daily absorption of spiritual energy from Quan Shengnan's health-preserving talismans, which tempered her body, her skin was fair and smooth, her features lovely, making her appear at least 10 years younger than her actual age. The look in her eyes strongly resembled that of Yun Chenshi in her middle age. Yun Chenshi walked over and said with a smile, Elder Sister Wei, it's been almost 30 years since we last met, but you haven't changed much. You, Sister Yuzhen, you really are still alive. Wei Dania stepped forward in pleasant surprise, took her hand, and looked her up and down, her face full of joy. Both she and Zhao Yuzhen were women from the countryside. Back then, they had been very close. Moreover, Zhao Yuzhen's surname was Zhao, and while Wei Dania had a fiery temper, Zhao Yuzhen was somewhat gentle and soft, often looking out for her. Later, when Zhao Yuzhen and Lanxiang met with misfortune, Wei Dania had secretly asked her son to send people to search for them several times. Wei Dania didn't mention what she had done in the past. Instead, she kept asking, what happened? How did you all reunite? What's the story behind this? Sister Yuzhen, you were really heartless. You were old Yuan's first wife. What were you hiding from? You hid away for 20 or 30 years. Your son and granddaughter suffered plenty at the hands of that vixen Zhenghui. Facing Zhao Yuzhen, who had shared a similar fate, Wei Dania couldn't help but revert to her old, blunt manner, speaking without reservation. Yun Chenshi smiled bitterly. If it hadn't been absolutely necessary, why would I have done such a thing? Elder sister, come inside and let's talk. Quan Shengnan looked at Zhao Zhengyang, who was sweating profusely and carrying a backpack, and walked up to him with a smile. Brother Zhengyang, did you come to play with me? Come in, come in. I have lots of fun things we can play with together. Wei Daniao had brought Zhao Zhengyang to their door. What else was there not to understand? Although Wei Daniao was an illiterate countrywoman, her cleverness surpassed that of many people. She hadn't directly demanded that Zhao Zhengyang walk to lose weight. Instead, she used this method to make him exercise unconsciously, without any sense of being forced. All right, Nan and little sister. It's been so long since I saw you, and you've become even prettier. Zhao Zhengyang obediently followed his grandmother inside. Unlike his mother, Li Yuxian, who drifted into the living room to eavesdrop on his grandmother's conversation with Yun Chenshi and the others, he went with Quan Shengnan to her study. Along the way, he was lost in thought, pondering what he had just seen and heard. He was a bit simple, but he wasn't foolish. The current wife of the old master of the Yuan family was Zhang Hui, who had just been imprisoned. Now, suddenly, a first wife had appeared. This was bound to cause quite a stir. However, he truly hadn't expected that the pretty and adorable Nan and little sister was actually the daughter Yuan Ziyuan had been searching for all along. Nan and little sister, will you be living with Uncle Yuan from now on? That way, they could often play together. Quan Shengnan brought out the things she usually played with tangrams, 9-linked rings, and the like, and shared them with him. Mom and Dad finally found me, so of course we'll live together. But where exactly we'll live hasn't been decided yet. In any case, she wasn't going to the Yuan family home. She had no desire to face that selfish Yuan Chengda or that Yuan Wei who had once taken her place. The Yuan Ziyuan brothers also had no intention of returning to the Yuan family. They planned to buy houses near their respective workplaces. Their household registrations had already been moved out. Apart from holidays, they usually wouldn't go back. If not for fear of gossip, they wouldn't even have planned to take Quan Shengnan back to the Yuan family. Chapter 242, a sensation throughout the hospital too. Oh, if you move back, Sister Nan Nan, you must tell me so I can come play with you later. If you don't move back, tell me too, and I'll come find you at your place to play. Okay, Zhengyang brother. Zhengyang brother, can you solve this 9-linked ring puzzle? Let me see. Zhao Zhengyang took the 9-linked ring handed to him by Quan Shengnan. Although he was quite chubby, his fingers were nimble. His plump, pale fingers flew over the rings, and he quickly solved the 9-linked ring. Not bad at all. Without some cleverness, few people could solve the 9-linked ring in such a short time. Zhengyang brother, you're really amazing. Quan Shengnan praised him loudly, earning a silly grin in return. After not seeing him for over 10 days, Zhao Zhengyang's spirits had improved a lot. He no longer seemed out of breath with every move like he did at the beginning. Clearly, Wei Danian had been supervising Zhao Zhengyang's meals and exercise according to her instructions. He had also lost some weight. Because he was so heavy, the signs of slimming weren't obvious in his physique unless one looked closely. But who is Quan Shengnan? She truly had sharp eyes. By her estimation, Zhao Zhengyang had lost at least 10 pounds. 10 pounds might seem like a lot, but it was mostly water weight, not fat, so she wasn't worried about him losing weight too quickly. Except for the first month of starting the weight loss, it would be quite good if Zhao Zhengyang could maintain a loss of 5 or 6 pounds per month afterward. Losing 3 kilograms a month is considered healthy weight loss and wouldn't affect his health. Quan Shengnan felt quite satisfied. She liked clients who listened to her advice and followed her instructions the most. Pretending to be casual, she asked Zhao Zhengyang what good things he usually ate. Zhao Zhengyang immediately poured out his grievances. Nanan, I haven't been able to eat the things I like recently. It's been awful. But seeing that grandma can't eat them either, I have to hold back. I don't dare ask the new nanny at home to make my favorite braised pork anymore. Why is that? Quan Shengnan knew Zhao Zhengyang must be struggling with the initial dietary changes. However, she was curious about what method Wei Danian had used. Such a clever woman surely had a unique way to make her grandson willingly change. Zhao Zhengyang sighed and answered honestly, because grandma can't eat it. Dr. Zhang uncle said grandma is old and not in good health. She can't eat things like braised pork, sweet cakes, or fried meatballs because they're hard to digest. She needs to eat more light foods like fruits and vegetables. For meat, she can only have steamed fish or boiled chicken. After meals, she also needs to go out for a walk. Dr. Zhang uncle gave me this important responsibility, telling me to supervise grandma every day. But when she sees me eating braised pork, fried meatballs, or roast duck, grandma can't help but want a few bites too. That's not good. It would make Dr. Zhang uncle angry. So I had to painfully give up those foods too. I eat light meals with grandma, and after eating I accompany her for a walk around the lake. When grandma goes to burn incense and worship Buddha, I go with her. Because I have to supervise her. Once, I secretly overheard grandma talking to herself, saying she planned to buy some delicious pig's head meat on the way back from burning incense, eat it, and then come home. Quan Shengnan praised, Zhengyang brother, you're so filial. I really admire you. What she admired most, however, was Wei Danian. For her grandson's sake, she had truly gone to great lengths. This so-called Dr. Zhang had probably said those things at her request. Taking Zhao Zhengyang to the temple to burn incense and worship Buddha not only involved a long walk, but also Chapter 243, a sensation throughout the Institute 3. Zhao Zhengyang beamed with joy and whispered, Nan, I'll tell you a secret. What I like most now is going with grandma to burn incense and worship Buddha. Why? Could it be that he had become a believer in Buddha? Who would have thought that Zhao Zhengyang's next words would leave her both amused and exasperated? There's a very skilled head chef at the temple. The vegetarian food he makes is absolutely delicious. It has the taste of braised pork, the taste of sweet and sour fish, and also the taste of stewed chicken and roast duck. It's clearly made from vegetarian ingredients, so why does it taste like meat? You can't tell at all that it's vegetarian food. It's really strange. Every time I go with grandma, she asks him to cook separately for us. At home, I have to keep grandma company and can't eat these delicious foods, so I can only satisfy my cravings at the temple. As Zhao Zhengyang spoke, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. So that's how it was. Wei Danny was truly a person of great wisdom. She was afraid that her grandson, eating bland and tasteless food every day, would one day be unable to resist sneaking oily and meaty dishes. So she solved the problem this way, satisfying his cravings while still having him eat vegetarian food. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it should be killing 3 birds with 1 stone, because by going to burn incense and worship Buddha, they were also indirectly getting some exercise. Quan Shengnan said to Li Yuxian, who had drifted in, using her spiritual sense, "Your mother-in-law is very impressive. You can rest assured now, right?" Li Yuxian sighed softly, of course. By the way, with your mother-in-law making such changes, didn't Zhou Chunfang try any tricks? Zhou Chunfang had worked hard for so many years and had already successfully made her son, Zhao Jingwei, the child Grandpa Zhao liked the most. With Wei Danny suddenly acting like this, how could she possibly remain indifferent? Li Yuxian's expression changed, and she said coldly, "My mother-in-law saw through her schemes. How could she let her run amok? My mother-in-law is a person of fierce temperament who cannot tolerate any wrongdoing. My mother-in-law dotes on Zhao Tianshou the most. She couldn't publicize Zhou Chunfang's selfish motives and embarrass Zhao Tianshou, but in front of father-in-law and Zhao Tianshou, she showed no courtesy at all. My mother-in-law directly pointed out her malicious methods, telling Zhao Tianshou to be on guard so he wouldn't suffer the same treatment one day. At the same time, my mother-in-law cleanly and decisively dismissed the original nanny, who had been hired by Zhou Chunfang and was considered a confidant. The Zhao family's first grandson was far beyond what the later Zhao Jingwei could compare to." Quan Shengnan nodded slightly. This was indeed Wei Danny's style. Li Yuxian then continued with a bitter smile, "Master Quan, do you know? It turns out my 2 sisters-in-law and my sister-in-law had long seen through Zhou Chunfang's schemes, yet not one of them was willing to warn Yang or remind mother-in-law. That's normal. Brother Xingyang is the favorite. How could they feel balanced in their hearts? They probably wish Brother Zhengyang would turn into a pig. They all had daughters and weren't as favored as Zhao Zhengyang, so of course they resented him. Not only that, they were probably secretly gloating behind the scenes. So what if he's a boy? Fat as a pig, dumb as a pig, disliked by everyone." Li Yuxian smiled miserably, "You're right. Some people's selfish motives are fundamentally aimed at harming others. It's just that I am once again disappointed in human nature." Before, when Zhou Chunfang made her move, they watched coldly from the sidelines, secretly applauding. Now, with mother-in-law suddenly changing the diet, they immediately became anxious. If it weren't for them always urging mother-in-law to switch back to the original nanny, always urging Zhengyang to eat those oily and salty foods, and frequently secretly buying things like braised pig's head meat, pork hocks, and roast duck from outside for Yang, mother-in-law and I wouldn't have discovered that they usually didn't hesitate to add fuel to the fire regarding what Zhou Chunfang did, and didn't hesitate to lure Yang into eating these things that are. Chapter 244. A Stir in the Compound 4. They didn't understand what nutrition science was, but they knew full well that Zhou Chunfang was up to no good. Since Zhou Chunfang was doing this, it was definitely harmful to Zhao Zhengyang. As fellow women, no woman is truly selfless enough to love a stepson more than her own biological children. If she really did that, then she must have some scheme in mind. The results proved they were all right. Who benefits the most from Zhao Zhengyang growing into such a foolish shape? Zhao Jingwei. Slender and handsome, with excellent grades. Gentle, refined, and graceful. Truly an outstanding young man, a good boy with fine character. Everyone in the compound praised him endlessly, and countless girls liked him. When Grandpa Zhao took him out, he felt very proud, thinking more and more highly of him, and never hesitated to give him good things. Zhao Zhengyang, the one Zhou Chunfang doted on the most, became a fatso everyone disliked, while the son she didn't favor became a handsome youth. With such an obvious difference, anyone with a bit of intelligence could see it. Didn't you notice that those who had little to do with Zhou Chunfang were the clever ones who saw through it? It's just that everyone minds their own business and doesn't interfere in others' affairs. Li Yuxian gazed tenderly at her son playing with a tangram puzzle. I only hope my son can regain his health, live well, and not let those people's schemes succeed. For those who haven't caused substantial harm and can't be punished, the greatest revenge isn't taking revenge personally, but living a better life than them. Being caught in the whirlpool of power, this is what they value most. If Zhao Zhengyang lives better and is more capable than them, it will be like a thorn in their side, making them uncomfortable for a lifetime. When Zhao Zhengyang regains his normal physique and appearance and becomes capable, drawing everyone's attention, won't they bring up his past obesity? There are plenty of clever people. With private whispers spreading from 1 to 10, and 10 to 100, everyone will learn of Zhou Chunfang's past schemes, enough to ruin the reputations of those who once harbored ill intentions. The greatest revenge against an enemy isn't taking revenge personally, but living a better life than them. Li Yuxian repeated it, mulling it over several times, her eyes lighting up. Yes, that really hits the nail on the head. She immediately felt ambitious. But soon, she deflated like a punctured ball. However, Yang has already missed the best learning opportunities. His high school grades were mediocre, he didn't get into university for the college entrance exam, and he's been idle at home for 2 years. Not going to university doesn't mean low future achievements, Quan Shengnan said dismissively. Looking at the present and the future, aren't there plenty of people with low education who started from scratch? Many, after achieving success and caring about status and having money, continue their studies, often just for the diploma. Hearing these words, Li Yuxian immediately regained her confidence. Putting aside her own concerns, Li Yuxian suddenly remembered what she had heard earlier and said with great interest, Master Quan, I never imagined your family's affairs were so complicated. She had gone to the living room with Wei Dainio and naturally heard the whole story. What could be said, Yun Chinshi had basically told Wei Dainio everything. After their reunion, they never intended to keep hiding it. The more people who knew, the better. All 3 generations of their family were victims. Why should they worry about the so-called Yuan family's reputation and hide, afraid to be seen? The one who should be condemned and punished is Zhang Hui. Wei Dainio agreed wholeheartedly. Right, we didn't do anything wrong. Why should we hide like scared mice? Sister Yuzhen, are you planning to go back to the Chapter 245, shocking the entire compound 5. Yun Chinshi smiled faintly. No, I don't plan on going back. There were no good memories there, only humiliation and hurt. She didn't want to return. Wei Dainio was taken aback. Elder sister, I only want to file for divorce under the name Yao Yuzhen, and then live a peaceful life with old Yun. I don't want to die without ever using my own real name and identity. It's time for this matter to be brought to light. As for prosecuting Zhang Hui, that will proceed simultaneously. The 3 Ziyuan brothers have told me that she instigated people to pursue and kill me and Shuang, which constitutes incitement to murder, i.e., the crime of intentional homicide. She shares the same guilt as those who chased and tried to kill us mother and daughter back then, and her crime is even more severe. Zhang Hui was currently imprisoned primarily for attempted intentional homicide. Adding an instigation charge on top of that would compound her crimes, and given the severity, it would likely add at least 10 years to her sentence. They didn't return to the compound. Apart from informing the Lin family and a few close relatives and friends about finding their daughter, mother, and sister, they immediately set about preparing evidence, searching for the perpetrators, filing for divorce in Zhao Yuzhen's name, and prosecuting Zhang Hui. Most importantly, they requested the restoration of the identities of Zhao Yuzhen and her daughter. Since they weren't dead, all the previous death certificates were void, so naturally, her household registration couldn't be cancelled. Even though Yuan Lanxiang still suffered from amnesia, they would appear before the public as victims. With only 3 days left of Yuan Ziyuan's leave, they wanted to get things started within these 3 days. The follow-up matters would be handed over to Lin Xiaoxue, as well as to Yuan Jigua and Yuan Jitu and their wives who remained in the capital. Medical records from when Yun Chinshi and Quan Shuang were injured, doctors' assessments of their amnesia, and so on were all brought forward. As for those who chased them back then, it was even easier. With Quan Shengnan's heavenly eye, the 3 brothers quickly sent people to find them, and Quan Shengnan cast a truth-telling talisman. With solid evidence, formal prosecution began. When this news broke, it was like a bomb suddenly exploding, instantly shocking the entire compound. Yuan Changda's original wife, Zhao Yuzhen, wasn't dead? His daughter Yuan Lanxiang wasn't dead either? They were actually chased and attacked by people sent by Zhang Hui, leading to years of amnesia? And they had already remarried others under new identities? The child they had unintentionally adopted turned out to be Yuan Ziyuan's missing daughter? And this daughter was none other than the famous young fortune teller Quan Shengnan? Especially Zhao Yuzhen and Yuan Lanxiang. After nearly 30 years of amnesia, Zhao Yuzhen only regained her memory upon suddenly seeing her son, while Yuan Lanxiang didn't have that opportunity. Each piece of this news was utterly shocking. Every single item was astonishing, let alone several in a row, all related to the Yuan family. The main point was that Zhang Hui not only used her granddaughter to replace her stepson's daughter, but also once sent people to chase and kill her husband's original wife and eldest daughter. Too vicious. Too vicious. It was simply unheard of. As for Yao Yuzhen marrying her savior under a new identity, people didn't criticize her. She had lost her memory, obtained a new identity through the relevant departments, and her marriage was in accordance with common sense and the law, not a crime. The drama in the Yuan family was really one act after another. With Zhao Yuzhen appearing, would Yuan Changda be considered bigamous, or would his marriage to Zhang Hui be invalidated? However, since Zhao Yuzhen was filing for divorce, his marriage to Zhang Hui probably wouldn't be invalidated. Everyone was discussing, everyone was watching, everyone was trying to find out more. It just so happened that the 3 Yuan brothers were accompanying their mother and sister and hadn't returned to the compound. Even if people wanted to inquire, they couldn't find a way in. However, many remembered that Wei Dainio had once visited the Yun family, and then the news had spread. Thus, Chapter 246, a sensation throughout the compound 6. When the news reached the Yuan family, Yuan Chengda was listening to Yuan Wei play the piano. Upon hearing the guard's report, the cane in his hand clattered to the floor, and he stood there utterly stunned. He abruptly stood up and hurriedly picked up the phone to contact Yuan Ziyuan. Unfortunately, Yuan Ziyuan was not at the compound but at the Yun family's residence. Yuan Chengda had no way of contacting the Yun family at all. The thought of personally going to their door to find him was more unbearable than death. He was extremely concerned with face and naturally refused. He went over the entire incident from beginning to end, thinking that he had not violated any regulations when handling their death registrations and that he had indeed seen the scene of their accident. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was Zhang Hui who had sent people to kill them, not him. He had been completely unaware. He had only processed the death registrations long after his wife and daughter's incident and had not married Zhang Hui immediately. A move he had made back then to bolster his reputation had now become his reason for clearing himself of suspicion. As for Zhao Yuzhen filing for divorce, it made Yuan Chengda's face turn extremely dark, as if water could drip from it. He had never been so humiliated in his entire life. In the first half of his life, he fought on battlefields. In middle age, he held high positions of power, and in his later years, he was respected. His originally smooth life had been shattered into pieces by this unfilial son. After these incidents, what face would he have left to show himself in the compound? As a descendant of the Yuan family, he actually didn't understand that family scandals should not be aired in public, and he even protected his mother who had been missing for decades. It seemed he had no choice but to step down early and then, under the pretext of recuperation, move to a scenic sanatorium to live, temporarily fading from view. In fact, he was almost 70 years old and should have retired long ago. However, he felt his health was robust and he could still serve for a few more years, unlike Old Master Qin and Old Master Lin, who had applied for retirement as early as 65. Of course, Old Master Qin and Old Master Lin were highly respected, and their applications had not been approved. Yuan Ziyuan and the others were completely unaware of Yuan Chengda's thoughts, and even if they had known, they wouldn't have cared. Taking advantage of the case being under review and his own presence in the capital, Yuan Ziyuan took Lin Xiaoxue and Quan Shengnan to his father-in-law's house. Ever since receiving the news, his in-laws had been urging him and his wife to bring their daughter back. But they had been tied up with matters and hadn't gone. Old Master Lin and Old Madam Lin had said that if they still didn't bring the child, they would come out to see their granddaughter themselves. That day happened to be a Sunday, and everyone in the Lin family was present. Old Master Lin, Old Madam Lin, Lin Xiaofeng and his wife Chen Hong, Lin Xiaoyun and his wife Wang Shilin, as well as their sons, lined up in a row, each one handsome and impressive. Little Nan An, their true granddaughter, and also the rumored little fortune-teller. Lin Xiaofeng and Chen Hong had seen her with their own eyes and told them that little Nan An was exceptionally beautiful, a natural beauty. Old Master Lin was so annoyed that he pretended to hit his eldest son with his cane. Little Nan An is your sister's own daughter, your own niece. As her uncle, how could you not recognize her? If you had recognized her, would we have had to wait until today to meet her? Dad, aren't you making things difficult for me? She doesn't look like Xiaoxue. How could I have possibly thought of that? Lin Xiaofeng smiled bitterly, but no one sympathized with him. Their family longed too much for a sweet, soft, and adorable little girl. People in the compound said that daughters born into their family, the Qin family, the Su family, and a few families related by marriage to the Su family, were truly blessed. After all, the third generation in these families were all sons, with no daughters. Other families favored sons over daughters, like the Zhao family. But they did the opposite. Chapter 247. A sensation throughout the Institute 7. When Quan Shengnan entered with her parents, she saw the scene and couldn't help but let out a giggle. She didn't know how wonderful that laughter sounded to the ears of the Lin family. Old Mr. Lin and Old Mrs. Lin even showed expressions of delight. Lin Xiaoxue, who had just reunited with her daughter after finally recognizing her, certainly wouldn't say her daughter was being impolite. She quickly took her to pay respects to her maternal grandparents, uncles, aunts, and older brothers. This way, no one would dwell on her earlier laughter. Of course, everyone was too fond of her to mind. Quan Shengnan met each elder with graceful composure, without a trace of awkwardness or affectation. Seeing this, the Lin family was extremely satisfied. This was their granddaughter, niece. Look at her speech and demeanor, her appearance and bearing. How could that imposter Yuan Wei ever compare? This sense of familiarity was innate. Unlike when they saw Yuan Wei, where even though they knew she was supposed to be their granddaughter, they didn't feel that deep, bone-deep affection. So, they all took out the prepared meeting gifts. All were thick red envelopes and exquisite, unique presents. The red envelopes were very thick. If they were all filled with 10 yuan bills, even the thinnest envelope would contain over 1,000 yuan. Did they save up all the red envelope money from the past 7 years to give to me at once? Quan Shengnan wondered, feeling she probably guessed right. The gifts were also very valuable, each different. But clearly, they had all inquired about Quan Shengnan's hobby of collecting antiques. Old Mr. Lin gave a rue kiln flower holder, as blue as the sky, with a surface like jade, exquisitely beautiful. Old Mrs. Lin gave an ancient piece of jade, likely one that had been handled and polished, glowing with a warm luster, strung on a new red cord. Lin Xiaofeng and Lin Shaoan each gave a calligraphy and painting piece, authentic works by modern masters. Chen Hong and Wang Xiulin respectively gave a white jade chicken and a jadeite chicken, both pendants. Quan Shengnan's Chinese zodiac sign was the golden rooster. The older cousins, as if by prior agreement, prepared things like digital watches, school bags, and pencil cases. Because this autumn, Quan Shengnan was supposed to start school. Quan Shengnan sweetly thanked them, not refusing any of the gifts. When she came, she had also prepared gifts for them. Old Mrs. Lin held onto Quan Shengnan's hand tightly, not letting go, and said softly, "For the past 7 years, we were absent from your life. Even if we recreated all the gifts we should have given you over those 7 years, it couldn't bring back those 7 years of time. We heard you like collecting antiques, so Grandpa and Grandma are giving you our favorites. We hope you like them." Quan Shengnan said with a beaming smile, "Thank you, Grandpa, thank you, Grandma, thank you, uncles, aunts, and older cousins. I like them all very much." To show her sincerity, she nodded her little head emphatically. Seeing her like this, the hearts of everyone in the Lin family melted. So pretty, so adorable, so well-mannered. The most beautiful words in the world couldn't describe a single hair on their little girl. Lin Xiaoxue and Yuan Ziyuan shared a knowing smile. Their daughter deserved everyone's affection. "Dad, Mom, when Nanan came, she also prepared gifts for you." Seeing her mother fussing over Quan Shengnan in an overly affectionate way, Lin Xiaoxue quickly spoke up. The Lin family members were equally surprised and delighted. "Nanan prepared gifts for me? Nanan is really so good, so thoughtful. So young and already knows to prepare gifts for her uncle. Go away, all of you. Nanan's gifts should go to me, her grandpa, first no matter what." Old Mr. Lin asserted the authority of the head of the household, overriding everyone else. Chapter 248, a sensation throughout the compound 8. Old Mrs. Lin immediately glared fiercely at her husband, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. She wanted to be the first to receive a gift too. Little Nanan's gift must be very, very good. Even if it was the cheapest gift, even if she didn't like it, she would definitely say it was good. They had taken care of Yuan Wei for so many years and had never received even a shred of filial piety from her. Compared to Yuan Wei, Nanan was so considerate, so sensible. Seeing them argue fiercely over who would get the first gift, Quan Shengnan giggled and pulled out a flat, large box from her backpack. She had already foreseen this scene in her parents' future. So, she had come prepared. All the gifts were placed in the compartments of this box. Luckily, the gifts were all quite small and didn't take up much space. Otherwise, she would have been in a real predicament. As she opened the box, everyone rushed forward to take a look. They saw the box contained 4 rows of compartments, each row with 6 compartments, and each compartment was not very large. The top row of compartments held only a string of prayer beads and a seal stone. The prayer beads were made of Chinon incense wood, and the seal stone was entirely bright red without a single flaw. It was a Zhonghua chicken blood stone, specifically one called Great Red Robe. These 2 items were clearly meant as offerings for the 2 elders. That's right, old Mr. Lin was extremely fond of rare and precious incense. He had coveted Hua Shui Tong's Chinon incense bracelet for a long time. And old Mrs. Lin was highly accomplished in seal carving and loved Zhonghua chicken bloodstones more than anything in her life, especially the Great Red Robe variety. This piece of chicken bloodstone was something Quan Shengnan had acquired during her first treasure hunting trip at a flea market. She had removed its outer stone casing just before coming. The Chinon incense bracelet was also something she had found treasure hunting before, and was quite old. The second row of compartments held a pair of white jade pendants with a dragon and phoenix design, symbolizing marital bliss, and a pair of green jade pendants with a pair of lovebirds design, symbolizing inseparable love, all meant to be worn by a man and a woman as a set. The third row of compartments held 6 jadeite pendants, some shaped like Pishio, mythical creature, others like Guanyin, goddess of mercy, each with a different form and all exquisitely carved. Quan Shengnan had no shortage of jadeite. After much thought, she decided to give her 6 male cousins pendants that had protective talismans attached to them. Everyone was amazed. "Nanan, you're so young, this is too extravagant." They knew Quan Sheng and wasn't short of money. She had sold a piece of jadeite and made several donations, which they had already found out about. Giving gifts to grandpa, grandma, uncles, aunts, and cousins isn't called extravagance. Quan Shengnan said seriously, these items all have a health and safety talisman attached to them. I hope grandpa, grandma, uncles, aunts, and cousins will be healthy and safe for your whole lives. Everyone was deeply moved and only then remembered she had another identity, that of the amazingly accurate little fortune teller. Quan Shengnan's 6 male cousins were 16-year-old Lin Tianheng, 14-year-old Lin Tianhui, 13-year-old Lin Tianke, 13-year-old Lin Tianzheng, 12-year-old Lin Tianwei, and 11-year-old Lin Tianjing. Among them, Lin Tianheng, Lin Tianke, and Lin Tianjing were the sons of her eldest uncle, Lin Xiaofeng. Lin Tianjing was the youngest and had the most lively and innocent temperament. He opened his round eyes wide and asked curiously, Nan, little cousin, do you really know how to read fortunes and tell fortunes? Quan Shengnan smiled and said, Sixth cousin, you will have a mishap involving bloodshed today. Be careful. Everyone was startled and quickly asked if it could be averted. Before Quan Shengnan could speak, they heard Lin Tianjing say, I don't believe it. As he spoke, he reached out to adjust his collar, intending to hang the pendant Quan Shengnan had given him around his neck. But then he immediately cried out in pain and shook his hand. Everyone looked closely and saw a drop of blood welling up from the tip of his right index finger. He had actually pricked his finger on the pin behind his school badge. No one knew how he had managed to touch the school badge pinned to his chest while adjusting his collar. Chapter 249, Suicide by Poison 1. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that when he pulled open his collar, he accidentally triggered the pin on the back of his school badge. Thus, the exposed needlepoint viciously pricked him. This was the so-called blood calamity? Everyone burst into laughter. Although it was just a drop of blood, blood was indeed shed. No wonder when little Nan mentioned the blood calamity, her eyes were filled with a sly smile rather than worry, which had startled them. Lin Xiaoxue couldn't help but pat Quan Shengnan. You little rascal. Even as she said this, her eyes were full of affection. Old Mrs. Lin gave her a much harder smack. Nan is very well behaved. Why are you hitting her? Lin Xiaoxue spread her hands. See? With a granddaughter around, the daughter can be cast aside. But why did she feel so happy about it? Lin Tianjing sucked on his finger, tilted his head to look at Quan Shengnan, his eyes full of admiration. Nan, you really are a fortune teller with an ironclad accuracy. Quan Shengnan puffed out her chest, greatly pleased with herself. Lin Tianjing quickly moved closer to her, chattering away as he asked her about telling fortunes for others. Watching his young grandson and little granddaughter chatting and laughing, the granddaughter's small face smooth and radiant, old Mr. Lin sighed. If your mother and I had gone together for old Qin's eldest sister's birthday, we should have noticed the signs long ago. The Lin siblings and others were puzzled. Dad, what do you mean? Old Mr. Lin didn't answer, only stroked the bracelet on his wrist. He had long since worn the agarwood bracelet Quan Shengnan gave him on his left wrist, having removed his previous sandalwood prayer beads. Old Mrs. Lin's gaze also held a trace of regret as she sighed softly. Little Nan doesn't look like her parents or her uncles, but she looks exactly like your grandmother. She truly is a child of our Lin family. Grandmother? Lin Xiaofeng, Lin Shaoan, and Lin Xiaoxue vaguely recalled the appearance from their memories. Unfortunately, between an old woman and a young girl, they couldn't see any trace of resemblance. Old Mrs. Lin chuckled. The grandmother in your memories was already in her later years. Of course, you can't see the resemblance. That was true. Everyone nodded. Old Mr. Lin asked his daughter and son-in-law, now that we've recognized Nan, when will you transfer her household registration back and change her name? Quan Shengnan, with her sharp ears and eyes, suddenly looked up and hurriedly stopped them. Grandpa, you can't transfer it. Everyone was stunned. Why not transfer the household registration or change the name? Lin Xiaoxue's face flushed slightly. Yuan Ziyuan explained, Nan can't bear to part with my eldest sister. My eldest sister has no children. Nan and her brother Aonan are her hope. If we take Nan away as soon as we recognize her, my eldest sister would be heartbroken, and others would think Nan is cold-hearted. Moreover, Nan said that Xiaoxue and I are destined to have another son. If her household registration is transferred back under our names, we won't be able to have a second child. She very much hopes this younger brother can be born. If the brother cannot be born safely, the heavens will attribute this evil karma to her, which is very bad. Quan Shengnan, afraid her parents wouldn't agree with her opinion, wanting to forever cherish her, their long-lost daughter, and not have a second child, specifically fabricated a story. She said that if the brother couldn't be born as fate indicated, she, as the instigator, would face retribution. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue were startled and quickly promised her they would definitely have the brother. When Zhang Hui was sentenced, they had already obtained the birth permit. Based on their pain of losing a daughter, the authorities specially approved it, which was reasonable. Chapter 250, Suicide by Poison 2. Old Mrs. Lin held her granddaughter close, her heart aching. My poor little girl, why is life so hard for you? Even the karma of your parents not having a second child is being blamed on you. It's better not to be a fortune teller at all. She had hoped her daughter would have both a son and a daughter, but national policies were in place, and people of their status had to lead by example. If her daughter had another grandson, he would surely take away some of the affection meant for her granddaughter. This granddaughter had been so hard to find. How would she feel having a younger brother? Grandma, I really like the idea of a little brother. I want him to be born more than anyone, and I will love him dearly, Quan Shengnan said with a smile. Especially since this was the brother who hadn't lived to grow up in her previous life. He was also the obsession she had carried since her rebirth. He would grow up safely and have a happy life. Besides, I already have a wonderful older brother named Aonan. He has always loved me dearly since we were little. Thinking of her brother Quan Aonan, who knew the truth yet was so understanding, Quan Shengnan's face softened. Even though her brother hadn't been able to attend many important family events due to his studies, she would never forget she had such a brother. Lin Tianjing, who had long since stopped feeling the pain in his finger, quickly added, Nanan, I'm your brother too, and I will also love you dearly. Yes, yes, yes. We are all your brothers, and we will all love you dearly. The brothers all patted their chests eagerly, making promises to their only sister. Their biological cousin was already very likable, not to mention she was so beautiful, adorable, and could divine fortunes. It was as if all the grace and brilliance of heaven and earth were gathered in her. Taking her out, those annoying kids their age would definitely be jealous, haha. Their good friends never liked Yuan Wei's personality, so they rarely took her out. But they would definitely like this sister. Everyone smiled knowingly upon hearing this. Lin Tianjing couldn't wait to show her off and immediately tried to take Quan Shengnan out. After getting permission, the 6 Lin brothers, led by Lin Tianheng, all went out. Under the pretext of protecting their sister. Nanan has been raised so well. She's intelligent but not arrogant, kind but not naive, clever and beautiful, and knows how to handle herself appropriately. Yuan Wei was far inferior to her, not even in the same league. Over the past 7 years, with the Yuan family as her backing, the Lin family as relatives, and both Zheng Hui and Yuan Jihong doting on her, other families, out of respect for the Lin and Yuan families, had given in to her a lot. It could be said she was the happiest girl in the compound. Yet, this was the result. It seems sometimes, even with the best living conditions and the best educational environment, it doesn't necessarily produce the best child. Old Mr. Lin praised her, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He said to his daughter and son-in-law, while a Yuan hasn't left yet, let's pick a time to have a meal together. Zhao Yuzhen was their daughter's proper mother-in-law. They should meet. They had saved their granddaughter and raised her so well. The Lin family should express their gratitude. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue nodded with smiles. Since Quan Shengnan and the children weren't present, old Mrs. Lin asked, are you really planning to have a second child? If we don't, it might not be good for Nanan. Fortune tellers seem to care a lot about karma. We finally found Nanan. As long as she is well, if she wants a brother, we'll have one for her. Old Mr. and Mrs. Lin nodded, but said nothing. Qin Hong played with the white jade phoenix pendant she had received and asked, Ziyuan is working in another province. Are you planning to take Nanan with you? She voiced the question on everyone's mind in the Lin family. They had just found their little Nanan. Chapter 251, Taking Medicine to Commit Suicide 3. When this topic was brought up, Lin Xiaoxue became unusually excited, her cheeks flushed as if dusted with rouge. Yuan will go back first. I'll wait until mother-in-law's matters are settled, then I'll take Nanan back with me. She'll start school there in the autumn. Does your mother-in-law and elder sister-in-law agree? Everyone in the Lin family was astonished. Were they really so understanding? They couldn't bear to part with such an adorable little Nanan. Lin Xiaoxue smiled and said, my mother-in-law and elder sister are both very considerate. They said that since we finally found Nanan, she should live with us to build the bond we missed over the past 7 years. However, during winter and summer vacations, we must bring Nanan back to the capital to reunite with them. Yuan and I originally wanted to bring mother-in-law and Uncle Yun over to live with us in their old age, but mother-in-law and Uncle Yun refused. They said they were used to living in the capital and didn't want to move far away. Elder sister also didn't want to leave. She wants to continue running her steamed bun shop, and Aonan is studying in the capital. He's supposed to graduate from elementary school this year. Aonan's grades are excellent, and the education level in the capital is better than in other places. None of us want to hold him back. Fortunately, Jigua and Jitu are both in the capital, taking on the important responsibilities of supporting the 2 elders and looking after elder sister. They had already discussed everything back at the Yun family home. After the initial excitement, everyone remained calm and made orderly arrangements without any disputes. It was wonderful. This was what a family should be like, showing mutual consideration and support. The Lin family felt a great fondness for the Yun family members they had never met. They didn't become complacent after recognizing their kinship with Yuan Ziyuan and his brother. Instead, they maintained their previous attitude toward life. What could be more precious than such a mindset? Quan Shengnan didn't know her maternal grandfather's family's opinion of her paternal grandfather's family. She was happily playing with her brothers in the compound. The Red Wall compound was just a name people used. In reality, it wasn't just a residential compound. This was a nationally protected key cultural heritage site, covering an area of about 1,500 acres, with nearly half of it consisting of water surfaces. In ancient times, this place served as an imperial retreat and entertainment venue for successive dynasties. It was historically known as the Tay Pond. Thus, through the renovations of emperors across dynasties, the compound was filled with pavilions, towers, artificial mountains, flowing water, stone tablets, and islands, everything one could imagine. Its scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. Its grandeur was magnificent and imposing. Over a century of war and turmoil had not diminished its splendor. Although this was an ancient garden passed down through history, unlike the Forbidden City, it was not open to the public, so outsiders were not allowed to visit. For ordinary people, all they could see were the tall, sturdy red walls surrounding it and the occasional birds flying over. In the years following the end of the turmoil, the compound had been open to the public for a while, but it was closed again a few years ago. Those who hadn't lived here during the turmoil gradually moved back. With its mountains, water, and greenery, the scenery here was truly magnificent. The last time Quan Shengnan entered, she only visited the Qin and Zhao families and didn't wander around, let alone tour the famous scenic spots here. This time, she could take a good look. She wanted to see what the scenery of the much speculated about Red Wall compound was really like. There were many places they couldn't approach, but there were also many scenic spots they could visit. Even a full day might not be enough to explore them all. Their outing attracted the attention of many people. The little girl brought out by the 6 Lin brothers, who else could she be but the rumored biological daughter of Yuan Ziyuan? Thus, the 7 siblings encountered many adults and children who— Chapter 252, Suicide by Poison 4. Tianheng, is this your cousin? A hand patted Lin Tianheng on the shoulder from behind. When they turned around, they saw a handsome boy flashing them a bright smile with pearly white teeth, as radiant as the sun in the sky. Lin Tianheng was the eldest grandson of the 3rd generation of the Lin family. Under the guidance of his elders, he had developed a very steady and mature character, quite befitting the role of the eldest brother. He nodded solemnly and then introduced Quan Shengnan. Nanan, this is my classmate and childhood friend Qi Wei, this is my biological cousin. Her full name is Quan Shengnan, and her nickname is Nanan. The last sentence was naturally addressed to Qi Wei. Qi Wei immediately said, "We're so close, your sister is my sister too." "Hello, Nanan, you should call me brother." "Hello, brother Qi Wei." Quan Shengnan looked up at Qi Wei and smiled, showing her teeth. The exquisitely beautiful little girl was indeed adorable. Qi Wei couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek. It was so smooth and tender, the feel was wonderful. With Quan Shengnan's abilities, she could have easily dodged it. But in front of so many people, she really didn't want to reveal her well-honed skills. So, he succeeded. Lin Tianjing slapped Qi Wei's hand away, puffing out his cheeks angrily. "I haven't even pinched my sister's cheek yet. Brother Qi Wei, you're so mean. Be careful not to pinch her cheek too hard." As he spoke, he took the opportunity to rub Quan Shengnan's cheek, thinking to himself how tender and smooth it really was. Quan Shengnan was dumbfounded. Were they treating her like a doll to pinch? She quickly took 2 steps back, covering her face. "If you want to play, I'll give each of you a doll," Qi Wei said with a playful grin, "but a doll's cheek isn't as tender as yours, little sister." Quan Shengnan immediately looked wary. Lin Tianjing also glared at Qi Wei indignantly. Oh my, these little expressions were absolutely adorable. He hadn't noticed before, but Lin Tianjing was quite cute too. Qi Wei laughed heartily, startling many birds from the branches. People passing by who secretly observed the scene were all burning with curiosity. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue had taken their daughter to the Lin family to see her maternal grandparents, but they hadn't returned to the Yuan family to see her paternal grandfather. What did that mean? They really wanted to know. They wanted to know Quan Shengnan's personality and appearance, and whether she was as infallibly accurate in her predictions as the rumors said. Unfortunately, they had no excuse to approach. They could only pretend it was a chance encounter, exchange a greeting, and then pass by. Zhao Xingyang, who had received the news, rushed over, panting heavily. Before he even reached them, his large frame came into everyone's view, blocking a large patch of sunlight. Unlike others who had reservations, he started waving vigorously from afar. "Brother Xingyang." Quan Shengnan smiled and went to meet him. Among the children growing up in the compound, none were truly innocent and naive, with one exception, Zhao Zhengyang. She found it very pleasant to interact with him. Seeing how familiar they were, Qi Wei was curious. He nudged Lin Tianheng with his shoulder. Is little sister very close with Fatty? Fatty was Zhao Zhengyang's nickname. Compared to others, Lin Tianheng, Qi Wei, and their circle had excellent upbringing. Although they called him Fatty, it wasn't with the same level of mockery as others. I don't know, Lin Tianheng answered honestly. He had heard that Wei Danyue had been to the Yun family. Wait. Quan Shengnan had met Zhao Zhengyang at the Qin family. Zhao Zhengyang's embarrassing incident had spread throughout the compound that very day. He immediately stepped forward. Chapter 253, Suicide by Poison 5. Since Zhao Zhengyang was very familiar with Quan Shengnan, and Quan Shengnan treated him with unusual regard, Lin Tianheng became much more enthusiastic. Although Zhao Zhengyang was several years older than Lin Tianheng, his temperament was more childlike. After greeting Quan Shengnan, he replied, Yes, I heard Nan and went to visit Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin, so I went to find her to play. When I arrived at the Lin house, Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin said you had all gone out, so I came looking and luckily found you. Seeing him drenched in sweat, Quan Shengnan quickly handed him a handkerchief. Zhao Zhengyang took it as a matter of course and wiped his sweat. Qi Wei could tell that the two of them must have had quite a bit of contact. Look at how much more warmly little Nan and treated this fatty compared to him. How could someone as universally likable as him lose to a fatty? No, he had to use every trick in the book to win little Nanan's attention back from the fatty. Worried that Qi Wei might hold a grudge against his sister, Lin Tianheng quickly asked, What are you doing here? Hearing this, Qi Wei immediately slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot. What's wrong? I was on my way to find Yin Ruoxuan. When I saw you all coming over, I stopped to say hello, but I forgot about him. I need to go find him. Yin Ruoxuan? What happened to him? Lin Tianheng asked with concern. Yin Ruoxuan, like Qi Wei, was one of Lin Tianheng's childhood friends and classmates. The difference was that Qi Wei's grandfather and his own grandfather were still alive, and their families still lived in the compound. Yin Ruoxuan's maternal grandfather, however, had already passed away, leaving behind only a daughter, Yin Ruoxuan's mother, Bai Yun. Yin Ruoxuan's father, Yin Zheng, had gone into business a few years ago. Together with the capable and shrewd Bai Yun, they had worked hard and now possessed a fortune worth hundreds of millions. But throughout history, how could wealth compare to power? With old Master Bai gone, who would still flock to the heirless Bai family? When a person leaves, the tea grows cold, a timeless truth. Thus, Yin Ruoxuan gradually drifted away from their circle. Hearing Lin Tianheng's inquiry, Qi Wei said in surprise, Haven't you heard? Yin Ruoxuan's parents are getting a divorce. Lin Tianheng frowned, feeling extremely annoyed. I've been so caught up with my aunt's family matters these past few days that I didn't pay attention to Yin Ruoxuan's family. They were fine before. Why would they divorce? If it weren't for his father-in-law, old Master Bai, and the Bai family's power and connections, how could Yin Zheng have become so successful so quickly? Now that he had made his fortune relying on his wife's family, was he going to abandon the virtuous wife who had shared both hardship and prosperity with him? Thinking of this, Lin Tianheng quickly said, I'll go with you to find him. They were all the best of friends. He couldn't not go. If there was any way they could help, they should lend a hand so that Yin Ruoxuan wouldn't be left isolated and helpless. The Bai family had no other relatives left. Qi Wei agreed, and then saw Lin Tianheng explain his whereabouts to his younger brother and sister. While Quan Shengnan was talking to Zhao Zhengyang, her ears weren't idle. When she heard her eldest cousin and Qi Wei mention the name Yin Ruoxuan, it sounded very familiar. Upon hearing that Yin Ruoxuan's parents were getting a divorce, she suddenly remembered an incident from her past life. Yin Ruoxuan, a future business elite, her professional financial manager. His life story was particularly tragic. His parents divorced when he was young, for a simple reason. His father had an affair and got the other woman pregnant. Humiliated and enraged, his mother committed suicide by drinking poison. Since he was still a minor, the inheritance his mother left him was managed by his father, Yin Zheng. Infuriatingly, by the time he came of age, the inheritance was almost gone. In just 2 years, everything he had was gradually devoured by Yin Zheng. When did his mother commit suicide by drinking poison? Quan Shengnan thought for a moment. She remembered. It was March 15, 1980. Chapter 254, Suicide by Medicine 6. Saving a life is a greater merit than building a 7-story pagoda. When a man cheats, why should the woman be the one to die? It's so unfair. Bai Yun is also too foolish. How could she bear to abandon her underage son? No, we must save her. For Yin Ruoxuan's sake, we must save her. She had even thought before that in this life, she would still want to find Yin Ruoxuan to be her agent and manage her finances. Quan Shengnan opened her heavenly eye and indeed saw that when Lin Tianheng and Qi Wei found Yin Ruoxuan, he had been driven out of the house by his mother, Bai Yun, who told him she needed some quiet time. He was sitting dejectedly downstairs. Lin Tianheng and Qi Wei sat with him for a while. When they took him back home, they smelled a strong medicinal odor. By the time they realized what was happening and rushed to find Bai Yun, she was already barely breathing. Before they could even get her to the hospital, Bai Yun had already stopped breathing. The regret and pain of Yin Ruoxuan, the sorrow of Lin Tianheng and Qi Wei, she saw it all clearly. Quan Shengnan immediately grabbed Lin Tianheng's sleeve and said urgently, "Big cousin, take me with you." Lin Tianheng was baffled and tried to dissuade her gently. "Nan, what's wrong? It's a long way, we have to leave the compound. You'll get tired. Qi Wei and I will go and come right back. You play with Tianjing and Zhengyang for now, okay? Big cousin, what do you know? I'm going to save someone." "Save someone? Save who?" Everyone was completely confused, like monks scratching their heads in puzzlement. Quan Shengnan tugged at him and ran towards the door, saying as she ran, "Your classmate, Yin Ruoxuan's mother. I just divined that his mother is in great danger. It's only because he has a good relationship with you that I was willing to divine it through you. If we go too late, his mother will be beyond saving. According to my divination, it should be suicide by drinking medicine. Saving a life is as urgent as putting out a fire. Jingyang, you all stay here and play. Brother Qi Wei, can you go notify the adults? And call for a car while you're at it. Big cousin and I will go ahead first." Quan Shengnan spoke clearly and decisively, issuing commands neatly. Though young, she commanded respect without needing to show anger. After all, her age and achievements in her previous life were considerable, giving her a powerful aura that made people instinctively obey. By the time Zhao Zhengyang and Qi Wei reacted, Lin Tianheng and Quan Shengnan were just two small black dots in their eyes. Lin Tianheng followed Quan Shengnan without hesitation as they ran towards the gate. She was a divine fortune teller. Her words were worth believing. Didn't she say Lin Tianjing would face a bloody disaster, and it happened soon after? If she said Yin Ruoxuan's mother was in danger, then she must truly be in danger. Suicide by drinking medicine? Lin Tianheng thought it fit Bai Yun's strong-willed personality perfectly. Although many people got divorced nowadays, divorce was still something that brought shame. Especially Bai Yun, who came from the Bai family, once so noble and elegant, and the couple had been so deeply in love. That kind of affection had been the envy of countless people. Now, her husband, who had promised to grow old with her, was divorcing her for another woman. She must feel utterly humiliated and might very well have thoughts of suicide. Before they even reached the gate, Lin Xiaofeng, who had been told about this by Lin Tianjing, drove up after them. "Tianheng, Nan, get in the car. Lin Xiaofeng and Yang, you were classmates." He had studied medicine before but later abandoned medicine for politics. He was the most suitable person to go save Bai Yun. Quan Shengnan and Lin Tianheng quickly climbed into the car and headed towards the Yin residence. After the divorce, Yin Zheng moved to the newly decorated new house, while Bai Yun and her son Yin Ruoxuan. Chapter 255, Drinking Poison to Commit Suicide 7. Lin Xiaofeng asked while driving, "Nan, did you really deduce that Bai Yun is in danger?" Bai Yun was a classmate of his wife Chen Hong. The two shared an exceptionally close bond, as intimate as sisters. Regarding Bai Yun's circumstances, he could only sigh. Upon hearing that she had attempted suicide, Chen Hong immediately urged him to hurry over. Chen Hong had originally wanted to accompany him but was afraid of taking up a seat in the car, which might delay getting Bai Yun to the hospital. So, she decided to follow later. Quan Shengnan said earnestly, "That's right. Yin Ruoxuan is eldest cousin's friend, so I was able to deduce it from eldest cousin. I originally just wanted to see if eldest cousin was safe and sound lately, but unexpectedly, I calculated that something had happened at Yin Ruoxuan's home. Eldest cousin is very sad. He witnessed the death of Yin Ruoxuan's mother with his own eyes. Uncle, if we get there in time, we might be able to stop Yin Ruoxuan's mother before she drinks the poison." She calculated the distance and the car's speed, then estimated the time Bai Yun would drink the poison. It seemed they might just make it. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofeng immediately increased his speed. When they arrived at the Yin family's building, they indeed saw Yin Ruoxuan pacing downstairs, his face full of worry. He had long, elegant eyebrows and handsome eyes, extremely good-looking. Tall and graceful, like a jade tree or an orchid. His distressed appearance surely made many young girls who saw him feel heartache. Spotting Lin Xiaofeng's license plate number, his eyes immediately widened, and he quickly strode over. The car stopped right in front of him. The doors opened, and Lin Xiaofeng, Lin Tianheng, and Quan Shengnan got out one after another. "Uncle Lin, Tianheng, why are you all?" Before he could finish the words here, Lin Tianheng grabbed him, and they followed Lin Xiaofeng and Quan Shengnan, rushing upstairs. Yin Ruoxuan stumbled a couple of steps, surprised. Tianheng, what are you doing? What else? Do you know Auntie Bai is in danger? My mom. Yin Ruoxuan immediately quickened his pace. As he ran, he asked anxiously, what happened to my mom? What's wrong with my mom? Lin Tianheng said irritably, my sister, with her divine calculations, deduced that your mother might attempt suicide, so we came to check. If nothing happened, that would be best. If something did happen, saving her in advance would be good too. Yin Ruoxuan was slightly stunned at first, then looked horrified. Quick, let's go. I need to see my mom. He finally understood why his mother had looked so resolute when she chased him out of the house. Lin Xiaofeng's steps were like the wind. He ran the fastest. He was already a full floor ahead of Lin Tianheng and Yin Ruoxuan, who were lagging behind. He suddenly remembered he didn't have the key and immediately said, Ruoxuan, throw the key up to me. Without the slightest hesitation, Yin Ruoxuan yanked the key off and threw it over. Having grown up in a military compound and undergone strict training, his aim was quite accurate. Lin Xiaofeng caught the key in one grab. Lin Xiaofeng ran at the front, with Quan Shengnan close behind. Fortunately, the Yin family didn't live on a very high floor, and they soon reached the door. Lin Xiaofeng quickly unlocked the door, not caring whether it might violate Bai Yun's privacy. Rushing into the Yin home, he found no one in the living room. The Yin family's old apartment wasn't large, 2 bedrooms and a living room. Since Bai Yun wasn't in the living room, she must be in the bedroom she used to share with Yin Zheng. At this moment, Lin Xiaofeng realized the key in his hand was only for the main door. It didn't include the bedroom key. He pushed the door, but it wouldn't open. In desperation, he kicked it open. As the bedroom door swung open, they saw Bai Yun dressed neatly, holding a bottle to her lips. Chapter 256, Suicide by Poison 8. Suddenly hearing the voice, Bai Yun paused in her hand and turned her head. Just in that moment of pause, Quan Shengnan, who had arrived right after, flicked her fingertip, channeling spiritual energy to strike Bai Yun's wrist out of thin air. A sharp pain shot through Bai Yun's wrist. With a cry of ah, she involuntarily let go. With a clatter, the medicine bottle fell to the floor, its contents spilling everywhere. A strong, pungent medicinal smell filled the bedroom, extremely acrid. Bai Yun, greatly alarmed, hurriedly reached for the floor. She wanted to pick up the bottle, now half empty, but in a flash, Lin Xiaofeng kicked it away with her foot. Bai Yun, what are you trying to do? Lin Xiaofeng? How did you get here? Recognizing an acquaintance, Bai Yun's eyes reddened, followed by a look of utter despair. Before Lin Xiaofeng could speak, Lin Tianheng and Yin Ruoxuan arrived. Mom, what are you doing? Yin Ruoxuan spotted the label on the bottle at a glance. With a loud shout, he rushed over and tightly wrapped his arms around his mother, his face full of fearful relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Thank goodness they made it in time. At this moment, Yin Ruoxuan was immensely grateful that Lin Tianheng had believed his little cousin's words and that Lin Xiaofeng had rushed over. Although he didn't live in the compound, he had many childhood friends there and had heard bits and pieces of news. However, preoccupied with his parents' divorce, he hadn't paid close attention. Xian? Bai Yun was stunned for a moment, but quickly snapped back to reality, struggling forcefully. Xian, let go. Didn't I tell you to go play outside? Why are you back? She didn't want her son to witness everything. If I hadn't come back, you would have drunk the medicine. Yin Ruoxuan's tears flowed like a fountain, his heart aching intensely. He tightened his arms around Bai Yun, using almost all the strength he had. His face was flushed like a raging fire, like a blazing sun. It was from exerting too much force and also because he had run too frantically. Mom, even if Dad divorced you, you still have me. Why would you want to end your life? If it weren't for Uncle Lin and Tianheng coming over specially, I'd still be downstairs, completely unaware. Yin Ruoxuan shook his mother's body, crying uncontrollably. If they had been just a step later, what he would have seen would have been his mother's corpse, not his living, breathing mother. Lin Xiaofeng took a few deep breaths to calm herself, looking at Bai Yun with disapproval. Bai Yun, such a trivial matter, is it worth seeking death over? Lin Tianheng and Quan Shengnan also cast reproachful glances her way. Yes, such a small thing, was it worth it? Tears streamed down Bai Yun's face. Brother Lin, I don't want to live anymore. What meaning does my life have now? Tell me, what meaning is left? Rather than facing gossip and rumors, the ridicule and mockery of others every day from now on, I'd rather die and be done with it. Back then, how proud was I? I came from a good family, had high talent, excellent grades, a pretty face, and noble bearing. So many people weren't even worth a glance from me. After marrying Yin Zheng, we were a loving couple, far better than those many who were only together in appearance. I was so pleased, so proud, looking down on everyone. Now, I'm divorced. Yin Zheng divorced me for a woman younger and more beautiful than me. How many people are laughing at me behind my back? Laughing at me, saying I deserved it. Why? Why? This family fortune was built through our joint efforts. Why is it that when it's time to enjoy it, he doesn't want me anymore? By the end, Baiyun couldn't help but raise her voice, screaming out her words. Her pain was evident to everyone present. Quan Shengnan suddenly spoke, since he doesn't want you anymore, why are you seeking death because of him? If you die, he still won't feel remorse, he'll still be carefree and— Chapter 257, Fame Soars 1. This kind of woman is the most foolish and naive. Does she think her death will make a man feel guilty? No. On the contrary, they will be secretly delighted. A person's death is like a lamp going out. Time is the most merciless. Once a person dies, everything about them will gradually be forgotten by others. Once the ex-wife is dead, no one will ever bring up the past again, and no one will know what heartless and ungrateful things he once did. Holding his new wife and new son, the media will continuously report on their loving relationship and happy family. None of the reports will mention that this happiness and fulfillment were once achieved at the cost of someone else's suffering. Isn't this kind of thing all too common in the following 20 or 30 years? Among those celebrities who flaunt their love, who knows how many relationships started this way? You are unbelievably foolish. You are a smart person. How could you choose such an extreme method, causing pain to your loved ones and joy to your enemies? You are. Looking at the little girl who suddenly appeared, Baiyun looked at Lin Xiaofeng with a face full of confusion. Don't ask who I am. Let me explain to you properly. Even a child like me understands this. How could you not? Quan Shengnan stood before her with an imposing manner, pointing at Yin Ruoxuan and said, Yin Ruoxuan has lost his father, and being under 16, he is like a fish on the chopping block, completely at the mercy of others. Do you think Yin Zhang will remember their father-son bond? Don't be naive. He has already abandoned you. Do you think he will protect Yin Ruoxuan? In business, there is no such thing as father and son. You've done business before, don't you understand what that means? With a new son, do you think he will remember this old son you gave birth to? Yin Ruoxuan holds half of the Yin Group's shares. How could Yin Zhang not feel threatened? How could he not try every means to take them back? How he will treat Yin Ruoxuan is completely imaginable. Quan Shengnan had a very protective nature. She always showed special favor to those she considered her own. Especially Yin Ruoxuan, who had followed her for nearly 20 years in her previous life. Even after Yin Ruoxuan became the most outstanding elite in the business world, he continued to help her manage her assets. She met Yin Ruoxuan 11 years later. The Yin Ruoxuan she met was in a very down-and-out state. He was very smart and capable, but he simply lacked good opportunities. Moreover, he was constantly suppressed by Yin Zhang. By then, the Yin Group already had assets worth billions. With its immense wealth and influence, it was all too easy for the Yin Group to suppress a helpless young man. Yin Zhang felt he bore undeniable responsibility for Baiyun's death. Fearing that Yin Ruoxuan might one day seek revenge, he took preventive measures, sending him to hell in advance. After all, his wife had already given him 2 sons and a daughter, and his 2 mistresses had also given him 2 sons. Abandoning one Yin Ruoxuan who hated him to protect 4 sons and a daughter, he wouldn't even need to think before choosing the latter. Baiyun was scolded so thoroughly by her that she felt utterly disgraced and couldn't lift her head. Lin Xiaofeng stood to the side, nodding in full agreement, while Lin Tianheng widened his eyes in surprise. The lively and beautiful little girl, the clever and adorable little girl, this aura of hers was really sharp. She was so young, yet she spoke words only an adult could say. Do you know what kind of future I deduced for Yin Ruoxuan after you died? Deduced? Future? Although Baiyun didn't live in the compound, her news was very well informed. She quickly reacted, You are the little fortune teller? Quan Shengnan said irritably, Of course, otherwise how would I have deduced the scene of you taking poison to commit suicide? I ask you, Chapter 258, Fame Soars 2. Xuanxuan's fate? What will happen to Xianxian? Baiyun, unable to break free from her son's grip, asked urgently. Her face was filled with anxious worry. If you're so worried about Yin Ruoxuan now, how could you have forgotten about him before? Quan Shengnan snorted, crossing her arms. After your death, all the shares and property you left for Yin Ruoxuan were taken over by Yin Zhang. Forget whether he should have taken them or not, Yin Ruoxuan was a minor, so Yin Zhang naturally became his guardian. Using this identity, within just 2 years, he gradually consumed Yin Ruoxuan's shares, emptied all the inheritance you left for him, and heavily suppressed Yin Ruoxuan, never allowing him a chance to rise. Baiyun's face instantly flushed with anger, her eyes filled with hatred. Quan Shengnan felt this wasn't enough. She leaned closer and continued, Yin Ruoxuan is very smart and capable. Unfortunately, he encountered such a father. His college entrance exam results were taken by someone else, essentially, their scores were swapped, so he lost his chance to attend university. The person who took Yin Ruoxuan's place at university was none other than the nephew of Yin Zhang's new wife. Missing out on university, Yin Ruoxuan lived a very hard, destitute life. Whenever he found a job, within a couple of days, all his employers would receive hints from Yin Zheng and fire him. Without education or work, even though he was capable, no one was willing or dared to hire him. For nearly 10 years, he lived like this. Knowing all this, do you still want to abandon him and die? After learning about Yin Ruoxuan's future suffering, would Baiyun still seek death? The answer was obvious. No. She had wanted to die because she felt humiliated, but how could that compare to her son? She shook her head vigorously, tears flying. No, I don't want to die anymore. I can't abandon Xianxian. Did he really suffer so much? Is it true? Even a vicious tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. She wanted to ask, was Yin Zheng really that cruel? Quan Shengnan sneered, Yin Zheng is even crueler than you imagine. With his new wife and new son, of course he doesn't care about Yin Ruoxuan's life or death. You had the ability to fight for half the shares of the Yin Group and tens of millions of the Yin family's assets. Why don't you have the courage to live on? If you're not even afraid of death, why fear living? Living is much easier than dying. What do the gossip of outsiders matter? If you have the ability to stand taller, everyone will only flatter and please you. Who would have the time or nerve to mock you? Remember, your death would only bring pain to those who care and joy to your enemies. Only after you die will others mock you. If you live, living better than before the divorce and accumulating more assets, that would be the greatest revenge on Yin Zheng. Don't you want revenge? Don't you want to vent your anger? Are you really willing to let Yin Zheng live freely without any guilt? If you die, it truly ends everything, and you'll never have another chance for revenge. Baiyun turned and hugged the stunned Yin Ruoxuan, her tears mingling with a look of relief. She regretted trying to die. She was grateful that Lin Xiaofeng and the others had arrived in time. Lin Xiaofeng and Lin Tianheng were also surprised. Nan, you can even foresee all this? Of course. My skills in physiognomy and divination refer to predicting fortune and misfortune, determining life and death, knowing the past, and understanding the future. The ability to command heaven and earth and connect with yin and yang couldn't be revealed. Seeing the mother and son embracing and weeping, Quan Shengnan breathed a sigh of relief, fanning herself with her small hand. She had rushed over in a hurry and worked up a sweat. She hadn't noticed. Chapter 259, Fame Source 3. Lin Tianheng, however, expressed dissatisfaction with this. Nan, if something happened to Ruoxuan, would Qi Wei and I just stand by and do nothing? How could that be? They were best friends. It was impossible for them to just watch Yin Zheng suppress him. No matter how wealthy Yin Zheng was, could he compare to the power their two families held? Even if people drifted apart after someone's influence waned, countless individuals had received old Master Bai's help in the past. Surely one or two of them still had a conscience. If they spoke up and hinted at their intentions, everyone would rather offend Yin Zheng than cross them. Lin Xiaofeng and Baiyun both looked at Quan Shengnan, wanting to know the reason. I want to know why too. Why did Ruoxuan endure being suppressed, while Tianheng refused to lend a hand? Chenhong, Qi Wei, and others who had arrived a few steps later had been standing at the door listening for a while. Chenhong couldn't help but speak up. Auntie, Dad, Mom, Zhengyang brother, Qi Wei brother, you're all here? Quan Shengnan obediently went over to greet them, then shrugged and said, it's very simple. Because Yin Ruoxuan refused to accept the help from Big Cousin and Qi Wei brother. If he refused, would we really just wash our hands of it? Lin Tianheng and Qi Wei spoke in unison. If that were truly the case, they wouldn't need others to say anything. They would despise themselves. Good friends, sworn brothers, it wasn't that if he said not to help, they would really refrain from helping. Baiyun and Yin Ruoxuan had cried their hearts out and now walked over hand in hand. Hearing this, Yin Ruoxuan gave a faint smile and said, if I encountered such a situation, I definitely wouldn't cause trouble for you. Although wealth cannot overpower authority, if you helped me, it would give people grounds for criticism. I would go far away, making it impossible for you to intervene. His mother had extremely strong self-respect, and he himself was not without his own proud and unyielding character. His words earned him a punch on each shoulder from Lin Tianheng and Qi Wei, who accused, you don't consider us brothers. Yin Ruoxuan smiled bitterly. Precisely because he considered them brothers, given his personality, he wouldn't cause trouble for them. Using power to bully others never earned a good reputation. With the doubt explained, Chenhong glared hatefully at Baiyun and said, so useless. For a rotten man, was it worth it? Baiyun's eyes were red and swollen, but upon hearing this, she laughed. She tugged at Chenhong's sleeve and said, Ahong, I already regret it. I regret it immensely. You're right, for a rotten man, it's not worth it. I still have Xianxian, I have Ahong, and I have all of you, such very, very good friends to me. I want to live well, I want to build a family business anew, I want Xianxian and me to live better and more gloriously. Us living well is the greatest revenge against that rotten man. Oh. She had actually taken her words to heart and wanted revenge against Yinzheng. Quan Shengnan's eyes widened. She truly was a strong woman. Well, having a goal would give her the motivation to live on, and she wouldn't seek death over a man anymore. She hated women who sought death over men the most. The Yin Group's success today was inseparable from Bai Yun's contributions. It was evident that Bai Yun's talent was in no way inferior to Yinzheng's. It's right for you to think this way. You should think further. The establishment of the Yin Group back then relied on old Bai's connections. Now that you've left the Yin Group, who would still give the Yin Group special consideration? Without these connections in official circles, do you think the Yin Group would continue to sail smoothly? But you're different. We are all your friends and can look out for you to some extent. If you want to start a business, Chapter 260, Fame Source 4. Qin Hong looked relieved and explained very carefully the benefits of Bai Yun being alive, afraid she might attempt suicide again. MHM. Bai Yun nodded heavily, inwardly sneering coldly. That's right. Without her, the Yin family wouldn't dream of getting those government projects so smoothly. Before, government officials had given them preferential treatment, more or less out of regard for her father. In the future, she would still compete with the Yin family in the business world. Who would win and who would lose was not certain yet. Thinking of this, Bai Yun finally noticed they were all still at the door and hurriedly invited them in to sit down, personally pouring tea. Yin Ruoxuan took a cup of tea, walked over to Quan Shengnan, held the tea with both hands, and bowed at the waist. Thank you. If it weren't for you, my mom would really have been in trouble. Quan Shengnan very naturally accepted it. No need to thank me. You're my eldest cousin's good friend, so it's only right I help. However, I can't help for free. Defying fate and altering destiny requires a divination fee. Don't forget to give it to me. Quan Shengnan explained with great seriousness. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. She had saved Bai Yun's life. It was only right to charge a fee. Defying fate and altering destiny carried heavy karmic consequences. The Lin family members had long heard about this point. Bai Yun didn't hesitate and wrote a 7-figure check, handing it to Quan Shengnan. Master Quan, please accept this. It was your words that woke me up. I truly can't believe how heartbroken and sad Xian would be after I died. I won't seek death again in the future. I want to live well. I want to live happier than that man. I want that woman to know that even if I'm divorced, I can still look down on her from a lofty position. So domineering. Lin Tianheng, Qi Wei, Zhao Zhengyang, and Yin Ruoxuan's eyes sparkled, full of admiration. What they admired most was still the miraculously insightful Quan Shengnan. Their admiring gazes shifted to Quan Shengnan's face, only to see her staring at the check in her hand with a look of regret. Regret? Did they see that right? They rubbed their eyes and looked again. No mistake, it was regret. Nan, what are you regretting? Qi Wei couldn't contain his curiosity and spoke first. I'm regretting that I can't take brother Yin Ruoxuan for my own use. Quan Shengnan blurted out, then immediately looked annoyed. She had only been thinking it in her heart. How did she say it out loud? Hearing this, everyone became extremely curious. Quan Shengnan said helplessly, because in the future, I will be brother Yin Ruoxuan's benefactor. Benefactor? You're already his benefactor now. Why would you only be one in the future? Everyone was even more confused. Lin Xiaofeng was the first to react. You said before that Ruoxuan was down on his luck for 10 years. Are you saying that 10 years later, he won't be down on his luck anymore? Exactly. Uncle is truly wise. What's going on? Tell us quickly. Having a little fortune teller felt wonderful. They could know about future events. Of course, they all understood that because Bai Yun hadn't died, the future she had spoken of before wouldn't exist. There is cause and effect. The cause had been changed, so the effect naturally changed accordingly. I'm very rich, you all know that, right? Not counting antiques and rare treasures, Quan Shengnan added in her heart. Quan Shengnan had assets worth hundreds of millions, with deposits around 10 million. They all knew this and believed there would be even more in the future. Today, she had just earned 1 million. I'm very rich, but I'm not good at managing money, so I need to hire a professional financial manager. Brother Yin Ruoxuan is very capable. He has no degree, no job, yet he strives for self-improvement and has astonishing talent in finance. So, 10 years from now, I hired him. I helped him get revenge, and he managed my assets for me. Mutual benefit. Chapter 261, Fame Source 5. The more Quan Shengnan spoke, the more she felt it was a pity. Aunt Bai's businesses will definitely be taken over by brother Ruoxuan in the future, so he won't be able to help me anymore. Don't you think that's a shame? Yin Ruoxuan suddenly said, It's not a pity at all. Gazing at the lovely, delicate little face and the clear, bright eyes before him, Yin Ruoxuan said, My mother's life is more precious than anything. I've already decided, after the college entrance exam, I'll apply to study business administration. My mother is still young. When I grow up, if you don't mind, I can still manage your assets for you. Quan Shengnan's eyes lit up, but her enthusiasm quickly faded. Just saying it isn't enough. Aunt Bai has to agree. I agree. Quan Shengnan was so capable at such a young age and had so many powerful backers and connections. If her son followed her, his future would be bright. Bai Yun was not even 40 yet. She could continue fighting in the business world, and by the time she retired, her grandson might be ready to take over. After all, everything she had belonged to her son. Whether she managed it or her son managed it made no difference. Then it's settled, Brother Ruoxuan. I have high hopes for you. You must work hard and help me manage my assets soon. Quan Shengnan's eagerness amused everyone. Bai Yun suddenly asked, you said you helped Xian take revenge for me. Has that revenge been carried out? After caring for her son, this was what concerned her most. She truly wanted to know whether that despicable man had faced retribution after her death. The others were also curious about these matters, finding them quite mysterious, and urged Quan Shengnan to continue. Quan Shengnan replied honestly, how often in this world do good deeds truly bring good rewards and evil deeds bring retribution? Yin Zheng was quite clever, he never did anything illegal and was always very cautious and careful. All of my businesses have a 20% stake belonging to Brother Yin Ruoxuan. Don't underestimate that 20%, it's worth more than 10 times the Yin Group's assets. Living better than him. Achieving more than him. Having more connections than him. Holding a more esteemed status than him. Watching those who once flattered him now curry favor with Ruoxuan and kick him while he's down every day. When the Yin Group faced a crisis, he could only grovel before Brother Ruoxuan. Could there be anything more satisfying for Brother Ruoxuan than that? Bai Yun laughed heartily. So, you're saying the Yin Group eventually faced a major crisis? Yes. Brother Ruoxuan eventually successfully acquired the Yin Group, turning it into a subsidiary of our businesses from then on. Quan Shengnan then shared something that brought Bai Yun even greater satisfaction. With the collapse of the Yin Group, what good end could the woman who destroyed your family possibly have? Even during the 10 years Brother Ruoxuan was down and out, Yin Zheng kept 2 mistresses outside, both of whom bore him sons, though they never succeeded in replacing that woman. Whether such a life was happy or not, only the person experiencing it could truly know. Once a man cheats the first time, there will be a second time. Would he change his ways because of the woman he cheated with? Don't be ridiculous. Even if he met his true love, infidelity could still happen. Moreover, the fact that he kept 2 mistresses even after marrying that woman showed she wasn't his true love. He saw infidelity as a matter of course. That's why many mistresses end up facing their own mistress replacements. It's a kind of retribution. 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 Ha ha. Bai Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter, finally releasing the pent-up resentment in her heart. Hearing you say this, I'm even more determined to live well. I want to. Chapter 262, Fame Source 6. She hated Yin Zheng the most, but she did not hate that woman either, Mo Yuxian. How many self-respecting, self-loving women would fall in love with a married man and have an affair with him, getting pregnant? So, no woman who becomes the other woman is any good. Even if they fly the flag of true love, it can't cover up their disgusting, low-class behavior. After getting pregnant, Mo Yuxian often flaunted her status in front of her, crying about how she and Yin Zheng were truly, deeply in love. True love? Ridiculous. When she and Yin Zheng got married, wasn't there love? Without love, where did Yin Ruoxuan come from? It's just that she had no family backing, while Mo Yuxian was a branch of the Mo family. Even though the Mo family hadn't entered the compound, compared to her who had no relatives, they were considered quite powerful. Moreover, the Mo family had deep roots in the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. Once she figured it out, Bai Yun understood everything. She said bitterly, how did I fail to see through Yin Zheng? He relied on me selling my family's heirlooms to get the capital to start his business. Now that my father's gone, he thinks I have no more use. Him hooking up with Mo Yuxian is mostly because of her connection to the Mo family, right? Mo Yuxian wants to enter a billionaire's household. Yin Zheng wants to forge ties with the Mo family. Everyone really has their own calculations. Of course, Mo Yuxian is only 20, younger than me, which is also an asset. Chen Hong comforted her, a dog can't change its habit of eating crap. If it happens once, it'll happen again. Just throw away such a rotten man. Didn't you hear Nanan say? After Yin Zheng married Mo Yuxian, he still kept 2 mistresses on the side. Being women, of course they shared the same hatred. There were countless women with fates like Bai Yun's in high society. Chen Hong had seen many. However, Bai Yun was lucky to have received Quan Shengnan's help. Then, she said to Quan Shengnan, Nan, you must keep an eye out for your auntie here, so I don't end up following in your Aunt Bai's footsteps. When men gain money and power, 8 out of 10 will change. Lin Xiaofeng gave a bitter smile. How could I do such a thing? We have almost 20 years of feelings between us. Don't you trust me? The Lin family's principles were extremely strict. This strictness wasn't just lip service, it had been formed over centuries. For centuries, no one could break them. Whoever broke this strictness would no longer be a descendant of the Lin family, would have their inheritance revoked, and be expelled from the family. Besides, their family had worked very hard to reach their current status. Everyone was watching, so how could they give others a handle to attack their family? Chen Hong snorted. If men's words could be trusted, Sao's could climb trees. Yin Zheng and Bai Yun were so loving before, but he changed just like that, catching everyone off guard. I need to learn to be smarter. Xiao Xue, don't you laugh. You're the same. Go back and tell Xiulin you all need to learn to be smarter. Bai Yun is our cautionary tale. Smart women shouldn't pin everything on a man. They need to learn to cherish themselves and have their own lives. Lin Xiaoxue nodded with a smile. All right, sister-in-law, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you in everything. Let's all have Nanan supervise us. She's a divine fortune teller, you know. Quan Shengnan was instantly dumbfounded. What were they treating her as? The leader of the Anti-Mistress Alliance? Zhao Xingyang was also stunned. Auntie Chen's smiling face looked terrifying. He shrank back, but his bulky frame was impossible to hide. Qi Wei slapped him hard and said loudly, Zhao Xingyang, you sit properly. If you're a man, don't learn from Yin Ruoxuan's dad, and don't learn from your dad either. Learn. Chapter 263, Fame Source 7. Zhao Xingyang said in confusion, Qi Wei, what you're saying is really strange. Of course I would learn from Uncle Lin and not from Yin Ruoxuan's father. But my dad is just as good as Uncle Lin, so why can't I learn from my dad? He treats my mom very well, and hasn't done anything to let her down. Hey, what do you know? Come here, let me tell you a story properly. If your dad really cared about you, he wouldn't have stood by and watched your stepmother raise you into the state. Qi Wei was almost amused by anger. If it weren't for Quan Shengnan's relationship with him, he wouldn't have bothered to remind him. Zhao Tianshou was clearly the most heartless. What? You say he was in the military every day and not often at home, so he didn't notice Zhou Chuanfang's schemes? But Zhao Xingyang is his son. Even if they only met a few times a year, didn't he ever think about teaching or reminding the son? If a father doesn't care for his son, can he still be called a father? Qi Wei grabbed Zhao Xingyang by the collar and pulled him aside to talk. He had no personal stake with Zhao Xingyang and was young himself, so his words were more likely to be believed by Zhao Zhengyang. Because of Quan Shengnan, the Qin and Lin families really wanted to warn Zhao Zhengyang. But they were adults and their words could easily be seen as stirring up trouble, so it wasn't appropriate for them to bring it up. Qi Wei gave a long speech, telling him many of the common tactics stepmothers use. Neglect, mistreatment, making them lack food and clothing. These methods were the lowest tier and would ruin one's reputation. The smartest way was to spoil to ruin. Qi Wei explained to him what spoil to ruin meant and told him that Zhou Chuanfang's doting on him was actually harming him. Don't believe it? Look at you, with your pig-headed appearance, and Zhao Jingwei, who looks so handsome and elegant. Who gets more praise? More benefits? If your stepmother really cared about you, she should treat you both equally, teach you to strive for improvement every day, instead of just spoiling you, indulging you in being idle and unambitious. Finally, Qi Wei ended with this sentence. Li Yuxian, floating in the air, looked at him with gratitude. She had long wanted to say these things to Zhao Xingyang, but there was never a good opportunity. Zhao Xingyang was also a child with a hard fate. Bai Yun looked at him with pity and said, Zhengyang, what Qi Wei said is right. Although your stepmother treats you well, do you know why your father married her? Zhao Xingyang, who had been hanging his head, suddenly looked up, his face full of dejection. Clearly, he had taken Qi Wei's words to heart. Why? Isn't it because my mom died that my dad married her? Zhao Xingyang had known for a long time that he and Zhao Jingwei didn't share the same mother, but he felt that Zhou Chuanfang treated him even better than she treated Zhao Jingwei and his sister, so his mindset hadn't changed. Only now did he realize that such kindness was truly not good. Qi Wei's words completely shattered his self-deceiving fantasy. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but he wasn't stupid either. He had felt strange recently. Why did his grandmother eat light vegetarian food, but dismiss the nanny? Now he understood. Because the nanny was Zhou Chuanfang's confidant. Bai Yun shook her head and said, Zhou Chuanfang and your father were classmates. She was already 26 when she married your father and had always liked him. However, your mother was stunningly beautiful and had a very good relationship with your father. Zhou Chuanfang confessed to your father several times, but he ignored her. Later, after your mother passed away, before even a year had passed, Zhou Chuanfang immediately seized the opportunity. Your father had lost his wife and had a son. Even though it was a second marriage, his family conditions were too good. Countless people wanted to marry him. What was Zhou Chuanfang? If she hadn't used tricks, how could she have succeeded? She resented your mother. She felt your mother stole your father. Chapter 264, Fame Source 8. Zhou Chuanfang used despicable means to enter the Zhao family. Not only did Zhao Tianshou hold no grudge against her, but he also had 3 children with her. This man's mind, TSK. Bai Yun added one last remark. As for what those despicable means were, she didn't say because children were present. Everyone and every ghost who heard this was stunned. You didn't know? Quan Shengnan asked Li Yuxian through divine sense. Li Yuxian opened her mouth wide and said, I was by Yang Yang's side every day back then, and I never knew Zhou Chunfeng was Zhao Tianshou's classmate. I was married to Zhao Tianshou for several years, yet I knew nothing about him. He mentioned other classmates, but never mentioned Zhou Chunfeng, let alone that Zhou Chunfeng had confessed her feelings to him. Men, huh? The women present all sneered a few times and began chattering, enumerating the faults of men. Lin Xiaofeng and Yuan Ziyuan, who were unjustly implicated, touched their noses and exchanged bitter smiles. Right? We really can't afford to offend these incredibly formidable women in the future. Look, Xiao Nanan chimes in with a comment or an idea from time to time, clearly siding with them. They discussed fervently. Upon returning to the Lin family, Chen Hong, still eager for more, pulled Wang Xilin to continue discussing with Lin Xiaoxue. Upon hearing that Bai Yun was safe, old Mrs. Lin chanted Amitabha Buddha and enthusiastically joined in. Little did they know, the entire compound outside was abuzz. The news brought by Chiwei said that when Lin Xiaofeng rushed over, Bai Yun was about to drink the medicine, but fortunately, it was knocked away. This meant Quan Shengnan had accurately predicted it once again. She hadn't even met Bai Yun and Yin Ruoxuan yet, but she could deduce the future from Lin Tianheng, who was very close to them. This ability is truly remarkable. No wonder she could deduce the whereabouts of the daughter of the He family matriarch from Tianxia Group without ever having met her. This skill in physiognomy and divination is not something those so-called masters can compare to. While Quan Shengnan had some reputation before, it was nothing compared to now. Thus, everyone swarmed toward the Lin family. Of course, they went discreetly, as seeking fortune-telling and divination has a negative connotation. They could only visit under the pretext of paying respects to old Mr. Lin. Unfortunately, they were too late. Quan Shengnan had already left the compound and returned home with Yuan Ziyuan and his wife. Fortunately, the outcome didn't disappoint them. Jin Hong acted as a temporary intermediary, took down their contact information, and told them that after Quan Shengnan's grandmother's case was resolved, Lin Xiaoxue would contact them one by one. This was what they had agreed upon. Yuan Ziyuan would leave the capital tomorrow, and matters in the capital would be handled by Lin Xiaoxue and his two younger uncles. For a short period, Lin Xiaoxue would stay in the capital until her departure. Even after leaving the capital, she would remain with Quan Shengnan. This arrangement was quite good. They really didn't want to engage in these fortune-telling and divination activities within the compound, lest it damage their reputation if word got out. For now, the court had not yet filed the case. With conclusive evidence, the court would file the case within 7 days after review, so they were in no hurry. However, because Yuan Ziyuan had booked a flight for the next day, and Lin Xiaofeng and others also had to work, the Lin family booked 2 tables at the state guest house near Yuan Tan that evening to host Yun Jianjun, Yun Chenshi, and others. The Lin family had many members. Adding the Yun family and Yuan Ziyuan's brothers' families, there were 15 adults at one table and 8 children at another. The adults gathered around the largest dining table, while the children sat at a regular table. The Lin family's status meant that appearing at an ordinary hotel would attract too much attention and be inconvenient. After much consideration, they chose Chapter 265, Gambling on Stones Again 1. After the heads of the two families met, they were both quite satisfied with each other and found their conversation very congenial. Upon hearing that Yun Jianjun had also been a soldier who fought in the War of Resistance, old Master Lin immediately felt 12 times more cordial towards him. Wait, you were old Qin's subordinate? Old Qin and I are very familiar. Yun Jianjun smiled and nodded. Serving in the army was a glorious achievement. In the past, he hadn't dared to reveal himself, fearing exposure by Yun Chenshi. Now, what was there he couldn't say? It was also time for him to add a bit of glory for his wife, daughter, and grandchildren. An old farmer and an old soldier from a distinguished family carried completely different meanings. Did people really think farmers were held in the highest esteem? Don't be ridiculous. No dynasty or era ever held that notion. No matter the time or place, descendants of nobility, distinguished families, and those from commoner or peasant backgrounds were viewed differently in the eyes of others. Just a few decades after the founding of the nation, many descendants of the founding heroes already considered themselves nobility, long believing their status was superior. It was only during that 10-year turmoil that poor peasants were considered the most politically pure. Believe it or not, given time, the social status of descendants from distinguished families and those from common backgrounds would be worlds apart. You were old Qin's subordinate, I should recognize you. However, back then, there were too many people with the same name. I knew quite a few named Yun Jianjun. I'm not sure if you were among them. Old Master Lin was old in age, but young at heart, and his memory was still sharp. But 30 or 40 years had passed, faces had completely changed. All were old men with wrinkled faces. How could he still recognize anyone? Quan Shengnan ran over and chimed in cheerfully, "My grandpa's calligraphy is excellent. He's especially skilled in the yen style, and his penmanship is also top-notch, rarely matched by others. My brother and I both practice calligraphy with grandpa, and my brother has even won many calligraphy awards. Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. Especially an elder with such talent and insight. The descendants truly benefit immensely." She had made it so clear, if grandpa still couldn't figure it out, that would be too lame. Yun Jianjun. Old Master Lin suddenly realized, "I remember now. You're that Yun Jianjun with the exceptional calligraphy. Your calligraphy skill was even praised by my old superior. I recall you acted as a teacher, instructing many soldiers from peasant backgrounds in reading and writing. They all respectfully called you sir. Back then, we had quite a few conversations together. Yet, when you saw me, you still pretended it was our first meeting. You should be punished. You should be punished." Old Master Lin laughed heartily, filled with the joy of meeting an old friend in a distant land. A descendant of a distinguished family was still a descendant of a distinguished family. Both Old Master Lin and Old Master Qin came from renowned, established families. Meeting fellow descendants of such families in the army also felt familiar and cordial. Of course, even though they felt this kinship, they still treated all their soldiers equally and didn't grant them special treatment. They simply felt that with similar backgrounds, they could discuss many topics together, often talking late into the night. Lin Xiaoxue widened her eyes. "Uncle Yun, is that remarkable? No wonder Nan An was taught so well by Uncle Yun and her mother." Old Master Lin said, "More than that. Your Uncle Yun comes from a distinguished family, no less illustrious than the ancestors of the Qin and Lin families. His ancestors once held official positions as high as the second rank. The only pity is that the Yun family had few descendants. By your Uncle Yun's generation, there was only one lineage left. He only learned the surface of the Yun family's heritage. Even so, your Uncle Yun was still both cultured and martial, with a strong patriotic heart. He once donated half the family fortune to support the War of Resistance. After the War of Resistance ended and the new nation was founded, when honors were conferred, he held the rank of major. Yet, he resigned from the military and returned to farming, citing the loss of his wife and the weakness of his child. From then on, your Uncle Qin and I had no more news of him. Who would have thought, Yun Jianjun, Old Yun." Chapter 266, Gambling on Stones Again too. Everyone was immediately astonished. Yun Jianjun had such experiences, yet he was content with a simple life, truly remarkable. Even Yun Chisher was unaware of this part. She only knew that Yun Jianjun came from a prestigious family, fell into hardship in middle age, and lived a stable life in his later years. Yun Jianjun, however, smiled faintly. "Compared to Elder Lin and Elder Qin, my life has been much more peaceful and stable. During those 10 turbulent years, the suffering Elder Qin endured goes without saying, and you also had a period of instability, didn't you?" He was right, absolutely right. Even if it wasn't a case of the cunning hare dies, the hound is boiled, differing political ideologies led to countless founding veterans suffering greatly. Hadn't Elder Lin witnessed far too many generals and officials being sent away? He sighed and said, "Putting everything else aside, with your remarkable foresight and strategic mind, how could your future not be splendid?" Yun Jianjun's departure likely stemmed from his early realization that the period following the nation's founding would be somewhat turbulent, right? From the very beginning, the differences between social strata inherently contained significant contradictions. Military affairs and politics have never been the same. They were adept at warfare, but when it came to politics, they truly didn't understand much back then and took many wrong turns. Immediately after, Elder Lin asked curiously, "Like us, you also come from a prestigious family. How did you avoid that calamity?" Yun Jianjun smiled faintly. "Not long after I returned home, I saw my hometown in ruins, the ancestral home damaged by war. It was a scene of devastation awaiting recovery. So, I went to the countryside, distributed the land, divided the family property, kept a little money for myself, and lived a quiet, simple life in the rural area. Facts proved I made the right choice. I had served in the army, made contributions, and was quite enlightened. My family possessed nothing, and I was highly respected in the village, so no one gave me a hard time. What good would it do them to trouble me anyway? Later, I met Nanan's grandmother, lived in the countryside for over a dozen or 20 years, and only moved back to the capital a little over 10 years ago. Although I didn't enjoy wealth or high status, I lived a leisurely and carefree life. Now, with 2 lovely grandchildren, Anan and Nanan, I have no regrets in life." Few could match the breadth of Yun Jianjun's mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resolutely given up opportunities for promotion and wealth, nor would he dote so deeply on his 2 grandchildren who are not related by blood. If he had chosen to stay back then, with his intelligence and talent, he would surely have navigated the turmoil and risen steadily through the ranks. The younger generation was exceptionally admiring and raised their glasses to him one after another. Glasses clinked, and the banquet table was filled with lively warmth. The 6 Lin children and the siblings Quan Shengnan sat together. With Quan Shengnan, the little joy who had run back, and given that Quan Shengnan was close in age to the Lin boys, they quickly hit it off happily. Their common point was having such a clever and adorable younger sister like Quan Shengnan. Nanan has been well-behaved since she was little. When she was this small, Quan Shengnan gestured a height, his face full of happiness. Whenever she received red envelopes or candy, she would remember to share them with me. He was referring to the red envelope and candy Quan Shengnan received for the first time at the Chang family. Later, whenever Quan Shengnan got something good, apart from valuable accessories or clothes and shoes specifically for little girls given by others, she would always share the rest with him, without fail. Lin Tianjing, 2 years younger than Quan Shengnan, looked utterly jealous and accused Quan Shengnan, "Little cousin, you never gave me any." "Sixth cousin, today is the first time I've met you. I need an opportunity to give you things. Besides, I did give you something today." Quan Shengnan rolled her eyes at him. Even an eye roll, in the eyes of the Lin family who adored little Nanan. See Chapter 267, Gambling on Stones Again 3. Lin Tianjing lowered his head and saw the jade pendant hanging around his neck. He quickly left his seat and, with a playful grin, bowed to Quan Shengnan to apologize. Quan Shengnan jumped down and returned the gesture. The siblings laughed heartily, and the matter was settled. The adults watched the scene with knowing smiles. Chen Hong couldn't help but say, "Nanan is incredibly smart, so smart that it actually worries me a little." Everything she and Bai Yun had said today, which part of it sounded like a child. Even adults didn't have such insight. Of course, she wasn't a child. Her age isn't any younger than yours, Yun Jianjun thought to himself. But he couldn't say that, so he smiled and said, "Nanan was born precocious. She's 7 years old but has the wisdom of a 17-year-old. It's probably because of this precociousness that she was able to become the disciple of an elusive, otherworldly master and learn such remarkable skills. She's proficient in fortune-telling and divination, understands many things, and her perspectives are stronger than many adults. Once you spend more time with her, you'll understand. Don't treat her like a child." Everyone thought carefully and realized that Quan Shengnan's every move was indeed no different from an adult's. Though they felt immensely proud, they also felt a deep sense of heartache. At 7 years old, she should be carefree. Yet she had matured early and was already as busy as an adult. Old Master Lin stood up, raised his glass, and said, "Old Yun, you saved Nan Nan, raised her, and educated her. I won't say too many words of gratitude, that would feel too distant. But today I must toast you. You can't refuse." Yun Jianjun smiled and accepted the toast. Immediately afterward, Yuan Ziyuan, his brothers, and others also stood up to offer toasts. He had saved Yun Qinshi, saved Quan Shuang, and saved Nanan. To Yuan Ziyuan, his brothers, and the Lin family, his kindness was as weighty as a mountain. However, because Yun Jianjun was already advanced in age, aside from old Master Lin's toast, he only took small sips of the others. They didn't dare let Yun Jianjun get completely drunk. The banquet concluded with both hosts and guests thoroughly enjoying themselves. As soon as they stepped out of their room, they saw a group of people emerging from the neighboring room. A strong smell of alcohol wafted toward them. Although they had toasted and drunk a little, they had only taken small sips, unlike the other group, who were reeking of alcohol and flushed with drunkenness. Old Master Lin frowned slightly, but pretended not to see them. Unexpectedly, the other group couldn't miss them. One of them quickly stepped forward and exclaimed with delight, "Old Master Lin." He rubbed his hands together, beaming with a smile. Fortunately, he still understood propriety and didn't appear obsequious. "I never expected to see you here. If I had known you were here, I would have come to toast you earlier." Old Master Lin had appeared frequently in the news, so this man recognized him, but Old Master Lin didn't recognize him. Squinting his eyes, Old Master Lin slowly asked, "And you are?" "It's been years since I last saw you, so you might not remember me. I'm Inzheng. I've achieved some modest success now, but I dare not boast." "Inzheng? So this was the ungrateful Inzheng?" Those who knew him and those who didn't were both stunned. Those who recognized him felt that Inzheng had changed dramatically. He had grown much heavier compared to when he frequented the compound 7 or 8 years ago. He used to be a handsome man with regular features and a tall, slender figure. Now, only one phrase could describe him: fat-headed and big-eared. It was as if he had become a different person. In terms of physique, he was far from Zhao Zhengyang, but compared to his former self, his facial features were distorted by fat. Not only that, Injung also sported a round, protruding belly, like a woman 5 or 6 months pregnant, cinched by a branded leather belt into two distinct sections. Chapter 268, Gambling on Stones Again 4. Those who didn't recognize him were of Lin Tianheng's generation. They thought that Mo Yuxian was so noble to actually take a liking to such a man. Saying she did it for love? Don't make people laugh. If it weren't for the hundreds of millions in assets of the Yin Group, what young and beautiful girl would ever look at a fat man? Baiyun didn't even mind him becoming like this. It already showed how loyal and righteous Baiyun was. Yet he was the one who first abandoned Baiyun, who still maintained herself extremely well. It's good they broke up. How could someone like him ever be worthy of Baiyun? However, Quan Shengnan wasn't the least bit surprised. Hadn't she seen plenty of such things in her previous life? No matter how short, fat, ugly, or old a man was, as long as he possessed enormous wealth, he could marry a great beauty. He might even keep 2, 3, or 4 mistresses at the same time. Say those beauties did it for love? Don't insult the world's intelligence. Who didn't know it was all for money? Without money, how many beauties would even glance at those men? It would be a blessing if they didn't find the sight offensive to their eyes. For money, they wouldn't hesitate to break up other people's families. For money, they wouldn't hesitate to fight and scheme against other women. That process, that thrill, was even more dramatic than a TV show. Old Master Lin gave a faint smile and said, "So it's you. I heard you broke up with our Xiaoyun." Injung was taken aback. Old Master Lin didn't speak further. He walked past him and slowly made his way out. Continuing to talk with such a person was beneath his dignity. Injang's fat face immediately flushed red. He wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. By the time he had gathered his words, the Lin family had long since walked away. Seeing this scene, the people dining with him all felt a chill in their hearts. Those who could appear at the state guest house were no simple figures. They had recognized old Master Lin long ago, but feeling their status was too low, none dared to approach him. Hearing old Master Lin's words, they began pondering secretly. Without Baiyun, Injung had essentially severed his connections with those from the compound, referring to a privileged residential area. It would be better for them to keep their distance. Who knew if someone, angered by Injung abandoning Baiyun, might take action to teach him a lesson? Old Master Bai might be gone, but that didn't mean he had no friends or former subordinates left. Otherwise, how could Injung have sailed so smoothly all these years? Today, Injung had invited them for a meal. They would treat this matter as doing Injung one last favor, to avoid suddenly cutting ties and making him think they were all fair-weather friends who would bear a grudge. After leaving the state guest house, the group decided to take a walk since they had just eaten, so they didn't take the car. Passing by Quan Shengnan's 5-courtyard Sihiyuan, quadrangular residence, Quan Shengnan said proudly, "When my big courtyard is renovated, Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa, maternal, Grandma, maternal, Mama Quan, Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt. Uncles and aunts, brothers, I'll prepare a room for each of you. Except for those living with me, everyone else can come and stay often." So this big courtyard belongs to Nan? Nan is truly amazing. Grandma will definitely come often to keep Nan and company. Yes, Nan is so filial. We will all certainly come. Nan is so good, so young, and already so filial. They actually all knew everything about Quan Shengnan, but they were still very happy to praise her and express their surprise. Quan Shengnan was immensely pleased with herself. Soon they arrived near the compound. The Lin family watched the Yun and Yuan families get into their car before entering the compound themselves. The 3 Yuan brothers and their wives were now all living at the Yun family's place, so naturally, the rooms weren't quite enough. But there was still the neighboring Sihiyuan. That Sihiyuan had always been kept clean and tidy. All it needed was bedding and... Chapter 269, Gambling on Stones Again 5. The next day, Yuan Ziyuan boarded a plane leaving the capital. Yuan Zigua and his wife, as well as Yuan Jitu and his wife, all went to work one after another. Only Lin Xiaoxue had no job. She used to have a job, and it was also in a state department. Because of what happened to her daughter, she was determined to find her daughter. Feeling that it wouldn't be a quick task, she resigned. Now that she had found her daughter, she didn't want to continue working and planned to go into business. Why? She had already decided to sponsor those abandoned baby girls, and relying on that fixed salary was completely impossible. Her family's conditions were considered quite good, right? The Yuan family wasn't bad either, right? Yet, the savings she and Yuan Ziyuan had didn't even reach 6 figures. Moreover, she didn't plan to stop her steps of sponsoring orphans. Finding her daughter was due to heaven's mercy, she should do more good deeds. Before searching for her daughter, she had vowed that whether she could find her daughter or not, she would definitely sponsor countless orphans and impoverished families. Being able to find her daughter, she was grateful. If she couldn't find her, she would continue searching. She hoped that, even without knowing, her daughter could receive her help and live a better life. Fortunately, heaven still had eyes, letting her find her beloved daughter. With no one else to disturb them, early the next morning after Yuan Ziyuan left, Lin Xiaoxue took her daughter shopping for spring clothes to build their relationship. The 6 children of the Lin family and Quan Shengnan all went to school. The only one without studies, Zhao Zhengyang, volunteered to act as temporary labor, following behind them to help carry their things. Their new friends, Lin Tianheng and Qi Wei, had instructed that when they weren't home, he, as the man, needed to take care of things. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengyang immediately felt his courage multiply. He never knew the feeling of being needed was so good. No matter how tired he was willing. Yesterday, he thought a lot about Qi Wei's words and directly asked his grandmother. Seeing that he had come to his senses and was now wary of Zhou Chunfang, Wei Danyue was overjoyed and wouldn't dream of blaming Qi Wei for speaking the truth. She had wanted to tell Zhao Zhengyang before, but was afraid he wouldn't believe or accept it. Now, she could finally tell Zhao Zhengyang not to trust his stepmother. Comparing her daughter-in-law to her grandson, without even needing to choose, she would side with Zhao Zhengyang. She and Zhao Zhengyang couldn't do anything to Zhou Chunfang, but being wary of her was possible, right? They couldn't be harmed by her for a lifetime. As for Bai Yan's words, Wei Danyue was hearing them for the first time. Like Li Yuxian, Wei Danyue never knew that Zhou Chunfang had known Zhao Tianshou long ago and were even classmates. Zhao Zhengyang was very sad. He thought he had met a good person, but who knew it was a wolf in sheep's clothing? This kind of behavior, harming under the guise of affection, was even more hateful than those with malicious words, beatings, and insults. Li Yuxian, however, was very happy. Her son had finally come to his senses. Her son would finally not be bewitched by that woman. She danced with joy, circling around her son. Quan Shengnan stuck out her tongue. Luckily, others couldn't see, otherwise they would surely be scared to death. A ghost dancing really didn't match her dignified and elegant temperament. These words were unconsciously spoken through divine sense. Li Yuxian snorted, "What do you know? Someone of my background had to learn every skill: music, chess, calligraphy, painting, singing, rhythm, dance, and more. Ask your mother, she's the same." A true lady from a prominent family needs to learn all these, even needlework and cooking. Presentable in the living room, capable in the kitchen. Otherwise, at a banquet, when others casually recite poetry or compose verses, and you're completely lost, you'd be laughed at for sure. When in high spirits, ladies from prominent families would also play the qin. Chapter 270, Gambling on Stones Again 6. Of course, what is commonly learned nowadays are things like piano, waltz, ballroom dance, and so on. As for needlework and culinary skills, they aren't very useful. With servants everywhere at home, why would a young lady from a wealthy family need to sew clothes, make shoes, or cook? Learning a little is for showing respect to one's parents-in-law on the second day after marriage, to demonstrate that one is virtuous and knows how to manage a household. You, although very clever and broad-minded, are still far from being a refined lady from a prestigious family. Learn well from your mother, strive to become a true lady from a distinguished family, and don't imitate those young ladies who think themselves noble. Little do they know, it is only after 5 generations that one can be called a newly prosperous, established family. Most families in the compound have only recently made their fortune. They haven't even been wealthy for 3 generations, yet they already consider themselves aristocracy, an established family. Quan Shengnan laughed heartily. Li Yuxian, your words are truly sharp. Those families really should hear this. How incisive, how accurate. What is an established family? 3 generations to understand food, 4 generations to understand attire, 5 generations to understand scholarship. That is to say, only after 3 generations of wealth does one understand how wealthy families eat. After 4 generations, one learns how to dress. And the heritage of a scholarly family must be accumulated over 5 generations or more to be considered a family of scholars and refinement. 5 generations basically means nearly 100 years. In Dream of the Red Chamber, the only one who can truly be called a daughter of a scholarly, established family is Lin Daiyu. She is the 6th generation descendant of the Lin family, and her father was a Tanhua, 3rd-place scholar, in the imperial examinations, a true scholarly family, an established lineage of 100 years. As for the 4 great families, Jia, Shi, Wang, and Shui, by Jia Baoyu's generation, they had only just reached the stage of emphasizing food and clothing. Therefore, there are many detailed descriptions of the Jia family's eating, drinking, and dressing, which aligns precisely with the author Chao Shuaqin's own status and life experiences. Quan Shengnan felt that she indeed needed to learn from Lin Xiaoxue. Although Yun Jianjun was descended from a renowned family, he lost both parents in his youth, breaking the lineage. In her previous life, she had little exposure to these aspects. Even with famous tutors hired for instruction, she only learned superficial skills without grasping the essence. There are too many people who treasure their own worn-out broom. Li Yuxian, during the remaining time you stay in the mortal world, I should learn from you some of the things you excel at. I believe among the things you know, there must be some that my mother doesn't. Besides, my mother will be very busy with business in the future, and I don't really want to distract her. Li Yuxian's eyes lit up. Great, I know many things and truly don't want the knowledge to be lost. Of course, I would be even happier if after you learn, you could teach some to my son. Don't worry, I will. Teaching Zhao Xingyang wasn't impossible. After she left the capital, she could also explain the importance to Wei Daniu and take Zhao Zhengyang away. Rather than staying in the capital constantly guarding against Zhou Chunfang, it would be better to stay far away and return only after successfully losing weight, to prevent those with ulterior motives from secretly interfering and hindering Zhao Zhengyang's weight loss progress. Hearing her thoughts, Li Yuxian was indeed extremely happy and determined to impart all her knowledge and skills to Quan Shengnan. The more Quan Shengnan learned, the more her own son would learn. After settling this, Quan Shengnan happily accompanied her mother shopping. Seeing her mother head straight for a clothing store, she reached out and stopped her. Mom, I have more clothes than I can wear. There are so many given by Grandma He, Grandma Chong, Aunt Su Ran, and Aunt Su Ling. I'm growing quickly. Spring clothes won't fit by autumn. Buying too many would be a pity. How is that the same? What I buy for you comes from a mother's heart. Besides, I heard from your aunt that you usually wash the clothes you don't wear and send them to the orphanage, so nothing is wasted. Mom, compared to clothes, I prefer antiques. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxue immediately changed her mind. Chapter 271, Gambling on Stones Again 7. Lin Xiaoxue felt that while her own intentions were important, her daughter's wishes were even more so. She had seen all of her daughter's antiques and was utterly amazed. She didn't know if they were all genuine, but among those she could appraise, not a single one was a fake. Coming from a prestigious family, Lin Xiaoxue was quite skilled in the art of appraising antiques. Li Yuxian nodded and said, appraising antiques is also something one must learn. If a young lady from a wealthy family doesn't understand these things, she could easily be fooled when giving gifts, receiving gifts, shopping, or tidying up rooms. It would be mortifying. Although your mother isn't exactly a master, she's quite good at it. After all, she couldn't compare to me when I was alive and had no such concerns. During the 10 years of turmoil, the Lin family didn't dare teach her these things. Quan Shengnan nodded slightly. So that was how it was. She had been wondering how Lin Xiaoxue had such discerning eyes. It turned out this was the reason. Her eye for antiques naturally couldn't compare to her own Earth pupil's treasure appraising ability, but it surpassed Yun Jianjun's tenfold. Moreover, her knowledge of appraising antiques was solid and thorough, clearly the result of diligent effort. Compared to a few years ago, the second-hand market had become much livelier, with several times more people. The shops on both sides and the roadside stalls had already taken on a modest scale. Similarly, 90% of the items were fakes. However, not everything sold here was antiques or fakes. There were also many handicrafts, lacquer carvings, rattan weavings, jadeite, and so on. Since they had come, they naturally had to visit Quan Shuang's steamed bun shop first. Among the row of shops selling antiques and artworks, the sign for the steamed bun shop stood out conspicuously. The sign simply bore 3 characters, steamed bun shop. Quan Shengnan stood at the entrance, pointing at the 8 prime storefronts, and said with a grin, these are all mine. After the leases expire at the end of the year, I'll take them back, renovate them, and open an antique shop. I want to develop it into the largest and most famous antique shop in the industry, so that whenever anyone thinks of antiques, they'll think of our shop. Lin Xiaoxue praised, Nan An is so impressive. With so many storefronts, just collecting rent would be enough to make your hands tired. Quan Shengnan grinned, looking quite pleased with herself. Zhao Xingyang, however, was astonished. Nan An, little sister, are all these storefronts yours? Quan Shengnan nodded and said to Lin Xiaoxue, Mom, when I open the antique shop, will you manage it for me? For the time being, I don't have a suitable candidate. Brother Yin Ruoxuan has great talent in finance and is good at managing money, but he isn't suited to managing an antique shop. Mom is different. Your ability to appraise antiques is remarkable, I've noticed. If Mom manages the antique shop, it will do very, very well. The two of us can earn money together. After all, I've long planned that wealth is external. It's better to accumulate virtue and do good deeds. In her previous life, when Lin Xiaoxue founded the Lin Xiaoxue Foundation, she had only a few tens of thousands of yuan. If she had sought donations, she would certainly have received a lot. But she didn't do that. She had said she wanted to rely on herself to run this private foundation and use her own abilities to help others. Only after she went into business did her finances gradually improve. She didn't have exceptional business talent. Her entrepreneurial journey wasn't exactly arduous, but it wasn't smooth sailing either. Now that she had the chance in this life, Why let her mother go through such hardships again? If she opened an antique shop and her mother managed it, the profits wouldn't be less than what her mother had earned in her previous life. They might even be greater. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Lin Xiaoxue thought for a moment and smiled. Alright, when mother and daughter join forces, their strength can cut through metal. In the period before opening the antique shop, she could take the opportunity to— Chapter 272, Gambling on Stones Again 8. Hearing their voices, Quan Shengnan was especially happy and quickly invited them into the shop to eat some buns. Because it was early in the morning, the shop was very busy. Quan Shengnan and the two middle-aged women she had hired were all swamped with work. Quan Shengnan was an honest person with excellent bun-making skills. Her buns had thin wrappers and generous fillings, and the taste was so good it made people want to swallow their tongues. So, anyone who had tried her buns would come back for more. Additionally, the shop also prepared some plain congee, soy milk, and small pickled dishes. The prices were affordable, and one could eat their fill, which won the favor of many people in the neighborhood. Lin Xiaoxue and Quan Shengnan both said they had already eaten breakfast at home. Then they rolled up their sleeves, washed their hands, and started helping out. Lin Xiaoxue sold the buns, while Quan Shengnan handled the money. With mother and daughter joining forces, their effectiveness was truly remarkable. It wasn't until after 10 a.m. that the number of customers in the shop gradually decreased. Quan Shengnan felt a bit embarrassed. She had originally wanted her sister-in-law and niece to eat some buns, but instead, they ended up helping her. The mother and daughter didn't mind at all. Lin Xiaoxue said, "Elder sister, we're family. If you keep saying things like that, I'll get angry." Quan Shengnan smiled and nodded. Hearing that they had come here wanting to buy antiques, Quan Shengnan quickly urged them to leave so as not to delay their main business. They had only taken a few steps and hadn't even had a chance to look at antiques when Quan Shengnan noticed a rough stone shop had opened not far away. Since the second-hand market had started selling jadeite, it was natural for rough stone shops to appear. What made her stop in her tracks was the shop signboard, Tong Family Rough Stones Branch. The person sitting at the entrance was also very familiar to her. It was none other than Wang Qi, the worker who had cut the stone for her back then, revealing the imperial green jadeite. "Brother Wang, what are you doing here?" Quan Shengnan walked over and called out. Who was calling him? Wang Qi, who had been feeling bored, turned his head at the sound and immediately jumped up. Little Eyes. Little Eyes? What kind of nickname was that? Quan Shengnan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Qi felt he had been impolite and said apologetically, Nan, sorry, I didn't mean it. Back then, when you gambled on a piece of jadeite worth tens of millions, the locals started calling you Little Eyes. I got used to calling you that, and it just slipped out. Nan, what brings you here? I asked you first. What are you doing here? Did Boss Tom open a shop here? Wang Qi quickly invited them inside and said in a low voice, because many merchants from Guangzhou and Hong Kong are flocking to it, the boss thinks the jadeite market is bound to do very well. So he bought a storefront here and opened a shop. Actually, it's just about paving the way in Beijing. He doesn't expect to make much money from it. Counting on my fingers, it's only been open for 3 days, and not a single customer has come by. The boss said he hopes that when the jadeite market takes off, our shop can secure a place in the jadeite industry. After operating for a few years, this shop will be an established store with connections. Plus, we can transport rough stones directly from Yunnan, which makes it easier to win customers' favor compared to those rough stone dealers. The boss trusts me, so he asked me to manage the shop, and he'll leave it to me to run in the future. Quan Shengnan looked around the shop. It was deserted. Apart from Wang Qi and another older stone-cutting master, there wasn't a single customer. How's the stock? Quan Shengnan got straight to the point. Wang Qi quickly replied, Nan, you're considered part of the stone gambling circle now, so I won't hide it from you. The stock naturally has both good and bad. You understand the bad ones, so I won't elaborate. We brought quite a few good gambling stones this time. Would you like to take a look? Quan Shengnan smiled and said, take me to see them. Maybe I can give you a successful start. Chapter 273. 5 Blessings Arrive 1. Wang Qi was overjoyed. Please follow me. The real gambling stones were never placed at the front but in the warehouse at the back. Locals in Tingchong referred to Quan Shengnan as Little Eyes, which meant those in the trade acknowledged her skill in gambling on stones. Although she had only successfully gambled on one piece of jadeite, it was enough to establish her status in the stone gambling world. Ranking in the stone gambling world was never based on the number or probability of successful gambles, but on the value of the jadeite uncovered. One piece of imperial green jadeite worth tens of millions could surpass countless successful gambles. For glass-type jadeite, it would take 400 to 500 kilograms to sell for 10 million. Therefore, Quan Shengnan truly deserved the name Eyes. If she could gamble on a relatively high-quality, high-grade piece of jadeite in his shop, that would truly be an auspicious start. Wang Qi instructed the stone-cutting master to watch the shop and then took Quan Shengnan, her mother, and Zhao Zhengyang to the back. The so-called warehouse at the back was actually connected to the front shop. The space was indeed not large, densely packed with various kinds of raw jadeite stones, divided into several piles. The price of each pile was different. The cheapest was worth 150 yuan per kilogram, while the most expensive was as high as 500 yuan. Each raw stone was marked with a red paint number for distinction. Quan Shengnan said in surprise, "The prices are almost the same as in Tingchong. Considering transportation costs, you're hardly making any profit." She remembered that the most expensive gambling stones in the Tong family's raw stone shop were 500 yuan per kilogram. Nan, take a closer look. The best gambling stones here are actually equivalent to those worth around 400 yuan in Tingchong. So, if you choose these, I'll give you a cheaper price, calculated at 400 yuan. Their boss had already instructed that Quan Shengnan was their honored guest and must be carefully attended to. Wang Qi chuckled and led them to a dozen large boxes in the corner, saying, "These here are the best." He untied the keys from his waistband and opened the boxes for them to see. The raw stones were large and heavy, so each box didn't contain many. For smaller raw stones, it was a bit better. One box could hold 70 or 80 pieces. For larger raw stones, one piece would occupy an entire box. Quan Shengnan glanced over them with her earth pupils and secretly marveled. As expected of carefully selected gambling stones. Among this batch of high-grade gambling stones, at least half contained high-quality jadeite. Another quarter contained medium-grade jadeite, and only a quarter of the raw stones had no jadeite at all. This was a remarkably high probability of containing green. When Quan Shengnan and Lin Xiaoxue came to the second-hand market, it was to hunt for treasures and bargains, not to buy raw stones. Therefore, their preparations weren't very thorough. She didn't mind, as her previous stone gambling had relied entirely on her earth pupils, not tools. However, she still had to be careful not to let others notice anything unusual. Quan Shengnan thought for a moment and decided to first look at the gambling stones worth 150 yuan. Using a low price to gamble for the best jadeite. That was the way to make a huge profit with minimal investment, wasn't it? Wang Qi didn't mind and let her choose freely, as they were all goods from his shop. Since the shop had just opened and there were no porters, Wang Qi temporarily took on the role. Before Quan Shengnan had even picked out one raw stone, she heard a harsh stone-cutting sound coming from the front. Wang Qi's heart stirred. Could it be that a customer had arrived? Although 90% of the stones at the front were brick material, there were still dozens of gambling stones. But he had already patted his chest in front of Quan Shengnan, promising to handle the moving for them. Lin Xiaoxue, understanding the situation, said, "Manager Wang, please go attend to your business first. Nanan still needs to take her time choosing." Wang Qi gratefully thanked her and hurried from the back to the front. Meanwhile, Quan Shengnan's eyes lit up as she looked at a particular Chapter 274, 5 Blessings Descend Upon the House 2. The skin of this raw stone was a brownish-yellow color, shaped like an irregular oval. It wasn't very large, with a waist diameter of about 1 foot. Through the stone skin, Ditong saw a world of vibrant colors. Inside the jadeite, there were 3 colors: red, green, and purple. The red was brilliant. The green was rich. The purple was pure. The red was like blood, the green resembled a green leaf in spring, and the purple was dignified and elegant. Each color was extremely pure, all true hues. That is, pure red, pure green, pure purple, without any mixed colors within them. The arrangement of the 3 colors was also very proper. The order was red, green, purple. What was most remarkable was that the entire piece of jadeite was crystal clear and translucent, giving a feeling of pristine purity and flawless clarity. Like ice, and yet like water. As transparent as ice, as lustrous and smooth as water. It looked very pleasing. Quan Shengnan blinked her eyes in pleasant surprise. Was this Fulusho? Fulusho in jadeite. There are many types of top-grade jadeite. Imperial green is one, emerald is another. Emerald jadeite has a green with a slight bluish tint, so it is absolutely not the same as imperial green. Another type of top-grade jadeite is colored jadeite. Jadeite is a product born between heaven and earth, and the chance of several colors appearing in the same piece of jadeite is extremely small. This rarity causes the value of such colored jadeite to approach that of imperial green. To rival imperial green, it must have good texture, good clarity, and true colors. The jadeite before her completely met these criteria. Ice-type jadeite, flawless. Although it wasn't the best glass-type jadeite, because the colors were so excellent, it was no worse than glass-type. Especially since the colors on this piece of jadeite were genuine, bona fide Fulusho. Red corresponds to Fu, good fortune, green to Lu, prosperity, and purple to Shou, longevity. Each color was extremely true, separated individually, each would be a top-grade piece among high-quality jadeite, let alone combined together. This was the most strictly defined Fulu show jadeite. Because colored jadeite is so rare, jadeite with 3 colors can be called Fulu show. 3 colors are Fulu show, 4 colors are Fulu shoshi, adding happiness, and 5 colors naturally become Fulu shoshikai, adding wealth. Fulu shoshikai is hailed as the 5 blessings of life. Jadeite possessing 5 colors is also called 5 blessings descend upon the house. Whether in her past life or this one, Quan Shengnan had never seen jadeite with 5 blessings descend upon the house. Jadeite with 5 blessings descend upon the house is absolutely more precious than imperial green. Once encountering such jadeite, one no longer cares whether it's glass type or ice type. Even an ice type 5 blessings descend upon the house piece can surpass a glass type imperial green, even if its volume is smaller than the latter. Fulu show jadeite is already very rare. Quan Shengnan glanced at the raw stone's weight, then turned and asked Zhao Zhengyang to move it out and place it in the small cart. Lin Xiaoxue asked curiously, Nan, the jadeite bracelet you gave me last time was cut out from stones like these? Quan Shengnan nodded with a smile. Everyone in the Lin family had received gifts from her. Her parents, uncles, and aunts were naturally no exception. I never thought such beautiful jadeite could be cut out from such ugly stones. Lin Xiaoxue sighed with deep emotion. Zhao Xingyang felt the same way. His stepmother, Zhou Chunfang, had a pair of jadeite bracelets worth 30,000 yuan, which she usually treasured like precious jewels. They were very beautiful. Just as Lin Xiaoxue was about to ask Quan Shengnan how to select raw stones, she suddenly heard a commotion up ahead, its noise level no less than the sound of the stone-cutting machines. Quan Shengnan slightly furrowed her brows. Seeing her frown, Lin Xiaoxue immediately felt distressed. She asked Zhao Xingyang to stay with Quan. Chapter 275. 5 Blessings Arrive 3. Manager Wang, what's going on? Lin Xiaoxue glanced at the several young men who were loudly arguing with the stone-cutting master and asked with a frown. Wang Qi was trying to mediate, his face full of anxiety. Hearing Lin Xiaoxue's question, he sighed helplessly, looking rather at a loss. Because they lost their bet on the stones, they refused to accept it and insist our goods are no good. Heaven is my witness, all the goods here are clearly marked with prices, some cheap, some expensive. Master Zhang, the stone cutter, explained it very clearly to them. Good stones are more likely to yield jade, while poorer ones have a lower chance than the former. But even if they're more likely to yield jade, there's no 100% guarantee it will. Otherwise, why would it be called gambling on stones? They bought a piece of rough stone priced at 200 yuan per kilogram, didn't get any jade from it, and now they're saying we cheated them. Heaven knows, our shop has always been honest and fair to all. Lin Xiaoxue didn't understand what losing the bet meant, but she understood the part about not cutting out any jade. She looked at the pile of stark white stones next to the cutting machine and indeed saw not a trace of green among them. Since the shop's master explained everything before they bought the rough stones, then it was a fair transaction with no deception. Whether they end up winning jade or not should be their own responsibility. What are you all making a fuss about here? Do you not even understand the rules of buying things? Or have you always bought things, gone back and ruined them yourselves, then come to cause trouble for the seller? Lin Xiaoxue had a fiery temper and couldn't stand such behavior. Judging by the young men's attire, they weren't exactly foppish, but dressed in suits and leather shoes, clearly from decent backgrounds. For children from wealthy families to act so petty was truly disappointing. The other party's expressions turned extremely unpleasant. The oldest among them spoke rudely. Who are you? Why are you meddling? Be careful or I'll have my dad arrest you. Arrest her? Lin Xiaoxue wasn't angry but instead laughed. I'd like to know just how capable your father is, to arrest someone without any reason. She dared to act this way because after she and Quan Shengnan went out, many people were hidden in the crowd protecting them. Their status meant they had to be cautious when going out. Before the young man could speak further, the youngest and most handsome boy among them tugged hard on his sleeve. Cousin, how can you say that? Apologize to Aunt Lin immediately. Aunt Lin? You know her? The young man immediately showed a trace of surprise on his face. The handsome boy didn't answer him and quickly apologized to Lin Xiaoxue. I'm sorry, Aunt Lin. Did my cousin and I disturb you? We really didn't mean to argue. We just didn't understand the rules well. We're very sorry to have disturbed you. Then he also apologized to Wang Qi. Manager Wang, we're sorry. It's all our fault. We shouldn't have spoken ill of your shop without understanding the situation. With his sincere words, Wang Qi's expression gradually returned to normal. He hadn't been in the capital long, but that didn't mean he lacked discernment. These young men all came from good backgrounds. His newly opened small shop couldn't afford to offend them casually. In the capital, if a brick fell, it could hit several children of high-ranking officials. Zhao Zhangyang's future was now clear, and Li Yuxian's worries had long since dissipated. Loving to watch excitement, she drifted over with Lin Xiaoxue. With just one glance, she recognized the identities of those people. She quickly drifted back and said to Quan Shengnan, Master Quan, I recognize all of those people. Who are they? Quan Shengnan had picked another basketball-sized piece of rough stone and asked Zhao Zhengyang to put it in the cart without turning her head. Zhao Zhengwei. It's Chapter 276. 5 Blessings Arrive for. Zhao Zhengwei? That name sounds a bit familiar. Zhao Zhengyang stammered, Nan, he's the younger brother born to Aunt Zhou. Zhao Zhengwei. Oh, so it's him. Quan Shengnan remembered and straightened up. Wait, she had just been talking to Li Yuxian and hadn't asked that out loud, had she? How did Zhao Zhengyang know to answer like that? She focused her mind and realized Zhao Zhengyang was actually speaking to her. Li Yuxian laughed until she bent over. My son is telling you that the person talking to your mom earlier is Zhao Zhengwei, born to Zhou Chuanfan. If Zhao Zhengyang could really see her, she would probably be overjoyed to the point of madness. Now Quan Shengnan understood. She smiled gently and said to Zhao Zhengyang, Brother Zhengyang, it's your brother. Do you want to go over? Zhao Zhengyang hesitated. He wanted to go, but also didn't want to. Ever since he learned of Zhou Chuanfang's schemes, he genuinely didn't want to face her and her 3 children. But if he didn't go, wouldn't Aunt Lin be left without support? Zhao Zhengyang mustered his courage and bravely walked forward. He said to Lin Xiaoxue, who had already recognized Zhao Zhengwei, Aunt Lin, is there anything I can help with? Lin Xiaoxue shook her head with a soft smile. No need. Go help Nan. Zhao Zhengyang didn't move his feet, remaining in place, standing by her side in a protective stance. Zhao Zhengwei couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Big brother. Zhao Zhengyang? When did he become so familiar and close with Lin Xiaoxue from the Lin family? Although the Zhao and Lin families had a good relationship, juniors like them weren't really in the good graces of the Lin family elders. Zhao Zhengyang gave him a simple, honest smile, but said nothing. He wasn't good with words and didn't know what to say to them anyway. Zhao Zhengwei's cousin Zhou Manfu and his other companions were completely dumbfounded. A woman who commanded such respect from Zhao Zhengwei must have a significant background. If they offended such a woman, would Zhou Manfu have any good days left? Zhou Manfu was instantly terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. His mouth opened and closed, but his throat felt stuffed with cotton, unable to form any words. Lin Xiaoxue glanced at him, seeing him tremble with fear, and felt that bothering with him further would be beneath her dignity. The stones you bought didn't yield jadeite, but that doesn't mean others won't. You can't blame the shop for cheating you. It's your own judgment that fell short. You didn't pick good stones. Zhao Zhengwei repeatedly agreed, and Zhou Manfu became even more submissive. Lin Xiaoxue, conscious of her status and unwilling to bother with these youngsters, said, just wait and see. Someone else will definitely cut jadeite from their stones. With her saying that, those people truly didn't dare to leave. After speaking indifferently, Lin Xiaoxue directly took Zhao Zhengyang's hand and returned to Quan Shengnan's side. Zhao Zhengwei, Zhou Manfu, and the others obediently followed behind. They genuinely wanted to see what kind of raw stone could actually yield jadeite. The stones they bought weren't cheap. 33 kilograms and some change, costing over 6,600 yuan. All the savings between them had gone down the drain. Wang Qi and Master Zhang also breathed a huge sigh of relief. They had been truly afraid Lin Xiaoxue would reprimand them, and then their families, not daring to offend Lin Xiaoxue, would come after them instead. Lin Xiaoxue's way of handling things made those people wary without breeding resentment. It was truly excellent. As expected of how a prominent family conducts themselves, truly leaving no room for fault. Although Wang Qi didn't know Lin Xiaoxue's exact status, seeing how scared those people were told him she must be someone significant. With her spiritual sense, Quan Shengnan understood everything clearly. Unconcerned, she continued selecting raw stones, one after another. Chapter 277. 5 Blessings Descend 5. Power is always like the sky, no matter the time or place. When facing someone who uses power to bully others, you either counter with greater power, or it's hard to bring the matter to a close. If Lin Xiaoxue weren't from the Lin family, if she hadn't married Yuan Ziyuan, would Zhao Zhengwei be so reverent and respectful? Quan Shengnan had encountered this kind of thing far too often. Today's incident couldn't be kept secret. She believed that Zhou Manfu, who had been disrespectful to her mother, would definitely come to their door to apologize. This was the benefit of power, and also the reason why many people wanted to climb higher. She shrugged, didn't even glance at Zhao Zhengwei and the others, and walked towards the last batch of rough stones. These were the stones from the crates, the best gambling material. She picked out one she fancied, and Zhao Zhengyang would move it. If it was too large and immovable, he and Wang Qi would join forces. If even that didn't work, they would temporarily note down its number, pay workers to move it later, either to be cut on site or delivered to her home. Quan Shengnan was quite satisfied with this arrangement and continued her inspection below. Although she possessed earth pupils, guaranteeing success, she didn't take away all the rough stones containing jadeite. One should leave a path for others. People came to buy rough stones hoping to cut out jadeite. If all the jadeite-bearing stones were taken by her, what would others do? Not only would they waste their money, but the Tong family's shop would also lose its reputation. Others had their own opportunities too. One couldn't monopolize all the benefits. Therefore, she only selected a few pieces she liked, which were absolutely high-grade and extremely rare jadeites. Like the earlier Fu Lu show, like imperial purple, like chicken oil yellow, like blood beauty, white glass, purple eyes, and so on. At this time, green was the most revered color in jadeite. Purple jadeite, yellow jadeite, blood jadeite, white jadeite, etc., although rare, their value had not yet risen. It would be later that they would gradually fetch sky-high prices at auctions, being serendipitous finds rather than sought after. She also didn't select some jadeites that could absolutely bring huge profits. This batch of gambling material was indeed good. Among the half of the rough stones that could yield high-grade jadeite, actually 1/5 were not green jadeite. This indicated they were likely from the same mining area. This was the last rough stone. She wondered what jadeite it contained. Quan Shengnan used her earth pupils to see through it and was instantly stunned by the riot of colors inside. A riot of colors. 5 colors. What did 5 colors represent? Fortune, prosperity, longevity, happiness, and wealth, the 5 blessings descending. Red, green, white, yellow, purple. In this color combination, white represented longevity and purple represented joy. 3 colors appearing on the same piece of jadeite was already extremely rare, let alone 5. This kind of jadeite existed only in theory. Its trace had never been seen on the market. Today, she had actually discovered a piece of 5 blessings descend jadeite. The clarity and translucency of this jadeite were even better than that of the Fu Lu showpiece. Glass type. It was glass type, transparent like glass, clear to the bottom at a glance. The colors of the Fu Lu show jadeite were already very pure, but this piece's colors were slightly superior. The red was blood beauty, the green was imperial green, the white was white glass, the yellow was chicken oil yellow, and the purple was imperial purple. Separately, each was a top grade within jadeite. Combined, their value was immeasurable. Absolutely immeasurable. Quan Shengnan immediately hugged this rough stone to her chest, her eyes filled with joy. This rough stone wasn't large, just over 30 centimeters long, over 20 centimeters wide, and about 15 centimeters thick. The skin was brownish yellow, faintly adorned with a python band and a few pine flowers. Its shape was also irregular, hard to describe with anything, but the jadeite. Chapter 278, 5 Blessings Arriving 6. The total value of all the jadeite she had previously extracted couldn't even match half the value of this piece. Last time, the imperial green jadeite Quan Shengnan gambled on sold for tens of millions. Although this piece was smaller, she wouldn't part with it even for 20 million. Jadeite representing the 5 blessings arriving. One can't even encounter it, let alone seek it out. It's rarer than imperial green, more precious than imperial green, and possesses extremely high collection value. Earlier, when she saw the Fu Lu show, fortune, prosperity, longevity, jadeite with her insight, she thought of the 5 blessings arriving, but she never expected to actually gamble on a piece of 5 blessings arriving jadeite. Quan Shengnan grinned from ear to ear. Could it be that by living a second life, not only have her abilities progressed day by day, but even her character and luck have improved? In her previous life, she never encountered such good fortune. Gambling on stones was hard work for her back then. Out of 10 pieces of jadeite, she couldn't gamble on a single top-grade piece. Of course, that was also related to the increasing scarcity of jadeite mines at the time. Jadeite is non-renewable. Mines were dug less and less until they were exhausted, and no more jadeite was produced. That's why the price of jadeite kept rising higher and higher. Except during the Qing dynasty, jadeite, which in ancient times could hardly be considered refined, became priceless in modern times. This jadeite stuff, in ancient times, simply couldn't compare to nephrite. The ancient saying, a gentleman is like jade, always referred to nephrite. Nephrite refers to things like Hetian jade, whereas jadeite is a type of hard jade. It was during Qianlong's time that jadeite was hyped up, reaching its peak during Empress Dowager Cixi's reign. Cixi's passionate love for jadeite was known to all. Besides that, Sung Meiling during the Republican era also loved jadeite immensely. That's how jadeite elevated its status. Seeing her small frame holding a piece of rough stone without minding the dirt, Lin Xiaoxue was startled and quickly took it from her, scolding with a laugh. It's just a piece of rough stone. Is it worth being so happy about? Don't even think about whether you'll strain the tendons in your hands. Quan Shengnan instructed, Mom, I really am happy. You must keep a good eye on this rough stone for me. I have high hopes for this piece. Lin Xiaoxue couldn't help but laugh. It's just a stone. Are you going to enshrine it like a treasure? She was determined to teach her daughter properly. The jewels and fine clothes of this world are external things, meant for people to wear and use, absolutely not to be enshrined like ancestors. If word got out, it would be too laughable. Li Yuxian, however, was blunt and disdainful towards Quan Shengnan. What kind of good thing is it? Worthy of you acting like this? Even if an old dragon species came out of the stone, it's still just a stone. Where's the worth in you enshrining it like an ancestor? Too petty and lacking in sophistication. I'll have to teach you properly later. Whether it's jewelry or antiques, they are meant to make you happy. Why treasure and collect them so solemnly, wishing you could enshrine them? No matter what it is, it's just a plaything. If you enshrine it like an ancestor, will it turn into an ancestor? Besides, in the eyes of those who like it, it's a treasure. But in the eyes of the poor who don't even have enough food and clothing, it's not even comparable to a bowl of rice. So, Master Quan, you need to have an ordinary heart. Looking at Lin Xiaoxue, then glancing at Li Yuxian, Quan Shengnan stuck out her tongue. Could it be she really was too petty and unsophisticated? She saw Lin Xiaoxue place the rough stone in the cart quite unconcernedly and wave, saying, "Manager Wang, check out." Seeing the rough stones they had picked, Wang Qi was overjoyed. Such a large purchase, even if no jadeite was extracted, counted as an auspicious start. They were all gambling-grade stones, so the price was naturally not low. Weighing, calculating the bill. Wang Qi said, "The total comes to 81,100 yuan. We'll waive the small change. 80,000 flat is fine." 80,000? These few worthless stones are worth 80,000? Chapter 279. 5 Blessings Arrive 7. Quan Shengnan directly pulled the bankbook from her backpack and stuffed it into Lin Xiaoxue's arms. "Mom, you go withdraw the money." Lin Xiaoxue knew the password, so there was no need to mention it. Lin Xiaoxue smiled. "Originally, Mom wanted to buy things for you, but in the end, you have to spend your own money." All her and Yuan's savings combined barely amounted to 80,000. She felt very proud. Her daughter, so young, could already earn a lot of money. The student surpasses the master. The young phoenix's cry is clearer than the old phoenix's. Both could describe her precious daughter. 80,000 yuan was not a small amount. Even though Lin Xiaoxue was bold, she didn't dare to go alone. She waved over one of the people in the crowd protecting them, and the two went together, quickly returning with the money. 80,000 yuan in 10 yuan bills, 1,000 bills per bundle, made 8 bundles in total. Manager Wang carefully finished the accounting and pushed the goods in front of Quan Shengnan. "Nanan, are you going to cut them open now?" Quan Shengnan pointed at a piece of raw stone without jadeite and said, "Brother Wang, cut this one first. We'll stop when we cut out jadeite. But I will only cut out one piece of jadeite. The rest will be shipped home." This was normal. Wang Qi moved out the raw stone she mentioned. This raw stone was specially selected by Quan Shengnan. It contained no jadeite. She couldn't possibly cut open a stone and find jadeite every time. That would definitely attract others' attention. They didn't know she had earth pupils, but they would surely think she calculated which stones had jadeite and bought those. Just in case, just in case. In all matters, one must be careful. Fortunately, this raw stone wasn't too big, only 1 kilogram, worth 150 yuan. Otherwise, she would be heartbroken. She wanted to cut the stone, so Wang Qi immediately rolled up his sleeves and took charge personally. He had once been a stone-cutting worker. His stone-cutting skills were not something the locally hired stone-cutting masters could compare to. After securing the raw stone, Wang Qi started the grinding wheel, slowly rubbing it. Rubbing the stone. The raw stone was too small, cutting it could easily damage any jadeite, so rubbing was the safest. A layer of the crust was quickly rubbed off, white and without a trace of green. Quan Shengnan frowned and said, "Cut it. Cut it in half." Wang Qi laughed. "How could we? What if we damage it? This stone is small. It'll be finished rubbing in a moment." He rubbed it circle after circle, but the result was disappointing. Aside from a pile of powder, there was no jadeite. Wang Qi was used to this kind of thing and didn't think much of it, but Lin Xiaoxue, afraid her daughter would be upset, comforted her along with Zhao Zhangyang. Quan Shengnan smiled. "Mom, Brother Zhangyang, it's fine. Gambling on stones is inherently 9 losses out of 10 bets. Not cutting out jadeite is completely normal." Zhao Jingwei, Zhou Manfu, and the others, seeing this scene, suddenly felt ashamed of themselves. She was just a little girl. She didn't make a fuss when she didn't cut out jadeite, yet they had argued loudly with Wang Qi. It was truly embarrassing. Quan Shengnan picked out the raw stone containing the Fu Lu Shou jadeite and asked Wang Qi to cut it. As soon as it was secured, Quan Shengnan took a piece of chalk and, with great seriousness, drew several lines on it. This raw stone was relatively large. Rubbing would take too long. An experienced person needed to mark lines and cut it open directly. "Nanan, you really have the presence now. Look how standard these lines are." Wang Qi praised. Quan Shengnan smiled slightly with pursed lips. In this life, she hadn't learned it, but in her previous life, she had studied it. She had earth pupils. The lines she drew couldn't be more accurate. Wang Qi secured the raw stone, adjusted the machine, and made a cut. Powder flew, and a faint hint of red came into view. This single cut was made. Chapter 280. 5 Blessings Descend 8. Everyone except Wang Qi was utterly astonished. Just how profound must one's experience be to cut along a single line and reach the very edge of the jadeite? Although it was red, it still belonged to the jadeite family. Fei means red, and Chui means green. Jadeite is, in fact, the collective term for both Fei and Chui. Wang Qi sprinkled some water to wash away the surface dust, and a vivid red flowed out, uniform in color, crystal clear and translucent. Red jadeite. Nan An, it's red jadeite. Such a vivid, such a pure red jadeite is also a high-grade item among jadeites. Afraid that Quan Shengnan might think only green jadeite is the good stuff, Wang Qi quickly added, although red jadeite isn't as popular as green jadeite, some people specifically prefer red jadeite. With the right buyer, it can fetch an absolutely high price. Moreover, yours is clearly ice variety at first glance. Ice variety red jadeite isn't as valuable as glass variety green jadeite, but because red jadeite is rare, its price is genuinely not low. Quan Shengnan smiled and nodded. Brother Wang, please continue cutting the stone. I want to see how big it is once fully extracted. Extracted? She really has the bearing of a seasoned gambler. Wang Qi thought with a beaming smile, quickly cutting along the lines. The other 3 sides were all plain white stone. Quan Shengnan was too cautious. Except for the first line being quite accurate, the other 3 lines she drew were not precise. One needed to go 1 centimeter inward to see the jadeite. Looking at the large piece of stone cut off and seeing the rough stone on the machine now half its original size, Wang Qi removed the rough from the cutting machine and switched to a grinding wheel to slowly grind it down. At this stage, one should grind, not cut. Lin Xiaoxue, Zhao Zhenyang, Zhao Jingwei, and the others all held their breath, truly afraid that no jadeite would be revealed. Powder fell rustlingly, and a hint of lavender soon appeared. Purple? Zhao Zhenyang exclaimed, then noticed everyone looking at him and felt somewhat embarrassed. Lin Xiaoxue said in surprise, could this piece of jadeite have 2 colors? Red and purple together make Fu Shou, fortune and longevity, jadeite. If green and purple are together, it's Chun Dai Kai, spring with color. Lin Xiaoxue didn't understand stone gambling, but she understood jadeite. Wang Qi was grinding another side of the rough. When he saw the jadeite flesh inside, the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. No, it's not Fu Shou jadeite. It's Fu Lu Shou. It's Fu Lu Shou. Fu Lu Shou? Fu Lu Shou requires red, green, and purple, 3 colors present in the same piece of jadeite. It is an extremely rare type of jadeite. Lin Xiaoxue widened her eyes and looked over. The others didn't understand, but their eyes were their own, and they all craned their necks, staring at the rough on the machine. Wang Qi sped up and soon extracted the jadeite. After washing it with water, he held it in his palm. After washing, the jadeite appeared even more incredibly translucent. Red, green, and purple intermingled, the colors dazzling, stunning the eyes and captivating the spirit. The multicolored, crystalline jadeite cast a spectrum of colored light on Wang Qi's face. Beautiful, noble, soul-stirring. Everyone present was completely stunned. Such enchanting jadeite could actually be cut from such an ugly stone. Wang Qi was extremely excited. He roared for Master Zhang to set off firecrackers, 2,000 strings worth. At the same time, he presented the jadeite to Quan Shengnan. Although it's ice variety, in terms of value, it's beyond comparison with ordinary ice variety jadeite. Even a general glass variety pure green jadeite cannot compare to it. Quan Shengnan took it with a beaming smile and held it up for Lin Xiaoxue to see. Outside, the sound of firecrackers was deafening. The firecrackers attracted many people. Upon hearing that the shop had extracted an ice variety Fu Lu Shou jadeite, Chapter 281, a painful parting one. When the sound of firecrackers ceased, the shop filled with many raw jade stones was already packed with people, making it seem even more cramped. Those in the know understood that whenever firecrackers were set off at the entrance of a raw jade shop, it meant someone inside had struck it rich with a gamble on the stones. As soon as they entered, they noticed that the precious piece of jade was in the hands of a little girl with rosy cheeks, cherry lips, and skin as fair as ice and jade. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, but no matter how lovely, she was still just a child. Which adult was so bold as to entrust such a valuable piece of jade to a child? They all watched the colorful Fu Lu Shou jade with bated breath, not daring to blink for fear the little girl might lose her grip and drop it. As they stared, they also recognized the jade's extraordinary qualities. It was ice jade, pure and flawless, crystal clear and unblemished. The texture was excellent, the translucency even more so, and as for the color, no need to say more, 3 colors combined into one. In jade, the most prized aspects are texture, translucency, and color. Rare, truly rare. Generally, any jade with 3 colors, regardless of whether they are primary hues or even if they are faint, can be called Fulu Shou. Having 3 colors in one piece is exceedingly rare, so people often settle for the next best thing. They weren't being stubborn, really. This piece of jade featured red, green, and purple, all pure, vibrant, and exceptionally rare hues. Every customer who saw this jade and had some savings at home felt determined to acquire it. With the 5 blessings jade beads already in her possession, the Fulu Shou jade naturally held less significance in Quan Shengnan's heart. Still, she was quite fond of this piece. Since the 5 blessings wouldn't be revealed to the world anytime soon, the Fulu Shou jade could serve as a small comfort to her. Seeing the crowd enter the shop, Quan Shengnan quickly understood their intentions. Those who enjoyed browsing the second-hand market loved antiques, as well as jade and various artworks. Quan Shengnan, however, had a particular fondness for natural gemstones like jade. Although the number of customers in the shop today wasn't as large as the crowd she had encountered at the Tong family shop in Tingchong, there were still 20 or 30 people. She smiled and said, "You may all take a look at this piece of jade, but it is not for sale." If others could see the quality of the Fulu Shou jade, how could she not? Thus, Quan Shengnan was reluctant to sell it. Even though the prices of raw stones and jade were cheaper now compared to later years, she might never come across such a fine piece again. Hearing that the jade wasn't for sale, everyone grew anxious. They had come specifically for the Fulu Shou jade, and now the owner refused to sell. What were they to do? Tempt her with a high price. Yes, tempt her with a high price. No matter how valuable the jade, a huge sum of money could be even more compelling. Perhaps the owner didn't realize the jade's true worth. A thin, tall elderly man with a gaunt face spoke bluntly, "Who is in charge of this piece of jade?" No one believed the little girl was the decision-maker, so they all looked to the adults around her, specifically Lin Xiaoxue. The old man was no exception. As he asked, he reluctantly tore his gaze away from the jade and looked at the adult beside the girl, Lin Xiaoxue. He let out a soft sound of surprise. "You are the little girl from the Lin family?" Lin Xiaoxue stared back at him blankly, but upon a closer look, her expression suddenly shifted to one of shock, and she hurried forward to greet him. "Uncle Zheng, what brings you here?" "Uncle Zheng?" Someone Lin Xiaoxue knew? Anyone addressed so respectfully by Lin Xiaoxue was undoubtedly connected to the compound, referring to a prestigious residential area. Quan Shengnan tilted her head to study him. Without activating her heavenly eye, she thought hard and suddenly recalled the old man's identity. Chapter 282, A Painful Sacrifice 2. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxue address the elderly man as Uncle Zheng, Zhao Zhenghui immediately straightened his posture, his expression turning extremely respectful. Zhou Monfu didn't understand the situation, but seeing his cousin act this way, he didn't dare to speak either. As for the others, they were even less likely to say anything. Only Zhao Zhengyang foolishly stared at the jadeite, not even glancing at Zheng Yuanxuan once, completely unaware of his identity. What a fool. Zhao Zhengwei thought to himself, a gentle and refined smile appearing on his face, his demeanor elegant and poised like a graceful tree in the wind. He never expected to encounter elder Zheng here. Zheng Yuanxuan was now 80 years old and had retired at the age of 75. He didn't live in the compound but resided in a sanatorium not far from the Summer Palace. It was a sanatorium reserved only for national leaders and high-ranking officials. After old Master Lin retired, he would also move there to spend his remaining years in peace. Of course, it wasn't just retired high-ranking officials and politicians who lived there, even those currently in power often visited. Some went for work, others for rest and recuperation. After Zheng Yuanxuan retired, he rarely visited the red-walled compound, so Lin Xiaoxue hadn't seen him for quite a few years. At first, she didn't recognize him, but after hearing him speak and taking a closer look, how could she not see who he was? "It really is you. I thought I was mistaken." A faint smile appeared on Zheng Yuanxuan's face as he asked, "Is this jadeite yours?" "No." Lin Xiaoxue shook her head. Nanan's things were Nanan's, not hers. Even though she was Nanan's biological mother, she couldn't casually make decisions about Nanan's belongings. "No." Zheng Yuanxuan frowned slightly. When he entered, he hadn't been mistaken. Aside from her, there were only a few young lads and a little girl in the shop. The little girl was so close to her, likely a younger relative. Lin Xiaoxue smiled and explained, "It belongs to my daughter, Nanan." She picked the stone herself, and it was cut to reveal this piece of jadeite. "Your daughter?" A flicker of confusion passed through Zheng Yuanxuan's eyes. "I remember your daughter was named Yuan Wei." How had she suddenly become a little girl with a completely different appearance, demeanor, and bearing? Mentioning Yuan Wei, Lin Xiaoxue's expression and aura turned cold. She replied indifferently, Yuan Wei is not my daughter. Nan is. Yuan Wei is the daughter of Yuan Jihong and Liang Dong. The truth has long been revealed. Everyone in the compound knows, and many in the sanatorium are aware as well. It's just that you elder were not in the capital, so you didn't know. Zhang Yuanxuan, wise with age, immediately understood that many things had happened in the capital during his absence. After retiring, he disliked meddling in affairs, especially anything related to the compound, so no one had mentioned it to him upon his return. So that's how it is. This child is indeed clever and full of spirit. Compared to Yuan Wei, she was far superior, by at least tenfold. Hearing Zhang Yuanxuan praise Quan Shengnan's good looks, Lin Xiaoxue's face immediately lit up with a proud smile. You flatter her. Zhang Yuanxuan smiled slightly, removed a string of 18 jadeite beads from his wrist, bent down and slipped it onto Quan Shengnan's wrist. Because her wrist was so slender, it wrapped around twice and still hung loosely. For our first meeting, Grandpa Zhang gives you a gift. Keep it well. Quan Shengnan glanced at Lin Xiaoxue, and seeing her nod, she politely thanked him. Then, with a sly look, she said, Grandpa Zhang, even though you gave me this gift and I really like it, I still won't sell you the Fulu Shou jadeite. Zhang Yuanxuan was taken aback. Why not? If you sell the jadeite to Grandpa. Chapter 283, A Painful Sacrifice 3. Money? I have plenty of it. I don't need money right now. What I need is beautiful jade. Little Quan Shengnan remained unmoved, holding the jade high with a proud smile. This Isan Snow-like little girl was utterly adorable. Seeing her daughter act so maturely, Lin Xiaoxue smiled, not interfering in the conversation between the old man and the child at all. How much money could a little girl like you possibly have? Grandpa will give you even more money, lots and lots of it, enough to pile up into a little you. Zhang Yuanxuan pressed on, trying to persuade her. If I took all my money out of the bank, it could pile up into a little me too. She had thought the old man would say a pile of gold, but it wasn't that. Then again, even though he was a founding marshal, the country emphasized frugality and thrift. How could he have that much money? Quan Shengnan strongly suspected that the old man probably couldn't even afford to buy the jade. Based on its current value, this piece of jade was worth at least 3 to 5 million. 3 to 5 million, not 3 to 500,000. Her parents' savings were only a little over 70,000, and while her maternal grandparents had many family heirlooms, they likely didn't have much cash either. They would never part with their treasures. She had noticed long ago that her grandparents, uncles, and aunts all dressed very simply and lived modestly. Even the dishes they ordered at the state guest house were few, nothing compared to the extravagance of the Qin family. Then again, the Qin family had the financial backing of the Hu family, and with Hu Xuedong in charge of the Hu family, no one could say anything about their comfortable lifestyle. Giving her red envelopes was a different matter, though. They all felt they had missed out on the first 7 years of her life, so they gave her all the red envelopes she should have received over those 7 years in one go. Hearing Quan Shengnan say she had money, Zhang Yuanxuan looked at Lin Xiaoxue in surprise, as if seeking confirmation. Lin Xiaoxue smiled and said, Uncle Zheng, Nanan isn't wrong. The wealthiest person in our family is her. With tens of millions in deposits, millions in property, hundreds of millions in shares, annual dividends in the tens of millions, and countless pieces of jewelry and jade, didn't that make her the wealthiest? Lin Xiaoxue's face was full of pride, not feeling the slightest embarrassment that her parents were poorer than her daughter. As she spoke, only Zhang Yuanxuan and Quan Shengnan were nearby. Even Zhao Jingyang had moved away with Zhao Jingwei, keeping their distance. Zhang Yuanxuan was accompanied by 2 plainclothes bodyguards who stayed close by his side at all times. Given their demeanor, anyone could tell the old man had a special status. Who would dare approach? That's why Lin Xiaoxue dared to speak the truth without fear of attracting unwanted attention. Zhang Yuanxuan was very puzzled. How could such a young girl be wealthier than her parents and family? He usually didn't like prying into the affairs of the compound, but now he suddenly felt he should go back and make some inquiries to avoid being left in the dark. Little Nanan, if Grandpa buys this jade from you, wouldn't you be even wealthier? Zhang Yuanxuan still refused to give up on the jade. It was too beautiful, and its symbolism was too auspicious. Influenced by his wife, Zhang Yuanxuan had a deep love for jade and longed to take this piece home immediately. But I don't need to be any wealthier. Quan Shengnan stared into his eyes, pursed her lips, shook her head, her deep dimples sweet enough to intoxicate anyone. The moment she saw this Fu Lushou jade, she had already decided its fate. She wouldn't just hand the jade over to Zhang Yuanxuan simply because he was a founding marshal. Wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway, might cannot subdue. If she bowed and scraped before Zhang Yuanxuan just because of his status, she would despise herself. Zhang Yuanxuan seemed unable to persuade her. He had never met a girl with such unwavering. Chapter 284, A Painful Sacrifice 4. Zhang Yuanxuan himself had granddaughters and grandnieces, all of whom he had watched grow up since they were little. Although his affection for them wasn't as strong as his attitude towards his grandsons, they were still his own direct descendants. Yet, none could compare to the liveliness, agility, and adorable charm of the child before him now. He straightened up and said to Lin Xiaoxue, "Your daughter has a very stubborn temper, but her nature is also very good." Such a child, in fact, earned even more of his appreciation. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxue was immensely pleased. Immediately, she modestly replied, "She's still a child, Uncle Zheng. Please don't take her too seriously." Zhang Yuanxuan shook his head with a smile. His greater fondness for grandsons over granddaughters and grandnieces wasn't due to favoring males over females. Rather, he felt that the nature of granddaughters and grandnieces ultimately lacked the broad-mindedness of grandsons. He liked children with a broad, generous spirit. Reaching out to touch the little bun tied on Quan Shengnan's head, Zhang Yuanxuan asked with a smile, "Little girl, if you're not selling this piece of jadeite, what do you plan to do with it?" Generally speaking, wasn't gambling on stones all about making a huge profit with minimal investment? Their family didn't run any jewelry company that needed jadeite as raw material. Quan Shengnan felt her arm getting a bit sore, so she directly called Zhao Zhengyang over and handed the jadeite to him to hold. Hearing the question, her big eyes curved into crescents. Fu Lu Shou occupies 3 of the 5 blessings. I want to have someone carve it into a Fu Lu Shou 3 stars shining bright ornament and then give it to Grandpa for his 69th birthday. The Lin family was a renowned and established family, preserving traditions from their ancestors. For milestone birthdays, they celebrated the year before the decade, like 69, rather than the decade itself, like 70. Quan Shengnan had missed Grandpa Lin's 66th birthday, but that didn't mean she couldn't make it to his 69th birthday 2 years later. She had already planned it all out. This piece of jadeite had a slender, irregular cylindrical shape. It was over 1.5 feet tall, with a diameter of more than 1/2 foot. What was most remarkable was that the red, green, and purple colors were arranged vertically. From the top cross-section, red occupied a bit more than 1/3 of the surface, while green and purple each occupied half of the remaining area. This type of jadeite was easiest to carve into the back-to-back Fu Lu Shou 3 stars. The remaining 1/2 foot of jadeite could also be carved into several pairs of bracelets to give to the 2 elderly ladies for their 66th birthdays. You know what Fu Lu Shou is? And do you even know about the Fu Lu Shou 3 stars? You're really clever. How could such a young child know so much already? This wasn't something a child would typically be exposed to. Zhang Yuanxuan found it hard to believe. He remembered clearly that his own sons and grandsons at this age hadn't even started school yet. Quan Shengnan said discontentedly, "Of course I know. Fu Lu Shou in jadeite refers to a single piece having red, green, and purple colors. The Fu Lu Shou 3 stars are the Star of Fortune, the Star of Prosperity, and the Star of Longevity. 3 stars shining bright refers precisely to the Star of Fortune, the Star of Prosperity, and the Star of Longevity. Grandpa Zheng, don't treat me like a little kid. Even if I am a kid, I can still be very knowledgeable." By the end, she was praising herself. Lin Xiaoxue found it quite amusing. Zhang Yuanxuan, however, laughed out loud, his laughter extremely hearty and bright. "But little girl, what if Grandpa really wants this piece of jadeite? Grandpa's wife is having her birthday in December, her 69th birthday, several years older than your grandpa. She really likes jadeite, and Grandpa wants to give her a piece with auspicious symbolism. Fu Lu Shou jadeite fits Grandpa's wish perfectly." Lin Xiaoxue maintained a smile on her face, but inwardly she was very anxious. This was truly a difficult problem. In principle, she wouldn't interfere with her daughter's decision. Of course, she was even happier that her daughter had thought of preparing a birthday gift for her father so early. But considering status, Zhang Yuanxuan was, after all, older than her father. Although his position wasn't much higher, elders should be respected. Not giving it to him. Chapter 285, A Reluctant Parting 5. "Uncle Zheng, you're putting Nan in a difficult position." Lin Xiaoxue sighed. But she also really liked this piece of jadeite and genuinely didn't want to part with it. It all depended on how Nan would resolve this dilemma before her. Zhao Xingyang also recognized Zhang Yuanxuan's identity at this moment. He tried to suck in his stomach, attempting to become invisible. He looked at Quan Shengnan with concern. Wouldn't offending Zhang Yuanxuan be bad? If he remembered correctly, Zhang Yuanxuan's eldest son, Zhang Xueming, was the provincial party committee secretary of the province where Yuan Ziyuan worked. Who would have thought that Quan Shengnan didn't take it seriously at all? Trying to put her in a difficult spot? No way. Not even a door, not even a window. She said with a smile, "Grandpa Zheng, what should I do if I really want to keep this piece of jadeite? Although Grandpa is several years younger than Grandma Zheng, he is much older than me, a whole 60 years older. It wasn't easy for me to be reunited with Grandpa, and I really want to please him. The ancient said, "Respect the elderly and cherish the young." I am very well behaved and respect the elderly. Now it depends on whether you cherish the young. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Yuanxuan laughed. What a clever little girl. What a sharp little girl. To show that I cherish the young, I have no choice but to give up. It's truly rare for someone so young to know how to use words to stop others from continuing. Even rarer than this Fu Lu Shou jadeite. However, Quan Shengnan deliberately drew out her words. Seeing everyone look over, she continued, to carve a display piece of the 3 stars of fortune, prosperity, and longevity shining high, you only need about a foot of jade material. It wouldn't look good if it's too tall because the diameter of the jade material is only half a foot. There's still about half a foot of jade material left. I plan to have someone carve a few pairs of bracelets to give to Grandma and Granny. If Grandpa Zheng doesn't mind, I can generously give you 1 pair. You're willing to part with them? Not only Zhang Yuanxuan, but even Lin Xiaoxue found it unbelievable. Quan Shengnan showed a pained expression. Jadeite is my beloved treasure. I'm reluctantly parting with it. Grandpa Zheng, I won't give you a cheap price and I certainly won't give it away for free. Zhang Yuanxuan laughed heartily and couldn't help but bend down to hug her. You parting with 1 pair of bracelets makes Grandpa very happy and grateful. I definitely won't let you suffer a loss. That's more like it. Since the other party was neither family nor friend, she wouldn't just give away Fu Lu Shou jadeite bracelets for free. The ones she would give as gifts were all for her own elders and relatives. Even if the Zhang family was very powerful, she wasn't afraid. Not to mention that the power and influence of her grandpa, uncles, father, and other relatives were no less than the Zhang families, but she herself could control heaven and earth, let alone people. After speaking, Zhang Yuanxuan stood up. Nanan, your Grandma Zhang's birthday is in July. Will it be in time? Quan Shengnan thought for a moment. It will be in time. When I commission someone to carve the jadeite, I'll have the bracelets made first and give you the first pair. Anyway, her grandma's birthday was after the Mid-Autumn Festival, and her granny's was at the beginning of the 12th lunar month. Besides, she didn't plan to hire just 1 jade carver. She intended to hire 2. One would focus on carving the 3 stars shining high, and the other would focus on carving bracelets and other small items. All right then. Grandpa will prepare the money and wait for your bracelets. Zhang Yuanxuan didn't mention the amount, and Quan Shengnan didn't ask. She didn't know the extent of the Zhang family's wealth, but she did know that Zhang Yuanxuan would definitely not treat her unfairly. That was enough. Since the ownership of the jadeite was settled, everyone else felt particularly disappointed. Quan Shengnan said cheerfully, there are many good items in the shop. The quality is so high that I think most of them will yield jadeite, and it's very possible that Fu Lu. Chapter 286, A Painful Sacrifice 6. She wasn't lying. Earlier, when she was selecting the rough stones, she had used her earth pupil ability to examine them. The quality of this batch of goods was excellent. Half of the rough stones contained high-grade jadeite, and another quarter contained medium to low-grade jadeite. In other words, the probability of extracting jade was very high. She had felt this way from the very beginning when she started selecting. Among them was also a piece of Fu Lu Shou jadeite. However, the color distribution wasn't very even, somewhat messy, and not as pure as this piece of Fu Lu Shou jadeite. Its clarity was also slightly inferior by a margin, but its volume was quite large, making it suitable for carving decorative pieces. Upon hearing her words, many customers hurriedly inquired about the existence of good pieces. Wang Qi gave Quan Shengnan a grateful look and quickly went over to attend to them. As for the stone-cutting fee Quan Shengnan offered him, he declined. She had first bought 80,000 yuan worth of rough stones, then cut open a piece of Fu Lu Shou jadeite, bringing him good business. How could he have the nerve to accept the cutting fee? Seizing this opportunity, Quan Shengnan hurriedly took her leave. She borrowed a trolley from Wang Qi and directly pushed the rough stones to the backyard of the bun shop. With Zhao Zhengyang as the laborer, along with Zhao Jingwei and a few other young men, handling these tasks was a piece of cake. Zhao Jingwei was very perceptive, and the others weren't bad either. After Zhang Yuanxuan left, they quickly stepped forward to help. Although they were somewhat arrogant and overbearing, and Zhao Jingwei had a bit of selfish motive, most of their natures weren't bad. People of this era, for the most part, were still quite decent. As for the Fu Lu Shou jadeite, it was transferred from Zhao Zhengyang's arms to Lin Xiaoxue's hands, wrapped in the red cloth Wang Qi had given them to avoid being too conspicuous. By the time they finished, it was already noon. After returning the trolley, Lin Xiaoxue specifically treated Zhao Jingwei and the other young men to a meal before parting ways with them. She then continued shopping with Quan Shengnan and Zhao Zhengyang. As for the Fu Lu Shou jadeite, Lin Xiaoxue had already instructed the person following them to take it back to the Yun family and give it to Yun Jianjun. The bun shop had a constant flow of people. Quan Shuang was timid, afraid she might damage or lose it, and stubbornly refused to keep it there. The rough stones with their varying husk colors were temporarily locked in the backyard storeroom. Quan Shengnan whispered to Lin Xiaoxue, "Mom, after we get home, call Dad and ask him to apologize on my behalf to Secretary Zheng, okay?" Lin Xiaoxue was taken aback and asked, puzzled, "Why is that?" "Mom, I'm very young, but just from looking at a person's face, I can see their past and future. Although Secretary Zheng is Grandpa Zheng's son, he should be the son of Grandpa Zheng's first wife, right? That former Grandma Zheng now lives with Secretary Zheng, and her later years are very peaceful. It's clear Secretary Zheng is extremely filial to her. Now that I've given a pair of jadeite bracelets to the current Grandma Zheng, Secretary Zheng probably won't feel too comfortable about it. If he's uncomfortable, what if he makes things difficult for Dad? But if I didn't give anything to Grandpa Zheng, I was afraid others in the Zheng family besides Secretary Zheng would be very dissatisfied with us and cause us trouble. I still remember, it's the Zheng family who is handling Grandma's lawsuit now. So, Mom, please call and apologize on my behalf to Secretary Zheng." Compared to Zheng Yuanxuan and his current wife, the elderly Mrs. Zheng, she leaned more towards Secretary Zheng. Not for any other reason, but because he had always taken care of his birth mother, lived with her, and never looked down upon her. A son does not dislike his mother for being ugly. A dog does not dislike its home for being poor. Yet, many people in this world, for the sake of money and power, even if they know their birth mother has been wronged, would advise her to compromise and endure, just so they themselves can inherit property and power from their father's side. Chapter 287, A Painful Sacrifice 7. Lin Xiaoxue's eyes were filled with admiration. "Nanan, you're so young, yet you've considered everything so thoroughly. It really puts your mom in a difficult position." "Huh? Difficult? Why difficult?" Quan Shengnan widened her round eyes, her long eyelashes curled and thick like little fans. Lin Xiaoxue laughed. "Mom feels it's difficult because Mom thinks you understand everything, and Mom feels there's nothing left to teach you. As a mother, that makes me feel a bit lost." Quan Shengnan quickly said, "No way, no way. There are still so many things I don't know. Mom comes from a cultured family and knows many things I don't. I only learned calligraphy and go from Grandpa. Grandpa didn't know other things, so he didn't teach me. I've heard that a truly accomplished lady from a cultured family should be proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, singing, and dancing. Not only that, but she should also learn to appraise antiques, coordinate clothing and accessories, and study many other things. Mom must know all of these. You must teach me. I want to learn from you, Mom, and become a truly accomplished lady from a cultured family. Mom, once we live together, you'll be too busy to handle it all." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxue was indeed overjoyed, beaming with delight, her face full of vibrant happiness. Being needed by her daughter made her feel incredibly happy and fulfilled. Is this what a biological mother is like? She can also feel melancholy because her child knows too much. A sudden sense of loss washed over Zhao Zhengyang's heart. He also longed to experience the care of a biological mother. A biological mother must treat him differently from how his stepmother does, right? His stepmother treated him and Zhao Jingwei and his sister completely differently. The way she treated the latter must be the care of a real mother, right? What does that kind of care feel like? He had never experienced it. Quan Shengnan's spiritual sense was constantly focused on Zhao Zhengyang, even more attentively than Li Yuxian. Her heart immediately softened, and she felt somewhat hesitant. She was hesitating about whether to tell Li Yuxian that she could make her appear before Zhao Zhengyang. Tears welled up in Li Yuxian's eyes. Having watched her son grow up, how could she not understand the source of the loss in his eyes? Before, he thought Zhou Chunfang genuinely treated him well, so he was carefree. Now, knowing Zhou Chunfang had ill intentions, he felt great pain and wanted even more to know what a biological mother's care felt like. "Master Quan, is it really impossible to tell Yang to tell him that I've always been with him? I promise, Yang won't tell anyone else. If you instruct him, he will definitely keep his promise. He won't even tell his grandmother. Master Quan, I am also a mother. I want to tell my child, tell him that I didn't abandon him. I've always been here, I've always been here. He is no less than Zhao Jingwei. He also has a biological mother who cares for him." Li Yuxian cried like a child, without any of the delicate beauty of pear blossoms glistening with rain. Quan Shengnan sighed. Let them meet, let the mother and son meet. At worst, she could do as she usually did and place a foolproof talisman on Zhao Zhengyang. "Nanan, why are you sighing for no reason?" Lin Xiaoxue, always attentive to her daughter, immediately asked in confusion. Quan Shengnan was startled. She hadn't realized her sigh had actually escaped her lips. After a moment's thought, she lost interest in continuing to browse the flea market. She took Lin Xiaoxue's hand and headed home. Once settled in her study, she said, "Mom, Brother Zhengyang, what I'm about to say next may seem unbelievable, but please don't be alarmed. Seeing her so solemn, Lin Xiaoxue and Zhao Zhengyang immediately sat up straight and Chapter 288, A Painful Sacrifice 8. Actually, besides fortune-telling and reading faces, I have another ability. I can see ghosts. See ghosts? Lin Xiaoxue and Zhao Zhengyang immediately widened their eyes. Especially Zhao Zhengyang, it was quite a feat for him to open his small eyes wide on his plump, fleshy face. Lin Xiaoxue immediately stood up, took Quan Shengnan's hand, and said, "If you can see ghosts, why are you telling us? You should keep it to yourself. Don't say any more. I don't want to hear it. The more people who know, the greater the danger." Quan Shengnan felt a warm surge of emotion, deeply moved. This was family, just like her grandparents. Their first thought was for her well-being. She smiled reassuringly. "Mom, don't worry. Besides you, only Grandpa, Grandma, and Mother Quan know. I'll tell Dad later. I don't plan on telling anyone else." Old Mrs. Cheng also knew, but that couldn't be mentioned to Lin Xiaoxue. Lin Xiaoxue breathed a sigh of relief, then heard Zhao Zhengyang say, "In that case, why tell me?" He knew Quan Shengnan was very, very good to him. But this was a huge secret. By telling him, wasn't she afraid he might let it slip? Lin Xiaoxue had the same doubt. "The reason I told Mom is because she's my mom and would never harm me. And the reason I'm telling Brother Zhengyang is because this matter concerns him." "Concerns me?" Zhao Zhengyang pointed a finger at his own nose, his face full of disbelief. Quan Shengnan recounted in detail how she had met Li Yuxian, accepted her request, and helped resolve Zhao Zhengyang's health crisis. "I didn't want to tell anyone my secret of being able to see ghosts, so I told Grandma Zhao that I saw a life-threatening danger in Brother Zhengyang's face. What happened afterward, Brother Zhengyang already knows. What you don't know, Brother Zhengyang, is that your mother has always been with you, by your side for 20 years. She watched you grow up, saw how you were treated. She was anxious, worried, and in pain. The first time I saw her was at the Qin family's house. She kept trying to snatch the food you were eating from your hands. She knew perfectly well she couldn't touch anything in the mortal world, yet she tirelessly kept trying, refusing to give up. I was deeply moved and wanted to help her. Brother Zhengyang, your mother has always been there. She has always been watching over you. She never stopped caring about you. I told her she would have to pay a price for my help. She didn't even ask what the price was before eagerly agreeing." Lin Xiaoxue was exceptionally moved upon hearing this. As a mother herself, how could she not understand such feelings? As for Zhao Zhengyang, he listened in stunned silence, taking a long time to digest everything he had heard. Then, with a loud wah, he burst into tears. "Sister Nanan, my mom has really been by my side all along. Why can't I see her?" So, he had a mother who cared about him too. Quan Shengnan nodded. "Brother Zhengyang, your mother is right beside you now. The reason you can't see her is because the realms of Yin and Yang are separate. You are human, she is a ghost. Humans and ghosts are different paths, they cannot meet. However, I have an ability that can let you see her briefly. Would you like to? If you're afraid, then forget it." Without hesitation, Zhao Zhengyang said, "Sister Nanan, I want to see her. I want to see my mom. I really, really want to see her. I want to see what she looks like. I don't want to never know." Chapter 289, A Drop of Blood Required 1. Li Yuxian's background was connected to overseas, making her political status too problematic. The Zhao family couldn't even protect her, let alone preserve her photographs. The Zhao family had no photos of Li Yuxian. Not a single one. Even if there had been any, they were all burned afterward for fear of being implicated. Zhao Zhengyang learned from his grandmother that his mother was very beautiful, but he couldn't imagine what that beauty actually looked like. As he spoke, as Quan Shengnan clasped her hands together in the shape of a lotus, and as she chanted incantations, Zhao Zhengyang saw a figure gradually become clear before his teary eyes. Li Yuxian was weeping uncontrollably, but in Zhao Zhengyang's eyes, she was more beautiful than a fairy. "Are you my mother?" Zhao Zhengyang asked cautiously. He couldn't believe such a miraculous thing existed in the world. After his mother's death, her soul had stayed by his side all along, and now he could even see her. Li Yuxian nodded through her sobs. "Yes, it's me. Yang, I am your mother, I am your mother." She opened her arms, attempting to hug Zhao Zhengyang, but unexpectedly, she embraced only empty air. Mother and son simultaneously looked at Quan Shengnan. One was female, the other male. One was slender, the other obese, yet their expressions were strikingly similar. Should it be said that they truly are mother and son? Although I can make spirits appear briefly, they still cannot touch people or objects in the mortal world. Upon hearing Quan Shengnan's words, Li Yuxian and Zhao Zhengyang couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. However, this trace of regret quickly vanished. That mother and son could meet was already a sign of heaven's mercy. Why crave for more? One should not be insatiably greedy. They were both people content with what they had. Rather than spending time on regret, it was better to hurry and talk. Didn't Quan Shengnan say that Li Yuxian could only appear briefly? A minute passed quickly. As soon as Li Yuxian disappeared, Zhao Zhengyang immediately grew anxious. Nan, my mother. I'm too young and my power is insufficient. Each appearance can only last 1 minute, and no more than 5 times a day at most. Before Zhao Zhengyang could speak, Li Yuxian said, then quickly make me appear again. I still have so much to say to Yang. Quan Shengnan shook her head, muttered a few words, and after Li Yuxian appeared again, she and Lin Xiaoxue went out, considerately closing the door to leave the mother and son to talk. Back then, Ding Haihua said that after appearing, there would be a sensation, a feeling when the appearance time was up. Presumably, Li Yuxian could sense it too. Let them have a good talk. Standing under the eaves, Lin Xiaoxue gently hugged her daughter. Nan, will this have any effect on you? She had seen Li Yuxian when she appeared. But Li Yuxian's eyes and heart were solely on Zhao Zhengyang. She hadn't even glanced at Lin Xiaoxue, who naturally wouldn't disturb her. Their mother-son bond was no different from the bond between herself and Quan Shengnan. She and Li Yuxian were the same kind of people. Don't worry, Mom, it has no effect on me at all. I just couldn't bear to see them, mother and son, unable to meet. My Nan is truly kind-hearted. 5 or 6 minutes later, Zhao Zhengyang finally opened the door and came out. Though his face was streaked with tears, his expression was one of great joy. Nan, thank you. Only now do I know how wonderful it feels to have a mother's love. I have a mother who loves me too. Even though I am human and she is a ghost, I am still so happy. Nan, will I be able to see my mother again in the future? You said my mother's appearance can only last 1 minute, no more than 5 times a day. That means I can see my mother. Chapter 290. The request for a blood drop too. Huh. Zhengyang brother, you suddenly became smart. He reacted so quickly, not really like him. Zhao Zhengyang rubbed his head and smiled sheepishly. Quan Shengnan told him that he could see Li Yuxian in the future, but only before Li Yuxian was delivered from suffering through Buddhist rites. She also told Zhao Zhengyang that if he wanted to see Li Yuxian, he had to stay by her side. And she, once her grandmother's case was settled, would go with her mother to reunite with her father. To go or to stay was entirely up to Zhao Zhengyang himself. Zhao Zhengyang was torn. He wanted to see his mother, but he also couldn't bear to part with the grandmother who doted on him the most. He now knew everything his grandmother had done for him. However, he had also promised his mother not to tell anyone that she had been accompanying him all along and had manifested herself. Quan Shengnan didn't rush him. She hoped Zhao Zhengyang would leave with her because she wanted to learn various arts from Li Yuxian. But she wouldn't impose her own wishes on Zhao Zhengyang. He was a person with his own thoughts. While Zhao Zhengyang hadn't made up his mind yet, Quan Shengnan asked her 2 uncles to transport back that batch of rough stones all containing jadeite and store them in the cellar of the neighboring quadrangle courtyard. There, quite a few rough stones were already piled up, all bought from Tingchong. Quan Shengnan planned to go to the Tong family's rough stone shop another day to buy more for stockpiling. After all, she had sufficient funds and wasn't worried about cash flow issues. All those jadeite and jade pieces were stored in the warehouse, well preserved. The renovation of the large 5-section quadrangle courtyard also began. Previously, it relied entirely on Yun Jianjun himself to purchase materials like bricks, tiles, wood, and stone, and to hire craftsmen and workers, so progress was slow. Now with the Lin family's help, the materials were quickly purchased, and the best craftsmen were hired. Offering help in times of need is a bit difficult, but there are plenty who add flowers to the brocade. Anyone who knew Quan Shengnan's identity wouldn't refuse. Instead, they were very enthusiastic about helping. Lin Xiaofeng specially invited an expert from the Cultural Relics Bureau proficient in ancient architecture research for them, Ouyang Qing, Ouyang Yu's father, to carry out the restoration and renovation of the quadrangle courtyard. Ouyang Qing was particularly passionate about ancient culture, with a fervor in his bones. Hearing that Quan Shengnan requested restoration rather than reconstruction, Ouyang Qing was very pleased and happy to help. Once when he went to the Yun family, he saw the antique furnishings in Quan Shengnan's study, many of which were even treasure-level cultural relics. His eyes immediately lit up, and in the end, he helped them restore the quadrangle courtyard without charging a fee. His only request was for Quan Shengnan to allow him to often come and appreciate and study these cultural relics. Quan Shengnan agreed without hesitation. Not to mention her particularly good relationship with Ouyang Yu, even if it weren't good, she admired Ouyang Qing's fervent passion. After that, Ouyang Qing came to the Yun family almost every day. And Quan Shengnan welcomed her first client, the kind with an appointment. A client seeking her fortune-telling and divination. Quan Shengnan didn't know her, but she was an acquaintance of Lin Xiaoxue, Qihui, wife of Liang Dong. Liang Dong was the one who had once had an affair and fathered a daughter with Yuan Jihong, the person most hurt in the storm surrounding Yuan Wei's parentage. Her own husband had an illicit affair with a girl under 18, fathered a daughter, and then it was exposed. The blow to her was imaginable. When instructing Chen Hong, Quan Shengnan had said she wouldn't tell fortunes for wealth or career prospects, only for peace and resolving calamities. After Lin Xiaoxue explained, Quan Shengnan opened her heavenly eye to look at Qi Hui and said with a smile, "Auntie Qi, you want to ask about the safety of your..." Chapter 291, Request for a Blood Drop 3. Qi Hui's eyes immediately lit up. Little fortune teller truly lives up to the name Divine Calculator. I haven't even spoken, and you've already divined my purpose. Quan Shengnan smiled slightly, appearing quite modest. Her ability primarily relied on inheritance, although she did genuinely understand some feng shui metaphysics and physiognomy. Lin Xiaoxue said with a smile, "Ah Hui, just say whatever you need to. I can't speak to my daughter's other talents, but no one can match her skill in physiognomy and divination. Able to read faces, divine fortunes, see ghosts, and guide departed souls, she felt this was likely the inheritance of the Yuan family. However, since her daughter didn't mention it, she didn't ask." Qi Hui nodded. She never stood on ceremony with Lin Xiaoxue and said to Quan Shengnan, "I just want to ask about the future of my son and daughter." Quan Shengnan fell silent for a moment, as if immersed in calculation. It was an act. She always put on a show in front of others to avoid calculating the result too quickly and arousing suspicion. Lin Xiaoxue seized the opportunity to ask, "What? Could it be the children are in some danger?" Qi Hui gave a cold laugh. "Isn't it danger? Without the protection of parents and family, that is danger. Given the situation, I no longer hold any hope for Liang Dong. As for the Liang family, they are even less reliable. Back then, they urged me to accept Yuan Wei, claiming it was because she was, after all, Liang Dong's flesh and blood. But the truth? The truth was simply that they were afraid of offending the Yuan family, wasn't it? Although Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong are already in prison, and the Yuan brothers won't interfere, there is still Old Master Yuan in the Yuan family. Old Master Yuan strongly protected Yuan Wei, showing how much he dotes on her. Given that, how could the Liang family not be afraid? They fear Old Master Yuan's retaliation. The Liang family is not what it was when my father-in-law was alive. They've lost their backbone, their spines have all gone soft. The Liang family blames me for not being magnanimous or tolerant, and Liang Dong feels the same way. Don't be fooled just because he initially refused to accept Yuan Wei due to his demotion. Now, he's had time to think it over and regrets it. Accepting Yuan Wei means having an inextricable connection with the Yuan family. He doesn't think it's his own fault, constantly shifting the blame onto me. It's as if only by doing this can he lessen his own psychological burden, can he feel at ease and justified. The Liang family had long become a laughingstock, so Qi Hui naturally held nothing back from Lin Xiaoxue. Lin Xiaoxue frowned. Liang Dong had now become a different person. Liang Dong was unwilling to raise Yuan Wei initially. Government departments even intervened, and he only agreed to pay child support in the end. He made that decision himself. How does he have the nerve to blame you? Men. Qi Hui's face was full of sarcasm, and a flash of hatred passed through her eyes. How could she not hate him? This man had an affair, fathered an illegitimate daughter, and now blamed everything on her, completely disregarding their own son and daughter. Even an honest official finds it hard to settle family disputes. Lin Xiaoxue deeply sympathized with Qi Hui, but didn't know where to start to help. At that moment, she heard Quan Shengnan ask, "Auntie Qi, you want to ask whether the Liang and Zhang families might take action against your children, right?" Qi Hui nodded excitedly. "Exactly, that's what I'm worried about. I'm not afraid of the Liang family's indifference, nor am I afraid of Liang Dong's coldness. I have completely given up hope in them. I'm just afraid those families won't let me and the children be. After all, Yuan Jihong is already divorced, and she will be released from prison in 6 years. After her release, Yuan Jihong won't be able to return to the Mo family. If she wants to marry into a good family, I doubt anyone in our circle would be willing to marry her. In 6 years, Yuan Jihong will be in her 30s, still in her prime. I'm afraid Liang Dong might suddenly start reminiscing about the good old days." Chapter 292, The Demand for Blood for. Surely, Old Master Yuan would also like Liang Dong very much and would inevitably promote him, offering help for his future prospects. But if that's the case, wouldn't I and the children become stumbling blocks? Don't think I'm overthinking this. Human hearts are hard to fathom. I just want to take precautions before anything happens. Their circle is extremely complicated. What hasn't happened before? It's even more dramatic than TV dramas. Lin Xiaoxue deeply agreed. Ah Hui, your worries are not unfounded. People must be cautious to avoid being caught off guard when something happens. It's not that I like to speak ill of others behind their backs, but the Zhang family has always been one to repay the slightest grievance. Just look at how Zhang Hui and her daughter act. They definitely won't let you and the children off. Even my father-in-law, I can't guarantee what he might do. After what happened with Nan Nan, I've come to understand that he, the old man, always dotes most on Zheng Hui and her 3 generations. What Lin Xiaoxue didn't say was that she believed Yuan Chengda would definitely be among those who took action when the time came. Yuan Jihong is his daughter. Wouldn't he want her to have a good outcome? He's even capable of abandoning his wife and daughter, let alone anything else. Because Qi Hui is a daughter-in-law of the Yuan family, she didn't group the Yuan family with the Zhang and Liang families. Similarly, because of her own status, she couldn't say too much against Yuan Chengda either. After hearing this, Qi Hui felt even more grateful to Lin Xiaoxue. Her words were subtle, but they were also a reminder to herself. Smart people never need to speak too explicitly. Quan Shengnan listened quietly. Having already seen Qi Hui's future, she said, according to my calculations, Auntie Qi and her 3 children do indeed have a great calamity in their fate, a fatal one. Because of Qi Hui's arrival, the floodgates of memory suddenly opened, and a part of her memories from her past life concerning Qi Hui poured out. She remembered now, Qi Hui was not being overly anxious. She had never met Qi Hui and didn't know her, but she had heard about this incident, which caused quite a stir at the time. In her past life, Qi Hui and her 3 children died in a man-made car accident. The car flipped over due to brake failure, plummeted off a cliff, and none of the mother, her 3 children, or the driver survived. 2 years later, Liang Dong married Yuan Jihong. However, Yuan Wei was attached to the Yuan family's status within the compound and did not follow them to the Liang family. Qi Hui and Lin Xiaoxue were horrified. A fatal calamity? When? Is there any way to resolve it? Quan Shengnan sighed softly. 5 years from now. Auntie Qi and her 3 children fatal calamity is 5 years from now. They died in a man-made car accident. Brake failure, plunging off a cliff. Neither the driver nor Auntie Qi and her 4 children escaped. It's just that after many years of investigation, no results were ever found, and it became an unsolved case. Who else could carry out something so cleanly besides those people? Even the police couldn't find any clues. Qi Hui laughed bitterly. My premonition actually came true. Her laughter was filled with bitterness, making both Lin Xiaoxue and her daughter feel sorrowful. Hui. Shui, you don't need to comfort me. I still have 3 children. I must hold on and shelter them from the storm. Qi Hui gazed at Quan Shengnan and asked, why 5 years later? Why not 6? Yuan Jihong won't be released from prison until 6 years later. I believe with the Lin family involved, she definitely won't get any chance for a reduced sentence. Did they already start planning ahead of time? To clear all obstacles in advance? Quan Shengnan hesitated for a moment before saying, I think if it were me, I would definitely act in advance. That way, Chapter 293, Demanding Blood 5. Lin Xiaoxue and Qi Hui were both very smart. They understood immediately upon hearing it. Yes, that would blur the police's line of sight, making them think they had absolutely no motive for murder. 5 years later, Yuan Jihong would still be in prison. If Qi Hui and her 2 children died, no one would suspect they had killed Qi Hui and her 3 children because of Yuan Jihong. Another year after Yuan Jihong was released from prison, and another year for them to be together, would raise even less suspicion. Outsiders would only sigh that Qi Hui and her children were unfortunate. Qi Hui's eyes were red with hatred, almost dripping blood. Who is the murderer? Who is the murderer? Quan Shengnan sighed softly, suddenly unsure where to begin. In Qi Hui's future, when she collected Qi Hui's body, her divine sense had attached itself to Liang Dong, and then she saw his past and future. The murderer wasn't Yuan Chengda, nor the Zhang family, but Liang Dong. No, it should be said they were all murderers. Without Yuan Chengda's hints, without the Zhang family's explicit suggestions, how would Liang Dong have dared to act? Yuan Chengda was very clever, and the Zhang family wasn't foolish either. With Liang Dong acting himself, they not only achieved their goal of making Yuan Jihong happy, but also didn't get their own hands stained with anyone's blood. Even if the truth came to light one day, it would have nothing to do with them. You talk about explicit suggestions and hints? Sorry, there's no evidence to prove they did any of that. Car accident. Wait, car accident. Quan Shengnan remembered the mastermind behind her genetic testing incident and also recalled her brother's car accident. He had always had protection since childhood, so why was no one by his side that day? Why, when he encountered the car accident, didn't any agile protector step in to save him? The speed of cars back then, no matter how fast, couldn't compare to cars 20 or 30 years later, right? Could it also have been someone deliberately causing it? Her inability to reunite with her parents, her brother's death, only one person benefited from that. That was Yuan Wei. But Yuan Wei was only 16 at the time, just like her. Could a 16-year-old girl have such a vicious heart? Or had someone always been helping Yuan Wei from behind the scenes? Quan Shengnan's expression turned serious, her eyebrows raised, a flicker of killing intent passing through her heart. She must get to the bottom of this. She felt the mystery surrounding her family were growing more numerous, and she needed time to find the answers. Nan? Lin Xiaoxue shook her. Your aunt, she asked you who the murderer is. Why are you spacing out? Quan Shengnan snapped back to reality and told them what she had seen. Anyway, she had no affection for Yuan Chengda and wasn't afraid at all to talk about his affairs. Lin Xiaoxue was stunned for a moment, then sighed. That does match your grandfather's methods. He cherishes himself and wouldn't get involved in anything illegal or disorderly. Liang Dong. Qi Hui gnashed her teeth, almost wanting to chew the name to pieces. What she hated most was still Liang Dong. Even with the hints from the Yuan family and the explicit suggestions from the Zhang family, if Liang Dong hadn't harbored those thoughts, how could he have targeted them? Lin Xiaoxue felt very uncomfortable inside. This matter concerned her father-in-law. In front of Qi Hui, she felt deeply ashamed and said worriedly, Nan, is there any way to help your Aunt Qi avert this disaster? Yes! Lin Xiaoxue and Qi Hui were overjoyed. However, Quan Shengnan immediately added, even if I remind Aunt Qi how to avoid that disaster, similarly, 5 years is enough time for those people to set up other schemes. So, Aunt Qi, how about this? I will return to the capital. Chapter 294, A Drop of Blood Required 6. Qi Hui said anxiously, 5 years later? Will that be in time? Will we face any other dangers within these 5 years? It will be completely in time. Aunt Qi, within the next 5 years, you and your 3 children will not face any danger at all. If you are still worried, in the future when my mother and I leave the capital to go to my father's place, you can also bring your 3 children and come with us. I believe it will be better there than in the capital. There will be less gossip, and you will have my father's protection. And I will be there too. No matter when, I will personally divine the future concerning you and your 4 children. For now, this was the best solution. She could indeed summon wind and rain, but in reality, she was not omnipotent. Upon hearing this, Qi Hui was greatly tempted. Lin Xiaoxue advised, Hui, if you can bear to part with Liang Dong, come with us. Putting everything else aside, with Yuan Ge there, those people will surely think twice before acting. No matter how much my father-in-law dotes on Yuan Jihong, Yuan Ge is, after all, his own eldest son. Qi Hui said, Liang Dong was even willing to take action against us, his own wife and children. How could I possibly be reluctant to part with him? I wish I could cut him into 1,000 pieces. Right now, I only want a divorce from him. Before, I was concerned about the 2 children, afraid that without the Liang family's resources, their future prospects would be uncertain. Now that it involves life and death, I think it might be better to just get a divorce. If I divorce him and the 3 children come with me, surely we can't still be considered obstacles in Yuan Jihong's way anymore, right? Once everything was settled, she would leave the capital with Lin Xiaoxue. She really didn't want to stay in the capital anymore. Lin Xiaoxue and Quan Shengnan both shook their heads simultaneously. Not necessarily. Qi Hui was taken aback, then heard Lin Xiaoxue say, you still don't understand the nature of the Zhang family and Yuan Jihong. As long as you and the children are alive, they will never feel at ease. Yuan Jihong will definitely still want to have a child. Even if she doesn't have a child, she has Yuan Wei. Can she not think about Yuan Wei's future? If you and the children were dead, then Yuan Wei would be the sole heir to the Liang family and Liang Dong's property. It wasn't that she was speculating with ill intent, but she felt it was highly possible. Zheng Hui and Yuan Jihong's characters were already fully formed. When they did bad things, they only blamed others and never felt it was their own fault. Quan Shengnan nodded in agreement with her mother's view. She also thought it was very likely. Although the Liang family was not as prominent as the Yuan family, the Liang family's assets and Liang Dong's personal savings were not a small sum. Then what should we do? Qi Hui grew anxious. Could it be that even divorce wasn't an option? Just how greedy and vicious were those people? Quan Shengnan replied, either you continue living in the capital without alerting them, or you leave with us. No matter what, within the next 5 years, you and your children are safe. Although I can read faces, divine fortunes, and avert disasters, I truly am not omnipotent. Qi Hui pressed her lips together tightly and said nothing. After a long while, she said decisively, it was precisely because I was worried about the safety of myself and my children that I came to ask you for a divination. Now that I know the result, why should I hesitate? I'll go with you. I'll take the children and leave the capital with you. But, without a reason, it would surely arouse suspicion. What excuse should I use to leave? Lin Xiaoxue smiled and said, that's easy. I'm planning to go into business. You can say I asked for your help, but you couldn't bear to be apart from the children, so you plan to take them and come with me. My Lin family is also one that the Liang family is wary of. If I make this Chapter 295, A Drop of Blood Required 7. Given Liang Dong's personality, he would be eager to curry favor with the Lin family and would definitely agree to Qi Hui following Lin Xiaoxue. The Lin family, after all, held even higher status and power than the Yuan family. Quan Shengnan agreed, Aunt Qi, The closer your relationship with my mother is, the less likely those people will dare to act recklessly. Power and influence are sometimes more effective than any protective or disaster-avoiding measures. Qi Hui lowered her head in contemplation and resolutely decided to leave the capital with Lin Xiaoxue. She was someone who could accept gains and losses, possessing a resilient temperament and a strong sense of vigilance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come seeking peace. Next, Qi Hui returned to make arrangements for the Liang family, pack her belongings, and handle matters such as transferring her 3 children to new schools. Meanwhile, accompanied by Lin Xiaoxue, Quan Shengnan met with several more clients. Each time, she stated upfront that due to the presence of Lin Xiaoxue, the clients had no choice but to suppress their desires to inquire about wealth and future prospects, limiting their questions to matters of safety, feng shui, and the like. Not having Lin Xiaoxue present? That was impossible. Quan Shengnan was only 7 years old this year. It was entirely normal for her to be accompanied by an adult. Her divine calculations, knowledge of the past, and foresight of the future, never failing, made her reputation spread even wider within the circle. As time passed, the case of Yun Qinsher also accelerated, quickly concluding the investigation and reaching the final verdict. Quan Shengnan felt it was likely due to the pair of jade bracelets she had promised. The person in charge of this matter was from the Zheng family, specifically Zheng Lang, the second son of Zheng Yuanxuan. Of course, with solid evidence in hand, Zheng Lang had not engaged in any illegal or disciplinary misconduct. He had merely expedited the process slightly and had not made things difficult for the plaintiff during the proceedings. Standing in the plaintiff's seat, Yun Qinsher suddenly felt dizzy. Amidst the dizziness, however, there was also a sense of joy. She couldn't believe that she would one day be able to spend her remaining years openly and honestly under the identity of Zhao Yuzhen. During her final statement, this plaintiff, who was the focus of everyone's attention, spoke only a few simple words. Nearly 30 years have passed. I have finally regained my memory and can rightfully reunite with my son under the identity of Zhao Yuzhen. It's just a pity that my daughter has not regained her memory. 30 years, more than a third of a human life. 30 years of torment, 30 years of living in fear, finally come to an end today. I request the court to deliver a fair and just verdict in this case, to end the marriage between Yuan Changde and myself that was deemed mistaken back then, and to punish the mastermind behind it. Those present in the courtroom were all deeply moved. Yes, 30 years. How many 30-year spans does a person have? Yuan Changde's absence from the proceedings did not prevent others from looking down on him. His wife and daughter weren't dead, yet he couldn't uncover the truth, nor did he properly restrain Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong. What else was he capable of? Some even began to doubt Yuan Changde's abilities. The final verdict was to terminate the marital relationship between Zhao Yuzhen and Yuan Changde and restore her and Quan Shuang's original names and household registrations. Considering her previous amnesia, she would not be prosecuted for the crime of bigamy, but the marriage she had entered into with Yun Jianjun under her new identity was declared invalid. Zheng Hui was found guilty of instigating murder and sentenced to 8 years in prison. After completing her current sentence, she would serve an additional 8 years. Those who had pursued and attempted to kill Zhao Yuzhen and her daughter back then were also each sentenced to prison terms, destined to spend a long time behind bars. Leaving the courthouse, Zhao Yuzhen held Yun Jianjun's hand and said, "I have regained my identity." Yun Jianjun smiled slightly, clasping her hand in return. "Let's go. With Jitu, Jigua, and the others as witnesses, we'll get our marriage certificate again." To celebrate, the Yun family prepared a lavish meal that evening, gathering together to congratulate the elderly couple. Although it wasn't a new marriage, Zhao Yuzhen and Yun Jianjun obtaining their marriage certificate again could be considered a new beginning. It was at this moment that Lin Xiaoxue received Chapter 296, The Demand for a Blood Drop 8. The phone call was first answered by Quan Shuang, who then called Lin Xiaoxue to take it. Because Quan Shuang had not regained her memory and had grown accustomed to her current name, she was unfamiliar with Yuan Lanxiang. So, even after the household registration was changed back, the name on the final household register remained Quan Shuang. Everyone felt for her and all agreed. When she heard the person on the other end of the line introduce himself as Yuan Changde, Quan Shuang felt a complete calm in her heart, without any ripples. When she handed the phone to Lin Xiaoxue, she didn't mention that she was the other party's daughter. "Dad, it's so late. What's the matter with calling?" Lin Xiaoxue suppressed the smile on her face and asked lightly. She believed Yuan Changde wouldn't call without a reason. After all, when searching for Nan, Yuan Changde had been utterly heartless. Lin Xiaoxue held some resentment towards him, but she was deep and meticulous, not revealing the slightest hint of it. Yuan Changde said irritably, "Can I call you if there's nothing? Do you even know where your home is now? Is it that if I don't call, you won't come back? Are Jigua and Jitu with you? Come back together tomorrow." Bring that child. I, as her grandfather, want to see her. You surely won't refuse, will you? Yuan Changda's voice was extremely loud, filled with anger. With the sentencing of Zhao Yuzhen's case, the Yuan family had become a complete joke, and Yuan Changda himself had no face to continue serving as an official. His resignation application had already been submitted to the higher-ups. After meetings and discussions, it seemed they had decided to approve his application. This meant he would soon step down. Old Master Lin and Old Master Qin were no younger than him, yet their applications hadn't been approved, while his was. Was it because of all the incidents that happened in the family? But that was all Zhang Hui's doing. What did it have to do with him? Yet he had to pay the price for it. Towards his own granddaughter, who had stirred up all this trouble, Yuan Changda naturally felt extreme disgust. Without her, none of today's events would have happened. Of course not. Nanan should indeed go to pay respects to her grandfather. It's just that we didn't go because the previous case wasn't settled. Now, mother-in-law's case is closed. Even without you saying so, I would take Nanan back tomorrow. However, both Jigua and Jitu need to work and can't take time off. Dad, your request is a bit unreasonable. Is it necessary for both uncles to be present when Nanan goes to pay respects to her grandfather? If word gets out, others would find it unreasonable too. Lin Xiaoxue remained unmoved. She knew it. Yuan Changda was a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken, harboring ill intentions. Yuan Changda sneered, can't this old father even want to see his sons? I'd like to go out and ask, which family's sons, over some trivial matter, clamor to separate and move out? Do they even have filial piety in their eyes? Filial piety? He stood by and allowed Zhao Yuzhen and Quan Shengnan to be hunted down. How magnanimous would Yuan Ziyuan and his two brothers have to be to hold no resentment for that? If the father is not kind, how can he expect filial piety from his sons? Lin Xiaoxue said lightly, in that case, tomorrow evening, I and the two younger uncles will take Nanan back. Although Yuan Changda wasn't entirely satisfied, faced with Lin Xiaoxue's firmness, he ultimately had to agree. After hanging up, Lin Xiaoxue told everyone about it. Zhao Yuzhen said, Nanan should go. No matter what, we mustn't give people grounds for criticism. Since the Lin family had gone, how could they not go to the Yuan family? The next evening, Yuan Jigua and Yuan Jitu with their wives, along with Lin Xiaoxue, took Quan Shengnan back together. Only Yuan Changda and Yuan Wei were at the Yuan home. They paid no attention to Yuan Wei's resentment. Quan Shengnan only greeted Yuan Changda. Yuan Changda got straight to the point, saying, as a descendant of my Yuan family, one must undergo a blood test and be entered into the family register to be considered part of it. Jigua, Chapter 297, Departing the Capital 1. A blood test to confirm kinship? Entering the family register? Apart from Yuan Changda and Yuan Wei, everyone else wore a faint, cold smile on their faces. That cold smile was laced with endless mockery. When they were searching for Quan Shengnan, they had pleaded with him alongside Yuan Ziyuan, begging him to take out the bronze mirror to verify the bloodlines of those infant girls. They had almost knelt on the spot. And what was the result? He refused. Even old Master Lin's intervention was useless. That wasn't about finding just anyone, it was about finding his own granddaughter. Now, this heartless old man suddenly demanded a blood test to enter the family register. Having learned about the Yuan family's inheritance from Zhao Yuzhen's mouth, they immediately understood Yuan Chengda's intention. Golden name, red name. A golden name appearing meant one was, or would become, the fourth extraordinary person in the Yuan family's lineage. Presumably, what Yuan Chengda mainly wanted to know was whether it would be a golden name. Otherwise, how could he possibly make such a demand? Perhaps he had learned of Nanan's extraordinary abilities in divination and calculation, and felt it highly likely she had awakened the Yuan family's inheritance. Yuan Jigua and his wife, and Yuan Jitu and his wife, didn't know their niece had the ability to see ghosts, but Lin Xiaoxue did. She had long suspected her daughter might have received the Yuan family's inheritance. Her daughter was 7 years old. A 7-year-old child is innocent and carefree. No matter how clever, she couldn't possibly master such formidable skills. She hadn't even shared this speculation with her husband, wanting to keep it secret for her daughter. There are no walls without cracks. If her daughter hadn't confided in her, saying she had placed a talisman on everyone who knew she could see ghosts, she would never feel at ease. Now, she also didn't want her daughter's blood to drip onto that bronze mirror. Once a golden name appeared, nothing could be kept hidden anymore. Her 2 younger brothers-in-law might be alright, but she didn't trust Yuan Chengda. Who knew if he would use this to coerce her daughter, to force her into doing things that served his ambitions? As these thoughts deepened, Lin Xiaoxue's face turned icy, and she flatly refused. There's no need. She looked directly at Yuan Chengda, speaking bluntly. Back then, we begged you, Dad, to use the bronze mirror to find Nanan, and you refused. Now we've found Nanan, we don't need that bronze mirror to verify any bloodline. As for the Yuan family register, This is a new era now. We don't need something like a family register to determine identity. Nanan is mine and Yuanji's daughter. She is Jigua and Jitu's niece. Whether she enters the family register or not, she is still mine and Yuanji's daughter, Jigua and Jitu's niece. Jigua, Jitu, Chueying, Tingyin, you wouldn't disown Nanan just because she's not on the family register, would you? Her last question was directed at her brothers and sisters-in-law, who answered without hesitation, of course not. Yuan Jitu's expression was extremely serious as he stated solemnly, Nanan will always be our own flesh and blood niece. We would never disown her just because she's not on the Yuan family register. Besides, Nanan is following her mother now, taking her mother's surname, the surname Quan. Why should she enter the Yuan family register? It's unnecessary, completely unnecessary. Yuan Jigua and his wife, along with Xia Tingyin, nodded in unison. That was exactly the point. The old man refused before, now he's begging them to let Nanan take the blood test. They were no longer interested. Yuan Jita thought to himself. No one noticed the faint threads of hatred in his eyes. Yuan Changda instantly flew into a rage, his eyes seeming to gather a storm ready to sweep over them at any moment. You, as descendants of the Yuan family, dare not even abide by the family rules. Would I harm her? I am her own grandfather. This is the Yuan family rule. As long as it's Yuan family blood, whether she's surnamed Quan or Yuan, she must. Chapter 298, Departing from the Capital 2. Seeing that Yuan Changda was about to vent his anger on her mother, uncle, and aunt, Quan Shengnan spoke up in a clear, crisp voice. Since this concerns me, shouldn't I be the one to decide? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Yuan Chengda's face lit up with joy, while Lin Xiaoxue and the others felt a wave of relief. There was no girl in the world more clever and quick-witted than Nanan. She had long known everything and would not be fooled by Yuan Changda. After spending so much time together, they all knew that Nanan had no affection whatsoever for Yuan Changda. In her heart, her only grandfather was Yun Jianjun. Yuan Changda, however, believed that no matter how smart a child might be, she was still just a child. As long as there were benefits placed before her, she would be tempted. Only Yuan Wei, sitting in the corner like an invisible person, had eyes filled with venomous hatred, as sharp as knives. She wished she could immediately slice Quan Shengnan into 1,000 pieces. It was her. It was her. It was all because of her. She was the one who had destroyed everything for her. She had ruined her happiness. She had stolen her father and mother, her uncle and aunt, her maternal grandparents, and her maternal uncle and aunt. Not only that, she had also sent her beloved grandmother and aunt to prison. Now, was she going to steal the only grandfather who still cared for her? Grandfather wanted her to do a blood test and allowed her name to be added to the family register. This meant he wanted her to return to the Yuan family. If she returned to the Yuan family, would there still be any place for her? Having experienced various upheavals over the past few months, Yuan Wei had matured and become more sensible. The strange looks from people in the compound made her realize just how important everything she had lost was. How could she not hate the one who had caused all of this? Quan Shengnan. Yuan Wei wished she could chew up this name and this person and swallow them whole. But she didn't dare. She believed that if she showed even the slightest hint of hostility, her father and mother would not let her off. Since childhood, her grandmother and aunt had taught her to conceal her true thoughts in front of anyone, to never let others see through her. So, she kept her head down, trying hard to hide and suppress her feelings. She was afraid that if she looked up, someone might notice something amiss. But when she heard Yuan Chengda's words, filled with joy, her body trembled slightly as she struggled to suppress the surging hatred. Yuan Changda said, "That's right, the child should decide for herself." Nanan, your name is Nanan, right? Grandfather won't harm you. All you need to do is drip your blood onto the bronze mirror. All descendants of the Yuan family must do this. You are also a descendant of the Yuan family, so you should do the same. After this is done, grandfather will take you to buy candy and cake, and buy you beautiful clothes to wear. How does that sound? As he spoke, his face was filled with a kindly smile. He looked affectionately at Quan Shengnan, his voice extremely gentle, like the finest opium, full of temptation, making one unconsciously want to follow his wishes. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered Quan Shengnan. Few could match Quan Shengnan's mental fortitude. But I'm very obedient. I love listening to my mother, uncle, and aunt the most. If my mother, uncle, and aunt don't agree to something, I won't agree either. So, the blood test ends here. She tilted her head, smiled slightly, and her tender voice echoed in the hall, full of determination, leaving no room for compromise. Yuan Changda's expression changed, and he trembled with anger. He thought the adults had taught Quan Shengnan to say this and glared fiercely at his sons and daughters-in-law. Is this how you teach the child? Before they could speak, Quan Shengnan stepped in front, straightening her small frame and looked. Chapter 299, Departing from the Capital 3. My grandparents, my dad and mom, my uncles and aunts raised me well. The reason I disagree is because of those past events that everyone is well aware of. Not speaking them out loud, not pointing them out directly, that was my dad, mom, uncles, and aunts being filial. It doesn't mean we are all fools. Since back then, when my dad and mom pleaded for the bronze mirror but couldn't get it, there's no need now for a blood test to confirm kinship. My reunion with my dad and mom was never about returning to the Yuan family. My surname is Quan Shengnan. Not having the surname Yuan doesn't mean I'm not my parents' daughter. But my surname being Quan shows that I have no desire to return to this Yuan family, where someone once tried to kill me. Where there are loved ones, that is home. The Yuan family? Nothing more than a den of tigers and wolves. Yuan Wei, who harbored resentment, and Yuan Chengda, who also harbored resentment. If Yuan Chengda hadn't wanted to confirm whether she was Jin Ming, why would he have demanded she return for a blood test? Did he really think she was a fool? That she would come running like an eager dog at the slightest hint of benefit? She knew that after seeing Jin Ming, Yuan Chengda's attitude toward her would definitely undergo a dramatic change. He would place the hope of leading the Yuan family to its peak on her. He would prioritize her over Yuan Wei. He would be completely obedient to her. But she didn't need it. Even though she understood that having Yuan Chengda on her side would bring great advantages, and that he would very likely shield her from all sorts of external storms, she still would not accept it. In life, there are times to compromise and times not to compromise. This was a time not to compromise. Her backbone wouldn't allow it, her spirit wouldn't allow it. Yuan Zigua and Yuan Ziyuan, the two brothers, trembled and were greatly shaken. They simultaneously clapped their hands in admiration. Right? No compromise. Regarding this heartless and unjust father, as his sons, they couldn't do much, but they would not compromise. Once they compromised, they would truly become like Yuan Chengda. A person must always have something they stand firm on. Yuan Chengda was furious and exasperated, but he had no recourse. Lin Xiaoxue smiled and said, "Things have been made very clear. Let's drop the matter of the blood test and adding her to the family register. However, you are Nanin's grandfather. Since it's Nanin's first time back at the Yuan family home, she should pay her respects to you. Nanan, go greet your grandfather and then we'll go home to find Grandpa and Grandma. We'll be leaving the capital in a few days. Let's spend the remaining time well, keeping Grandpa and Grandma company." Quan Shengnan cheerfully agreed. She walked up to Yuan Chengda, bowed, and said, "Hello, grandfather. I am Quan Shengnan. You certainly haven't met me before, but you must know of me. Besides your sons and daughters-in-law, my birth parents, I also have an adoptive mother. My adoptive mother's name is Quan Shuang. Even though she hasn't regained her memory yet, she has another name, Yuan Lanxiang. I've made it so clear. If you still can't remember, there's nothing more I can do. Soon, I'll be going with Mom to live where Dad is. When it's time to leave, I'll come again to bid you farewell." She finished speaking very politely. Without waiting for Yuan Chengda to respond, she straightened up herself, turned to look at her mom, uncle, and aunt, and said, "I've already paid my respects to grandfather. Shouldn't we be heading back? Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, and brother are all waiting for us at home. We should have a good gathering in the next few days." Lin Xiaoxue and the others all found this very reasonable. They solemnly bid farewell to Yuan Chengda. Chapter 300, Departing the Capital 4. With Yuan Chengda, all their feelings had been worn away by one incident after another. Utterly satisfying. Nanan, your words really made your little uncle feel utterly satisfied. Yuan Jitu had a lively temperament. After leaving the compound and getting in the car, he laughed heartily. Laughing and laughing, he suddenly began to cry. Did he hate his biological father? He didn't know about his eldest and second brothers, but he knew that he himself did hate him. If his eldest brother had been slightly more foolish, he really didn't know what his and his second brother's lives would have been like. Yuan Jigua was driving. Sitting in the back with Yuan Jitu were his wife and Lin Xiaoxue and her daughter. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoxue was startled and asked with concern, "Third brother, what's wrong?" Yuan Jitu shook his head and didn't speak. Xia Tingyin, however, reddened her eyes and tears fell like broken strings of pearls, continuously. Hearing the commotion from the back, Yuan Jigua and Ming Chueying, the former quickly pulled the car over to the roadside and turned to ask, "Tingyin, what happened? We are family. Speak up, and we can all think of a solution together." Ming Chueying had always had a very good relationship with her sister-in-law, as close as sisters, so naturally she was very concerned. From within Quan Shengnan's pink lips escaped an extremely soft sigh. Facing his elder brother and sister-in-law, Yuan Jitu sniffled, his face full of pain. "Eldest sister-in-law, second brother, second sister-in-law, do you know? Tingyin and I will never have children in the future. That's why, in the past 2 years, he had doted so much on his niece. Apart from Quan Shengnan, the others were greatly shocked. What's going on? Explain clearly. Yuan Jita held his head, not knowing where to begin. Xia Tingyin was also sobbing uncontrollably. Everyone was so anxious they didn't know what to do, when suddenly they heard Quan Shengnan say, I know the reason. What? Little uncle was injured before, right? The person who hurt little uncle is the same person who once pursued and tried to kill grandma and mom. When she opened the heavenly eye for others, she had unintentionally forgotten to close it and saw some of Yuan Jitu's past and future. Actually, she had seen it in her previous life too, but had never spoken of it. The injury Yuan Jitu suffered didn't affect his daily life, but it had cut off his descendants. As for who the culprit was, there was no second person to consider. Xia Ting covered her mouth and choked back sobs. Jitu and I have been married for several years, but we never had children. 2 years ago, we went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said it wasn't my problem, but that Ziyuan had been injured before, which affected his fertility. Although we were very sad, this wasn't something we wished for. I comforted Jitu, saying that eldest brother and second brother's children are also our children. We were afraid eldest brother and second brother would worry, so we never mentioned this matter. Who would have thought? The day we saw the people who pursued and tried to kill mother-in-law and eldest sister, Jitu recognized 2 of them as the ones who injured him back then. They blocked the road to rob. Jitu acted bravely for a just cause and was stabbed twice. Eldest sister-in-law, you and second brother, second sister-in-law should still remember, right? At that time, Jitu and I weren't married yet, but second sister-in-law had already married second brother. You all said then. Thankfully his life was saved. How could they not remember? That happened 5 years ago. That time, they were all scared out of their wits, fearing the severely injured Yuan Jita might not survive. After seeing those 2 people, Jitu and I immediately understood. This was a conspiracy targeting Jitu. Other than Zheng Hui, who else could be so vicious? If Jitu and I have no children, who ultimately benefits? Yuan Wei, only Yuan Wei. Although families like ours can adopt children, the implications of adopting are also significant. How can another family's child compare to one's own? If Jitu and I never adopt a child in our lifetime, then we would definitely dote on eldest brother's child. At that time, that would be the